Chapter 541 failed to reach the top. That is, all the kings stood still, staring at the changes at the top of the ladder. When the light faded and the things inside were revealed, their eyes suddenly widened. Godhead. What appeared at the top of the ladder was actually a complete Godhead. I didn't expect that the final reward at the top of the ladder would be something of this level. In an instant, all the kings' breathing became rapid. Some of the old kings among them actually have the ability to rise to the 11th level. But they have always stayed at the 10th level because they don't want to rise to become the rations of those top 11th level lords. After all, a lord with only one Godhead is definitely a sweet commodity for those powerful lords. And they will be targeted wherever they go. If an 11th level lord with 8 or 9 complete Godheads happens to lack the Godhead of a series, then he could almost be sentenced to death. So they would rather stay at the 10th level as a local emperor than rise to become a pig. This is the hidden malice under the rules of this world. And it is also the murderous intention against all lords. But if they can get this complete Godhead, they will have 2 Godheads at once after they are promoted to the 11th level. And their self-protection ability will be greatly improved. Which has a completely different meaning. They must get this Godhead. This is the only thought of all the old kings at this time. Who would be willing to continue to live in the 10th level if they can safely reach the 11th level? Let alone them. Even the other slightly younger kings showed greedy expressions. Even if they don't use this complete Godhead for fusion, just based on its value, they can use it to exchange Godhead fragments with the 11th level lords in their own realm. Or even a large amount of resources they dare not imagine. If they can get it, it can almost be regarded as a sudden rise. And instantly leap to become the top 10th level in the entire world. Let's go. Let's try it first. Immediately, a few people who couldn't resist the temptation took a step, walked towards the next step, and began to try to climb. But at this time, a change occurred. The black-eyed young man, who was suppressed on the platform, suddenly roared and stood up slowly with blood all over his body. Then, a huge hard shadow appeared behind him, emitting a dazzling black light. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of the heartbeat kept echoing in everyone's ears. Every beat was like a heavy hammer hitting their chests, making them pale and retreating in horror. Even Lin Yu, who was recovering, was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that before he could convey the message. The other party had already used the power of the heart, and it was in such a public place. In an instant, the eyes of all the emperors on the ladder were attracted, and their faces changed. It's that heart. It's over there in the 10th level venue. It actually appeared in such a place. Since the start of the Realm War, the emperors of both camps have been looking for the whereabouts of the heart, wanting to strangle it in the cradle while wanting to obtain its power. But the heart's ability to conceal its breath and escape is extremely strong. And even with their strength, they can't track it. But now, the heart appeared so blatantly in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Immediately, several emperors wanted to break through the barrier and go to the 10th level venue to kill the heart. But they were bounced back by the invisible force on the ladder. No. The level of the rules above is too high. There is no way to break it. The emperor who retreated said in a deep voice. This trial ladder leading to the living world is the highest rule of the 10,000 worlds. And it contains the power of transcendence. Even though they are powerful, there is no way to interfere. It seems that he calculated this point accurately. So he dared to expose it like this. No matter what. Let someone guard below first. And never let him escape again this time. Others speed up to the top and go to the living world to kill him. The emperor of the anti-alliance side immediately made a decision and prepared to attack from both sides. The emperors of the Realm Alliance looked at each other, nodded to each other, and gradually accelerated their climbing speed, heading towards the top of the ladder. The atmosphere on the ladder was changing. At this time, behind the Realm Alliance headquarters, in an abyss filled with evil spirits, the huge skeleton floating in the air suddenly flashed with ghostly fire, and also sensed the breath of the heart. Finally appeared. My heart vessel. The extremely cold voice kept echoing in the abyss. Then, another wild laugh came, causing the evil spirit in the entire abyss to surge wildly. But strangely, the skull did not leave the abyss to find the heart. Instead, after the wild laugh, it fell silent again, as if nothing had happened. When the sight is extended to the outside of the abyss, corpses and blood pools can be seen everywhere. Some of them belong to monsters, and some belong to humans, stretching out for miles. On the ladder, no matter how everyone reacts, The black-eyed young man is still mobilizing the power of his heart. Then, as if he had gained some kind of divine power, he began to climb up again. Although the speed was extremely slow, like a snail crawling, he still walked step by step to the 902-story platform and walked up with difficulty. This made the lords below anxious, fearing that the complete Godhead would be taken away by him. Many people followed and came to the edge of the 901-story platform. Among them was Lin Yu. Although he could not use the complete Godhead now, it would be of great benefit to him if he could get it. If he could not get it, he would not force it. After all, his life was important. After thinking about it, he slowly raised his foot and stepped onto the 901-story platform. Boom! Suddenly, a vast and boundless pressure fell, as if the whole world was squeezing him, and the whole person turned into a speck of dust between heaven and earth. Even though he had been mentally prepared, Lin Yu was pressed to half kneel on the ground, with veins bulging all over his body. There were even more muffled groans from other kings on the side, spitting blood and flying back, unable to even hold a breath. What a terrifying pressure! Lin Yu was shocked. The pressure of the last 100 levels was not something that ordinary people could resist. According to the doubling of each level, it was more than 500 times that of the beginning. Just taking a step forward would consume a lot of physical energy. If it weren't for his racial talent and physique, he would probably not be able to support it. It was only a blink of an eye. Only less than half of the hundreds of kings who climbed to the 900th floor were left, and they climbed to the next level with great difficulty. What surprised Lin Yu was Yi Lingyin, who had met him halfway before, was also among them. She gritted her teeth, stared at the top of the stairs, and moved forward step by step, not much slower than the old kings. Seeing them go further and further away, he also calmed down and moved forward with heavy steps. 9019059110. As the stairs continued to rise, the pressure around became stronger and stronger. Gradually, some people could not hold on and hurriedly retreated. When Lin Yu came to the 920th floor, there were less than 100 people around him, and it took a long time to move forward. Even the black-eyed young man who relied on the power of the heart was stuck on the 925th floor at this time, unable to move forward, even though there was only a difference of 5 floors. Even if Lin Yu launched a wild roar at this time, he might not be able to catch up. The power of that heart is really terrifying. If you want to catch up with that guy, you have to find another way. And at this speed, I'm afraid no one will be able to successfully reach the top today. The 950th floor should be the limit. Even he felt extremely exhausted at this moment. There were wounds all over his body caused by the pressure. His feet were trembling, as if they were filled with lead. Every step was painful, and it was extremely difficult to walk. Retreat. Obviously, the other kings also noticed this. Without any hesitation, they gave up climbing and retreated. They planned to go back and make full preparations before coming to attack the last few dozen layers of the natural chasm. Lin Yu did not try to be brave. He knew that his basic attributes were lower than those of the old kings. Even they could not continue, let alone him. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately retreated and followed them back. Under the reaction force of the pressure, he quickly retreated all the way down to the bottom of the ladder. He felt relaxed all over, and an unprecedented sense of pleasure surged in his heart. It seems that more preparations need to be made. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the top of each level. Basically, the highest level was only about 920 layers, and it was difficult to advance any further. From this point of view, he should have enough time to prepare. It won't be too late to launch an attack on the ladder after accumulating enough power. The ladder trials seemed to know that they couldn't have anyone reach the top so quickly, and every once in a while, the corresponding treasures would be refreshed on each level, attracting countless lords to stay there and scramble for them. The only pity was, after the divine fragment appeared once on the 500th floor, the treasure that appeared again became the rule fragment, which instantly made Lin Yu's idea of getting 1 or 2 more divine fragments fall through. Seeing that the rule power in his body was running out, he didn't stay any longer and prepared to teleport back to the territory to recuperate for a while. But unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he saw Situ Jian helping the bloody Yanlai retreat down the stairs and hurried to the grassland outside. Why is he so injured? Lin Yu flashed in front of the two. There are no rules on the grassland, and space can be controlled at will, so teleportation is naturally not restricted. Lin Yu, you're just in time. Seeing Lin Yu appear, Situ Jian was shocked and asked him for help. Hurry. Help Yanlai heal. This guy just rushed to the 900th floor with all his might. But he was crushed by the pressure from above. Broken by the pressure? Lin Yu didn't hesitate, and raised his hand to cover Yanlai with a healing light. The power of the 10th level healing skill is very powerful when used to treat a 9th level lord. The effect is almost immediate, and the injury recovers at a speed visible to the naked eye. But after Yanlai woke up, he struggled to get up. Don't stop me. I must pass the trial today. Xiao Rou is still waiting for me there. He roared and wanted to rush to the ladder again without hesitation. Yin Rou is also the name of his sister. Chapter 542 S-Level Lord. Calm down. Lin Yu raised his hand, and a force of space controlled Yanlai in place, making him unable to move. Of course, he knew that Yanlai was eager to find his sister and wanted to rush to the top of the ladder immediately. But Yanlai was in a state of recovery from a serious injury, let alone reaching the top. It would be difficult to reach the 900th floor, so he naturally couldn't leave it alone. Let me go! This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Yanlai roared and struggled desperately, trying to break free from the constraints of space, shaking the surrounding space violently. Wake up. In your current state, what's the point of going up again? If anything happens to you, who can save your sister? Lin Yu's face was stern and he asked in a deep voice. The voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting Yanlai's heart hard, especially when he heard the last sentence. His movements finally slowed down gradually, and the anger and eagerness on his face turned into a gray, and the whole person fell to the ground dejectedly. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the more severe the blame. Although Yanlai is a vulgar person, how could he not know this truth? It's just that he is too concerned. Persuasion is important to him. But if there is no such strong strength as Lin Yu to suppress him, no matter how much he says, it will be useless. He will just continue to rush to the ladder desperately. Fortunately, Lin Yu's strength is strong enough. Only then he had to force himself to calm down. Sitting on the ground blankly, looking at the hot ladder in the distance, Situ Jian looked at him and sighed, not knowing how to persuade him for a while. No matter when and where, the bravery shown by Yanlai is the most reassuring and trustworthy to them. Only when it comes to his sister, he is as fragile as a piece of thin paper, as if he has completely changed. This is probably his only weakness. When he stopped moving and gradually calmed down, Lin Yu then slowly stepped forward and said, Don't think too much. You have been working hard for so long, and you don't need a few days. Only by ensuring that you are alive can you have a chance to find her. You don't want your sister to be left alone when she is in danger. Right? Lin Yu is right. Staying alive is the most important thing. Situ Jian on the side quickly agreed. Until then, Yanlai's stunned expression finally recovered slowly. He clenched his fists, grabbed a handful of grass seedlings, and then let go again, his head slowly falling down. Thank you. The two words came out of his mouth softly, sounding extremely low. Lin Yu and Situ Jian were immediately happy when they heard this, and their tense hearts finally relaxed. That's right. It's just a ladder. If it doesn't work once, then twice. If it doesn't work twice, then 3 times. As long as you don't give up and slowly accumulate strength, there will always be a time when you can successfully cross it, Lin Yu said with a smile. This sentence seemed to be said to Yanlai, and it seemed to be said to himself. Life is like this. It is impossible for everything to go smoothly. If you give up after one failure, how can you break through the confusion that blocks the road to success? It's all stumbling and taking one step at a time. Fortunately, Yanlai is open-minded and finally didn't cause any irreversible consequences. After solving this matter, it was already evening when Lin Yu returned to the territory. At this time, the Principality Channel and the Empire Channel were much quieter than usual. Many lords have been staying on the ladder, trying to impact higher levels, or fighting for treasures on the platform, and they never get tired of it. After all, treasures will be refreshed every once in a while, and the number is not small, which is a rare opportunity for them. However, compared with the rewards on the ladder, Lin Yu is more concerned about the 3 realms of life and death. In theory, since these 3 realms belong to the category of all realms, they should not be much different from their realms. But why are they separated separately? And even the operating rules are completely different, and they can only be entered after the worlds begin to merge? Is there some unknown secret hidden in these 3 worlds? Life world, death world, reincarnation world. Lin Yu murmured silently, with a thoughtful look on his face. From the name, it is easy to hear that these three worlds should be related to life, death, and reincarnation. Life is easy to understand, and it has been explained in the previous prompts. It is a realm used to accommodate those who cannot become lords. What about death? It can't be the place where dead people or even monsters go. Right? Not to mention reincarnation. Although this world is already bizarre enough, he still doesn't believe in reincarnation. After all, when a person dies, it's like a light goes out, and death is death. Perhaps this reincarnation does not refer to the traditional reincarnation. The most important point is the world seed mentioned in the previous prompts. What exactly is this thing that allows people to gain control of the rules of this world? And what did the black-eyed young man mean by what he said before? Mysteries kept coming to his mind, causing Lin Yu to frown deeply. He had a hunch that the answers to these questions might be hidden in the living world, waiting for them to explore. It seems that we have to hurry up and prepare, Lin Yu said to himself while touching his chin. If he wants to reach the top of the ladder, his current strength is not enough. So what he has to do now is to accumulate more rule fragments and concentrate resources to strengthen the physical attributes to the maximum value first. This way, the attack and defense conversion equipment can be maximized. It just so happens that all the Lord's attention is on the ladder trial during this period, and not many people go to the monster plane to hunt monsters. He can take this opportunity to find the Lord monster and collect the materials needed to build the attack and defense conversion equipment. He made up his mind. Lin Yu didn't waste any more time. He came to the world tree and began to exchange the rule fragments for strengthening the attributes with the faith fruit that had just matured today. Then, with the help of the servants, he took a comfortable hot bath in the bathtub to wash off the blood on his body. The sky outside gradually darkened. The next morning, Lin Yu got up at dawn and took Ling Shi to the monster plane where monsters were rampant, looking for the traces of the Lord Monster. Their goal this time was the territory where the Hell Dragon Agando, who ranked 66th among the 72 demons and had the title of Lord of Beasts, was located. Because Agando himself was a dragon of the beast system, the monsters gathered around the territory were almost all beast system monsters, of all kinds. Every time you pass by, you can hear loud roars of beasts. Those with weaker strength didn't even dare to get too close. Lin Yu came to thousands of kilometers away from the light column, and saw at a glance the vast wilderness of beasts and the dense jungle where birds and beasts gathered. There were huge dragons flying in the sky, and from time to time, there were several high-pitched dragon roars. It was really a holy land for wild beasts and monsters. Something is approaching. Suddenly, Ling Shi reminded him. Lin Yu retracted his gaze, and indeed felt a strong breath approaching rapidly, accompanied by a rumbling sound of footsteps and a large cloud of smoke and dust. It seems to be a herd of beasts. Let's go down quickly. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately teleported to the wasteland. Such a large herd of beasts must have monsters above the Lord level. I didn't expect to be so lucky that I encountered the target prey as soon as I came here. He waved his hand directly, and summoned the army of plants to form a defensive posture on the wasteland. Roar! At this moment, a shocking roar sounded. In the smoke and dust in the distance, a group of silver-armored rhinos gradually revealed their figures. The leader was a Lord-level rhino twice as big as an ordinary rhino, aiming directly at their direction. Lin Yu's eyes fixed, and the attribute interface of the Lord Rhino appeared in front of him. Name, Bloodthirsty Rhino, Lord, it's actually S-level. After reading the attributes of the Lord Rhino, Lin Yu was shocked. The average attribute of S-level Lord monsters has reached more than 170,000, which is 30,000 to 40,000 higher than his current royal troops. Even him, when the four-leaf protection is activated, it is almost at this level. Only by relying on the wild roar can one be suppressed. But the problem is that the skills of this Lord Rhino seem to be enhanced. Be careful. This rhino is a bit difficult to deal with. Lin Yu immediately reminded Qin Gang in the front. Leave it to me, Master. I won't let it rush in with me. Qin Gang's steady and heavy voice sounded, and his whole body sank, ready to meet the enemy at any time. At this time, the rhino army led by the bloodthirsty rhino surged forward. Amid roars, they launched a charged skill and slammed into the ancient tree army. Stop them! Qin Gang took a step forward, and the wild roar and war barrier opened simultaneously. A large area of red light and shields covered the plant army and rushed straight forward. Boom! With a loud noise, The front rows of both sides collided fiercely, and the momentum of the forward charge also stopped. And Qin Gang, who was blessed with the burst skill, actually resisted the charge of the bloodthirsty rhino. After sliding back for several meters with his feet close to the ground, he flipped the bloodthirsty rhino to the ground. Attack! Shoot! Accompanied by the orders of the royal family in the rear, the long-range legions led by them took action one after another and began to bombard the rhino army. One by one, the vines like pythons rushed out of the ground and entangled the bloodthirsty rhino lying on the ground. The emerald green dragon in the sky flew over the head, spewing out a breath of death downwards, whistling across the wasteland. Roar! However, the bloodthirsty rhino is not a vegetarian. Seeing that his body was entangled by a large number of vines, the beast's power was directly activated, pulling off the vines on his body. And then he stood up and rushed through the army of plants. In a blink of an eye, several ancient trees were pierced through by its horns and died on the spot. You know, Lin Yu's current ancient tree soldiers are mutated from four-leaf clover, and their physique is 40% higher than that of ordinary soldiers. In addition to the 20% added by Qin Gang's exclusive talent, they still couldn't resist its attack. You can imagine how terrifying its power is. However, Lin Yu saw its weakness. That is, its spirit is very low. Without hesitation, while the wild roar was still there, the mental interference was activated, turning into an invisible force to cover the bloodthirsty rhino, instantly reducing its mental attributes by half. Now! Lin Yu's eyes fixed, and Deep Blue Dream's group mental attack skill, Mental Burst, suddenly launched. A powerful mental force spread out from him, slamming fiercely into the head of the bloodthirsty rhino. Chapter 543 Rhino Horn. Ah! The bloodthirsty rhino howled in pain after suffering a severe mental injury. Its huge body rushed through the plant army like a madman, knocking out plant soldiers one by one. Not dead? Lin Yu was extremely surprised. He didn't expect the bloodthirsty rhino to have such a strong vitality. The severe pain completely stimulated its bloodiness. It suddenly raised its head and roared. In an instant, all the ordinary rhino's eyes turned red and began to attack desperately, pushing back the ancient tree army in front of them. It was the 10th level skill of the Lord Monster, Bloodthirsty Fury. In just a moment, Lin Yu's ancient tree army was defeated by their attack and suffered heavy losses. The Light of Life. Just when the defense line was about to be breached, the forest sage in the center of the team immediately activated his 10th level skill. A circle of rich life breath spread out from him, enveloping the frontline soldiers, forcing them to retain 1 point of physical strength within 10 seconds, so as not to be killed by the crazy rhino army. The flower spirits in the back were covered by the curtain of life, desperately brushing the healing light to heal their wounds. It was precisely because of this 10-second delay that Kong Ming bought time. Floating over the rhino army, the absolute domain was directly activated, and an invisible wave spread out, instantly covering the entire 1-kilometer range, clearing the buff effect on them. And the breath immediately weakened. Taking this opportunity, Qin Gang hurriedly led the ancient tree army to reorganize the defense line and repel them back. For a while, the two teams collided violently, and rhinos fell in groups. Roar! Unexpectedly, at this time, the bloodthirsty rhino suddenly woke up from the trance. With a roar, he directly launched a war and trampled. Amid a loud rumbling noise, the ground around them collapsed on a large scale, and some soldiers and rhinos were unable to stand steadily and were immediately buried by sand and gravel. The whole scene was in chaos, and even the royal family could not get close. Let me do it! The swallowing sky and the team shouted, and the huge mouth of the man-eating plant suddenly opened, and a siphon sucked away the war-trampling skill of the bloodthirsty rhinoceros, turning it into energy and pouring it into its mouth. And the originally powerful skill effect also disappeared. Well done. Lin Yu teleported above the bloodthirsty rhinoceros. The power of rules was running, and he launched a savage roar again, allowing all soldiers to enter a 30-second burst state. No orders were needed at all. In addition to the Qin Gang Mushroom Demon King and the Soul Chaser, who were responsible for restraining the ordinary rhinoceros, the remaining few royal families immediately followed him and launched a fierce attack on the bloodthirsty rhinoceros. The sound of explosions and roars was endless. As soon as Lin Yu raised his hand, countless vines shot up into the sky, rushing straight towards the bloodthirsty rhino from all directions. The bloodthirsty rhino slammed wildly to avoid these attacks. But the next second, another large piece of vines rushed out of the ground, quickly entangled its limbs and body, causing it to pause. Seeing this, Ling Shi immediately ordered the 10 summon 10 level tree demons to surround it and attack it frantically. At the same time, the leaves flew and turned into sharp cold rays that shot away. But even so, the bloodthirsty rhino still relied on its powerful attributes to withstand all attacks. Even if Lin Yu's attack fell on it, it could only barely break its defense. The two sides fought fiercely in the wasteland, back and forth, until halfway through Lin Yu's second round of savage roars. The bloodthirsty rhino covered with wounds suddenly broke the vines on its body. The huge body jumped high and directly pressed down on Wu Ying, who was wandering beside it. Wu Ying, be careful. The cannon in the distance warned loudly. Bang. A stream of fiery red light suddenly shot out from his mouth, shuttled through space, and instantly exploded on the wound of the bloodthirsty rhino's chest. The huge impact force actually blasted the bloodthirsty rhino's body away, and an unfathomable blood hole appeared on his chest. Seeing this, Wu Ying below immediately seized the opportunity, and 2 copies appeared on his side. The instant shadow and shadow killing skills were activated at the same time, and they teleported to the side of the bloodthirsty rhino and strangled it 3 times in a row. Puff! Ah! Blood flashed, accompanied by a shrill howl of the bloodthirsty rhino. With the blessing of the instant shadow skill, Wu Ying's shadow killing skill directly ignored the defense, causing double damage, and finally successfully hit the bloodthirsty rhino, cutting several deep cuts on its chest that could see the bone. Under the action of inertia, the huge body fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a large amount of smoke and dust. Wu Ying, who was unable to evade the attack, was also kicked away by its hoof, and a huge gap was blasted out of its body made of cactus by the huge force. Fortunately, this level of injury is not fatal to plant soldiers. Good opportunity. Let's attack together. Seeing that the bloodthirsty rhino was severely injured, Lin Yu no longer held back and launched the strongest attack with other royals. The bloodthirsty rhino roared unwillingly, but was eventually overwhelmed by various skills and fell heavily under their joint attack. Congratulations. You have successfully killed the 10th level Lord Monster and obtained 100 million magic points. A pleasant reminder sounded, and several shining things fell next to the body of the bloodthirsty rhino, shining brightly under the sunlight. Roar. Seeing the death of the lord of the tribe, the remaining ordinary rhinos also lost their fighting spirit and turned around and ran away, fleeing to the depths of the wilderness in a panic. In a blink of an eye, the aggressive rhino army completely disintegrated and collapsed without attack. Okay, come back. Lin Yu did not let the troops continue to chase them, because if the rhino tribe is preserved, it will not take long for a new leader or even a lord to be born. In addition, the closer to the depths of the wilderness, the stronger the monsters are. Before you recover, it is better not to rush in rashly, so as not to encounter any unexpected dangers. After recalling all the troops and letting them treat the wounded, Lin Yu went straight to the corpse of the bloodthirsty rhino, picked up all the dropped items, and began to count them. For an S-level Lord Monster, the number of rule fragments that exploded was fixed at 8, which was equivalent to 32 points of attributes, which was definitely a considerable harvest. But what made him most happy was the treasures that exploded. As many as 3. A troop token, a national treasure, and a prop that looked like a rhino horn. Needless to say, the troop token was the 10th level bloodthirsty rhino troop. It can replenish the combat power of the king, who has just advanced to the 10th level and has not yet researched a new troop. The rhino army composed of more than 10,000 rhinos is still very terrifying. And there is also the burst skill of Bloodthirsty Fury, which should be able to sell for a good price. After putting away the token, Lin Yu couldn't wait to look at the national treasure. As a treasure dropped by an S-level Lord Monster, the level must also be S-level. If there is a territory bonus that is useful to him, it will definitely greatly increase his chances of reaching the top of the ladder, which makes him look forward to it. Pick it up and take a look, and an attribute interface pops up. National Treasure, Beast Power. Item level, S level. Territory effect. Rule power recovery speed increased by 8%. Injury recovery speed increased by 8%. National effect. Resource regeneration speed plus 77%. Faith acquisition plus 78%. Introduction. The national treasure can be used on the country in charge to obtain additional bonuses, and only one can be effective at the same time. It turned out to be the effect of restoring rule power. Lin Yu was surprised and happy. looking at the attributes of the national treasure in front of him. Isn't this the territory bonus he needs most now? As long as this national treasure is there, the rule power recovery of his troops will be accelerated, and the continuous combat capability will be greatly improved. In addition, there is a recovery speed bonus. You know, after reaching the 10th level, the self-recovery speed of the Lord and the soldiers is very fast. 8% improvement is absolutely huge. At least it can allow him to climb a few more levels in the ladder trial, which will be of great benefit to his subsequent journey to the top. And this national treasure is worthy of being S level. And the resource regeneration and faith acquisition have directly reached nearly 80%, which is enough to make many principality kings unmatched. It is estimated that after replacing this national treasure, the daily output of faith in his principality should be able to exceed 20,000, which is also a significant improvement. Good stuff, Lin Yu exclaimed, and immediately carefully put the things away, intending to replace this national treasure after returning. Then, he looked at the last thing. The prop that looks like a rhino horn. Consumables, crazy rhino horn. Grade, rare. Number of uses, 1/1. Introduction, consumable props. After use, you will get the Beast God body protection. Invincible for 5 seconds, and can resist any level of attack and abnormal status. Rare item. And it's a consumable item? Lin Yu looked at the interface in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that such a thing would appear. Being invincible for 5 seconds is nothing to him. After all, he has the peace domain of the forest sage. But the above introduction made him a little tempted. Especially the last sentence. Can resist attacks and abnormal states of any level. I wonder if it can resist the pressure from the ladder? If it can, then the value of this item is completely different. With 5 seconds, he is absolutely sure that he can cross at least 10 steps with full burst, greatly reducing the difficulty of reaching the top. Keep it for now, and try it when you have a chance. Of course, the more life-saving things like this, the better. Even if you can't resist the pressure from the ladder, it is also a very good way to save your life when the peace domain is cooling down. And it can also resist attacks of any level. In other words, he could also resist attacks from the 12th level. Although he didn't think he could escape from the Emperor in these 5 seconds, it was at least a comfort to his heart. Right? So without thinking too much, he put the things directly into his personal space. Then he stood up and came to the corpse of the bloodthirsty rhino, cut open the chest and took out the strongest sternum inside. Then returned to the team and began to collect the rhino corpses scattered everywhere. The pressure on the ladder changes according to a person's bloodthirstiness. So the bloody frenzy that inspires murderous intent cannot be used. But it does not prevent him from collecting corpses and using them as a means of explosion when encountering strong enemies in the future. Especially in a while, they may enter the strange realm of the living world, and they don't know what they will encounter. To be on the safe side, it is definitely right to make more preparations. Chapter 544 Powerful Offensive and Defensive Set. Have you heard? The 11th level has reached the 970th floor, and is preparing for the final attack in the next few days. Your news is out of date. When it got dark yesterday, the Emperors had already reached the 980th floor. The same is true for other levels. It seems that they are almost at this height. Oh my god. So fast? Doesn't that mean someone will be able to reach the top in the next 2 days? As soon as Lin Yu woke up, he saw a stream of messages in the Principality channel, all discussing things related to the ladder trial. At this time, 10 days had passed since the appearance of the ladder. During these 10 days, Lin Yu had been traveling back and forth between the Principality and the monster plane, collecting materials and rule fragments for making equipment. And at the same time, he had been keeping an eye on the movements of the ladder. It was beyond his expectations. In such a short time, someone had already reached the 980th floor. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid someone will be able to successfully reach the top and enter the gate of the living world in the next 2 days. Without any hesitation, he immediately got up, washed up, and ate something. Then he teleported to the teleportation array leading to the Dwarf Kingdom and began to teleport. In the past few days, he had obtained a lot of rule fragments by killing Lord Monsters everywhere to collect materials. In addition to the output of the original universe and the Principality, he could basically get about 350 rule fragments every day. Thanks to the fact that most of the lords went to the ladder, he could monopolize the resources of those lord monsters and collect the materials needed to build equipment early. When the teleportation light came on, he clicked on the personal interface and took a look. The attributes had changed dramatically. Name, Lin Yu, Lord, basic skills, double mutation. Power of rules. Space shuttle. Rule transformation. Godhead power, all attributes plus 70%. Race talent, constitution plus 16%. Recovery speed plus 16%. Introduction, Lord attribute interface. Recording the specific strength and skills of the Lord. Unlockable for the 10th level Lord. Just as shown on the interface. All the rule fragments obtained during this period were used by Lin Yu to focus on strengthening the physical attributes. Finally, today he broke through the 85,000 level. With the blessing of 7 pieces of divine fragments and racial talents, he was close to 160,000, which was considered to be officially entering the ranks of old kings. The reason for focusing on strengthening the physical attributes was that a high physical fitness could allow him to withstand stronger pressure. Only by ensuring that he did not die under that terrifying pressure could he have the possibility of reaching the top. As for the strength attribute that affects the climbing speed, it can be forcibly improved by relying on the attack and defense conversion equipment, and burst into a sprint at the last moment. This is also the most perfect plan he can think of at present. When the light faded and he was teleported to the capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, he did not waste any more time and flashed directly into the forging furnace under the capital. Lin Yu has been to the Dwarf Kingdom many times. The 10th level and 11th level strongmen responsible for guarding the kingdom are very familiar with his aura and know his relationship with Magna. So no one came out to stop him. The sense just scanned him once, and then retracted again. "McGun? I'm here," Lin Yu shouted from a distance. Today was the day they agreed on, and it was also the time for him to come to get the equipment. And he couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Just come in. It's not like you haven't been here before." McGun's voice and a series of clanging sounds came from inside. Lin Yu didn't stop, and immediately walked into the exclusive forging room of the Dwarf King, and saw Megan, who was sweating and beating the equipment with his bare chest. On the table next to him, 3 silver-gray equipment were lying quietly, exuding an extremely heavy breath. "Here. The equipment you want is here. Take a look first to see if it fits, and I modify it if it doesn't." McGun stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, as he looked at the 3 pieces of equipment, lying on the platform was a big sword that Lin Yu used most, a pair of shoes, and a belt, which was just staggered with his Frost Spirit armor and Frost Spirit wristband. In this way, the 25% group negative effect resistance of his Frost Spirit armor and the 18% mental resistance plus life-saving effect of the Frost Spirit bracelet did not need to be replaced. The conditions for creating attack and defense conversion equipment are more difficult. I also specially added some Wind Spirit stones to it, so the effect bonus will be different from other equipment. But I can guarantee that you will like these 3 pieces of equipment, Magna said with a smile, as if showing off his confident work. Lin Yu did not hesitate and immediately went forward to check the information of the 3 pieces of equipment one by one. Equipment name, Attack and Defense Blade, set, equipment level, level 10. Feature 1, activate the blade to exchange strength and constitution attributes for 10 seconds and can be released at any time. Feature 2, attacks ignore 10% of the enemy's defense. Feature, general for each piece of divine fragment. The equipment effect is increased by 10%. Introduction, one of the offensive and defensive sets, made of a mixture of various materials, with a powerful effect of attribute conversion. Equipment name, offensive and defensive belt, set, equipment level, 10th level. Feature 1, activate the belt to swap the mental and physical attributes for 10 seconds and can be removed at any time. Feature 2, reduce the consumption of rule power by 10%. Feature, general for each piece of divine fragment. The equipment effect is increased by 10%. Introduction, one of the offensive and defensive sets, made of a mixture of various materials, with a powerful effect of attribute conversion. Equipment name, offensive and defensive boots, set, equipment level, 10th level. Feature 1, activate the boots to swap the agility and physical attributes for 10 seconds and can be removed at any time. Feature 2, increase movement speed by 10%. Feature, general for each piece of divine fragment. The equipment effect is increased by 10%. Introduction, one of the offensive and defensive sets, made of a mixture of various materials, with a powerful effect of attribute conversion. 3 attribute conversion. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. And he was even a little excited. He thought that it was just a conversion of strength and defense at most. But he didn't expect that Magna would actually make him equipment that could convert 3 attributes. No wonder he had to collect so many types of materials. It turned out to be like this. That is to say, as long as he has this set of equipment, he can exchange other attributes with physical attributes anytime and anywhere. Although it only takes 10 seconds. It is terrifying as a burst method. After all, his plant system has an additional bonus of physical fitness, which is definitely his highest attribute at present. No matter how he converts, he will not lose, and he can cancel it at any time. In addition, each piece of equipment has a passive effect of the corresponding attribute. In particular, the effect of the offensive and defensive belt to reduce the consumption of rule power surprised him the most. With the blessing of 7 pieces of divine fragments, it can reduce the consumption by 17%. In this way, he has a higher chance of reaching the top of the ladder. How is it? Not bad. Right? McGunn grinned and said. After the equipment is put on, the suit effect will be activated. You can try it now. There is also a suit effect? Lin Yu was delighted and quickly picked up the equipment and put it on. Don't say it. Every time he wore the equipment made by McGunn, it fit him very well, and he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He couldn't help but wonder if this guy secretly ran to measure the size of his body while he was sleeping in the middle of the night. Just when the 3 pieces of equipment were put on, a prompt sounded. Offensive and defensive suits are collected, and the suit attributes are activated, both offensive and defensive. Offensive and defensive suit when the attributes are converted. The physical attributes will not change. This is. Listening to the introduction of the suit effect in his mind, Lin Yu was shocked. Attribute conversion will not change the physical fitness? Doesn't that mean that he doesn't have to worry about the hidden dangers caused by low physical fitness when converting power? This is simply a perfect fill in the defects of this set of equipment. This kind of equipment can really be made by humans? How does it feel? McGunn asked. Very good. Very good. Lin Yu did not hesitate to praise. The effect of this equipment set is much better than I thought. You really helped me a lot. Hee hee. It's nothing. Don't you see who made it? McGunn said arrogantly. The equipment they made was valued by others, which was the greatest affirmation of their dwarfs. Lin Yu did not tease Megan this time, because this set of equipment really helped him a lot. After the excitement, he said, thank you for helping me make such a powerful equipment. If you have any help from me in the future, just let me know. You said that? McGunn raised his eyebrows, and a smile of success appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he slowly stretched out a finger. 10,000 tons. I want 10,000 tons of fortified food. 10,000 tons? Why don't you go and rob it? Lin Yu's breathing stagnated, and his eyes almost popped out. Then I don't care. The food you transport every month is not enough for me to eat. Some time ago, the elf high priest took away some of it. You need to add more. Or do you want to go back on what you just said? McGurn snorted. This is not a question of whether to go back on your word or not. The monthly output of my principality is only 20,000 tons. You eat up half of it at once. How can my people survive? This is absolutely not okay. Lin Yu insisted. Really not? Well, 5,000 tons should be fine. Right? The remaining half can be exchanged for soju and rice wine. McGurn seemed to know that his request was a bit too big, so he immediately lowered his request and put on a reluctant and distressed look. This guy started to learn bad things after becoming a king. Lin Yu cursed in his heart, but at the same time he found it very funny. The king of the dwarf kingdom and the ruler of the holy principality were actually bargaining for food here. If it were spread out, people would laugh their heads off. But he also knew that Magna's request was not excessive, because the cost of making these 3 sets of offensive and defensive suits alone is enough to buy tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of tons of fortified food. Even if he felt bad, he had to accept it. At worst, he could go back and spend more mana to subsidize the people under him. Anyway, he has accumulated more than 10 billion mana from taxes and killing monsters recently. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to agree. Okay. 5,000 is 5,000. I send someone to deliver it to you in a few days. Chapter 545 The Last 20 Floors. When Lin Yu returned to the territory, half an hour had passed. He called Xue Changui to briefly explain the situation, then left the principality and walked into the portal. Swish. The light lit up. and he entered the space channel. After a period of weightlessness, he finally arrived at the trial ground after many days away, and saw the lords of all walks of life traveling on the grassland at a glance. Although it was still morning, it was extremely lively, with figures gathering in groups of 3 or 2 everywhere preparing to climb the ladder. There were even many figures on the ladder. Some had just gone up, and some seemed to have stayed there all night without coming down. Do you think there will be anyone waiting to reach the top today? I think so. Didn't they say yesterday that many people were almost at the 980th floor? I also think that judging from the situation yesterday, those big guys have probably gone back to make preparations. And maybe someone can really make it up. That's hard to say. The pressure from the last 20 floors is ridiculously strong, and it may not be possible to reach it in one day. The voices of the lords kept coming from the side. Lin Yu walked on the grassland, his expression gradually becoming solemn. At this rate, I'm afraid the first person to reach the top of the ladder will appear in the next 2 days. Some people are even preparing their last resort, ready to make a last-ditch effort. And he must hurry up. After thinking about it, he didn't waste any more time, and walked up the ladder faster, and stepped onto the wide platforms in a blink of an eye. The pressure from the first 900 floors is not much of a problem for Lin Yu now. So he was very fast, crossing one platform after another, and returned to the 900th floor in less than an hour. At this time, a large number of 10th level lords from all walks of life have gathered on the platform, much more than on the first day, all preparing for the final sprint of the 100 floors. What surprised Lin Yu was that the black-eyed young man was also among them, and he looked safe and sound. Did he escape the pursuit of the emperors? Or did he stay on this ladder without leaving? In addition, the other kings seemed to have received the news, and they all looked at the black-eyed young man vigilantly, and even formed a siege. But they couldn't do it, because the pressure of the 900th floor was already quite terrifying. Once they revealed their killing intentions, the powerful pressure would definitely crush them in an instant, or even seriously injure them, not to mention killing the other party. That guy obviously saw this point, and looked fearless. He just glanced at Lin Yu when he appeared, then retracted his gaze again, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes to rest. The entire platform was unusually quiet, and no one was willing to waste a little energy to talk. Lin Yu didn't say anything. He just sat on the ground, and began to slowly recover the power of rules that had just been lost halfway, and the wound scratched by the lightning cracks with the effect of the new national treasure. Time passed quickly, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. When the sun rose to the highest point in the sky, all the lords seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding, and suddenly opened their eyes together. Even Lin Yu slowly stood up from the platform, staring firmly at the top of the ladder, and the complete godhead that was still floating quietly. Look! The people above started to move. Huh? They really moved. Come and see! Is it finally going to hit the last 100 floors? The lords from all walks of life gathered at the bottom of the ladder soon noticed the changes on the platform and exclaimed. At this time, not only in the 10th level area, but also on other levels of high-level platforms, the lords also stood up one after another, and the atmosphere of the entire ladder became tense. Let's go! Someone whispered, and all the thousands of kings finally moved, restraining their breath and slowly moving towards the next step, and began to climb. Lin Yu was in the crowd, took a deep breath, and also stepped onto the 901st platform. Boom! The overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped him. But this time, he was not as embarrassed as before. He relied on his strong physical attributes to hold on, and stepped onto the next platform step by step, a little slower than other kings. There was no way, because his strength attribute was relatively low. Although he could withstand the pressure, his leg-lifting power was not as good as other kings, so he could only follow them slowly. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came. Before he went far, a young king could not hold on, and was pressed to half-kneel on the ground. He was flushed and trembling violently, and wanted to get up again, but he was still suffocated by the terrifying pressure, and finally spurted out a mouthful of blood, and retreated to the 900th floor helplessly. Everyone looked at him, somewhat annoyed, but it was just a glance. Then, he immediately retracted his gaze, and continued to move forward, until the 920th floor. People finally began to fall one after another, and quit the competition. And this time, Lin Yu did not fail at this height again. The substantial improvement in his physical attributes allowed him to successfully break through the previous record and slowly moved forward behind the team. In this way, he slowly climbed to 930, 940, and until the 950th floor. The strong pressure finally cracked his skin, and blood seeped out, dyeing his clothes red. Looking at the others, the situation was not much better. All of them had cracked skin. Blood seeped out. Sweat dripped on their foreheads, and they looked trembling. Then, there were 2 bangs, and 2 more kings fell and had to retreat. Then, like a chain reaction, those kings with weaker strength or heavier murderous intentions began to fall one after another. Stop here, and the number of climbers also decreased sharply. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and supported himself, and did not succumb to this pressure. He flipped his palm, and a breath of life enveloped his whole body, slowly healing his injuries. The other kings were the same, and they were finally forced to use recovery methods to heal themselves, and the consumption of rule power also increased. In other words, the last 50 floors will be a competition of rule power. Whoever runs out of rule power first will be eliminated first, and can only wait until the next time. Fortunately, Lin Yu got the national treasure that restores rule power during this period, and the effect of the attack and defense belt to reduce skill consumption, and finally managed to hold on. However, his speed was still a little slow, and he was left behind by the people in front, especially the black-eyed young man and several other old kings at the front, who were left behind by 2 layers. It seems that some means are not enough. Lin Yu silently calculated in his heart that if he used the attack and defense conversion suit now, he should be able to recover before reaching the top, which would not affect his final burst. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly activated all the effects of the 3 attack and defense suits. In an instant, a reversal force surged through his body, and the 3 attributes of strength, agility and spirit were simultaneously converted with the physical attribute, soaring to more than 160,000. Then, with the bonus of the 4-leaf clover skill, he finally successfully broke through 200,000, and it was a breakthrough in all attributes. With this bonus, his overall strength was even comparable to those old kings with 9 pieces of divine fragments. He felt his whole body relax, and the pressure around him became much weaker. The surging breath immediately startled the kings in front of him, and they turned back subconsciously. However, what greeted them was Lin Yu, who was approaching quickly. After a while, he passed by them, and even reached the same height as the vanguard. So fast! Everyone was shocked. All of them were shocked by the speed shown by Lin Yu. You know, this is the last 50 floors, and the pressure is almost 600 times that of the beginning. It was extremely difficult for them to move just 1 step. But Lin Yu walked on flat ground and crossed 2 platforms at once. Isn't he afraid that he can't bear the pressure and his body will collapse? Just when they were stunned, Lin Yu's attack and defense conversion effect disappeared, and the overwhelming pressure came again, making him pause. The old kings turned their heads and looked at him in surprise. It was precisely because of Lin Yu's sudden outburst that the other kings felt the pressure, and immediately gathered their minds and tried to move forward. At this time, on the ladders of other levels, the vanguards also crossed the 950th floor one after another, and the speed gradually slowed down. Basically, they could enter the next floor every 5 minutes. When it came to the 960th floor, it took 10 minutes to move 1 floor, which looked extremely difficult. It seems that there are half as many people going up today as there were yesterday. It seems that there are indeed many more people. Are they really going to successfully reach the top? It is very likely. But I don't know who will be the first to reach the top. The first person to go up should be the emperor. But it is hard to say about other levels. It is estimated that more than 1 person will reach the top. Look! They are starting to attack the last 30 floors. A cry of surprise rang out in the crowd, interrupting the discussion of the people below. On the platform closest to the top of the ladder, after nearly 2 hours of climbing, the lords of various levels finally successfully crossed the height of the 970th floor and began to attack the last 30 floors. For a while, the atmosphere inside and outside the entire venue became tense. Everyone stopped climbing and stared at the top of the ladder. Lin Yu, who was in the vanguard, had just stepped onto the 970th floor when an overwhelming pressure swept over him. The body, which was already on the verge of collapse, suddenly had huge cracks, which were constantly repaired under the healing skills, and kept breaking. The severe pain made him frown and walk towards the next platform step by step with gritted teeth. Some kings were even more miserable, almost turning into bloody people. Even the healing skills could not catch up with the speed of the body's collapse. And finally, they could only reluctantly retreat. In just a moment, there were less than 100 kings left around, all of whom were struggling to hold on, and could only move one level with difficulty every 15 minutes. However, Lin Yu saw the light of excitement in their eyes. Obviously, each of them should have the final trump card that has not been used. It's like he has been keeping the wild roar and attack and defense conversion, waiting for the last moment to sprint. However, when they crossed the 10-layer platform with great difficulty and reached the 980th floor, the pressure around them suddenly soared, including Lin Yu. One foot just stepped on it, and was shocked and shrank back instantly. Although it was only a brief moment, they felt a threat of death. Chapter 546, All Means Are Used. Strange power. What a terrifying pressure. Not to mention Lin Yu. Even the black-eyed young man with the power of the heart was shocked and stopped before the 980th floor, and did not cross it for a long time. This is no longer just an ordinary pressure. It contains extremely aggressive rule power. If you go up rashly, you may even be in danger of death. Gulu. The kings couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their expressions were hesitant, because the rule power in their bodies is running out at this time. If they stay like this, they will eventually miss the great opportunity to reach the top. Even if Lin Yu has the national treasures and skills that can be restored by the rule power, and the consumption is reduced, there is only less than 1/3 left, so he must not stay for long. But once you go up, life and death are unpredictable. No one knows what the result will be. After hesitating, someone immediately gave up climbing to the top and retreated. But more than half of the people still looked gloomy, and they took out various props and scrolls from their personal space, ready to start the last fight. The complete godhead is mine, a white-haired old king shouted hysterically, and a colorful scroll was torn open in his hand, and a terrifying aura far beyond the 10th level lord suddenly burst out from his body. There are signs of approaching the 11th level. Lin Yu was secretly shocked, because he could feel that the old king was running out of time, and his life was coming to an end. If he couldn't get this complete godhead, he might have to forcefully upgrade to the 11th level, even if he became the upgrade food for those top 11th level lords. This was the only way to prolong his life, so he would do everything he could to fight for that complete godhead. People who have lived like this for hundreds or thousands of years would be very terrifying when they exploded. Even he could only avoid the edge. However, Lin Yu still underestimated the old king's obsession with the complete godhead. Just as the old king in front of him exploded, the other old kings were not to be outdone, and they took out precious props that they had never seen before and used them directly. In an instant, the breath on the platform surged wildly, and a terrifying power rose to the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds, shaking the heaven and earth, as if the gods had descended to the earth. Is this their final means? A young king next to him said in shock, his eyes full of horror. Those who can reach this level can basically be regarded as the pride of heaven. But when facing the deep foundation of these old kings, people still feel fear and tremble in their hearts. However, since they have chosen to stay, they will naturally not retreat. In a blink of an eye, others also used explosive means, and together with those old kings, they slowly climbed onto the next platform. This included Lin Yu. In the last 20 floors, he no longer held back, and the life curtain and the protective barrier appeared at the same time, covering himself. At the same time, the shadow of an emerald green dragon appeared behind him, spraying a strong breath of life downwards. It was the skill of the emerald dragon mother, the breath of life. As the 10th level skill of this rare soldier, the healing effect is extremely powerful, directly restoring 5% of the physical fitness per second. And at the same time, the consumption of the power of rules is also extremely huge. But now Lin Yu can no longer care so much, seeing that the top floor is close at hand. The old kings and the black-eyed young man have accelerated their speed one after another, and he did not stop, stepping forward step by step under the terrifying pressure. Crack. After 5 seconds, the protective barrier was broken, and a shield appeared on him. This was the damage to the protective barrier within 5 seconds, but it only appeared for more than 10 seconds, and then it quickly dimmed until it was completely broken. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying pressure defense, a sharp blade kept cutting on him, cutting a hideous and terrifying cut, and blood splashed out of the wound. Don't dare to be careless, and immediately activate Qin Gang's war barrier skill. A solid shield wrapped himself in it, temporarily resisting part of the pressure. Taking this opportunity, the continuous healing effect of the breath of life repaired his injuries again, allowing him to successfully climb to the next platform. In this way, various protective skills and healing skills were used alternately, and he finally managed to keep up with the vanguard and approach the 990th floor step by step. And the power of rules in his body was also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And there was a danger of exhaustion at any time. Once the power of rules was exhausted, the four-leaf clover protection could not be maintained. Then, he would definitely be crushed into meat paste by the overwhelming pressure. And there would be no possibility of resistance. There are still 15 floors. Lin Yu was covered in blood, his eyes fixed on the top. And the crazy rhino horn appeared in his hand, which he held tightly. However, before he could use it, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded at the bottom of the ladder. On the platform on the 12th step, the Dragon King, who had transformed into a golden holy dragon, rushed to the top with a surging momentum and snatched a golden token covered with lightning in the center of the platform. Then he flew straight to the gate of the living world and sank into the illusory realm at the edge of that realm. The strongest person in the Holy Light realm, the Holy Emperor, followed closely. He was seen bursting with dazzling holy light all over his body. And he also climbed to the top and entered the gate of the living world, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. At this moment, the crowd below was boiling. I didn't expect that the emperors would reach the top of the ladder so quickly. Even the lords of various realms, who were on other level platforms, and were in the final stage of the attack, were also stern. As if it was some kind of signal. One by one finally broke out the final means. And the climbing speed increased sharply. Can't wait any longer. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. And the long-preserved savage roar was directly launched. His attributes suddenly soared. And he stepped onto the 985th platform. And there were still 5 floors to go. The only 20 or so lords left on the side were not slow at all. And they went up to the same platform with him. The increasingly terrifying pressure of heaven and earth, as if it was a power that annihilated everything, madly destroyed their bodies. In a blink of an eye, several kings couldn't hold on and screamed and flew back. Even with the help of Savage Roar, Lin Yu could only barely hold on. His body kept collapsing and reorganizing. And he was in danger of collapse at any time. Wait until 30 seconds passed. He immediately activated the Doom countdown. Reset the state to 1 minute ago. And then activated Savage Roar again. 985986987. In this way, as he moved forward step by step, the 2 Savage Roars were about to disappear. And he finally succeeded in reaching the 987th floor. Only 3 floors away from 990. The other kings were not slow either. And they almost reached the platform at the same time as him. Looking at the remaining dozen people around him, Lin Yu had 2 choices in his mind. One was to gamble. Bet that the crazy rhino horn was useful in resisting coercion. Then he could burst out all his means right now. Rush to the 990th floor in an instant. And then cross the last 10 floors through the invincible time of the crazy rhino horn. The second was to rely on the offensive and defensive sets to rotate attributes. First, use the defense skills of the nut soldier to increase the physique to the limit. And then slowly climb up through the 3 pieces of equipment in turn. This will be slower. But there is a great chance to reach the top. And it is safer. But in this case, he will miss the complete godhead. Then his preparations during this period will be wasted. It seems that he can only fight. If he fails, he can continue tomorrow. Lin Yu's face condensed. And he immediately made a decision, quietly clenching the horn of the wild rhino in his hand. And at this moment, the black-eyed young man in the distance suddenly roared. And the hard phantom behind him suddenly beat rapidly, bursting with strong murderous aura. The next second, a huge chaotic beast phantom enveloped him. And it actually shook off the pressure around him. The godhead is mine. With a chuckle, he suddenly accelerated his pace and ran directly on the platform. The speed was so fast that he left the other kings behind in a blink of an eye, climbed to the 988th floor, and quickly approached the top floor. You wish. The godhead is mine. It's just a mere pressure. Break it. The kings roared. Their momentum increased again, and they used all their means to chase the black-eyed young man. Lin Yu no longer held back, and activated the hardening skill, and his physique soared by 30%. With the addition of 7 pieces of godhead fragments, he broke through the shackles of 250,000. Then he activated the effect of the three-piece attack and defense set, and converted strength, agility, and spirit into physique. With all attributes of 250,000, his strength finally reached an unprecedented level. Although it was only 10 seconds, it was like a god of war, running easily on the platform, and soon caught up with the vanguard and successfully reached the height of 990 floors. Accompanied by it, there was a vast and boundless pressure sweeping towards him. Lin Yu dared to guarantee that this pressure had definitely reached the level of the 11th level. Even his 250,000 attributes were suppressed, and his face turned pale, and his speed suddenly slowed down. Even two old kings could not hold on, and were blown away by the pressure, spitting blood and flying backwards. But even so, the rest of the people did not stop, and stepped up step by step under the pressure. The black-eyed young man and the other four old kings did not slow down at all, leaving the others far behind and heading straight for the godhead. Seeing that the attack and defense conversion effect was about to end, Lin Yu immediately took out the crazy rhino horn and used it without hesitation. Buzz! An invisible wave appeared, covering him completely. The pressure that had originally made him almost breathless also disappeared, making him feel lighter. It really worked. Lin Yu was greatly encouraged. Without the obstruction of the pressure, his speed finally returned to normal. There was a bang under his feet, and he suddenly turned into a shadow and rushed to the upper level. "Ha! The godhead is mine." The old man at the front laughed loudly, and after exhausting all means, he finally took the lead in reaching the top floor. The black-eyed youth and other kings followed closely, and their speed was not slow at all. They all rushed towards the divine power in the center of the platform. However, at this moment, a green afterimage suddenly appeared, passing by them and leaving them behind. Not good. The old man's face suddenly changed, and he wanted to stop him. But the murderous intent he inadvertently revealed made the pressure around him suddenly surge. His face turned pale, and he half knelt on the ground. As expected, you can't reveal your murderous intent on the ladder, especially in a place like the top floor. Lin Yu didn't stop. Seeing the complete divine power in front of him, his speed suddenly increased, and he stretched out his hand to grab it. "It's a pity that this divine power is mine." Unexpectedly, a calm voice suddenly sounded at this time. The black-eyed youth who had been thrown away came behind him at some point, and exuded a strange power that Lin Yu had never seen before. He even had a feeling. The level of this power is higher than the rules of the universe. Under the cover of this power, the time and space around him seemed to be frozen. When Lin Yu reacted, he found that he couldn't move. Even the kings beside him kept their postures and expressions just now, motionless, like a sculpture. What kind of power is this? Lin Yu was completely shocked. He could only watch the other party slowly walk over and put away the godhead. Then he looked at him deeply. "Originally, I couldn't use this power. Maybe you will be the one who brings changes to this world." After saying that, he walked towards the gate of the living world without looking back, and was about to enter it. At this moment, a change occurred. A rule power different from this world suddenly emerged from Lin Yu's original universe and wrapped around his body. The power that originally bound him was instantly broken, allowing him to regain his freedom. "This is..." Lin Yu was shocked. There was no time to think about it. The bottom of his feet suddenly exploded and rushed towards the other party. Chapter 547, Spirit Master. Unexpected World. The black-eyed young man, who was about to step into the gate of the living world, paused and looked at Lin Yu, who was rushing towards him in shock. That's right. It was shocking. He knew very well what the power he had just used meant to this world, and it was absolutely impossible for anyone to break free. But now Lin Yu actually broke free, and so fast. While he was shocked, a strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes, as if he was making some kind of trade-off. But Lin Yu didn't give him a chance to react. The time just stopped, and Lin Yu's explosive state was also suspended. Taking advantage of the last 3 seconds of the attack and defense conversion effect, he rushed to him in a blink of an eye, and smashed the space with a knife filled with fierce power, and fell towards him suddenly. Boom! A loud noise exploded between the two, and the terrifying power turned into a wave of air that swept around, shaking the platform violently. The black-eyed young man spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. However, he did not stabilize his body, but took a deep look at Lin Yu while flying backwards. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the complete godhead in his hand loosened and fell on the edge of the gate of the living world. and he used inertia to directly sink into the gate of the living world and disappeared. And the time stagnation on the platform also disappeared. Seeing that the attack and defense conversion was about to dissipate, the overwhelming pressure swept over. Lin Yu could not care so much, and immediately rushed up to pick up the godhead and plunged into the gate of the living world, making the kings who had regained their freedom look at each other in shock. Although they could not move just now, their consciousness remained clear. What kind of power could make so many people with strength close to the 11th level unable to move? And even the flow of space and time stopped. I am afraid that even the Emperor cannot possess this strange power? Or is it the power of that heart? What a pity. Without giving them the opportunity to think more, the terrifying pressure around them pulled them back again. Seeing that their burst state was about to end, they did not dare to stay any longer. They all used their last bit of strength to rush towards the illusory world at the end of the platform and disappeared in a blink of an eye. At the same time, on the platforms of various levels, a small number of lords also relied on various means to climb to the top of the ladder and rushed into the living world. The fear scene immediately caused an uproar among the people below, and finally saw the hope of entering the living world, and began to climb up one by one. Reincarnation Feng Yan. You violated Article 3 of the Reincarnation Treaty by using the administrator's authority without authorization. Hereby warn you. In the illusory world, a cold reminder sounded in the mind of the black-eyed young man. Nagging. Feng Yan's face turned cold, and a nonchalant voice came out of his mouth. If I don't quickly increase my power level, how can I complete the task? After speaking, he stretched out his arm, and the illusory space in front of him gradually solidified and turned into an endless barren land. Looking up, you can still see a blood moon hanging in the sky, dyeing everything below red, and a faint gray atmosphere in the air. Here, it is the living world, one of the 3 hidden realms. When he saw the surrounding environment, Feng Yan frowned, with a hint of doubt and deep surprise in his eyes. Because this living world, it seems a little different from what he imagined. No, it can even be said to be completely opposite. The legendary Garden of Eden, the life world that accommodates the lives of ordinary people in thousands of realms, is now lifeless and even dead. It's like a desolate area. On the other side, on a dark land full of rotten corpses, Lin Yu, who passed through the gate of the living world, also came to the living world, and in his hand, he still held the complete godhead that he had just taken from Feng Yan. Name, godhead, specified, grade, god level, usage level, 11th level. Introduction, after use. You can specify to obtain a complete godhead of any race. Specify to obtain. Looking at the interface in front of him, Lin Yu was very excited. I didn't expect that it was a godhood that could select a race. This is much better than the plant godhood that was eaten by the origin universe before. After he reaches the 11th level and condenses the plant godhood, he can immediately obtain godhoods other than the plant godhood for fusion, without having to risk exchanging with other 11th level lords. It's really worth the preparations he made during this period. But then again, if his origin universe hadn't suddenly exerted its strength just now, he probably wouldn't have been able to grab this godhood. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder, what exactly was the power that just emerged from his body that could break the double stagnation of time and space of that guy? I immediately calmed down and studied it, and found that the origin universe seemed to have become a little different from before. The breath of life was much stronger, and there was a strange power that seemed to be there and not there, which made him feel surprised. However, just when he was about to observe it in depth, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of prompts. Area change detected. Switching in progress. Switching successful. Current area, living world. Due to rule changes, some lord functions cannot be used. Please be careful. With the prompts ringing in his mind, Lin Yu paused and quickly withdrew from the origin universe. He glanced around and looked at the devastated, lifeless gray world in front of him with a look of surprise. Is this the legendary living world? Why does it look different from what he imagined? He believed it was the dead world pretending to be. Or was there something wrong when he was teleported here? Lin Yu couldn't believe his eyes. Before he came in, he could still feel a very strong breath of life. But after coming in, he found the opposite. Even the system reminded him that this was the living world. So he couldn't help but believe it. Did something happen? Lin Yu touched his chin, put aside the matter of the origin universe, and began to try to call up various functions. As expected, as the prompt said, Many Lord functions turn gray due to the change of rules. For example, Space Shuttle and Flying, as well as the Principality interface, Chat function, and various basic functions of the territory are all unusable. But strangely, the summoning of troops can be used. However, the number of summons has become his level number, and he can only summon 10 troops. Even his personal interface has undergone subtle changes. Name, Lin Yu, Lord, Race, Human Occupation, Spirit Master Level, Saint Rank, 7/10. There is an additional occupation information on the personal interface. There is also an additional skill Spirit Master in the basic skills. It seems that he can only summon 10 troops because of this skill. As for the occupation Spirit Master, he is still a little confused. Could it be the power system of the living world? I had heard that the power system of the living world might be different from that of the 10,000 Worlds continent. Now it seems that the lords were right. But this is also good news for Lin Yu. He was originally worried that he would not be able to use all his power after coming here, and would encounter some danger. Now he can summon 10 types of soldiers, and use the power of rules, which has greatly exceeded his expectations. At least there is no problem in protecting himself in this unfamiliar realm. After thinking about it, he directly summoned Lingxi and Wuying. Lingxi and Wuying are the most mobile soldiers among his 10 royal families. They are most suitable for reconnaissance and protection during the journey. And one of them is in the sky, and the other is on the ground. It just happens to form a perfect complement. As for the huge royal family like Qi Gang Qingtang, it is better not to summon them before exploring the surrounding environment clearly, so as not to expose their tracks. Master, the death aura here is very strong. Lingxi held the violet flower staff and circled in the air, staring at the surroundings with a serious look. And there is a strong smell of blood, Wuying said next to him. He has a cold personality, but as an assassin-type soldier, he is very sensitive to the smell of blood and immediately felt the faint smell of blood in the air. Well, I smelled it too. It seems that a battle happened here not long ago. Lin Yu glanced at the rotten corpses lying on the ground in the distance. They had been eaten by something, and only the dry bones and rotten meat were left. And there was fresh blood next to them. It seems that not much time has passed. Behind them, there is a phantom barrier formed by a colorful stream of light, connecting the two ends of the Taichu realm and the living realm. If you want to go back, you should go directly through here. It's just a little strange. The old kings who climbed to the top of the ladder with him did not appear. I don't know if they were teleported to other places. Let's go and find out the situation in front first. After saying this, Lin Yu took the lead to walk outside, while secretly alerting his surroundings. Lingxi and Wuying protected him on both sides to prevent any accidents. The place where they are now seems to be the deepest part of a plain. It is not known whether this place was originally a plain or was eroded by external forces. There is also a flat road extending out in the middle. Looking to the end of the road, a huge black shadow vaguely appeared in the eyes, and it became their primary exploration target. In this way, they walked along the road while investigating, and finally came to the vicinity of the black shadow more than half an hour later. However, when Lin Yu saw the appearance of the black shadow clearly, he was shocked and his eyes suddenly widened. Residential buildings. What appeared in front of him were rows of long-corrupted residential buildings. And on the street between the buildings, there were a large number of zombies of various shapes wandering around. This is not the point. What frightened Lin Yu the most was the shabby plaque hanging on one of the buildings. Yanqing Suburban Hotel. Yanqing. Isn't this the city where he lived before he came to this world? He even stayed in this suburban hotel once before. Chapter 548 The Cruel Truth. Here. Is this the world he was originally from? Lin Yu stared blankly at the familiar yet strange scene in front of him, feeling a little dazed for a moment. He was sure that the surrounding environment was definitely not an illusion, but a real one. But why? How could he appear here in the world he lived in? And it became like this? What a pity. He didn't even have the chance to think about it. The zombies wandering on the street found them, and rushed over with roars. Some of them even had leftover meat in their mouths, looking extremely hideous. And the one rushing in the front was a 7th level elite zombie. Name, Killer Zombie, Elite, Race, Humanoid. Level, 7th level. Mutation characteristics. Level 3 Giant Strength. Level 2 Steel Armor. Level 2 Corpse Poison. Introduction, Elite Zombie evolved from the Raider, with the most powerful strength and vitality at the same level. Known as the Destroyer of the Gene Team. Different from the monster information that Lin Yu had seen. The zombies in this world are named after suffixes such as ordinary and elite. And there is no chaos infection. But they strengthen their own attributes according to the mutation characteristics. Like this killer zombie. The strength, defense and corpse poison have all mutated and been greatly enhanced. And the huge body with high bulges is just like the mutant zombies in zombie movies. It is definitely the nightmare survivors at the beginning of the doomsday. But what surprised Lin Yu the most was the last sentence in the introduction. The destroyer of the gene team. Could it be that the power system of this world is the same as the gene enhancement in the zombie world? Be careful. Just thinking. Behind the building in the distance, a shout suddenly sounded, accompanied by a few gunshots. 5 figures rushed out of the corner, holding pistols and shooting at the killers rushing towards Lin Yu. One of them burst out with icy breath, shooting small ice cones, freezing the other zombies in place. Lin Yu stood there in astonishment, looking at the 5-man team approaching him quickly. 2 were at level 7 and 3 were at level 6. Their auras were completely different from those of the Lord. Just now, he thought they were zombies hiding in the corner. But he didn't expect them to be living people. And the power they used was very strange. They could launch long-range spell attacks at level 7. And they were also using hot weapons such as guns. What are you doing? Run away. At this moment, several people finally rushed to Lin Yu. And the middle-aged man, who looked like the leader in the team, shouted at him. At the same time, his body suddenly expanded rapidly, tearing his clothes, and punched the killer, who ignored the attack and rushed over. Ha! With a loud shout, the two collided with each other, causing a violent collision. The killer was knocked back, and the man fell back to the ground with a roll, his whole arm bloody and trembling violently. Hurry up! This killer's power has evolved to level 3. We can't deal with it. The man didn't want to fight. His body recovered, and he led the team to evacuate quickly without looking back. Lin Yu wanted to say something, but seeing the panic of these people, he shut up and followed them to escape the block. Just like that, he ran and attacked all the way. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, he successfully shook off the pursuit of the killer and the zombies, escaped to a dilapidated building, and blocked the entrance with stones. Huh? Finally, I shook it off. The woman, who looked to be in her 30s, let out a sigh of relief and fell to the ground. Just now, it was because of her ice spell that they were able to successfully shake off the zombies. It was also the 7th level combat power in the team except for the man. The remaining 3 6th level. 1 tall and 1 short. 2 men used guns and swords to provide fire support. And the other young man exuded a spiritual fluctuation. Seems to be a spiritual controller? Lin Yu silently looked at the 5 people in front of him. And the 5 people were also looking at him curiously. Brother, you look unfamiliar. I don't think I have seen you before. How come you run to such a dangerous place? The man spoke first. Then he looked at Ling Qi and Wu Ying beside Lin Yu, and said in surprise, Spirit pet? Could it be that you have awakened the spiritual controller's ability? I don't know if it's because the rules are not connected. They didn't see Lin Yu's level, nor could they feel his strength. But Lin Yu didn't care about these, but cared more about the other party's words. Superpower? It turns out that the power system of this world is really the same as the Doomsday Zombie world he is familiar with, which is mainly based on superpowers and genetic enhancement. No wonder these people can launch various attack capabilities before the 10th level. It seems that they must be superpowers. Although the attack was too weak to be seen in his eyes, it was a real means of attack. That is to say, people like him who can summon soldiers to fight are called spirit controllers here? Thinking of this, he nodded, I guess so. Thank you so much for what happened just now. Is he really a spirit controller? The thin man who was investigating the situation outside turned around and said, I heard that there are very few people who can awaken the spirit controller ability. There may not be 1 in 10,000. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Indeed. The man nodded silently with surprise in his eyes. The spirit controller itself is not strong, but it can enslave several spirit pets of the same level to help fight. It is very popular in the base. Base? What is that? Lin Yu asked subconsciously. Why? You don't even know the base? Now it was the turn of the man and his friends to be surprised. They all looked at him as if he was a monster, as if they were asking him if he was a wild man who ran out of the mountain. Lin Yu had no choice but to make up an excuse. I have been hiding in the village before. I ran out for the first time because of food shortage. So I don't know a lot of things. So that's it. The men suddenly realized. No wonder you don't even know the base. That is a survival base jointly built by all the genetic warriors and superpowers in our Yincheng. It is much safer than the village. If you don't mind, you can go back with us. We came out to collect supplies and are preparing to go back. Superpowers are very rare in Yincheng. Although from the performance just now, Lin Yu's strength is not much stronger than theirs. But it does not prevent them from making friends. After all, in this doomsday, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. In that case, then trouble you. Lin Yu is in urgent need of understanding this realm. So he will naturally not miss such an opportunity to find out information. Since there is even a base, there must be strong people in it. And then maybe he can find out about the world seed. Even if they couldn't find out, they could first understand the basic situation of this realm, so as to avoid being in the dark and not knowing what hidden dangers might be. So soon, they reached an agreement. After confirming that there was no danger around, they continued on their way and headed towards the base. Along the way, Lin Yu also collected a lot of useful information by asking around. The man's name was Lu Jun, and he and the Ice-type superpower Du Yin were husband and wife. After the two of them were promoted to the 7th level, they formed this adventure team together, collecting survival supplies from all over Yincheng and killing zombies to improve their strength. What surprised Lin Yu very much was that Lu Jun and his men were also sent to this realm 2 years ago, just like him. But the difference between their lords was that the entire city they lived in, and even the entire country, was also sent here. Then the blood moon came. The zombies broke out, and the survivors also awakened their genes and superpowers one after another, constantly strengthening their own strength to resist the invasion of zombies. And it wasn't just the old, weak, sick and disabled who were sent here. There were also many young and middle-aged people sent in. It seemed that at the beginning of the world's collapse, they were divided into 2 groups by some force. More than half of the young and middle-aged people were sent to the Wanjia continent. The remaining half, and the old and weak, were sent here, and then separated by the rules of the realm. It is enough to imagine what the final fate of those who were sent to this realm would be. Even if they did not become zombies, many of them were probably killed by zombies. After finally climbing the ladder to enter the living world, they got such a cruel result. I don't know if those people will collapse. Especially Yen Lai. If he knew that his sister might have died in the mouth of zombies, he would probably collapse completely. Or even go crazy. The belief that has always supported him will also collapse. This is not good news. If it is transmitted back to the Wanjia continent, it will definitely cause an uproar. It also made Lin Yu wonder what kind of power specially opened up such a realm that is different from the rules of the Wanjia. Is it really just to give them hope to survive? Once again, he doubted the so-called Lord God. Be careful. Someone is approaching ahead. Suddenly, the spiritual young man next to him whispered, interrupting his thoughts. Just as they were heading to the eastern outer city of Yincheng, a large off-road convoy suddenly appeared, speeding from the depths of Yincheng, with the sound of gunfire and engines. Behind the convoy, there was a large group of surging zombies, black and dense. There was even a group of elite zombies with alienated bodies, extremely fast, biting the convoy tightly. It's the 8th level mutant elite, and the team of the base alliance. The faces of several army members changed, shocked by this sudden change. The depths of Yincheng are the most densely populated places for high-level mutant zombies. This team was obviously discovered by the zombie group while searching for supplies inside, and was chased all the way out. At this time, a middle-aged man in charge of the convoy also discovered them and immediately shouted at them, "Hurry up and get in the car! The zombie wave is coming!" After saying that, he picked up a huge cannon and blasted a mutant elite zombie away. Chapter 549 Iron Fortress. Zombie Tide. Lu Jun and others were shocked. Looking into the distance, they saw a dark mass of zombies surging deep in the city, with no end in sight. They dared not think too much. They looked at each other and rushed towards the convoy. Lin Yu recalled Ling Shi and Wu Ying and followed closely behind. He had been secretly observing the convoy and the zombie tide behind, and temporarily kept his troops in place. "Come and help!" the leading man in the car shouted. And as the car sped past, he grabbed Lu Jun's arm and pulled him into the car. The others were not slow either. As if they had trained many times before, they easily jumped onto the high-speed car. Only the person who wanted to grab Lin Yu just stretched out his hand, was surprised to find that Lin Yu just jumped lightly and landed on the car easily, which attracted the attention of others in the car. But before they could think about it, The surging zombie tide behind pulled them back again. Roar! With a roar, an 8th level speed-type mutant elite zombie suddenly jumped high and fell towards the rear vehicle. The terrifying aura immediately shocked the faces of the Gene Warriors and Psychics. "Stop it!" the leading man shouted loudly. And a sturdy man suddenly appeared beside him. His whole body was quickly wrapped in a layer of silver metal. His feet exploded, and he suddenly jumped into the air and went straight to the mutant zombie. Bang! The air shook violently. The mutant zombie was knocked out by the big man's punch, and the big man used inertia to turn over and fall back to the car. The whole process was smooth, so that others couldn't help but cheer loudly. Even Lin Yu in the car was surprised. This big man was only 7th level, and he should have awakened the enhanced ability like the army, and could burst out combat power far beyond his own level in a short period of time. This is different from their lord. Even he could only judge the approximate level from the strength of the other party's breath through his powerful perception. He just observed it. There are 5 level 8s, more than 30 level 7s, and the rest are basically all level 6 in the whole team. It seems that the level 6 here is also a hurdle. This also gave him a general understanding of the strength of this side. Go to hell. Damn monster. Quick! Go to support the 10 o'clock direction. The firepower over there is a little insufficient. Be careful. Those mutant zombies are rushing up. The team shouted continuously. The gunshots were mixed with the roar of zombies, and they ran all the way in this abandoned urban area with the sound of car engines passing through a piece of dilapidated buildings. However, the zombies in the back seemed to be endless, and they kept surging. And some even climbed up the tall buildings and suddenly jumped into the team. If there were no 8-level mutants and Gene Warriors in the team to resist, I am afraid that the defense line would have been broken long ago, and the car was destroyed and people died. No. Captain, there are too many mutant zombies. If we continue like this, we will be surrounded sooner or later. At this time, a team member in charge of machine gun shooting turned back and shouted anxiously. The sound of gunfire and roars kept echoing in his ears. The fierce firepower suppressed the zombies, but it still couldn't stop their footsteps. Instead, they were getting closer and closer, and even formed a faint encirclement. It has to be done. If we can't send this batch of supplies back, what can we do to report to the Commander-in-Chief? The man shouted in a deep voice. The bullets in his gun were empty, and he immediately replaced the new magazine and continued to shoot. But his few bullets were just a drop in the bucket for the huge zombie tide in front of him. Ah! Soon, there was a scream, and several people were accidentally caught by the ankles of the zombie tentacles that rushed up and thrown out of the car. Ahai! Lu Jun shouted in shock. Among the few people who were entangled, one was his team member, the thin man who was very talkative and told Lin Yu a lot of useful information along the way. At the end of the tentacles, a giant zombie like an octopus gradually appeared, with a bloody mouth and dense tentacles dancing wildly. 9th level mutant elite. Everyone in the car changed their faces, their eyes full of fear. I didn't expect that there was such a terrifying zombie hidden in the zombie group. Damn it! How could a monster of this level appear? The team leader looked gloomy, and even the arm holding the gun was shaking slightly. 9th level mutant elite. This is no longer something they can deal with, even if they sacrifice the lives of the entire team. For a moment, everyone's face showed a desperate expression. Are they really doomed this time? Swoosh! At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. A wooden spike covered with cold air shot straight out and swept towards the zombie tide. Before everyone could react, the wooden spike suddenly pierced through the bodies of countless zombies and blasted into the body of the 9th level mutant elite. Roar! A deafening howl exploded in the zombies. The originally terrifying 9th level mutant elite turned into a huge ice sculpture, shattered into countless ice fragments, and scattered all over the ground. Silence. The whole convoy was silent. Everyone stared at the ice fragments all over the ground, and they were all stunned. All this happened too fast, so much so that they didn't react to what happened, and the 9th level mutant elite was killed instantly, and they couldn't even see where the attack came from. But after all, they had survived in this doomsday for so long, and they quickly came back to their senses. Quick! Save people! Pull him up! Amid the anxious shouts, one of the 8th level psychics burst out with his superpowers, turning into an invisible force to hold up the people who fell from the sky and quickly floated into the convoy. The strange scene immediately surprised Lin Yu in the corner. Can mental abilities be used like this? He had always thought that mental abilities could only be used to attack and disturb the enemy's mind. I didn't expect that it could be used to manipulate objects. This simply opened a new door for him. This trip to the living world was not in vain. As for the attack just now, it was naturally launched by him. Originally, he didn't plan to take action before understanding the specific strength of the Yinqing base. But Lu Jun and the others also provided him with a lot of useful information. Naturally, he couldn't just sit back and help them solve a huge threat. Otherwise, the convoy would be destroyed, and he would have to find the Yinqing base by himself, which would only waste more time. Ahai. Are you okay? When Ahai was rescued, Lu Jun and others immediately surrounded him. I'm fine. Fortunately, the attack just now killed the monster zombie. Otherwise I would really die, Ahai said with fear. Then he looked at the convoy. By the way, Captain, do you know who rescued me just now? After hearing this, Lu Jun and others also reacted and looked at the convoy, killing a 9th level mutant elite in one blow. And so casually. This is far beyond their imagination. I'm afraid that the 9th level masters in their base can't do this. But unfortunately, the speed of the attack just now was too fast. Not to mention them. Even the 8th level masters in the convoy couldn't see it clearly. And the other party's attack was so secretive, obviously not wanting them to find out. Even if they wanted to detect such a strong man, they couldn't detect it. Could it be the commander-in-chief? Du Yanyan couldn't help guessing. Impossible. Lu Jun shook his head. The commander-in-chief has to guard the base, and won't go out so easily. Who else could it be? Only the commander-in-chief in the base can do this. Right? Is there a big man hidden in the convoy that we don't know about? Several people whispered and looked around in confusion, thinking that it was the big man hidden in the convoy. But they didn't know. The team members were also shocked at this time. And they kept looking around, trying to find the person who made the move. But they were interrupted by the captain of the team. What are you doing? Keep attacking. The zombies are coming again. Everyone was shocked and reacted immediately. They set up their guns again, burst out their superpowers, and began to suppress the approaching zombies. In a blink of an eye, the whole scene fell into chaos again. Fortunately, because of the death of the 9th level mutant elite, the zombies were leaderless, and their speed slowed down a lot, which finally gave them a chance to breathe and gradually distance themselves. At this time, the captain of the team looked at Lu Jun and Lin Yu with a serious look. As the leader of the team, he knew the information of everyone in the team very well, and the ones he brought out this time were basically his trusted brothers. In other words, the person who made the move was probably hidden among the people who got on the bus halfway. He didn't know Lu Jun and the others, but as people in the same base, they all looked familiar to some extent. He just couldn't see through the young man sitting alone in the corner. That's right. He just couldn't see through him. He looked like an ordinary young man, but he exuded a sense of superiority that made him palpitate. He only had this feeling with the commander-in-chief. No! It was even stronger than the feeling the commander-in-chief gave him. Could it be him? The man looked surprised, but he hid it well, and only looked at Lin Yu with his peripheral vision. Captain! It's the base! I've seen the base! Suddenly, an excited shout sounded, interrupting his thoughts. He looked up and looked into the distance. Sure enough, on top of a huge rock wall, he saw a thick steel wall that surrounded the entire rock wall. And under the rock, a steel gate penetrated the rock wall and was surrounded by a large number of low-level zombies. Speed up. Armored vehicles. Knock those zombies away. The man didn't care about much. Stepped on the roof of the car and shouted at the convoy. The team members received the order and immediately stepped on the accelerator. With the roar of the engine, they rushed to the steel gate and knocked away all the low-level zombies that surrounded them. It was only at this time Lin Yu in the car finally saw the whole picture of the Yinqing base. It was a steel fortress built on a giant rock. Chapter 550 Corpse King. Open the gate and let them in. A loud shout came from the city wall, and the huge steel gate slowly rose with a heavy friction sound. At the same time, the bunkers on the rock wall flipped over, and the turrets stretched out one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks burst, and the shells fired directly at the zombies below. In a violent explosion, all the zombies in the front were blown away. Immediately afterwards, the loud alarm in the base sounded. A large number of genetic warriors and psychics armed with guns emerged, climbed the city wall one after another, and prepared to resist the zombie tide in the rear. Hurry! Hurry! The zombie tide broke out again. Hurry up to the city wall to support. Hold your weapons. Don't fall behind. Team 2. Follow me to the gate for support. Linyu sat in the car and heard waves of anxious shouts in his ears. The entire base was in chaos, and teams came and went, hurriedly making various defensive preparations. As soon as their convoy passed through the gate and drove into the camp, a well-equipped team rushed up and fired wildly at the zombies outside. Then, under a round of fire suppression, the steel gate fell again, and with a bang, it was inserted into the ground, completely blocking the impact of the zombies. And there were violent bangs. Under the leadership of the base team, the convoy quickly passed through the passage and drove into the base checkpoint. After several rounds of inspections and disinfection, they finally arrived inside the base and began to load and unload materials. Linyu got off the car and looked around curiously, and found that the base was actually divided into 2 floors. The lower floor was built in a hollowed-out rock wall, supported by steel frames, and level with the horizon. The upper floor was built on the top of the rock and connected by elevators. In this way, even if the lower floor was invaded by zombies, their way up could be blocked to protect the upper base. If he guessed correctly, this place should have been transformed from the former Yanqing military base, because it is located in the suburbs and is a military stronghold. Even Linyu had never entered this area at first, but just watched from afar. Unexpectedly, it has now become a post-apocalyptic survival base for people. Okay, now we are out of danger for the time being. You can follow me to the upper area. At this time, the team leader Su Jian came over with a team and said to Linyu and Lu Jun. His eyes kept falling on Linyu, observing secretly, but after observing for a long time, he could not see any abnormalities. So he had to give up and plan to lead the team to support the defense line. Thank you, Captain Su, Lu Jun said gratefully. If Su Jian's team had not passed by this time, they would have been drowned by the tide of corpses and swallowed up without leaving any residue. So naturally they were very grateful. Soon, Linyu followed them into the elevator beside. In a harsh steel friction, the elevator slowly rose and rose to the living area on the upper floor of the base. However, what Su Jian and Lu Jun and others never expected was that, when the elevator door opened and the light gradually came in from outside, they found that a large team was waiting outside, led by a majestic man in military uniform, standing in 2 rows at both ends. Commander-in-Chief, why are you here? Su Jian was shocked and immediately ran out of the elevator and hurried to greet him. At the same time, he wondered why the Commander-in-Chief, who was in charge of the operation of the entire base, would appear here in person. He didn't think that the scavenging team he led had such a big face that the Commander-in-Chief would come out to greet him. Did something big happen? Let's not talk about him, including the scavenging team members and Lu Jun on the side. They were also frightened by the huge scene, and hurriedly ran out of the elevator and came behind Su Jian, not daring to breathe. You know, the Commander-in-Chief is the most powerful person in the entire Yanqing base. He is also the only one who has reached the 10th level. It is difficult for them to meet such a big man at ordinary times, let alone such a close contact. Excited, the thin man in the team suddenly blushed, as if he had seen his most admired idol. Only Linyu was different. At this time, he was standing quietly in the elevator, looking at the Commander-in-Chief across the crowd, and was slightly surprised. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Commander-in-Chief nodded to Su Jian and others, and then looked at Linyu with deep eyes. His voice was low and deep, with a hint of majesty. When these words came out, everyone was even more shocked. The Commander-in-Chief appeared here, just to wait for someone, and waited for a long time? Who has such a big face that he can wait in person? Shocked, they couldn't help but look behind them following the Commander-in-Chief's gaze, but found that Linyu slowly walked out of the elevator and came to them calmly. How did you sense my breath? Linyu asked curiously. It's very simple. The rules. The Commander-in-Chief smiled calmly. The breath of the rules on you is different from this world. Are you from the world on the other side of the sky? Sky? Are you talking about the gate of the living world they came through? Linyu looked surprised. It seems that the 10th level strongman here is not as simple as he imagined, and has already mastered the power of the rules. Moreover, he also felt a breath from the other party that is not weaker than the 3 fragments of the Godhead. Although it is not quite the same as the rules of their Wanjia continent, the strength can still be distinguished, being able to rise to the 10th level in 2 years. Reaching this point is enough to show that the other party has amazing talent. However, he did not feel any malice from the other party. So he came straight to the point. Since you already know, I won't talk nonsense. I came here to inquire about something called World Seed. I wonder if you have heard of it. World Seed? World Seed? The commander-in-chief frowned and fell into deep thought. Then he seemed to think of something and raised his eyebrows slightly. I think I should know where the thing you are looking for is. If you don't mind, come to my base to discuss it in detail. He obviously also felt Lin Yu's powerful strength and directly invited Lin Yu. Do you know where it is? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Well, lead the way. He originally just wanted to ask with a try-and-see attitude. But he didn't expect that the other party actually knew, which immediately surprised him. Immediately, the two slowly left under the escort of the team and walked towards the largest building in the center of the base. Su Jian, Lu Jun and others were shocked and looked at Lin Yu's departing back in shock. They couldn't react for a while. Am I right? The commander-in-chief actually came to greet Brother Lin in person? The thin man behind Lu Jun stuttered. His eyes widened. Along the way, he talked the most to Lin Yu. He thought it was just a survival novice who was rescued by them on the road. But he didn't expect that he was a big shot that even the commander-in-chief had to pay attention to. Not to mention Su Jian and Lu Jun. They were already shocked and speechless. Then, they recalled the shocking blow that killed the 9th-level mutant elite in seconds on the road. It was probably the work of Brother Lin. Gurgle. Lu Jun swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Only then did he realize what kind of strongman he was following along the way. With the strength that Lin Yu had shown before, it would be no problem for him to wipe out the group of zombies in the suburbs. Why would they need to help? But after being shocked, they couldn't help but get excited again. Being able to accompany such a strongman that even the commander-in-chief values is enough for them to brag about it in the adventure hall of the base for a while. On the other side, led by the commander-in-chief, Lin Yu also quickly came to a heavily guarded meeting room. After signaling the entourage to leave, the commander-in-chief pointed to the chair next to him. Sit down. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Jiang Jinhua, the commander-in-chief and commander of this Yanqing base. You can call me Lao Jiang. As he said, he slowly sat on a chair beside him. Just call me Lin Yu. Lin Yu responded calmly. You just said that you know the news about the World Seed. How can you tell me? The other party brought me here. Obviously not just to build relationships, but must have his own purpose. Anyone who is not stupid can see it. Haha. Brother Lin is really quick to speak. I won't hide it anymore. After his thoughts were exposed, Jiang Jinhua was not embarrassed. He just laughed dryly and said straight to the point. I think Brother Lin has seen it when he came here. There are zombies everywhere in Yanqing. Even every once in a while, there will be a zombie tide like the current one, which threatens the safety of our Yanqing people at all times. After many investigations, I have learned that it is because a 10th level corpse king appeared in the deepest part of Yanqing. And it is it that controls these zombies. I went deep into it before and wanted to kill it, but I am ashamed that I can only repel it with my strength. If this goes on, when its strength continues to grow, the entire Yanqing base may be in danger. So you want me to help you get rid of the corpse king? Lin Yu immediately understood the other party's plan. The 10th level corpse king should be similar to the 10th level lord monster, which can command the ordinary monsters around. I didn't expect that there is one here. It seems that the rules of the two worlds have some similarities. That's right. Jiang Jinhua nodded. As long as Brother Lin is willing to join me, I am 90% sure that I can kill the corpse king, no matter what the conditions are. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. It can be seen that he really cares about the survival of the survivors below, and he actually made such a big condition directly. No need for conditions. Lin Yu shook his head gently. You just need to tell me about the World Seed. Really? Jiang Jinhua was shocked and stood up from his seat. I thought Lin Yu would ask for a lot of resources from him, but I didn't expect him to agree so easily. You know, that corpse king has troubled the Yanqing base for a long time. If he hadn't successfully upgraded to the 10th level, I'm afraid the entire Yanqing base would have been broken by the crazy corpse tide and no longer exist. He even thought about going to other cities to ask for help. But considering that the corpse king had been lurking in the depths of Yanqing, he dared not leave easily and had to stay in the base. So when he felt Lin Yu appear just now, he was surprised and happy, and immediately led people to the entrance of the base to wait, which led to what happened later. However, just when he was about to discuss with Lin Yu how to deal with the corpse king, A subordinate suddenly ran in from outside in a hurry. Commander-in-Chief, something bad has happened. Corpse King. Corpse King appeared with a large group of 9th level zombies. Chapter 551 Aegis Gang Fight. Everyone listen up. Shoot. Kill. Kill all these damn monsters. A large number of climbing zombies appeared in the south. Come and support us. In the sky. A group of zombie crows came from the sky. The entire base wall was filled with shouts and chaos. All the people with awakened genes in the base climbed up the steel wall and tried their best to stop the attack of the zombies. And below the base, countless zombies roared and surrounded them, climbing up the rock wall frantically, as if they were risking their lives. It was less than half an hour. The zombie corpses below the base had piled up into a small mountain, and the corrupt blood flowed everywhere, almost dyeing the entire rock wall black. Behind the zombie tide, a tall zombie with a steel-colored body stood proudly on the earth's slope, surrounded by a plague-like death. There were also ordinary 10th level zombies of various shapes standing on the side, staring at the direction of Yinching base with grim eyes. Is that the Corpse King? Lin Yu and Jiang Jinhua came to the top of the city wall, squinting their eyes at the tall figure surrounded by mutant zombies. At the same time, the people on the side also discovered them, and an officer immediately ran over in a hurry. Commander, the zombie tide is too fierce. Our ammunition is almost out of stock. Is it used up so quickly? Jiang Jinhua's face sank, and he looked around. At this time, many people on the city wall had been injured and retreated, including some superpowers, because of their awakened genes. Although they will not be infected by corpse poison and become zombies, their combat power will be greatly reduced in a short period of time. If they do not take the treatment quickly, they may even die. This is the first time the Yinching base has encountered such a large-scale attack, and the situation is not optimistic. It seems that God wants to capture this place in one fell swoop, Jiang Jinhua said solemnly, then turned back to look at Lin Yu. Brother Lin, next I ask you to go deep into the corpse tide with me to deal with the Corpse King. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Yu was no longer around him. Instead, there was a sudden uproar on the distant city wall. In a sky full of zombie crows, 10 huge figures suddenly appeared, with a loud dragon roar. They flew away from the steel city wall and roared towards the back of the zombie tide. At the same time, Lin Yu's voice came. Don't forget what you promised me. As soon as the words fell, the 10 emerald green dragons roared together, turning into afterimages circling in the air. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up. A terrifying giant tornado formed in the zombie tide, and a devastating hurricane roared past, engulfing all the zombies in the sky and underground, together with the 9th level mutant elites who rushed up. They were instantly crushed to pieces, and their bodies turned into blood rain and fell down. Instant kill. Whether it was a 6th level ordinary zombie or a 9th level elite zombie, all were killed instantly. In just one encounter, the endless tide of zombies was cleared, and the entire base fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the bloody scene in front of them, which was like a gallows, with a dull look on their faces, and even forgot to attack. Even Jiang Jinhua, who was also at the 10th level, was deeply shocked by the strength shown by Lin Yu. Not to mention the zombie king, who commanded the zombie tide. Seeing so many of his men being killed in an instant, it roared, and the 10th level zombies around it, and the zombie tide behind it emerged again, surrounding Lin Yu. It was not until then that Lin Yu finally saw the information of the zombie king. Name: Steel Armor Zombie King, Mutated Elite. It actually has more than 100,000 attributes. Lin Yu looked surprised. This zombie king was indeed as he imagined, and was somewhat similar to the Lord Monster. However, this level of attributes was not enough for him. Leave it to you. With a shout, he directly recalled the dragon army and summoned all 10 royal families. With a loud bang, the huge body of Qingting appeared, and he turned over and landed on a vine. The terrifying vines covering a kilometer area shocked everyone on the city wall. What kind of monster is that? Is it that person's pet? Such a big pet. I'm afraid it's almost catching up with our base. Everyone exclaimed in shock. All of them were shocked by the huge size of Qingting. It was the first time they saw such a terrifying plant. Jiang Jinhua, who wanted to go up to help, stopped his action immediately, with a look of horror. However, they didn't know. The place where the 10 royal families were located was a different scene at this time. Don't grab it. This little zombie is mine. As soon as the Mushroom Demon King appeared, He rushed towards the zombies while shouting, and mushrooms flew out of his hands, blowing all the zombies that surrounded him into ashes. Bullshit. It's mine. Kid. Go play in the mud. Tunchin refused to give in, and a huge phantom of a carnivorous plant appeared in his mouth, swallowing hundreds of zombies into his mouth, absorbing their abilities, and then spewing out a large amount of corpse poison from his mouth. How childish, Qinggang whispered, and directly started the war and trampled into the zombie group, heading straight for the zombie king. But unexpectedly, while they were arguing, the silent Wu Ying had already turned into a residual shadow and shuttled through the zombie group. And in a blink of an eye, he came to the bottom of the earth slope where the zombie king was. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than the bullet of the cannon. There was a loud bang, and a flaming bullet pierced through the space and instantly appeared in front of the zombie king. The zombie king, who was still shocked by the royal family's momentum, suddenly changed his expression, and a layer of steel color shone all over his body. Boom! Sparks exploded, and the huge body of the zombie king was blown away, and a huge hole burned out appeared on his chest. Not dead? Cannon looked at the corpse king, who stood up again, looking a little stunned. I said you were no good. The cold voice of the soul chaser came, and she seemed to have been prepared. The dream tree bloomed behind her, and the dandelion seeds fell into the zombie tide. All the zombies parasitized by the seeds suddenly had red eyes, and all turned against the corpse king and surrounded him. Even the few 10th level zombies around the corpse king were not spared, biting the corpse king and biting off pieces of rotten meat from it. The corpse king roared angrily and immediately slapped the zombies into meat paste. However, what was waiting for it was the surging royal army. Under the blessing of Qinggang's savage roar, they directly beat it up crazily and kept shouting words like "Don't fight with me." Obviously, they had no chance to take action during this period. Ling Shi, Qing Tung, and Kong Ming looked at them helplessly and did not get involved, but quietly cleared the surrounding corpse tide. The forest sage didn't like fighting, so he just stayed in the vine forest of Qingting to comprehend the rules of this world. After several rounds of inhumane group fights, the corpse king finally fell under Wu Ying's dagger with an unwilling roar. A bunch of weak chickens. The head is still mine in the end. Wu Ying retracted the dagger and stood coldly beside the corpse. He looked so arrogant that Lin Yu just needed to give him an MVP medal. It doesn't count this time. This zombie is too weak. I haven't even exerted my full strength yet, Tunchin said unhappily. That's right. It was obviously me who blew it up first. I go to the master to judge later, the Mushroom Demon King quickly responded. If you want to talk about serious injuries, I should be the first to seriously injure it. Right? Although DePeo didn't care much about this, he couldn't help but interrupt. A bunch of childish ghosts. Qinggang didn't say anything, threw a few words, and rushed back in the direction of Lin Yu. But no matter how you listen, the voice has a sour taste. Lin Yu was also amused by these funny people, seeing them arguing endlessly. He shouted, "Okay, come back." After that, he waved his hand and took them back to the origin space. Then he summoned the Emerald Dragon King and flew back to the base again. After the death of the corpse king, the remaining zombies suddenly had no leader and retreated to the depths of Yincheng like a tide, leaving only some low-level zombies without wisdom wandering around. A crisis that could destroy the entire Yincheng base was completely resolved in the midst of chatting and laughing, leaving everyone on the city wall in deep shock. It was not until Lin Yu rode the Dragon King back to the city wall that Jiang Jinhua finally came back to his senses and hurriedly came to meet him. Brother Lin, you really surprised me. His words were full of shock and horror that could not be concealed. The strength that Lin Yu just showed was several times more terrifying than he had imagined. Even if Lin Yu wanted to, he could easily destroy the entire Yincheng base without any room for resistance, which made his tone of voice become much more polite. I'm glad to have fulfilled my mission. Lin Yu smiled slightly and jumped off the back of the Emerald Dragon King. You can tell me about the World Seed, right? The reason why he came to the world of life, in addition to getting information, was to pursue the World Seed. So of course, he didn't want to waste too much time, and he would never drag his feet if he could solve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be beaten to it by others if it was too late. Of course, Jiang Jinhua couldn't help but glance at the corpse king who was dead in the distance, and then made a gesture of invitation. If you don't mind, move to the military area first, and I will tell you all the news I know about the World Seed. Okay. Lin Yu didn't say anything nonsense, put away the Emerald Dragon King, and walked down the stairs with him to discuss things in the military area below. After they left, the entire city wall was immediately filled with discussions, all of them excitedly discussing what had just happened, especially Lu Jun and others in the crowd. It took them a while to come back to their senses. Zombie King. Is he dead? The thin man said in a daze. I think so. Lu Jun reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. With just one person's strength, he repelled such a terrifying tide of zombies. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't even dare to believe it was true. At the same time, they couldn't help but get excited. They actually traveled with such a big shot. If they told others, I'm afraid few people would believe it. Chapter 552 The World About to Wither. When Lin Yu left the military base, more than an hour had passed. Thanks to Jiang Jinhua's patient explanation, he finally had a comprehensive understanding of this world of life. In general, there is actually not much difference between the world of life and their world of all races except for the different rules. If there is a difference, it should be the overall structure of the world of life. Unlike the world of all races, the world of life actually only had a very small space at the beginning of the birth of the world of all races. But as the universe continued to collapse and more people were teleported here, changes began to occur. Basically, every time a world collapses, the world of life will also open up a new space next to the place of origin to accommodate the young, old and weak in that world, and even transfer all the environments they lived in before. For example, Yinshin in front of us appeared here because of this situation. This also caused the world of life to expand outward continuously, and the spatial range continued to expand. And eventually it became so large that it was connected to the world of all races, squeezing out a spatial channel. Like the world that Lin Yu was in before, it was destroyed relatively late, only about 2 years ago. So it is at the edge of the living world, and the highest level is only level 10, the closer to the center of the realm. The earlier those people came, and the stronger they are. It can even be traced back to 10,000 years ago. The first batch of people who came have already produced many emperor-level figures, and the origin land in the center of the realm. It is called the origin land of the world by the people in the living world. If you want to find the seed of the world, there is a high possibility that it is in the origin land. On the city wall, Jiang Jinhua, who came to see him off, said to Lin Yu, Origin land? Lin Yu murmured to himself, and couldn't help but glance at the depths of the realm, and then retracted his gaze. Okay, thank you for telling me. In this way, he finally determined the goal of this trip. Without saying anything more, he said goodbye to Jiang Jinhua on the city wall. But he didn't notice that at this time. Next to a building below, a Jin team was quietly looking at them. Do you think that person looks like Lin Yu? A colleague in our company? A pretty girl whispered. How is that possible? You think too much. He is a big shot that even the commander-in-chief has to see off in person. Someone immediately retorted. That's right. You must be dazzled. You have never even looked at him before. How can you still remember his appearance? Don't look at him. Let's set off quickly. Maybe we can get more supplies while the zombie tide recedes. As they said that, several people left the building and walked towards the elevator at the entrance of the base. The girl silently looked at Lin Yu on the city wall for a while, and finally retracted her gaze, quickly followed the team's pace, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Okay, I should set off too. We will meet again if we are destined. On the city wall, after saying goodbye to Jiang Jinhua, Lin Yu did not stay any longer, and rode the Emerald Dragon King directly into the sky and flew towards the depths of Yincheng. He planned to take a look at his original residence before leaving, which was also a remembrance. So soon, he flew over the heads of the Jin teams going out below, and disappeared in an abandoned building in a blink of an eye. But unfortunately, when he arrived at the community where he lived at the beginning, the whole community had already changed beyond recognition and turned into a ruin. Is it true? Lin Yu looked down at the ruins in front of him and the familiar environment around him. His eyes calm and a little surprised. He stood there for a long time, and finally turned around and flew away from Yincheng, speeding towards the center of the realm. According to Jiang Jinhua's description, the living world is much larger than other realms. However, since it is a realm of the same level as the 10,000 realms, it is estimated that it will not be too exaggerated. With his current speed of thousands of kilometers per hour as a 10th level emerald green dragon, it should take only a few days to reach the center of the realm. The only thing that worries him is the other lords, who enter the living world through the ladder. As time goes by, more and more people will definitely enter the living world. Whether it is looking for relatives or competing for the seeds of the world, it will definitely bring huge changes to this realm. In particular, he came to a conclusion along the way. That is, the Lord who entered the gate of the living world would be teleported to the area of the world he originally belonged to. In other words, some people would be directly teleported to a place close to the center of the realm, and they would have the upper hand from the beginning. It seems that we have to hurry up. Sitting on the back of the Emerald Dragon King, Lin Yu's face was solemn. If you get the seed of the world, you can gain the power to control some of the rules of this world. Although he didn't think he could snatch such a thing from those emperors, his intuition told him that he should go and take a look. Even if he couldn't get that thing, it would be fine to explore some of the secrets behind the 10,000 worlds. Maybe in that origin place, there might be other gains in it. Thinking of this, he asked the Emerald Dragon King under him to speed up, turning into a residual shadow and flying high into the sky. After a while, Yinxing was left far behind. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After this period of precipitation, more and more lords successfully climbed the ladder to the top and passed through the gate of the living world to enter the living world. It also made the entire living world lively and chaotic. As soon as many people were teleported here, they excitedly began to look for the traces of their relatives everywhere, and some went directly to the center of the realm to inquire about the news. With more people, conflicts naturally increased. Frictions and battles began to frequently occur between the lords of the 10,000 worlds and the genetic mutants of the living world. Then they found that the individual burst strength of the genetic mutants was obviously stronger than that of the lords of the same level. The lords relied on the help of the arms to narrow the gap. But in the end, no one could do anything to anyone. And because the rules were not connected, the lords did not obtain any resources by killing the zombies here, which also shifted the attention of many people to the seeds of the world. You know, that is a world-class treasure that can make people soar to the sky. Anyone who has a little strength to cross the boundary or teleport to the center of the boundary will rush to the center of the boundary to find the location of the origin. At this time, after 3 days and 3 nights of sleepless travel, Lin Yu has also arrived near the center of the boundary. Along the way, he has crossed many areas of different races. The forests of the elves, the oceans of the sea, the insect tides of the insects, and the tribes of the beasts are all relatively common. But the living areas of rare races such as the Eldar, Behemoth, and Titan opened his eyes, as if opening the door to a new world. However, as he went deeper, danger also came. On the way, Lin Yu sensed the breath of the 11th level or above more than once. If he hadn't run fast and the other party had no intention of attacking, he might not have been able to arrive here safely. Fortunately, the imagined accident did not happen. When he crossed the last plane, a huge scene appeared in front of him. That is, Lin Yu, who was originally drowsy, suddenly widened his eyes and looked at a vast ancient tree towering into the sky in the distance. It was the first time he had seen such a huge ancient tree. It seemed to support the whole world, standing proudly between heaven and earth, and its branches and leaves were like a giant umbrella, almost covering the center of the world. On the trunk of the tree, which was like a flat ground, cities were vaguely visible, extending from the plain below to the top of the tree canopy that could not be seen clearly. The surroundings were surrounded by clouds and mist, and filled with an extremely rich breath of life. A tree is a world. This is a real world tree. In front of it, Lin Yu only felt that he was as small as an ant. Insignificant. But what surprised him was that, at this time, the world tree exuded a trace of twilight, forming 2 extremes with the breath of life around it. Just like an old man who was approaching his twilight years. Most of the leaves on the branches had withered, leaving only the top of the tree canopy barely maintaining its lushness. This is a dying world tree. Master, I can hear his painful wail. At this time, Ling Shi suddenly appeared beside Lin Yu and whispered, "It seems that he can no longer support this world." This is the first time that Ling Shi has shown a sad expression since she opened her spiritual wisdom. As if she can really feel the pain of the world tree now. Can you feel it? Lin Yu turned his head in surprise. Yes. Ling Shi nodded gently. We, the flower spirits, are the guardians of all plants, and can feel the emotions of plants. So that's it. Lin Yu's face suddenly understood. No wonder the closer he got to the center of the world, the more restless the Emerald Dragon King under him became. It was obvious that he also felt the breath of the world tree. Just thinking about it. Several figures riding flying mounts suddenly appeared and flew past him to the world tree. Lord. Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect that other lords would arrive here so quickly. He quickly said to Ling Shi beside him, "Let's go and take a look at the situation first." After that, he accelerated suddenly and followed the lords. At this moment, he was basically sure that the world tree that supported the heaven and earth was the center of the entire living world. If he wanted to find the origin, he had to go to that city to get information. And just as he and the lords were rushing to the world tree, in all directions of the living world, more and more lords began to discover this place, and rushed here from all places. Even the local genetic superpowers in the living world seemed to be summoned by something and gathered here, on the plain where the world tree was located. The figures rushing everywhere looked extremely spectacular. The world tree is dying, and a new cycle is finally about to begin. In a grand building on the crown of the world tree, a white-haired old man stood at the highest point, looking at the figures gathering from all directions, and sighed, "I wonder who will start this butcher knife that destroys everything this time." Chapter 553 Origin Conference. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! In the various districts under the world tree, teams of well-equipped genetic mutants ran on the streets, causing the entire Origin City to fall into chaos. Origin City. It is the name of the city built on the world tree. Originally, it was the place where the Guardian clan who guarded the world tree lived. Later, as the residents of the living world discovered that the resources in the Origin land were very rich, more and more elites of various races began to gather here and gradually took root. Eventually, a huge city that is now spread all over the tree and under the tree was formed. The Guardian clan also moved to the crown of the world tree, guarding the most core area, and is also the most worthy force and supreme ruler in the Origin City. But I don't know why. Early this morning, the whole city was filled with guards sent by the Guardian clan, constantly wandering on the streets. It seems to be maintaining order, and it seems to be looking for something, because many guests came from outside today. The whole Origin City became lively, and at this time, in a magnificent mansion near the crown of the world tree, a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes and with a dignified demeanor hurried to the highest point of the mansion and found the white-haired old man who was looking at the entire Origin City from the attic. "Ancestor, the guards have all been dispatched." The man bowed deeply to the old man. Only then did the old man retract his gaze and slowly turned around. "Well, you did a good job. What about those outsiders?" The old man slowly sat down next to the coffee table, and his old voice echoed in the attic. "My ancestor, everything has been settled. The elders of the tribe are communicating with those foreign emperors and have reached a peace agreement." "That's good." The old man nodded with satisfaction and coughed a few times while covering his mouth. "The opening of the sky curtain this time is crucial. We must not be careless in the slightest. Otherwise we will lose the reputation of protecting the tribe." "Yes. Also, remember to hurry up and do what I told you before." "Are you talking about the power that appeared at the edge of the realm 3 days ago?" The man looked at the old man hesitantly. "Yes." Cough cough. "Although that power only appeared for a short moment, I can feel that it has a life breath very similar to that of the world tree. Perhaps that is the turning point we have been waiting for 10,000 years." The old man's expression was extremely serious, and his terrifying aura enveloped the entire attic, causing the man with the strength of the emperor to tremble all over. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. What the ancestors meant was that the owner of that power came from the 10,000 worlds. It should be correct. Although his breath is still very weak, he already has the rudiments of the world's rules. We must find him. He will be the hope of leading our clan to revival. Do you understand? After saying that, the old man immediately coughed violently again, and his emotions seemed a little excited. The man wanted to step forward to help, but the old man stopped him with his hand. His hands paused in the air for a while, and then he clasped his hands together. "Okay. I will quickly send more people to find it." After the words fell, he did not stop and immediately turned around and left the attic. The old man silently watched his back as he left, without saying a word, and the whole attic gradually fell into a dead silence. On the other side, on a busy street in the outer city of the city of Origin, Lin Yu took Ling Shi and Wu Ying and walked slowly on the stone-paved road, admiring the local customs and listening to the nagging of a long-winded ghost next to him. "Brother Yu, look! There are people setting up a competition over there. Damn! There are titans. They look so tall. And over there. A string of words echoed in Lin Yu's ears, making his ears buzz. This person was none other than the Crown Prince of Xiongyu Empire, Li Ke, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He had just arrived at the city of origin and wanted to find a place to stay for a night to get some information. Unexpectedly, he ran into this guy when he entered the city, which surprised him. And then he became what he is now, with a follower around him. Seeing that Li Ke was chattering non-stop, he immediately interrupted him. You came here alone. Aren't you afraid that your mother will worry? My mother? Li Ke paused and turned around. Isn't she worried enough about me? She has been locking me up in the territory for a long time, saying that the war in the realm is too dangerous, and she won't let me out. She also wants me to practice fighting every day. I'm almost sick. So, you got these 5 pieces of Godhead by holding it in? Lin Yu looked at Li Ke with a strange look on his face. After not seeing each other for a few months, Li Ke has reached the 10th level like him. He even has 5 pieces of Godhead fragments. He was shocked when they first met. This Emperor Xiongyu really dotes on his only son. Not only did he keep him at home to improve his strength, he also stuffed 5 pieces of Godhead fragments into him. Thinking of how hard he had worked to save 7 pieces, Lin Yu suddenly felt that people really couldn't be compared. Brother you don't know how much I suffered to get these 5 pieces of Godhead fragments. When Li Ke heard Lin Yu mention the Godhead fragments, his face suddenly became unhappy. My mother wanted me to defeat someone stronger than me to reward me with a piece of Godhead fragment in order to let me practice combat skills and military coordination. She said that I could only go out after saving 5 pieces. That's it? Lin Yu was silent. If he was given this opportunity, he would just blow it up. He had to save 9 pieces of Godhead before going out. This guy really didn't know how to appreciate his blessings. Is this the trouble of rich people? It's really simple and unpretentious. He didn't want to pay attention to this guy anymore. Seeing that it was getting dark, he walked directly into an inn on the roadside. Hey, brother you, wait for me. Li Ke followed him, while shouting, and also walked into the inn. This inn is located on the main street leading to the World Tree. It is a relatively lively place with people coming and going, and it is very convenient to get information. Lin Yu heard that there are postmodern bars and hotels in the mechanical block next to it. But it is too far away, and he is too lazy to walk there. He even heard that there are blocks such as Beast-made custom shops in farther places. In short, everything you can think of in the other dimensional world can be found in this origin city that accommodates the lives of all races. It can be said that it is all-encompassing and comparable to their Wanjie continent. Hey, 2 guests. Are you staying in the hotel? As soon as they entered the door, the waiter who greeted the guests noticed them, and hurriedly nodded and bowed to greet them. This shout also attracted the eyes of all the people who were drinking and chatting in the hall. After a quick look at them, he took it back again. Some looked at them for a while longer, revealing a different brilliance in their eyes. How much does it cost to stay in 2 rooms for 1 night? Plus a table of food? Lin Yu asked directly, while scanning the surroundings. There were many people in the hall, looking exhausted. There were lords and local forces, who seemed to have just rushed over from other places. Their strength was basically above the 9th level. He couldn't even see the strength of some of them, but they were probably at the 11th level. Sir, a total of 220,000 magic crystals. At this time, the waiter's voice sounded, pulling his sight back. 220,000 magic crystals. Why don't you rob them? Li Ke glared. Although this amount of money was nothing to him, it was just a 1-night stay, and he had to charge so much. What's the difference between this and robbery? Lin Yu was a little surprised that magic crystals were used as currency here, which saved him the trouble of exchanging the currency of this world. Okay, 220,000 is 220,000. Lin Yu stopped Li Ke, exchanged 220,000 magic crystals from his personal space, and handed them directly to the waiter. This is also one of the few basic functions he can use at present. The waiter was obviously also worldly wise. He glanced at the magic crystals, put them into his storage space with a smile on his face, and then made a gesture of invitation. Please go in. There is an empty table. Under his leadership, the 2 quickly came to the table by the wall and sat down, waiting for the dishes to be served. Until he left, Li Ke said very unhappily, "This is too dark. The shops in the most central area of my territory dare not charge like this. No way. This is not your territory. Just bear with it." Lin Yu smiled slightly. Then he looked around and asked casually, By the way, didn't you say you came here with your mother? Why didn't you stay with her? I was busy looking for a place to stay all the way, and I didn't have time to ask him the reason. What are you doing with her? I finally got out here, so of course I have to have fun. And I heard from my mother that soon there will be an origin conference covering the entire world, which will be used to select the quota for entering the core of the world tree and contacting the world seed. It will definitely be very lively at that time, Liko said nonchalantly, and poured a cup of tea for himself and Linyu. But I don't know. After hearing his words, Linyu was shocked. What did you say just now? The quota for contacting the world seed? Yes. Just ask any local people, and they will know. Haven't you heard of it? Liko asked curiously. Just at this time, the voices of other people's discussions came from the side. The origin conference will be held soon. I must grab a spot this time. Come on. You can't just grab a spot? That's right. This is an annual event. There will definitely be many masters coming. It's not easy to grab a spot. No way. After all, it's an opportunity to get in touch with a divine object like the world seed. I have been preparing for this for a whole year. If I can get the recognition of the world seed, I will make a fortune. The hall of the inn is very wide, and basically any sound can be heard clearly. And as Liko said, many people really know the news about the world seed, which immediately surprised Linyu. No wonder even a remote place like Yanshi Base knows this news. It turns out that it is not an unknown secret. Chapter 554 7th Master. The Origin Conference. It is a conference held once a year in the city of Origin and hosted by the Guardian clan. It is specially used to select those with excellent talents of various levels to enter the core of the world tree and obtain the opportunity to be blessed by the world seed. According to legend, those who are blessed can get all kinds of powerful treasures or energy infusions. Some even directly increase their strength and reach the peak of their current level. It is definitely a grand event that all native people in the entire living world flock to. So every time at this time, powerful people or forces will cross the continent and come from all over to participate in this grand event. And the Guardian clan, as a family that has guarded the world tree for generations, is also the most powerful force in the entire living world. Among them, there are countless battle forces above the Emperor level, which is a behemoth that all native forces in the living world dare not offend easily. It is said that the ancestor of the Guardian clan is as powerful as the strongest person in the primordial realm, and is one of the 2 strongest emperors known so far. Liko sat opposite Linyu, eating the food on the table voraciously while speaking vaguely. The one in the primordial realm? Linyu's eyes shone, and he immediately thought of the terrifying old man he met in front of the ladder when the gate to the living world was just opened. With the power of one person, the emperors of all realms dared not step forward easily. I didn't expect that there would be such a level of existence in the living world. No wonder they, the emperors of all realms, have not heard of any wars since they arrived for so long. It seems that they are also afraid of the opponent's strength and did not act rashly. Otherwise, with their desire for the world seed, they would have taken action to snatch it long ago. This Guardian clan. It is indeed not simple. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future and don't mess with them. Then do you know how to participate in the Origin Conference and how to compete for the quota? Linyu asked. He has been on the road for the past 3 days. And for safety, he has tried to reduce contact with local people as much as possible. So he has not heard much useful information. Liko is different, because he was accompanied by Emperor Xiangyue. He arrived here 2 days ago. In addition to Emperor Xiangyue's warning, he can be said to be very familiar with the affairs of this realm. Although this guy is usually a bit long-winded and unreliable, he is still very useful in terms of information. Sure enough, as soon as he asked, Liko stopped and looked up. Will you participate in the conference? Just go to the various stations of the Guardian clan to register. But it seems that the rules of the conference are different every year, and you will know when you get there. Also, you have to be careful when registering. Although the people on both sides are from the same source, there is no need to fight. But after all, our appearance will take away some of their quotas. So many local people will be very hostile to us. There is also this matter? Linyu's face suddenly realized. No wonder he saw that the eyes of those genetically gifted people looking at him were a little different. So this is what happened. As if to confirm Liko's words. At this time, a commotion suddenly broke out not far away. You bastards from the 10,000 worlds. Get back to your realm. You are not welcome here. A burly man kicked a chair away and cursed at a table of lords next to him. The chair he kicked just flew towards Lin Yu and his team at a very fast speed. Before Li Ke could react, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly opened, and an invisible spiritual wave wrapped the chair, making it hover in the air. This is the result of Lin Yu's research during the 3 days of traveling. Change the attack form of spiritual skills and compress it into a more condensed spiritual power to reach the point of affecting the material level. Although it is not as good as those spiritual power users for the time being, it is more than enough to control these tables and chairs. Who do you say are bastards? Just thinking about it. The lords next to him stood up suddenly, and their auras surged wildly, and they all reached the 10th level. But even so, the big man still ignored his companion's dissuasion and slowly came to them. What? Want to fight? After he finished speaking, a fierce aura suddenly burst out from him, forcing the lords to step back half a step, their eyes full of solemnity. Enhancement system psychic? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful enhancement ability. It was even more terrifying than the lord enhancement skills. And the strength was at least increased by 50%. Is this the means of psychics? It seems that the saying that the individual strength of genetic psychics is stronger than that of lords is not groundless. Especially among the genetic psychics. There are many enhancement system psychics who can instantly burst out with strength far beyond their own level. It seems that we have to be more careful in the future. How about you stop for my sake? Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in the attic, interrupting the chaos in the hall. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a gentle middle-aged man slowly walking down the attic. He exuded a faint aura that made their faces change suddenly, including the big man who was making trouble. They all stopped immediately, with a trace of fear in their eyes. 11th level. This man was actually an 11th level strongman. 7th Master. Why are you here? The big man greeted him with a smile on his face, completely without the arrogance just now. Just like a different person. Wang Tu. It's you again. Wasn't it enough that you made trouble here last time? 7th Master looked down at the big man and said lightly. Yes. 7th Master is right. I was too impulsive. Please forgive me. 7th Master. Wang Tu nodded and said. 7th Master ignored him, but looked at the 10th level lords with a calm look. I'm so sorry to bother you guys. For my sake, how about we just let this go? As compensation, all your purchases in our store will be free of charge. Although his words sounded like a request, he sounded superior, even with a hint of unquestionable meaning, and directly ignored Lin Yu, who was affected. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was on Wang Tu's side. In fact, that Wang Tu might be related to him. This man is not simple. Lin Yu put down his chair and secretly looked at the 7th Master. How could those 10th level lords not see the ins and outs of this? But because of the other party's strength, they didn't dare to make a big deal. In the end, they could only glare at the complacent Wang Tu, and then sat back in their seats. And the waiter helped them tidy up the table. The signs of a conflict were thus nipped in the bud. After the 7th Master calmly scanned the crowd, he went back up to the attic and disappeared in a blink of an eye, leaving only the people in the hall who were talking. See, I said these guys don't like us very much. Li Ke immediately whispered. Indeed. Lin Yu nodded silently. At this rate, we will probably be targeted a lot at the Origin Conference. You know, in addition to the Anti-Alliance camp, people from the Realm Alliance also came to the living world this time. When the three forces are fighting, it may not be easy to get a place to contact the World Seed. Not to mention that it will be even more difficult when being targeted by multiple parties. There are still a few days before the Origin Conference. It seems that we have to hurry up to improve our strength. Thinking of this, Lin Yu didn't waste any more time. He quickly finished his food and went back to his room to rest according to the house number in his hand. Finally, this 3-day journey ended. How is it? Have you heard any news about the Son of Life? In the attic at the top of the inn, a man who looked somewhat similar to Master Qi sat next to the tea table and said to Master Qi, who went up to the attic. No. Master Qi came over and took a bowl of tea and drank it all. Just now I sent Wang Tu to make trouble downstairs, and secretly checked everyone's breath, but didn't find the breath you said. Are you sure that the ancestor is really looking for the whereabouts of the Son of Life? 7th brother. You don't trust me a little bit. When has my 8th brother lied to you? This is the news I got from my father with great difficulty. And this is something the ancestor personally told us. If we can do it before the eldest brother. The 2nd brother. And the third sister. We will definitely be appreciated by the ancestor. And then the position of the young patriarch is not impossible. Young patriarch. Master Chi's eyes flashed with brilliance. And his breathing became a little rapid. He held the tea bowl tightly, and slowly put it on the tea table with a firm look in his eyes. You're right. This is indeed our chance. Those guys have always relied on their age to suppress us. It's time to let them know our ability to do things. Of course. Old said with a smile. The industries in the outer city are now in our hands. Isn't it easy to find someone to get information? That's right. Then I go and arrange it for the people below. You should also hurry up to do this. It is estimated that a large number of outsiders will come from tomorrow. Don't miss any of them. Don't worry. I know what to do without Brother Chi telling me. As they said, the two got up and left the attic one after another, and went to other urban areas to give tasks to their subordinates. And the sky outside gradually darkened. No words were spoken all night. When the next morning just came, Lin Yu and Lika had finished breakfast, checked out of the room, and came to the street outside, ready to register at the Guardian Clan station. Brother Yu, look, there are many more people coming from outside. As soon as he came to the street, Lika pointed at the shadows flying in the sky and shouted. At this time, the sky and the street were full of lords and local strongmen who came from other places. There were even many forces of all sizes, forming teams and bringing the younger generation to rush over, making the entire Origin city lively. They should all come to participate in the Origin conference. Let's go and register quickly, so that there won't be too many people and we have to queue up, Lin Yu said, and rushed directly to the registration location he had inquired about yesterday. Brother Yu, wait for me. Lika retracted his gaze and followed immediately. The two walked forward, passed through the busy streets, and finally came to a wide square with people coming and going. At a glance, they saw the registration entrances set up in the center of the square, and there were several long lines. Are you still late? Lin Yu looked at the scene in front of him with a helpless look. Chapter 555, Spacetime Fairy. The Whale of the World Tree. Registration fee is 1 million magic crystals. A voice without any emotion sounded in the center of the square. After waiting for more than half an hour, Lin Yu and Lika finally successfully registered for the Origin Conference and got a conference token. 10th level number 999. Lin Yu looked at the black gold inlaid token in his hand with a surprised look on his face. I didn't expect them to come so early and line up so far back. This is only the 10th level, so you can imagine how terrifying the number of people participating in the Origin Conference is. Hee. I happen to be an integer of 1000. At this time, Lika also completed the registration and came over with the number plate, although it is a bit expensive. I heard that with this conference token, you can stay in the Life Fairy under the World Tree for free for 3 days. I have been waiting for this for a long time. Brother Yu, do you want to go and take a look together? Life Fairy? What is that? Lin Yu asked in confusion. It is a simulated battle space opened up on the World Tree. It is said that 10 days inside is only 1 day outside. It can be used to hone combat skills and skill coordination. I just happened to come across it when I was strolling in the city yesterday. There is such a place? Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this. What he lacks most now is time. The time flow rate is 1/10. 3 days is equivalent to 30 days. This news is even more exciting to him than the World Seed, because the World Seed is too far away, and there are so many Emperors and 11th level strongmen fighting for it. It has nothing to do with him no matter how he thinks about it. But the extra time is different. With his current speed of obtaining 300 faith fruits every day, he can definitely strengthen his physical attributes to the full value, and even have some left. Where is that place? He asked hurriedly. The excitement made Lika stunned for a moment. Then he immediately reacted, pointing to the towering tree in the center of the city of Origin and said, It's at the root of the World Tree. I went to take a look yesterday. It seems that it will only be open during the annual Origin Conference. You can only enter with the conference token, which is considered a reward for registration. Okay, let's go now. Lin Yu had just inquired that the Origin Conference would be opened in 3 days. Just enough for him to stay in it for 3 days. Only a fool would waste such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, the seal of the monster plane will completely collapse in a year, and he must seize any opportunity to become stronger quickly. So soon, under the guidance of Li Ke, he rode on his flying mount and flew to the central city of the City of Origin. That is, the direction of the World Tree. In the outer city of origin, flying is not prohibited. Only when you reach the core city, the area built on the World Tree, will you be prohibited from flying, because it will be regarded as a blasphemy to the World Tree by the Guardian clan. It has been flying for more than 10 minutes. The two of them finally crossed the outer city area and came to the inner city of the city of origin. After passing several majestic routes like mountains, they finally arrived above a vine platform with a crowd of people. Brother you, we're here. Liku turned around and shouted, and landed first. Lin Yu followed closely behind and landed on the square with him. It was not until then that he deeply felt the grandeur and vastness of the World Tree. Just the spreading roots were like mountains. The huge and intertwined trunks were endless, growing all the way to the vast void, and exuding a vast and boundless aura of the wild. The strong sense of oppression almost made him breathless. I can feel that he is in pain now. Ling Shi, who had been following Lin Yu, said sadly. She flew in the air for a circle, and finally landed on a huge rhizome beside her. She reached out and gently stroked it, then slowly closed her eyes, as if she was feeling something. Lin Yu was about to ask. Unexpectedly, something strange happened. The World Tree, which had been standing still, seemed to feel the comfort of Ling Shi, the flower fairy royal family, and suddenly shook gently, making a wail that resounded throughout the world. It was extremely low and extremely painful. The entire origin city, and even the entire living world trembled slightly. What's going on? Why do I seem to hear something wailing? I heard it too. It seems to be coming from the World Tree. It's the World Tree. The World Tree is wailing. Whether it was people in the outer city, the inner city, or even the core city, they all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the World Tree. I saw leaves falling from the sky, turning into wisps of life breath and falling on the vast land below. It was as if spreading his last afterglow. The emperors from all walks of life, who were resting in the tree canopy, also appeared one after another, and came outside with a look of surprise, just in time to meet the Guardian clan ancestor who walked out of the attic with a frown. Old Qin, what happened? The leading dragon emperor asked first, and also asked the doubts of the emperors. Alas, Old Qin sighed, his eyes full of helplessness. To be honest with you, this World Tree that supports the entire living world is about to reach the end of its life. He is in pain, and can no longer continue to support this world. The same words were also heard from Ling Shi under the World Tree. She slowly opened her eyes, loosened her palm that was touching the roots, and looked depressed. He just told me that this should be the last time he helps people in this world. Once he dies, this world will completely become a dead world. Wait, dead world? Hearing Ling Shi's words, Lin Yu was startled, as if he suddenly grasped some important information. Could it be that the cycle of life and death is not three separate realms as he knew it? It is a process of gradual destruction. Thinking of this, his expression became even more uncertain. But before he could think about it, Liku's voice came again. Brother you, why did you stop suddenly? The time and space ferry is about to start. A shout pulled Lin Yu back from his thoughts. And then he realized the purpose of his coming here. As for the matter of life and death, he could only slowly inquire about it later. Let's go. Go down first. And when you become stronger, there will always be a way to save him. Turning around, he comforted Ling Shi beside him. Thank you, Master. Ling Shi nodded slightly, and resumed her previous elegant and dignified kingly demeanor. Our plant family blooms for life. He has completed his mission very well, and is the pride of our family. Blooming for life? Lin Yu murmured to himself, as if he had heard this sentence somewhere before. But he didn't think about it, and directly let the Emerald Dragon King fall onto the vine platform below and join Liku. At the same time, he recalled Ling Shi and the Emerald Dragon King, and asked them to return to the origin space to rest. Brother you, look! The tree hole in front is the entrance to the time-space ferry. I heard that it leads directly to the core of the World Tree, which can make the flow of time very fast. Liku pointed to the edge of the platform, and the huge tree hole covered with a life-like curtain on the trunk of the World Tree, and said with some excitement. Obviously, he didn't dislike boring combat training as he showed, but he was used to laughing and joking. In fact, he still attached great importance to improving his strength. Lin Yu didn't think much, and immediately walked with him to the heavily guarded tree hole. And more people were around. I must improve my strength by 1 level in this time-space ferry. Haha. I also plan to improve my ability level by 1 level in there, so that I can get a spot in the Origin Conference. That's right. At least we have to defeat those outsiders. On the entire platform, most of the people are natives of the living world. And there are people from level 6 to 11. Because the rules are different. They can absorb energy through fighting to improve their own ability level. And the main source of strength for the lords in the 10,000 worlds is still the development of territory and the training of soldiers. So time compression is actually not very useful for them. After all, no matter how long it is inside, it is only 3 days outside. How much can the territory change in such a short time? Only some people who want to hone their combat awareness and cooperation with soldiers will come here. In order to avoid conflict, Lin Yu and Li Ke did not stay too long. They quickly passed through the crowd and showed the conference token to the guards, and then walked directly into the light curtain in the tree hole. Swish! The light came on. Lin Yu only felt the space twisted for a while, and immediately appeared on a vast plain. There are mountains, water and sunshine all around, just like a real world. And at the same time, several reminders sounded in my ears. Dear Lord, you have entered a special space, the space-time ferry. The time flow rate of this space is 10 times that of the outside. You can set the surrounding environment and will through the operation interface simulate any enemy for sparring. And you will not really die. The space-time ferry lasts for a total of 30 days, during which you can leave at will, and it will be regarded as giving up the opportunity to enter the space. As Li Ke said, the flow rate here is 10 times faster than outside. 3 days outside, 30 days inside. And there is also a simulated battle function, which is really amazing. And at the moment the reminder fell, the 30-day countdown also appeared above Lin Yu's visual interface. Okay, come out and practice fighting. Lin Yu didn't waste time and directly summoned all 10 royal families. With a swish, the whole plane became lively. Master, I want to challenge the opponent at the peak of the 10th level. As soon as Wu Ying appeared, he immediately took the initiative to volunteer and put forward his own ideas. Since the opening of their spiritual intelligence, their battles are no longer like ordinary soldiers who only know how to use skills in a stereotyped way. So it is also very useful for them to hone their combat skills. Master, I also want a stronger opponent, and I want to attack the strongest one. Qin Gang's heavy voice followed. Then the other royal families began to talk about the training opponents they wanted. Okay. Come one by one. I will arrange them for you. Lin Yu naturally would not refuse their eager request. He immediately called up the operation interface, arranged opponents for them according to their ideas, and allocated 10 areas for them to use as training grounds. Fortunately, the space here is large enough, so there is no need to worry about the problem of insufficient space. After arranging their training grounds, Lin Yu also came to a vacant land in the corner of the plain alone and began his 30-day hard training. Chapter 556, Coming Out of Retreat. The conference begins. Boom! A violent roar exploded in a forest of stones, shaking the air around them violently. Lin Yu was sweating profusely, standing on an open space, looking at the giant rock that was shattered into countless pieces in the distance, and the 10th level sparring dummy that was pressed underneath. Full of joy, after more than 10 days of practice, he was finally able to freely change the form of his mental power to manipulate objects for combat. If he were placed in this world today, he could be said to have taken into account the 3 major professions of spirit controller, wit power, and mental power. This is also thanks to the rich diversity of plant-based military skills. After these few days of extreme combat training, his combat awareness has also been greatly improved. Because he would not really die if he died here. He would always simulate the enemy with 9 pieces of divine fragments for sparring. Finally today, he defeated it with various means, and the burst of the attack and defense conversion suit. And it was not easy without using military units. Huh? Lin Yu let out a long breath and fell to the ground covered in blood. He felt that he had been completely hollowed out. And even if he moved a little more, he would be in danger of falling apart. This opponent with 9 pieces of divine fragments was indeed powerful. But fortunately, not long after the battle ended, a strong breath of life suddenly emerged, instantly wrapped him, and the injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the blood on his body disappeared, and he recovered to his peak state in a short while. Haha. I defeated the A-level Lord Monster. Just then, the joyful shouts of the little mushroom monster came from a distance. In a mushroom jungle that was bombed into pits, The mushroom monster king was covered in wounds, jumping and jumping on the corpse of a giant dinosaur. And his words contained a strong sense of showing off. A level lord monster is equivalent to the strength of a lord with 7 pieces of divine fragments with full attributes. You know, during this period, Lin Yu did not start to absorb the fruits of faith that he had accumulated. The average basic attribute of all the royal families was only more than 60,000. Counting the fragments of the divine body and the aura of Ling Shi, it was only 120,000. In this way, they can defeat the lord monsters with attributes of more than 160,000, which is enough to show the horror of their skills. Especially the small mushroom monster has a double explosion power blessing. Although it is only 80% of the power doubled, it is still extremely exaggerated when combined with the carpet bombing of the 10th level ancestor of 10,000 poisons. Even rare soldiers cannot have such perverted skills. As expected, in just a short while. Except for the opponent chosen by Qin Gang Wing, who was too powerful and defeated. The other royal families successfully defeated the A-level lord monsters in front of them and began to impact the S-level. Lin Yu dared to guarantee that after this retreat, he would absorb all the nearly 10,000 fruits of faith accumulated in 30 days. His royal family would have no problem fighting SS-level lord monsters alone. Even royal families like Lingxi, Qingting, Wuying, and Depeo, who have top burst capabilities, will not be at a disadvantage in a single fight with the highest SSS level. If the little mushroom monster is not so playful, he may be able to do it. It can be said that this time, the time-space fairy really gave Lin Yu a great opportunity to improve his strength. And he suddenly became confident about the upcoming Origin Conference. Okay, there is still half a month, and I will work hard to improve other aspects. That's it. After resting, Lin Yu came to the stone forest to continue to hone his combat level. In the space of the entire time-space fairy, waves of fierce fighting sounds began to sound again. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed in the outside world. After several days of preparation, the annual, highly anticipated Origin Conference finally officially opened. Early in the morning, countless strong men at all levels received the notice and set off to the direction of the World Tree. I saw that in the sky above the entire central city, huge floating platforms had been built at some point, surrounding the trunk of the World Tree. On each direction, there are also signs for level 6 to 11 to distinguish them. In each level area, there are exactly 100 platforms wrapped in transparent light curtains, with uneven heights and staggered, looking like a fighting arena. Around the edges, there are wide stands. At a glance, there is a crowd of people. All of them are powerful people from various forces, and passers-by who come to watch the excitement. Those figures riding flying mounts crisscrossed in the air, flying back and forth around the World Tree. And the shouts continued. It was like rushing to an epic event. Is the Origin Conference going to start here? Lin Yu rode the emerald green dragon in the air, looking at the spectacular scene in front of him, and couldn't help but fall into shock. When can the World Tree in his territory also have such a magnificent scene? Not daring to waste time, he immediately followed the instructions and took the conference token to enter the venue representing the 10th level. Brother Yu. Here. As soon as he passed through the entrance, Li Ke, who had been staring at the entrance, immediately found him and waved at him while shouting. It seems that this guy left the time and space ferry before him and came here so early to take a seat. Lin Yu didn't think much, circled in the air, turned over and jumped off the back of the Emerald Dragon King, and landed steadily on the stand where Li Ke was. Brother Yu, you finally came out. I thought you couldn't catch up. Li Ke hurriedly came up and said. Behind him, an elegant and dignified woman stood quietly, and a pair of quiet eyes were also silently looking at him. Emperor. Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect that the Emperor level would appear in the 10th level venue. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my mother. Mother. He is the Lin Yu I told you about. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, Li Ke reacted and immediately introduced him. Lin Yu suddenly understood what he said, and hurriedly stepped forward to bow to the woman. Meet Emperor Xiangyue. No need to be polite. Emperor Xiangyue smiled slightly, and his smile was like a plum blossom in March. Elegant and warm with a hint of mature charm. I often hear Ke mention you. Has he caused you a lot of trouble recently? As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his mother. Emperor Xiangyue obviously knows his son's virtue very well, and there is a hint of helplessness in his words. Mother, what do you think of me? Am I the kind of person who causes trouble to others casually? Li Ke was not happy with this, and immediately argued. Indeed. Li Ke has helped me a lot during this period. Lin Yu nodded silently. If it weren't for Li Ke, he would have to spend a lot of time to inquire about the news, which saved him a lot of time. See, even brother you said so. With Lin Yu's protection, Li Ke immediately raised his head, with a proud look on his face. It was as if to say that your son has matured in your eyes, and is no longer the willful guy who causes trouble everywhere. Emperor Xiangyue did not speak, but looked at him with a smile in his eyes, and at the same time secretly examined Lin Yu, slightly surprised at his heart. She knew her son's temper very well. He would never get close to someone he looked down on easily, let alone call him elder brother. In other words, he recognized Lin Yu from the bottom of his heart and admitted that Lin Yu was better than him. So he lowered his posture so much. Being able to make an emperor's son lower his posture is enough to show that Lin Yu is extraordinary. And for some reason, she actually felt a breath from Lin Yu that was very similar to the world tree in the living world. It was a breath that was higher than the core of the plant system territory, which made her a little confused. Hey, Xiangyue, you are here too. Just thinking about it. A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Emperor Xingyao, who had not seen for many days, walked slowly with Ji Xinghe and several other kings under the Xingyao Empire, which made Lin Yu's eyes light up. Why did you come here too? Emperor Xiangyue asked curiously. Anyway, we don't have to fight for the quota, so of course we came to see the performance of these little guys under our command. Aren't you the same? Emperor Xingyao glanced at Emperor Xiangyue and Li Ke beside her, and happened to see Lin Yu beside him, and his eyes suddenly glared. Stinky boy. So you are here. Where have you been these days? It took me a long time to find you. The crude and direct words made the kings of other principalities look strange. Emperor Xiangyue smiled slightly, obviously having experienced Emperor Xingya's heroic temperament. Emperor, are you looking for me? Lin Yu asked awkwardly. I have been practicing in the time and space ferry these days, and I just came out today. Time and space ferry? What use is that thing to our lord? Emperor Xingyao obviously knew about this thing, and looked disdainful. But he didn't know. Lin Yu has the means to distinguish the origin universe from the territory, which is a perfect match with the space-time ferry. By the way, have you understood the rules of the conference? I came to you just to tell you this first, so as to avoid falling into the trap and embarrassing me. Emperor Xingyao glared at Lin Yu again. It just so happens that my son has just come out of the space-time ferry, and has not heard of the rules of the conference yet. So let's talk about it together. Emperor Xiangyue interrupted. With her around, Emperor Xingyao couldn't be too rude, and he took back his hand that wanted to hit Lin Yu. Then he coughed lightly, and began to explain the rules of the conference to them. The rules of this origin conference are very simple. That is the ring battle. Each level of the area has 100 places to contact the world seeds, which need to be decided by fighting. The emperors of all walks of life are the fairness of this conference, and they supervise it. Do you see those platforms? What you have to do is to stay on them, and not get knocked down. Emperor Xingyao pointed to the platforms wrapped in light curtains in the distance and said, after each battle, regardless of winning or losing, your status will be instantly restored to full. So don't worry about dying in it. Nor do you have to worry about being exhausted by the round-robin battle. The competition lasts for 1 day, and only the 100 people who remain on the platform at the end can get a place. Another thing to note is to beware of the people from the living world and the Realm Alliance. The people from the three forces are likely to target each other. Emperor Xiangyue added on the side. The more places their forces get, the more advantageous it is for them. So naturally they don't want the people under them to be killed so quickly. And just as they were explaining the rules, the leaders of other forces were also explaining things to their subordinates, hoping to grab more places. Before the conference officially started, a strong smell of gunpowder was already in the air. The entire venue was noisy until half an hour later, when the Guardian Clan's team finally appeared. Led by several powerful emperors, they slowly walked to the highest stand, and the venue instantly became quiet. Chapter 557 The Powerful Guardian Clan. Everyone, it is an honor that you have come from far away and from all over to participate in the Origin Conference held by our Guardian Clan. The first person to walk to the stage was a tall man who looked to be in his 40s, but his actual age was unknown. Under the gaze of everyone, he began to loudly preach the rules of this Origin Conference, which was clearly heard by everyone on the scene. The rules are very simple, just as Emperor Xingyao said just now. It will be carried out in the form of a battle for the ring. Each level of the venue has 100 battle venues built in the air around the world tree. And they are separated from each other, and do not affect each other. What they have to do is to occupy one of the rings before sunset, and not be knocked down by others. The people below can choose the challenge object at will, with no limit on the number of times, but limited to the opponent. The same opponent can only be challenged once. Once defeated, they can only challenge others, unless that person is defeated and grabs a new ring again. In other words, there are tens of thousands of 10th level people competing for the 100 places. The competition is extremely fierce, and you must make a good battle plan. The above are the rules of this conference. If you have any questions, we have arranged staff in the venue, and you can ask them at any time. After spending more than 10 minutes to finish the opening and explaining the rules, the man's speech finally came to an end. He glanced around the stands and coughed lightly. I believe you all know that as long as you get a place, you can get a chance to contact the World Seed. This is the mission given to us by the World Tree to protect the clan, and it is also the honor of our clan. Therefore, I hope that all friends who come from afar will get along with each other in a friendly manner, and do not cause conflicts because of different realms. Everything is based on communication and exchange. Okay, I'm done. So I declare that the Origin Conference is officially opened. With a loud shout, the entire venue suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the light curtains on each arena began to start, lighting up with rich life brilliance. Then, a deafening cheer erupted from the stands, shaking the air around violently, and even the branches of the World Tree were swaying gently. That man is Qin, the eldest son of the Guardian Clan leader, who is responsible for hosting the 10th level conference venue. The Emperor Xingyao whispered beside him. The eldest son of the Guardian Clan leader? Then isn't he very strong? Lin Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Indeed, he is very strong. The Emperor Xingyao nodded silently. Including Qin, the second son, and the 3 daughters have all been promoted to the Emperor level within the past 100 years. Only the 10 major realms have ever seen 3 emperors in just 100 years. 3. Not to mention Lin Yu, including Li Ke and Ji Xinghe on the side. They were all shocked by the shocking news, because even in their primitive realm, only one emperor, Shen Yao, was born in the past 100 years. Even if the extra emperor quota obtained by the Tower of Fortune is counted, there are only 2. The gap is not ordinary. Now they finally understood how terrifying this Guardian clan was. No wonder even the guys from the Realm Alliance became so honest, and didn't directly take action to snatch the World Seed. But not taking action now doesn't mean they won't do it later. So what they have to do now is to do everything possible to snipe the Realm Alliance to occupy the arena, and reduce their quota. What they will face next is probably a long-lasting tug-of-war. Fortunately, he made sufficient preparations in the space-time ferry, and his strength has been greatly improved. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but calm down and clicked on the personal interface. After 30 days of accumulation in the space-time ferry, his physical attributes were finally strengthened to the full value of the 10th level. Counting the blessing of the Godhead fragments and racial talents, the physical attributes are more than 180,000. Even the spirit has reached more than 140,000. And the perception ability has been greatly improved. With the offensive and defensive suits and other burst skills, he is even sure to severely damage the enemy with 9 pieces of Godhead fragments under the 10-second burst. This is still a one-on-one situation. Of course, his biggest reliance is still the 10 royal soldiers with the same strength as him. And the basic attributes have all been strengthened to more than 80,000. Counting Link's 10% additional attribute bonus, and their own powerful skills and exclusive talents. In the last few days, they have successfully killed SS-level Lord monsters independently. Even if Zuohin and Kongming are not good at one-on-one combat, they can at least fight to a draw. I go first. Just thinking about it. A loud shout suddenly sounded. In the Living World camp, a rough man with a long-handled broadsword jumped onto one of the arenas first, making a loud rumbling sound. The crowd who were still discussing and hesitating whether to go on stage fell silent for a moment, and then immediately raised a louder wave of voices. It's Wang Tu. He actually went up first. It is said that his violent ability has been strengthened to level 10B, and his strength can be ranked among the top in the entire outer city. Does he want to occupy a stage from the beginning? The people in the living world exclaimed continuously, not expecting such a tough guy to come up right away. The 2 camps of the 10,000 worlds were surprised. Level 10B ability is equivalent to the strength of the Lord 5 pieces of divine fragments. Moreover, the strength that can be burst out by the ability users is generally stronger than that of the Lord. And the personal strength is also more terrifying. Among the kings with 5 pieces of divine fragments, those with weaker foundations really dare not go up easily, nor dare to hastily occupy other empty stages. After all, there are so many strong people on the side watching covetously, and they are not confident that they can last a day on it. Lin Yu didn't expect that the first person to go up was actually the acquaintance Wang Tu, who had caused trouble in the inn before. He remembered that the other party was very unhappy with them. Outsiders from the 10,000 worlds. As expected, as soon as Wang Tu stood still, his arrogant eyes pointed directly at the stands of the Realm Alliance and the Anti-Alliance camp, and raised his sword and pointed it forward. You trash from the 10,000 worlds. If you have the guts, come up and fight me one-on-one. If you don't dare, go back to your own realm. What an arrogant attitude. Everyone was shocked by Wang Tu's words, and the entire stand was instantly in a boiling state. Especially the lords of the 2 major camps of the 10,000 worlds. Their eyes were spitting fire, and their breath became agitated. How brave! I meet you. Immediately, an old man in a white robe jumped onto the stage where Wang Tu was, and with a wave of his hand, 10 angel soldiers appeared beside him. A holy arbitrator, 2 seraphs, 2 cherubim, 2 angels, and 3 angel judges holding the spear of judgment. All of them are rare angel-type soldiers, and they have been transformed into heroes soldiers. The lineup is extremely luxurious. On the other side, Wang Tu only has himself and a 2-handed sword. The 2 of them confronted each other across the wide arena, which also attracted the attention of the emperors, who were in charge of the stage. It's the king of the 4 prime ministers of Kanglan realm. I heard that he had obtained the 5th fragment of the godhead several years ago, and his strength can be ranked in the middle and upper among the 10th level of Kanglan realm. His. So powerful. Great. Now we can finally teach that guy a lesson. That's right. He dared to call us trash and asked us to get out. It's better to beat him into a cripple. Although everyone knew that there was a protection mechanism on the arena, and they couldn't kill the other party. But it didn't stop them from cursing, wishing that Wang Tu would die quickly. When the local forces of the opposite living world heard their curses, they also followed suit. Wang Tu, kill that ignorant old guy. Outsiders from the 10,000 worlds, go back to your own realm. Let them see the strength of our living world. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere of the entire arena was ignited by the confrontation between Wang Tu and the 4-phase king, and many young 10th level warriors began to curse and swear across the stands. The lively scene even spread through the light curtain to the 9th and 11th level venues next to it, attracting countless eyes to look here. Some even left their venues directly and ran to the 10th level venue to watch the show, making the 10th level venue the focus of the entire conference. Old man, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible, so as not to be torn apart by me later. On the ring, Wang Tu, holding a sword, looked at the 4-phase king opposite him with disdain, and the 10 angel soldiers around him. Defeat me first before you brag. The 4-phase king snorted coldly, and the power of rule surrounded him. A dazzling holy light burst out, and a shadow of an archangel holding a giant sword formed behind him. In that case, I will personally send you down. With a loud shout, Wang Tu's feet suddenly exploded, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and shot out. At the same time, his body expanded rapidly, and was gradually covered with a layer of bright red lines. The red light flashed on the lines, and in a blink of an eye, it covered his arms and the sword in his hand, and his whole body's momentum suddenly surged. Die! With a roar, 100-foot blood light suddenly slashed out, from top to bottom, making the entire arena space shake violently. Facing the terrifying sword light coming towards him, the 4-phase king's face changed drastically. As soon as he raised his arm, the Dharma world behind him exploded, blending with the holy light that erupted from the 10 heroic angels, and turned into a golden sword blade that fell down with a bang, colliding with Wang Tu's blood-colored blade in the air. Boom! The violent fluctuations exploded with the 2 people as the center. The might of the holy light and blood blended into an endless wave of air, surging out in all directions, and fiercely impacting the protective light curtain at the edge of the ring. Then, under the wide-eyed gaze of the crowd, the 4-phase king flew out from the center of the explosion like a rag, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on the ring. One of his arms was directly broken. Chapter 558. Look at others. Silence. The entire world venue was silent. Then, there was a sudden uproar and exclamation. The four-phase king, who possessed 5 pieces of divine fragments, actually lost. And he lost so thoroughly. With just one blow, he was severely injured. And even the 10 angels were defeated and turned into holy light and dissipated in the air. The strength of this Wang Tu is simply terrifying. The strength of the same level is so different. Is this the power of the strengthening ability? Such a perverted power. At this time, all the lords of the 10,000 worlds were stunned. And no one dared to continue the challenge for a while. The severely injured four-phase king recovered quickly under the protection of the arena rules. And his broken arms and arms were condensed again, and then directly teleported to the stands. Fortunately, even if he was so seriously injured, he could recover, which made everyone on the stage finally relieved. However, no one went up to occupy other vacant arenas for the time being. Instead, they all focused on the arena where Wang Tu was, planning to wait and see for a while. After all, the conference had just begun, and they still had a whole day to prepare. Didn't you shout happily just now? Why doesn't anyone dare to come up now? A bunch of cowards. Wang Tu put away his sword, looked at the camp of the lords of the 10,000 worlds with arrogant eyes, and made a provocative sound without any concealment. And the living world camp behind him. There was a burst of snickers and even boos, which made the lords of the 10,000 worlds look pale and green, and looked extremely ugly. Too arrogant. It's simply too much. Do you really think that no one can deal with him after winning a game? In their team, there are lords who are stronger than Wang Tu, such as the old king who has more than 6 pieces of divine fragments. But if lords of their level take action, it is equivalent to being at a disadvantage. And they will only be labeled as bullying the weak. If you want to suppress the arrogance of the living world, you must have someone of the same level to defeat Wang Tu, so that they can really shut up. Let me do it! Finally, a young king from the Realm Alliance team shouted and jumped onto the stage. He was quite imposing, with 5 pieces of divine fragments, and his body was extremely agile. It was obvious that he had enhanced his agility attribute to a very high level. There's a chance. The eyes of the lords lit up. From his performance just now, Wang Tu was the type who was strong but very clumsy in action. Speed-type lords had a clear advantage against him. And the young king didn't say anything nonsense. As soon as he landed on the stage, 10 rare-level Night Shadow Leopards appeared. All of them were also heroic soldiers. Looking closely, those Night Shadow Leopards had a faint black mist on them compared to ordinary Night Shadow Leopards. And their bodies were looming and uniform. It should be through the method of transforming heroes, repatriating and then transforming them again, brushing out suitable exclusive talents, so they are so uniform. Go ahead. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Wang Tu raised his sword and pointed it at the young king, his words still extremely arrogant. But the young king was obviously a calm person and was not affected by his words. After staring at Wang Tu coldly, a large area of darkness suddenly emerged from his body, covering him and the Night Shadow Leopard beside him, and spreading to the entire ring. Swish! A flash of black light. 1 man and 10 leopards disappeared directly, leaving only a rapidly spreading night, which covered half of the ring in a blink of an eye. It's the assassination skill of the Night Shadow Leopard. The night is overwhelming. No doubt. It's the strongest assassination skill of the Beast system. He actually used a killing move at the beginning. It seems that he is going to go all out. Okay. I want to see how that big fool can avoid this round of assassination. The team of the Lords of all Worlds exclaimed. And they immediately recognized the skill used by the young king and became excited. The night is overwhelming. It is known as the strongest assassination skill of the Beast system. It can forcibly change the surrounding environment, causing the enemy to fall into a state of confusion of the 5 senses, and at the same time it can hide its body. Few people of the same level dare to confront this skill head-on, not to mention this closed arena. Do you really think that this little trick can deal with me? However, what everyone did not expect was, facing the enveloping darkness, Wang Tu sneered, and instead of retreating, he plunged into the darkness, and at the same time, the red mark on his body reappeared. The surging bloody energy gathered above his head, quickly condensed into a huge blood dragon, rushed into his body fiercely, and turned into a wave of air that swept around. It appeared. Wang Tu's awakening ability. Dragon Possession. That is an ability that can only be awakened when the superpower reaches D level or above, which can at least increase the power by 50%. The guy on the opposite side is finished. He is proud enough to force Wang Tu to awaken his ability. The superpowers in the Living World camp talked about it, and began to gloat over Wang Tu's misfortune. Obviously, they also knew Wang Tu's ability very well. Superpower level 9. From F to SSS, a new ability will be awakened every 3 levels. And the higher the awakened ability, the stronger the ability. And the awakened abilities of each person are also different. For a power type enhancement superpower like Wang Tu, the awakened abilities are naturally mostly related to strength. The young king hiding in the dark night did not expect that the other party would have such a powerful means of explosion. But the arrow has to be shot. Seeing Wang Tu standing quietly in the middle of the stage, his eyes sank, and he and the 10 night shadow leopards turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated. When he appeared again, he had come behind Wang Tu, and 10 cold rays seemed to cut through the air, instantly blocking all of Wang Tu's retreat routes, and pointing directly at his throat. Found you. Wang Tu raised the corners of his mouth, without the slightest panic. Instead, with a roar, the blood-evil dragon's phantom erupted again, knocking the young king and the night shadow leopard away, and finally appeared from the darkness. Then, there was a sudden explosion under his feet, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and shot towards the young king. Die! The shocking sword light shone, and the speed of the powerful force was faster than the young king. There was only a muffled sound of puff, and the young king screamed, and the whole person was cut open by a knife in the chest, and was forcibly teleported back to the stands, and the whole field was instantly quiet. Lost? Even the speed-type lord lost? The lords of the 10,000 worlds were shocked. They didn't expect that Wang Tu looked reckless, but his strength was so strong. I'm afraid he can be ranked at the top among all the same levels. This also made the Dragon Emperor on the judging platform look unhappy. Although the loser was the person from the Realm Alliance, it represented the face of their 10,000 worlds lords. Losing one game would be fine, but losing 2 games in a row is like a slap in the face for them. Haha. Brother Long, I didn't expect that our people would win 2 games first. Thanks for letting me win. A great emperor of the Guardian clan laughed heartily, and looked at the Dragon Emperor. His words were very tactful, but anyone could hear the boasting in them. Although they said they wanted to communicate in a friendly manner at the beginning, everyone knew that it was just a polite remark. Now that the living world has won 2 games in a row, the judges on their side immediately looked proud, with undisguised smiles on their lips. The game has just begun. It's too early to say this now, the Dragon Emperor said lightly, with a deep gaze on the ring below. That's right. It's just the beginning. The great emperor smiled with narrowed eyes, and did not continue to tease. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. At this time, on the stands of the living world side, there was a cheer, and they began to shout Wang Tu's name and cheer for him. The atmosphere was completely opposite to that of the Realm Alliance and the Anti-Alliance camp. You are so proud after just winning 2 games. I am really angry. Don't we have anyone here? Bullshit. Let me meet him. Although the number of lords on the 10,000 worlds side was not as many as the natives of the living world, there were still many people with less than 5 pieces of Godhead fragments. Immediately, a tall Zerg lord walked out of the team, holding a weapon in each of his 8 arms, and suddenly jumped onto the stage with a loud bang. What a pity. In less than 3 minutes, he followed the footsteps of the 2 people in front, and was directly eliminated by Wang Tu. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen lords of various tribes came on stage one after another. As a result, all of them were eliminated without exception. Some of them could not even force out Wang Tu's awakening ability, and were kicked off the stage in less than half a minute. The entire 10,000 worlds field fell into a dead silence. So this is all you are capable of? I am so disappointed. Wang Tu, who had won many battles, became even more arrogant, and his voice was a few degrees higher than before. In that case, send out stronger people quickly. No matter how many come. Wang Tu, will take them all. You actually want to let stronger people go on stage? The faces of the lords of the 10,000 worlds suddenly darkened. If they sent out lords of a higher level, it would be tantamount to admitting that their strength was not as good as that of the living world. No matter whether they win or lose, they have already fallen behind. Even if Lin Yu and the team wanted to take action, he knew that now was not the time for him to take action. Especially at the critical moment when the conference had just begun. "Kur, you go up." Just then, Emperor Xiangyue spoke and whispered to Li Ke beside him. "Do you really want me to go up?" Li Ke's eyes lit up, and he looked eager to try. He now had 5 pieces of divine fragments, and it was just right for him to go on stage. But just now Emperor Xiangyue had been stopping him from going up, which made him thirsty and wanted to teach that arrogant guy a lesson. It was also a settlement for what happened in the inn a few days ago. "Go ahead. It's just right to test the results of your long retreat." Emperor Xiangyue smiled slightly, looking at Li Ke with a doting look. "If you can beat him, I will reward you with an extra divine fragment." "Really?" Li Ke was shocked, and his expression became even more delighted. How could he hesitate? He immediately left the team and jumped onto the stage. "Big guy, I be your opponent." A shout attracted everyone's attention, and Lin Yu in the stands was shocked by what Emperor Xiangyue had just said, and couldn't help looking at Emperor Xingyao beside him. "What are you looking at me for? I just became an emperor not long ago, and I don't have extra divine fragments to reward you." Emperor Xingyao knew Lin Yu's little thoughts, and immediately glared at him fiercely. This kid never thinks about anything all day long. He just tries to take advantage of these little benefits. I don't know who he learned this from. Chapter 559's Level Spiritual System. Li Ke, who jumped onto the stage, quickly attracted the attention of people in the stands. There were not many people who knew him on the Wanjie side, but they immediately became excited. "Brother, good job. We must beat that guy. Let the people in the living world know how powerful we are. As the saying goes, it is better to lose the battle than the battle." Although they have lost more than 10 games in a row, they cannot lose their momentum. Amidst the boos from the living world, the lords on the Wanjie side also shouted loudly, and the shouts from both sides actually shook the air above the entire venue violently. Li Ke came to the stage and looked at Wang Tu opposite him with a frivolous face. "Big guy, I think you are quite arrogant, and it's time to get off the stage." "Oh, you are quite tough, but I wonder if your strength is just as tough." Wang Tu looked disdainful, and did not take Li Ke seriously at all. "Go ahead. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." After saying that, deep red lines gradually appeared on his body, spreading from his arms to all parts of his body, and his fierce aura also increased to a very terrifying level. Li Ke's heart was heavy, although he acted very relaxed. He knew that this guy was not easy to deal with. Without any more nonsense, he waved his hand, and a faint floral fragrance spread from him. Wherever he went, a piece of green grass quickly grew. Then, a bunch of illusory peach trees rose from the ground, blooming clusters of beautiful pink peach blossoms, covering the entire venue in a blink of an eye, turning the arena into a romantic and elegant place, causing everyone on the stage to exclaim, "Peach Demon Forest." Lin Yu's eyes condensed, and he recognized Li Ke's unit at a glance. It was another rare illusion unit of the plant system, the Peach Demon Forest. This unit, like the Deep Blue Dream, has very powerful hallucinogenic skills. Moreover, unlike the offensive Deep Blue Dream, the illusion of the Peach Demon Forest is mainly psychedelic. After the 10th level, you can even change reality through illusion. For example, the damage you suffer in the illusion will be reflected back to you. Lin Yu has been looking for the token of this type of soldier, but he has never come across it until now. He didn't expect that Li Ke actually has it. It was really beyond his expectation. This time it is estimated that there will be a good show. "Humph! Playing tricks." Wang Tu snorted coldly, raised his swords in both hands slightly, and looked at the illusory peach trees around him with an arrogant face. There are also many psychics in their world. Such illusion-like methods are not uncommon. As long as the caster is found and eliminated, the illusion will naturally fall apart, especially for a strengthening psychic like him. He can destroy the venue through brute force and destroy the illusion from the root. "Come and fight me if you have the guts." Across the ring, Li Ke said with a face that deserved a beating. Looking for death, Wang Tu's feet suddenly exploded, and he flew directly through the peach forest, slashing Li Ke's face with a knife, so fast that only an unclear afterimage was left on the stage. Dang! The sound that shook the eardrums exploded on the stage. To everyone's surprise, Wang Tu's sword actually went straight through Li Ke's body, smashed to the ground, and splashed a large piece of petals. Fake? Wang Tu's face changed, and he immediately looked to the side. But he found that countless Li Ke suddenly appeared in the peach forest, moving at high speed between the peach trees, changing their shapes. Then, Those splash petals suddenly changed direction at the same time, and shot towards him with a sound of breaking through the air. Rip! Wang Tu's sleeve was cut open, and a blood mark appeared on his arm, which made him frown. Seeing more and more petals rushing in, he had to retreat quickly, waving his sword to resist, while his eyes kept scanning the surroundings, and finally locked onto a most solid phantom. Found you! With a loud shout, the terrifying blade light appeared again, splitting the phantom and the peach tree next to it in half. However, the phantom that was thought to be Liku's real body suddenly exploded into countless petals and shot towards him again. At such a close distance, Wang Tu had no time to dodge and was immediately drowned by the petals. With a scream, he was blown away with blood all over his body. Wow! The crowd in the stands was in an uproar, all shocked by Liku's methods, because they found that after the peach tree was split, it actually grew out from another place, and it was not its real body that was destroyed. What a weird army. Big guy, come and hit me. Liku's annoying voice sounded again. At the same time, tiny vines began to emerge continuously, like small snakes surrounding Wang Tu from all directions. As soon as he stood up, the vines entangled his feet and spread rapidly to his body. Get out of here! Wang Tu chopped off all the vines with a fierce blow. He was finally completely enraged by Liku's repeated provocations. His eyes were red, and a terrifying red light exploded on his body, turning into a blood-colored dragon that poured into his body, instantly raising his momentum to an unparalleled level. Then, there was an explosion under his feet, and he jumped high. With a thunderous roar, the sword condensed into a 100-foot blood light, and fell suddenly towards the center of the peach forest. Boom! The whole ring shook violently. The peach tree and the phantom at the center of the explosion were all destroyed in an instant, and even the petals that spread out were shattered into powder and dissipated in the air. Only the phantom of Liku was left flying backwards, losing balance in the air. There, Wang Tu's face sank, and the whole person suddenly rushed out and stabbed Liku in the chest with a knife. Puff! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out, and the movement on the whole field stopped. Wang Tu was about to be happy, but he found that Liku, who was pierced in the chest, had turned into his own appearance without knowing when, and a sword also appeared in front of his own chest, dyed red by blood. How could it be? Wang Tu widened his eyes and looked at Liku's real body gradually appearing in the distance. Unbelievable. He wanted to speak, but his eyes went black and he fell to the ground. After being cured by the rules of the ring, he was teleported away directly, which made all the stands quiet instantly. What happened? Someone couldn't help asking. I don't know. It happened too fast, and I didn't react. It seems that Wang Tu slaughtered Wang Tu. Wang Tu slaughtered himself. Everyone was stunned and shocked. It was the first time they saw such a strange illusion that could make their attacks affect themselves. Looking at Liku fighting alone on the ring and the peach forest that grew again, everyone felt cold all over, thinking in their hearts that they would never fight with such a person in the future. Even Lin Yu in the crowd did not expect Liku to be able to use the illusion to such a perfect level. It seems that he has improved a lot during this period of time in seclusion at home. Good. Well done. Keep being so arrogant. You rubbish from the living world. After the shock, a deafening cheer immediately broke out in the Wanjie team, and the lords, who had been holding their breath just now, started shouting. After losing so many games, they finally won back a city, which made them feel proud. As for the Realm Alliance, they were in mixed feelings, because they hoped that Wanjie could win, but they didn't want the anti-alliance camp to win, so they couldn't be happy at all. The living world was even more irritable, and they cursed out loud. Fuck. You are so proud of winning a game. A bunch of guys who have never won. Come up and fight if you have the guts. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see the real thing. At this moment, the fighting spirit between the major camps was finally completely ignited, and several lords jumped onto the empty arena and fought fiercely on the stage. However, most of the people's attention was still on the arena where Liku was, wanting to see who could eliminate him. How about I be your opponent? Suddenly, a voice as gentle as spring breeze came into everyone's ears. A young man holding a folding fan and elegant manners jumped into the sky and landed lightly on the stage where Liku was. After feeling the breath emanating from him, everyone's faces changed. Psychic power user, and a power user with a higher power level than Wang Tu. A being of this level actually lowered himself to challenge Liku? This made the lords of the anti-alliance camp frown. But before they could get angry, they heard the man said in a harmonious voice, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Wang Xian, and I am Wang Tu's elder brother. My second brother's attitude was a bit bad just now. I apologize to everyone here. I hope you don't blame me." Wang Tu's elder brother. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that guy actually had an elder brother. If this is true, the other party does have a reason to come on stage. But he still has the suspicion of bullying the weak, which is shameful. In comparison, after hearing Wang Xian's self-introduction, the living world exclaimed, "Is it him? Wang Tu's elder brother Wang Xian. Wang Xian, the genius who awakened the S-level spiritual power. No doubt about it. I met him half a month ago. And at that time, he had already awakened the third talent. The third talent. The S-level power is equivalent to the level of the Lord's 7 pieces of divine fragments. And the power will also cause a qualitative change. Awakening the third talent. You can imagine how terrifying his strength is. And what a coincidence. This is the spiritual system that collided with Li Ke. His illusion probably couldn't have much effect on Wang Xian. And his expression couldn't help but become solemn. But he didn't retreat, but took a deep breath and looked directly at Wang Xian. "Go ahead. Let me see how strong you are." "As you wish." Wang Xian smiled indifferently. Under the warm expression, there was a hint of coldness. He glanced at the peach forest around him. And then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he slowly walked towards Li Ke on the opposite side. At the same time, a terrifying mental wave suddenly erupted with him as the center, and instantly swept around. "What?" Li Ke's face changed drastically. Just as he activated the phantom ability of the peach monster forest, he felt an overwhelming force pressing towards him, pressing him to the ground, together with the peach monster soldiers around him. They were also forced out of their true bodies by this mental power, and completely dissipated in a series of wails. Chapter 560. Isn't this too bad? What a strong spiritual power. Everyone on the stage was shocked when they felt the supernatural power that Wang Xian had burst out. The strength that Li Ke had just shown was definitely obvious to all. But even so, he was still pressed to the ground by this force. So you can imagine how strong he is. As the saying goes, people in the same profession are enemies. Both of them are people who mainly use spiritual means. And the strength of their spiritual power has almost become the decisive key. Li Ke now has only 5 fragments of the Godhead, and his basic strength is weaker than that of the other party. What's more, the other party is an S-level spiritualist, whose foundation is higher than that of the Lord, and his ability to suppress him is extremely strong. Seeing Wang Xian walking towards him step by step, Li Ke's face flushed, and he struggled to get up slowly, trying to resist the other party's mental oppression. But the next second, Wang Xian, who came in front of him, opened his eyes suddenly. The pair of calm eyes suddenly turned into a pair of strange compound eyes. A huge black dragon shadow appeared behind him, looking down at Li Ke, with strange ripples in his eyes. It was the soul-devouring black dragon that came from the same source as Wang Tu's blood dragon. The two brothers, one in spirit and one in power, both awakened the dragon's bloodline ability, and their abilities were more terrifying than those of ordinary superpowers. Under this overwhelming spiritual cover, Wang Xian and Li Ke's eyes became dazed, as if they were in a fierce spiritual illusion confrontation. It can be seen from the sweat on their foreheads, especially Wang Xian. He obviously didn't expect that Li Ke, who was obviously weaker than him, could withstand his mental oppression. He frowned and gradually mobilized all the power of the soul-devouring black dragon behind him, causing the air around him to distort. Finally, Li Ke could no longer hold on, and retreated from the illusion confrontation, gasping for breath. No one knew what they experienced in the illusion, but from the performance of the two, it is obvious that Li Ke is at a disadvantage. After all, the gap in strength is too big, and they are in the same industry. "I give up." Li Ke raised his arms, and shouted 3 words that surprised everyone. He is smooth and lively, so he will not stick to the so-called face or something like that. Seeing that the situation is not good, he immediately gave up. Then, wrapped in a piece of light, he was directly teleported back to the stands, which immediately caused an uproar. Even Li Ke, who is so strong, lost. It is conceivable how terrifying Wang Xian's spiritual ability is. I am afraid that he has already approached those top spiritual masters. How is it? Are you okay? On the stands of the anti-alliance camp, as soon as Li Ke appeared, Lin Yu immediately came up to him. I'm fine. I just don't like that guy. Lika waved his hand and said with a pout. Originally I wasn't afraid of his strength. But his soul-devouring black dragon actually has the ability to devour spirits. I was not careful for a moment. And he devoured half of my spiritual power. Devouring spirits? Lin Yu was surprised. No wonder even Lika was defeated so quickly. It turned out that he had this ability to restrain the spirit system. In this case, Lika's defeat was not unfair. And just as he was thinking, Emperor Xiangyue also slowly walked over. How is it? How does it feel to lose? I usually asked you to improve your strength. But you didn't listen. Now you know you are wrong? Mom, you still have the nerve to say that. If you gave me a few more pieces of Godhead and rule fragments, would your son lose so badly? Hearing the words of Emperor Xiangyue, Lika immediately quit and complained immediately. With a bit of a child's coquettish meaning. Emperor Xiangyue was not angry because of his defeat, but smiled. I don't give you so many resources at once because I don't want you to rely too much on strength. Only by getting familiar with your own strength step by step can you maximize it. Just like the battle just now. If you are careful and don't let him devour your spirit, at least it will be no problem to tie. Instead of relying on external forces to win. What if one day your mother is gone? Who will give you this power? As a mother, Emperor Xiangyue is obviously very concerned about Lika's teachings, and does not judge right or wrong by success or failure. This is probably why she didn't directly use a lot of resources to pile Lika to the peak of the 10th level, or even the 11th level. If you just rely on strength without considering your own control of strength, upgrading to a high level will only become a resource for others to upgrade. Or a stepping stone. Oh! Lika obviously knew this truth, and responded, and his momentum suddenly deflated. But immediately, a fragment of the Godhead emitting colorful light appeared in front of him. Take it. This is the reward for your performance just now. The gentle voice of Emperor Xiangyue sounded. Lika, who had been depressed, suddenly brightened up. Thank you. Mother. He looked at Emperor Xiangyue excitedly, immediately took the fragment of the Godhead, and began to absorb it directly on the stage. The light emanating from the fragment of the Godhead immediately attracted the attention of other people nearby, and they were envious and jealous. Even Lin Yu, who was standing by, was secretly shocked inside again about the differences between people. After all, his 7 fragments of the Godhead were almost obtained by risking his life, and he really couldn't compare with the rich second generation. But he also knew that what Emperor Xiangyue said just now was right. No matter how powerful the power is, you have to be able to control it yourself. Although he paid a lot along the way, he was also growing while paying. At least better than those who could easily obtain resources. Look! Someone else is up. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded in the crowd, and everyone's attention was pulled back. On the stage where Wang Xian was, an old king with a bright face jumped up and looked at him from a distance. The old king's momentum was not bad, and he was not weaker than Wang Xian at all, and his eyes were deep, and it was obvious that he had experienced countless years, and was obviously not someone to be messed with. It seems that those masters can't hold back any longer. Ji Xinghe whispered on the side, also eager to try, as if to respond to his words. At this time, more and more people began to jump up, occupying the empty arenas one by one amid the crowd's cheers, and then began to fight fiercely for the only 100 places. Lin Yu stood on the edge of the stands, observing the battles on each stage, and did not take action immediately. After all, only those who finally occupied the arena could get a place. Going up now would only waste energy in vain, and would expose one's own methods and trump cards. It would not be too late to take action after those with weaker strength were eliminated. There were many people who held this idea. Many people with good strength did not act rashly, and all watched from the stands, and studied the methods of those powerful enemies by the way. However, what all the lords did not expect was, just when they thought the conference would develop as they expected, they gradually discovered that their people on the arena began to retreat rapidly. It's not even noon yet. Nearly 60 of the 100 rings were occupied by people from the living world, covering a large area. The remaining 40 were divided between the two camps, and the total was almost only half of the other side. The 3 forces occupied 3 directions, forming an extremely unbalanced tripod. What's going on? Why did the people from the living world occupy so many rings? There's no way. They are fighting on their home ground, and they have more people than us. And the Realm Alliance is also competing with us for the rings. We are attacking from both sides. And many people have been eliminated. Fuck. It's the Realm Alliance again. The Anti-Alliance team cursed constantly, and immediately rushed to fight for the ring. The situation on the ring at this time was extremely serious. Not only were the people from the living world robbing their rings, but even the people from the Realm Alliance were specifically targeting them, beating their people one by one. In just half a day, the Realm Alliance occupied more than 30 rings. On the other hand, there were less than 15 people left on their side, and they were squeezed into a corner by the two camps, which looked precarious. Originally, there were not many people who passed through the latter, and they were at a disadvantage in numbers when facing the native land of the living world. The Boundary Alliance intervened on the side, making their situation even worse. Haha. You foreign trash. You'd better get back to your realm. A bunch of noobs. You thought you were so strong. But this is it? We will accept your arena for now. And slowly play in that corner. Quick! Grab the remaining platforms. Don't leave any for them. Seeing that the three-legged situation was broken, the people of the living world began to shout and mock wildly. And they were so happy, and their words were vicious. The Boundary Alliance was defending the arenas they occupied, and then sent people to slowly encroach on the quota of the Anti-Alliance. If this continues, by the time the conference is about to end, the other party will have set up the game, and it will not be so easy to take the arena back. Let's do it. We can't go on like this. The old kings of the Anti-Alliance looked at each other with extremely solemn faces. If the arena is completely occupied by the other side, even if they rush to grab it in the end, they can't guarantee that they can grab it 100%. This will only end up with a complete loss. So soon, many old kings with more than 7 pieces of divine fragments came to the stage and began to grab the arena occupied by the living world and the Realm Alliance. Of course, the living world and the Realm Alliance will obviously not let them succeed so easily. They actually arranged the strongest people to guard the edge of the intersection of the two forces early on, entangled them all, and there was no way to take them down in a short time. And those who chose to challenge the arena in the other side's hinterland and successfully took it immediately became the target of public criticism and were repeatedly overturned by countless strong men. The arena was not even warmed up, and it was immediately taken away by the other side. The whole scene was in chaos. What a good trick. They actually used this method of defending the territory to exclude us. The eyes of Emperor Shengyao flashed brightly, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "It seems that we must have a few people who can hold up the banner and rush into their hinterland to attract their firepower. Otherwise our quota will only get smaller and smaller if we continue like this." Emperor Xianyu said solemnly, "Can hold up the banner?" Hearing this, Emperor Shengyao couldn't help but look at Lin Yu beside him. The scorching look in his eyes made Lin Yu feel uneasy. Isn't this not good? I am so weak and have so little godhood. If I go up, I will just be a waste of food, he said with a bitter face. Chapter 561, Action. Thoughts of all parties. Alright. Do you think I can't sense the 7 pieces of divine fragments in your body? Emperor Shengyao knew Lin Yu's tricks and interrupted him immediately. But it's true. You've only been promoted to level 10 for less than half a year. It's really a bit too difficult for you to go up. It's a pity. The emperors just discussed that they would give a piece of divine fragment to the best performers. Originally, there should be great hope of helping to change the current situation. It seems that you don't have much hope. Emperor Shengyao shrugged and sighed. Lin Yu, who had just turned around and was about to run away, froze. He turned around and immediately made a 180-degree turn, approaching Emperor Shengyao with a smile on his face. Well, I'm not that weak actually. It shouldn't be a problem to kill a few of them. Great Emperor. Look, let's talk about the fragments of the Godhead. As he said that, he rubbed his hands expectantly. His mean look immediately made Emperor Shengyao laugh. You little brat. You've been thinking about that all day long. Aren't you afraid of starving yourself to death? Hee hee. This is all because of the great Emperor's good teaching. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. If he could get this fragment of the Godhead, he would have 8 pieces, and his strength would definitely be greatly improved. At that time, even without the help of explosive means, he could fight those old kings. Obviously, the emperors didn't want the Realm Alliance to grab too many places, so they set up such a reward in private, so that those who have strength don't want to hide until the end before taking action. Okay. Hurry up. If you perform well this time, I will get you a piece no matter what. As for Lin Yu's strength, Emperor Shengyao actually only knew a little about it through perception. and didn't know how far he had reached. The reason why he was asked to go up was that among the 11 principalities under the Shengyao Empire, only the kings of Tianyong and Fatal One had 7 pieces of divine fragments. But the Shengyao Emperor knew the strength of these 2 people very well, and he could not defend the arena alone. After all, it was a new empire, and the strength and foundation were not enough. So Lin Yu, who always brought him surprises, became his final choice. This was a reward jointly organized by the emperors. Although the chance was not great, he had to try it anyway. Right? Go. I'm optimistic about your performance. The Shengyao Emperor patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, and almost patted Lin Yu to the ground. However, Lin Yu only had the divine fragment reward in his eyes at this time, and he didn't care about so much, and immediately said, "Then I go. If I perform well, don't forget my benefits." Emperor, to perform well, you naturally have to do it big. Lin Yu glanced at the 100 arenas in front of him, and his eyes were directly locked on the most central position. The central arena where the living world and the Realm Alliance were fighting fiercely. It is also the junction of the 2 camps, where the fight is most intense. Let's get started. At this time, the Dragon Emperor sitting on the judgment seat moved his lips slightly, and a sentence was silently transmitted. The emperors on the anti-alliance side in the stands below received the signal, and all smiled slightly. Then, they turned their heads, and looked at the powerful figures around them, who had been waiting for a long time. Go. It's time to let them see our methods. As the voices of the emperors fell, these figures suddenly jumped up, and headed straight for the hinterland of the territory occupied by the living world and the Realm Alliance. At the same time, those who occupied the arena in the hinterland smiled strangely, and unexpectedly jumped away at the same time, surrendered without a fight, and handed the arena to those who fell. What's going on? Why did they all give up the ring? Didn't we just tell them to occupy the ring? No. They don't seem to be ours. They are from the other side. The teams of the living world and the Realm Alliance cried out in surprise. All of them changed their expression suddenly because of this sudden change, because they found that those companions who had been occupying the ring for them all the time actually all gathered towards the anti-alliance team, and their auras also changed one after another, becoming the same as the lords of the anti-alliance camp. In a blink of an eye, the ring was replaced. Nearly half of them were replaced by their people, and they were all top-notch masters with more than 8 pieces of divine fragments. It's you? Yu Luo. A great emperor in the Realm Alliance team shouted in surprise, and immediately looked at a graceful female great emperor in the anti-alliance team. I saw that the great emperor named Yu Luo was emitting faint black silk threads, connecting the lords who retreated from the enemy's hinterland. They actually assimilated their auras with the living world and the Realm Alliance, making it difficult to distinguish. What do you mean I am not mine? Did you see what I did? Emperor Yu Luo covered her mouth and smiled charmingly, her eyes exuding a charming look that made people's hearts flutter. And the rules of the conference don't say that you can't change a person's aura. I just made my little cuties cuter. Do you want to try it too? You? The emperor who asked the question paused, and a trace of fear emerged in his eyes. This Emperor Yu Luo is not someone who can be easily provoked. Although she is not from the 10 major realms, her strength is not much weaker than that of the Dragon Emperor. She is known as a vicious woman. There were several emperors who had just been promoted from small realms, but they were killed by her, and their deaths were extremely miserable. So few people dared to provoke this crazy woman. In addition, the rules of the conference did not say that a person's aura could not be changed, and not everyone could do it, which made the Emperor of the Realm Alliance look even more ugly. But he had nothing to say. Sister Yu Luo, you are so bad. You actually deceived their feelings like this. Emperor Xiangyue came up and teased with a strange face. How can Sister Xiangyue be so bad? Yu Luo turned around and smiled at Xiangyue. They were both women among the emperors, and they often joked and exchanged information together, so they had a good relationship. Seeing the two women's drama, Emperor Xingyao beside him suddenly felt a chill and subconsciously moved away. He was very clear about Emperor Yu Luo's strength, and he didn't want to be the emperor who was played to death. Brother Long, you are really good at it. On the trial seat, representatives of the Guardian clan and the Realm Alliance looked at the Dragon Emperor beside him with deep eyes. It's just some tricks that can't be put on the stage. This doesn't violate the rules of the conference, right? The Dragon Emperor asked back with a smile. Of course. He smiled awkwardly, compared to this method of the anti-alliance camp. Their actions of focusing on outsiders in one place are also taking advantage of loopholes in the rules. They are just the same. There is nothing to say, as long as it does not directly affect the result of the battle. It is within the scope allowed by the rules. This is a game between the people below and the emperors. They are all working hard to get more places for themselves. The result is obvious. This time, the anti-alliance camp has a slight advantage. At this time, on the ring, because of this sudden situation, the entire 10th level venue fell into chaos again. The masters of the living world and the Realm Alliance all occupied the ring. There was no way to withdraw so many people at once to retake the lost ring. The original iron barrel formation was also broken and returned to the chaos. Damn. Did those outsiders think of this situation a long time ago? It seems that the plan to encroach on the ring step by step can't continue. What's the matter? We have more people, and we will pile them to death. That's right. As long as the rings in the central area are not lost, we can still stabilize the situation and take the initiative. That's right. We must defend the central ring and let them know that we are not easy to mess with. The rings in the central area can be said to be the most critical competition. Although each arena can get a place, the significance of the central arena is completely different, and it is also the most eye-catching focus of the three camps. Anyway, there is no limit to the number of challenges. So many people go directly to the center, making it a must-fight place for the three camps. Look! The person in the central arena has changed. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded in the crowd, drawing everyone's attention back. I don't know when. A figure wearing dark blue armor and holding a silver-gray broadsword suddenly appeared on the central arena, just standing quietly at one end of the arena, facing the tall man who was originally on the stage. This person is none other than Lin Yu, who took advantage of the chaos and jumped onto the arena in one fell swoop. Boy, this is not the place you should come to. The man stared at Lin Yu coldly. His momentum is very strong, almost equivalent to 8 pieces of divine fragments, and he exudes a heavy breath all over his body, as if he is an earth-type supernatural person. Chen Kui, knock that guy down. Knock him down. Kill him. Let him know the strength of our world. In a blink of an eye, the center stage where the two were located became the focus of the whole venue, and there were constant shouts from the crowd. Emperor Shengyao held his forehead with one hand, his face full of astonishment. This kid? I asked you to perform, not to run to the middle to die. He didn't expect that Lin Yu would be so reckless and directly choose the most competitive stage. You know, there are many people at the level of 8 or 9 pieces of divine fragments staring at that stage now. Isn't it a death sentence to go up now? However, Lin Yu on the stage didn't think so much. With a thought, Ling Shi, holding a violet flower staff, appeared beside him, flying back and forth in the air. Because of the cover of the life leaves condensed by the ancient elf tree, the information that others found about the royal family was just ordinary troops. And the elf queen also told him at the beginning. The ancient elf tree is the incarnation of the mother goddess of nature in the 10,000 worlds. The life leaves it condenses cannot be detected even at the 12th level, so there is no need to worry about being exposed. Whether I should come up or not, we will know after the fight. Lin Yu directly responded to the other party with a sentence, his eyes extremely calm. Do you want to defeat me with this little spirit pet? Chen Kui had looked at Lin Yu and Ling Shi beside him with disdain. He didn't care about the profession of spirit controller, whether it was in the living world or the 10,000 worlds, because for him, spirit controllers themselves were too weak. In that case, I will knock you down myself, without any more nonsense. He shouted and pressed his hands to the ground. Then, amid a series of loud rumbling noises, a large number of rock pillars suddenly rushed out from the entire arena, and they came to surround Lin Yu from all directions. At the same time, he sank according to the rules and merged into the stone slab of the arena. It turned out to be a rock-type mutant. Chapter 562, Is this your method? That guy is finished. Chen Kui's rock ability has reached SS level, which is harder than metal. And the third ability he awakened is the rock body, which can blend with all rocks. Ordinary people can't attack him. A spirit master dared to challenge him. I can only say that the boy is too arrogant. Here it comes. Chen Kui's rock body, the crowd exclaimed, interrupting everyone's discussion. On the central arena, huge rock pillars almost covered the entire platform, surrounding Lin Yu. Then, there was a loud bang, and Chen Kui, who had dived into the rock, rushed out suddenly behind Lin Yu. and his huge arm covered with rock blasted towards Lin Yu. The speed was as fast as that of a speed-type ability user. Boom! With a loud bang, large pieces of gravel splashed on the ground, and the terrifying cracks spread rapidly around like a spider web, even shaking the entire arena. However, Lin Yu in the dust crossed his arms and leaped onto a rock pillar with the help of inertia. Dodged? Chen Kui, whose attack missed, was full of surprise. He was not surprised that he could dodge the attack, but he was a little surprised that Lin Yu was unscathed under such a powerful shock wave. You should know that he had poured all his strength into the attack just now, and even the top 10 level defensive type might not be able to block it. But Lin Yu resisted it so lightly, and his defense might be not inferior to his. However, you can't defeat him just by relying on strong defense. Chen Kui sneered, and his body sank again, merging with the rock under his feet, preparing to launch another attack. Roar! But at this moment, roars suddenly sounded. On the ground that was originally covered with giant rock pillars, large areas of plants grew and spread rapidly in all directions. Then several trees mutated and turned into 10 huge tree demons with twisted bodies, swinging their roots wildly and smashing all the surrounding rock pillars. What? Chen Kui, who was hiding in one of the rock pillars, changed his expression and immediately activated his ability to escape underground. But the next second, with a loud bang, before he could escape, he was blown out of the rock pillar by a tree whip, breaking several rock pillars before he stopped at the edge. The steel-hard rock was like brittle paper under the attack of those tree demons. What a terrifying attack! Isn't it said that the spirit pets of these outsiders are generally not strong? Chen Kui's blood and chi surged in his body, and he was horrified. And there was an exclamation in the stands. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many tree demons on the field? Is this the spirit pet of that person? What a powerful spirit pet. It actually defeated Chen Kui's rock defense in one go. But why does he have 11 spirit pets? Everyone looked at Ling Shi and the 10 tree demons beside Lin Yu in confusion. Isn't it said that a 10th level spirit controller can only summon 10 spirit pets at the same time? Why is there one more? Even the Realm Alliance was shocked, because they found that those tree demons were very different from the 10th level tree demons they knew. Not only were they larger in size, but they were also covered with a layer of black hardwood. They looked several times more domineering than the tree demons summoned by ordinary flower spirits. Like the king of tree demons. Isn't it a summoned creature? But an ordinary tree demon type of soldier? How could someone specially train this type of soldier? Impossible. Ordinary tree demon type soldiers will never be so strong. This is almost as powerful as the 9 pieces of the Lord Divine Fragments. Right? As we all know. Even if the 10th level soldiers are transformed into heroes, the upper limit of the basic attributes is only 50,000 at most, which is incomparable to the lords, who can strengthen their own attributes. But now the combat power displayed by Lin Yu's tree demons is already comparable to those lords, who have strengthened their attributes. Or even more terrifying. How is this possible? However, how could they know that these were just tree demons summoned by Ling Shi? As the head of the royal family, Ling Shi's own talent has a 20% skill power blessing. So the tree demons she summoned did not inherit 100% of her attributes, but inherited 120% of her attributes. That is, 10 nin who are equivalent to 9 pieces of the godhead. Go, and make a quick decision. Lin Yu stood on the rock pillar that was already entangled by vines, looking down at the entire venue. Ling Shi received the order and immediately raised the staff, and a supreme majesty suddenly burst out, suppressing Chen Kui. Not good. Chen Kui's face suddenly changed. Feeling the terrifying pressure contained in that breath, he immediately activated his ability, and countless rock spikes rushed out of the ground and stabbed at Lin Yu from all directions. But before he got close, he was blasted away by 10 tree demons on the side, and the rock shattered all over the ground. Looking at the place where Chen Kui had just stood, his figure was no longer there. Chen Kui, who was hiding in the rock, sneered secretly. What does it matter if you are strong? As long as I keep fighting with the rock, you can't do anything to me. And only a fool would go head-on with a spirit pet when fighting against a spirit master. Think about it. Chen Kui's eyes turned cold, and he instantly appeared on the rock pillar where Lin Yu was standing through the rock. With a loud bang, he broke through the rock directly. Go to hell! With a loud shout, the hard rock gathered into a sharp knife on his arm and stabbed Lin Yu's back fiercely. The speed was so fast that that it seemed as if the air was pierced through. And Lin Yu also lost his balance completely because of the sudden explosion of the rock pillar and fell from it. But he did not panic, but showed a smile of success. An invisible spiritual force lifted him up, and he stepped aside. At the same time, his palms flew, and the vines originally attached to the rock pillar rushed out rapidly, wrapping around Chen Kuei's body. It was the trap he had set up at his feet, waiting for Chen Kuei to take the bait. Chen Kuei was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Yu had been waiting for him to take action and come out of the rock. Seeing his body entangled by vines and 10 terrifying tree demons surrounding him, he immediately shouted loudly, "I give up." Swish! The space was distorted, and Chen Kuei disappeared directly on the spot and teleported outside. The tree demon's attack was instantly missed. At this moment, everyone was stunned, especially the people in the living world. They couldn't believe their eyes. Chen Kuei, who has SS-level rock power, lost so easily? Who is that guy? Not to mention the old lords, who were just defeated by Chen Kuei. They were all shocked and asked about Lin Yu's background. This kid, he really has a trick up his sleeve. Emperor Xingyao looked at Lin Yu standing on the stage and cursed in a low voice. I didn't expect that in such a short time. Lin Yu's strength has reached this level. If there was no reward, this guy would probably want to wait until the end before making a move. Right? He couldn't help but be a little surprised. After much inquiry, the people from the Realm Alliance finally learned the identity of Lin Yu's anti-alliance camp, and their faces suddenly became gloomy. Are the flower spirits and tree demons his strongest troops? It seems so. Ordinary troops don't have such terrifying strength. Indeed, that guy doesn't look easy to mess with. Be careful when you go up later. Just a few plant troops. What's there to be careful about? That's right. They want to occupy the central arena with just those few troops. They think it's too easy. Let me do it. I want to show him what real strength is. Immediately, a mechanical lord with a flame all over his body stood up. Under the gaze of everyone, there was a bang under his feet, and he suddenly jumped to the central arena where Lin Yu was. At this time, after the battle, the dilapidated central ring has been restored to its original state under the influence of the rules. Even the energy that Lin Yu and Ling Shi just consumed has been fully restored, and they are standing at the edge of the ring looking at the person who fell. Boy, my name is Gundry. This is the one who will kill you. Before Lin Yu asked, the other party had already arrogantly reported his name, and a strong flame aura emerged from his body. Another opponent with 8 pieces of divine fragments. Lin Yu's eyes condensed slightly. He rarely saw top strongmen on weekdays, but today he could meet so many at once, and they were mainly attacking the flame ability. Looking at the mechanical prostheses all over the other party, he should be the lord of the half-machine tribe, and the evil spirit wrapped around his body. Obviously, he is a running dog of the Realm Alliance. In this case, he has nothing to be polite about. Ling Shi, with a low shout, the 10 tree demons summoned by Ling Shi roared together, and directly surrounded the other party with rumbling footsteps, causing the entire ring to vibrate. The same trick doesn't work on me. Gundry laughed loudly, and the space around him twisted. 10 flame turret mechas several meters high appeared at the same time. Boom! A wave of heat suddenly erupted, sweeping across most of the ring in an instant, causing the temperature on the ring to rise sharply. Triggered by the effect of the burning flames, the flame resistance is reduced by 20%. The effect of the frost spirit armor is triggered, and the abnormal state is reduced to 11.5%. 2 cold reminders sounded in Lin Yu's mind, forming a sharp contrast with the scorching breath on the stage. Following, there were explosions, and a large number of flame shells were fired from those mechas, exploding in the center of the ring, turning the entire ring into a sea of fire in an instant. And Gomri was not idle either. The power of rules erupted, and several huge missiles fell from the sky, exploding into a burning flame, swallowing Lin Yu and those tree demons. What a terrifying fire attack! The mechanical Lord Fire's skill is so strong. Plants are afraid of fire, and that guy probably can't stand it this time. Will he not be burned to death? In the stands, people from the 3 camps exclaimed continuously, all shocked by the powerful means displayed by Gundry. If it were any other time, they could avoid these attacks by rushing out of the fire zone. But now they are in the ring, and they will be judged as failed if they leave the range. There is no way to avoid it, so they can only resist it. So many people are not optimistic about Lin Yu, thinking that he should not be able to hold on for long. Ha ha ha. What do you think? You have no tricks this time, right? Gundry laughed wildly, and seemed to be very confident in his own trick of burning with flames. And his laughter spread inside and outside the ring. Is this your trick? But at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded in the flames. Lin Yu, who should have been seriously injured, walked out of the flames slowly, as if nothing had happened. Even Lingxi and the tree demon beside him were enveloped by the breath of life, and were not affected by the burning flames at all. Chapter 563. Impossible. How could you be fine? Seeing Lin Yu appear intact, Gundeli's expression changed instantly, his eyes full of shock. Under the dual attack of the flame burning to reduce flame resistance and the flame jet, even Lin Yu's defense could not be broken. How is this possible? You seem to have forgotten that the defense of the plant system is the highest among all lords. Lin Yu slowly walked out of the flame range and said calmly, at this time, his physical fitness has reached the full value of 100,000 at the 10th level. Any defensive skill can improve his attributes to a very terrifying level. It is not easy to break his defense with a large-scale flame attack. Humph! I want to see how long you can hold on. Gundeli obviously could not accept such a result. With a cold snort, the flames around him surged again, wrapping the 10 flame jet mechas inside, and gradually merged together to form a giant fighter plane as high as 20 meters. Mechanical fusion? Lin Yu looked at the behemoth surrounded by flames in front of him in surprise. It is said that the half-machine race is the most proficient in the control of machinery. But I didn't expect that they could be directly integrated. The giant fighter plane, after being combined, suddenly surged in momentum, and there was a faint sign of surpassing Gundry, reaching the level of 9 pieces of divine fragments. Go! With Gundry's order, the giant fighter plane moved. From the red tubes behind him, a sky-high flame beam suddenly shot out, covering the entire sky above the ring and shooting towards Lin Yu. From those beams, Lin Yu finally felt a hint of threat. With a wave of his hand, the protective barrier and mirror wall appeared, and a huge translucent light shield protected him. Lingxi and the tree demon, and at the same time activated the frost shield on the frost spirit armor. Boom boom boom. Deafening explosions continued to sound on the ring. Under the carpet bombing of the giant fighter plane, Lin Yu and his men were submerged again, with wounds pierced by the flame rays on their bodies. 2 tree demons died one after another, and even the protective barrier was crumbling. The spectacular scene immediately caused the people in the stands to exclaim. It was as if they were watching a visual feast. The kings of the Shengyao Empire and Li Ku were extremely nervous, staring at the movements on the stage intently, secretly sweating for Lin Yu. But unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a sudden click, crisp sound. The protective barrier and frost shield protecting Lin Yu exploded at the same time. A cold air swept around with Lin Yu as the center, freezing all the flames. And the shield provided by the protective barrier appeared on Lin Yu and Lingxi, helping them to resist the remaining attacks. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu took a step forward and activated the Shadow's skill to swoop towards the giant fighter on the edge of the platform. Lingxi raised the staff high and directly controlled it remotely, and countless wooden spikes suddenly rushed out from the ground, pointing directly at Gundry's vital points. Want to beat me? It's not that easy, Gundry shouted, and a flame shield appeared on his body to block Lingxi's attack and dodge to the side. Then moved left and right on the stage, fighting with Lingxi and 10 tree demons. At the same time, the flames on the giant fighter exploded, turning into a circle of terrifying fire rings to repel the approaching Lin Yu. And his idea of using the devouring skill to swallow the opponent's fusion effect immediately fell through. People who can reach this level of strength are really smart. However, this level alone is not enough to stop him. Lin Yu's face sank slightly, and seeing that the protective shield on his body was broken by the fire ring, he directly activated the Shadowless Phantom Walker skill, and his body began to become illusory. Boom! Just at this time, the giant fighter jet spewed out surging flames, hitting him right and completely submerging him. What's going on? Why doesn't he dodge? Is he stupid? Such a strong fire attack. I guess he can't resist it? No! Look at the fire. The stand suddenly cried out, and everyone looked at the area where the flames were burning. As the flames continued to burn, wounds continued to appear on Lin Yu's body, and they healed immediately. And his illusory figure was also flickering. What was extremely strange was that every time he flickered, there would be an additional phantom that looked exactly like him next to him. Then, Those phantoms also began to flicker in the flames, and also split into the same individuals. In this way, 1 split into 2, 2 split into 4, 4 split into 8. In the blink of an eye, the entire stage was filled with Lin Yu's phantom incarnations, and the scene looked extremely weird. It was the effect of the Shadowless 10th level skill, 50% chance to dodge attacks, and every time you dodge successfully, a phantom that inherits all your abilities will appear, lasting for 10 seconds. Don't think it's just a defensive skill, but the potential of this skill is very terrifying, because once it is attacked, it can create countless copies of itself in a short period of time, and possess all of its own abilities. Roar. Immediately, several phantoms started to roar wildly, including Lin Yu and Ling Shi, all of whom were wrapped in a red glow, and their auras suddenly increased. Then Lin Yu carefully felt it, and found that his wild roar could still be activated, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have found a way to activate the wild roar infinitely. What kind of skill is this? Gundry on the opposite side was shocked, staring at the countless Lin Yus who suddenly appeared on the stage with wide eyes. He found that his continuous fire attack not only did not cause substantial damage to Lin Yu, but made his phantom clones more and more. Finally, in his unbelievable eyes, Lin Yu and those phantoms burst out at the same time, and a powerful breath of rules gushed out of their bodies, causing the entire air to distort. Boom boom. A violent sound exploded on the ring. Countless spiked vines suddenly rushed out from under the ring. The number was so large that Gundry and the giant fighter plane had no time to react before their shields were shattered and entangled. Then he rushed into the sky with them, transformed into a giant green python entangled by thorny vines, and crashed into the ring with a bang, causing the entire ring to shake violently. Under this huge impact, Gundry spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the mechanical prostheses on his body were all shattered. The chest was directly pierced by vines, and his eyes bulged out. The giant fighter next to him turned into a pile of scrap metal, deader than dead, and the flames on the stage were extinguished instantly. Silence. The entire stand was silent. Even the people who were fighting on other rings near the central ring stopped and looked over here with horror. That attack just now. Is it really something that a 10th level lord can launch? After the silence, the stand suddenly exploded, and a large number of exclamations broke out. Fuck. What was that just now? The clones can actually activate skills like the Lord. So many clones activating skills together. This is too abnormal. This is the first time I've seen a clone with such exaggerated combat power. Generally speaking, the clone skills can only inherit 80% of the main body's attributes at most, and most of them only have a few basic attack skills, separated from the main body. But what they saw just now, it is clearly the same as Lin Yu's momentum, and can even control the power of rules to activate the clone with the same skills as him. What kind of ability is this? Is there such a perverted skill in the plant-based army? Not to mention the contestants. Even the emperors from all walks of life on the stage were surprised. They have a great sense of perception, so they watched the process more carefully. Just at that moment, the momentum of Lin Yu's phantom clones clearly exceeded the level of the 9 pieces of divine fragments bursting out at full force. That is to say, in addition to the conventional burst means of the army, Lin Yu also has other means that can greatly improve his strength. And there are more than one. This is definitely not something that ordinary arms can provide. They were all surprised, and their attention shifted from other arenas to Lin Yu. Good boy. 7 pieces of divine fragments can exert such strength, and you dare to pretend to be weak in front of me. Emperor Shengyao cursed angrily, but he couldn't stop smiling. If he was only 10% sure that he could train Lin Yu to become the next emperor, then he is almost certain now that he is at least 30% sure. As long as Lin Yu does not die, he will most likely become the 12th emperor of their primitive world. Don't look at it as only 30%. This is unimaginable in the entire world. Even the 10 realms, with the most abundant resources, dare not boast so much. Brother Shengyao, you have a really good talent under your command. Not far away, a wealthy emperor said sourly. How could he not see Lin Yu's great potential, and wanted to rush over to dig him over now? Haha. It's just some small tricks that are not worthy of being on the stage. Emperor Shengyao waved his hand modestly, and his smile gradually faded. An emperor-level talent is just a talent after all. Looking at the entire world, how many amazing talents have been praised as the most likely to achieve the throne, but eventually fell halfway? If the emperor level is really so easy to achieve, there are not only a few in each realm. So even though he was happy, he didn't act too exaggerated. But his evaluation of Lin Yu was raised a lot. And at this time, on the central arena, when Gundry was judged to have failed and teleported away, the mess on the arena began to recover rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it returned to its original appearance. Even the wounds on Lin Yu and Ling Shi's bodies that were pierced by the flames disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Everyone looked at each other and talked about it. For a while, no one dared to challenge on stage again, and those real top masters were watching in secret, planning to study his methods again. No one comes up. After waiting for a while, no one challenged him, and Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. This won't work. If he doesn't perform well enough, what if those emperors use this as an excuse to deduct his god fragments? No! I have to think of a way. Thinking of this, he fixed his eyes, raised his head, and looked around proudly. What? Weren't you all so arrogant just now? Why is no one coming up now? Or are you all garbage? The arrogant voice was clearly heard in all the surrounding stands. The stands that were still discussing were instantly in an uproar. Chapter 564, The Battle of the Strongest Defense. Fuck. Too damn arrogant. How dare you call us trash? You are tired of living. You think you are awesome after winning 2 games. Right? Go. Knock this arrogant guy down. Let me go up and kill him. It has to be said that Wang Tu used this trick before, and it really worked. Just by calling him trash, everyone in the stands immediately got angry and started to curse. The lords in the anti-alliance team were stunned for a moment, then shouted excitedly, "Brother, you are so arrogant. You are indeed worthy of being on our side. You are right. All of you here are trash. Just occupy that arena to discuss them." In a blink of an eye, the atmosphere of the entire 10th level venue was hyped to the peak, and even the venues of other levels on the side were attracted and looked over here. "Is brother you too ostentatious?" Lika said worriedly. Although he has a perverse personality, he thinks he can't do this. At the same time, he was a little excited. Lin Yu did what he couldn't do so easily. He was worthy of being the person he had chosen. Even Ji Xinghe and others beside him were worried and excited. They didn't have many opportunities to show off in the primitive world. They had a lot of anger and had the urge to vent. The 2 emperors Shang Yao and Xiang Yue had strange expressions. Obviously, they didn't expect Lin Yu to suddenly make such a scene. But it was good this way. With his voice, all the attention on the other stages was focused on him. Even if he was beaten down at that time, it would attract a lot of hatred to his companions and relieve a lot of pressure. As for the quota, he would just grab another stage in the end. With Lin Yu's strength, it should be easy to do it. "Boy, I meet you." Just when everyone was boiling, someone from the living world finally shouted and jumped directly onto the stage where Lin Yu was. Without saying a word, he immediately mobilized his ability to attack Lin Yu, and used a killing move right away. However, in less than a dozen rounds, he was blown away by the tree demon summoned by Ling Shi again, vomiting blood and flying back. And he didn't even last 2 minutes. "Let me do it!" Then, there was another loud shout. A young king from the Realm Alliance jumped onto the ring without any error and attacked Lin Yu. However, his performance was even worse. He was killed on the spot in less than a minute, and teleported away from the ring. One after another, they jumped onto the ring angrily. But no one could do anything to Lin Yu, and they were all ruthlessly knocked off the ring. 1 person and 1 flower spirit stood on it, like 2 war gods guarding the center ring. Gradually, they were finally shocked by Lin Yu's terrifying strength, and no longer despised him because he only had 7 pieces of divine fragments, and even classified him as the same level as 9 pieces. It also gradually attracted the attention of those top masters. We can't let their people continue to be arrogant. A sharp-eyed middle-aged man from the Realm Alliance walked out slowly, staring closely at Lin Yu on the stage. It was already afternoon. If Lin Yu continues to occupy the center stage, it will be very disadvantageous for them to grab more places in the end. "Do you really want to go up in advance?" another person asked. "Of course. I want to see whose military defense is stronger between me and him." After saying that, the man suddenly jumped up and landed on the center stage with a loud bang. The majestic momentum immediately shocked the people who were cursing in the stands. 9 pieces of divine power fragments. What a terrifying aura. I feel he is stronger than everyone in front. That seems to be the king of the mountain in the eternal realm. What did you say? The king of the mountain? The man who claims that his defense can rank in the top 10 in the 10th level of the eternal realm. That's right. That guy actually took action at this time. This is trouble. Seeing the man appear, the people in the stands immediately exclaimed and set off a wave of discussion. Especially those who knew him were even more terrified. As one of the 10 realms, the strength of the Eternal Realm is unquestionable. Being able to rank in the top 10 among the same level is almost equivalent to the top existence in other ordinary realms. And most importantly, the opponent is a top powerhouse with 9 pieces of divine fragments. Only one step away from the 11th level. Send out a lord of this level to fight. It seems that Lin Yu's existence has made the Realm Alliance feel threatened, and finally began to sit still. Boy, should I send you down? Or do you go down by yourself? On the central stage, the king of the mountain looked at Lin Yu indifferently, and his words contained a sense of superiority. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, and he could hear the discussion on the stand clearly. He didn't expect that a guy with 9 pieces of divine fragments would come up so soon, which was really a bit beyond his expectations. However, it is not so easy to compete with him for the title of the strongest defense. He can admit that he is not as good as others in attack, but not in defense. Go ahead. Let me see what qualifications you have to say such words. Lin Yu also responded to the other party with an arrogant attitude. With a thought, Ling Shi and 10 tree demons appeared beside him, ready to fight. It seems that you want me to beat you down myself. The face of the king of Jinshan turned cold, and he stopped talking nonsense. With a wave of his hand, 10 huge figures appeared on the ring, which caused an uproar among the audience, because what he summoned at this time was the Titan Giant, one of the rarest arms of the humanoid system. Not only that, those 10-meter-tall Titan Giants were all equipped with a set of 10th-level defense equipment. With the blessing of the humanoid race talent, they exuded an extremely terrifying aura. 10 sets of 10th-level equipment, and they were specially built defensive equipment. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he finally knew the source of the other party's confidence. And he was surprised. With the size of the Titans, it is extremely difficult to build a set of equipment, and the amount of materials required is very amazing. This guy actually built 10 sets at once, and they were specially customized. Sure enough, the foundation of these top old kings is incomparable to those young kings. Just this posture is enough to surpass most of the 10th level. Moreover, the defense and strength of the Titans are famously strong. Stronger than ordinary rare arms. Not to mention that these have been transformed into heroic arms, which is even more powerful. You still have time to regret surrendering now. The king of Jinshan spoke again, leaped onto the shoulder of one of the Titans, and looked down at Lin Yu. This is exactly what I want to tell you. Lin Yu smiled casually, unmoved. Very good. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Let's do it. Without saying any more nonsense. With a command, the 10 Titans of the Mountain King rushed towards Lin Yu with rumbling footsteps. And at the same time, the equipment on their bodies lit up with a series of buffs. The Mountain King also immediately launched a group buff, which made them even more powerful. Stop them. Without waiting for Lin Yu to speak, Ling Shi on the side gave orders to the 10 tree demons in front, and went straight to meet them. In a blink of an eye, the troops of both sides collided fiercely with each other, making a loud bang. However, to Lin Yu's surprise, facing the collision of the tree demons, the 10 Titans did not move at all, and only suffered a little injury. The tree demons were repelled and seriously injured. As expected, without the burst, they have no additional means and wisdom, and it is still a bit difficult for them to deal with such an enemy with skills and equipment. After all, they have inherited Ling Shi's attributes. As a magician, Ling's strength and physique attributes are not advantages. Especially the Titans have an exclusive ability that can suppress smaller objects, increasing the damage caused by 30% and reducing the damage received by 30%. Although Ling's tree demon is big enough, it is still a little inferior to the Titans, and it is gradually defeated in a short while. It's useless. I said you can't beat me. The king of Jinshan laughed loudly, not giving Lin Yu a chance to think more. The power of rules burst out, and the flying swords in the sky condensed and turned into countless streams of light that shot straight at him. The Titan followed closely behind, and the huge fist fell down, pointing directly at Lin Yu's position. Thorns entangled. Ling Shi raised the staff and directly activated the third skill, Thorns Entangled. In an instant, all the Titans and flying swords grew large thorns, entangled them all. However, this only made them stagnate for a moment. The next second, the thorns were broken away by the Titan's great power and sharp sword. and attacked Lin Yu again. Boom! With a loud bang, the Titan smashed a terrifying deep pit on the ring. Lin Yu retreated from the rubble, condensed a large piece of vines to block the flying swords, and moved back and forth under the fierce attack of the Mountain King. There were even several times when he was in danger and faced the danger of being hit. And the Mountain King obviously knew that Ling Shi was good, and he specially divided some of his attacks to hold her back, not giving her the opportunity to launch a long-range attack. In a blink of an eye, there were only 4 left out of the 10 tree demons, and almost all of them were killed by the Mountain King's attacks. And they had no way to resist him and the Titan's fierce attack. It's over. That guy doesn't look like a match for the Mountain King. His pets are also being beaten by the Titans. Need I say that? With the strength of the Mountain King, it's almost impossible for him to win. Haha. So many soldiers died at once. I wonder how he can still be so arrogant. In the eyes of everyone in the stands, the 10 tree demons were already Lin Yu's strongest soldiers. Now that 6 of the 10 are dead, no matter how strong he is, he can't resist the siege of the Mountain King Titan. And the Mountain King has been staring at him, not giving him the opportunity to trigger the Phantom Walker. And defeat is only a matter of time. Even the Mountain King himself laughed triumphantly. Give up. Half of your strongest soldiers are dead. What can you use to fight me? Really? Lin Yu sneered while dodging, and suddenly stopped. Looking back at him, the Mountain King's face changed, and he had a bad premonition. Without waiting for his reaction, the space in front of Lin Yu twisted. Qin Gang? Let them see who has the strongest defense. With a loud shout, Qin Gang, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly appeared on the stage. That huge body was more than twice the size of the tree demon. With a bang, it directly knocked back all 5 titans that rushed up. How is it possible? The king of the mountain opened his eyes wide, and he didn't expect that Lin Yu actually had a military unit that could rival Ling Shi. He thought that by relying on strong defense to hold Ling Shi back and defeat them one by one, he could easily kill Lin Yu. But unexpectedly, Lin Yu actually had a second military unit that was comparable to Ling Shi. Chapter 565 The 3 10th Order Giants. What's going on? Why did he summon another tree spirit soldier? Is it the same tree demon as before? It shouldn't be. The appearance and aura are too different. He can even knock back the titans. He hasn't summoned such a strong soldier yet. So he was hiding his strength before? Hiding his strength. The appearance of Qin Gang made the crowd boil. All their eyes were fixed on Qin Gang's body, which was even bigger than the titans. At the same time, they were shocked by the strength displayed by Lin Yu. When he defeated those challengers before, he didn't even use his full strength. You know, there are many of them who have more than 8 pieces of Godhead fragments. Even so, they can't force him to use his full strength? It's unbelievable. It caused a commotion in the crowd. And at this moment, someone noticed something and suddenly exclaimed, "No! Look at that flower spirit. What is she doing?" This exclamation immediately shifted everyone's attention to Ling Shi. She waved the staff in her hand gently, and a large area of plants rose from the ground with a loud bang, rushing out madly. Then the staff pointed in the air, and 6 of the trees twisted rapidly. And in a blink of an eye they turned into tree demons exactly the same as before, and reunited with the remaining 4. The appearance of this scene suddenly made everyone in the stands open their eyes suddenly, and their faces were full of shock. Summoned creatures. Those extremely powerful tree demons were all summoned by the flower spirit. At this moment, everyone was shocked. In the previous battle, they always thought that those tree demons were the soldiers summoned by Lin Yu, and they should be his peak combat power. But they didn't expect that they were just puppets summoned one by one. They can even be supplemented at will. What kind of monster is that? Wait. Suddenly, someone reacted, with a look of surprise and doubt. If those tree demons are summoned creatures, doesn't that mean that he has only summoned one type of soldier so far? When this was said, everyone was stunned again. And then, their pupils suddenly shrank, looking at Lin Yu on the stage with horror. One type of soldier. That person has only summoned one type of soldier to fight so far. At this time, the king of the mountain on the stage also quickly reacted from the shock, recalled the titan, and looked at the tree demon that Ling Shi summoned again, and Qin Gang who was blocking Lin Yu with great solemnity. "So this is your full strength?" he said seriously, no longer arrogant and disdainful. "You are proud enough to force me to summon him out." Lin Yu did not answer his words, but said with a smile, Qin Gang's current physical fitness has reached more than 170,000. And the hardening skill can reach nearly 200,000. Even if the opponent has 9 pieces of divine fragments, it is not easy to break his defense. Let alone those titans. Humph. I want to see how he can block my attack. Attack. The plant system has self-recovery and healing skills, and is best at protracted battles. The king of the mountain obviously did not intend to give Lin Yu a chance to recover. And without much nonsense, he gave an order, and 10 titans launched an attack again and rushed towards Lin Yu. The ground shook wherever he went, and at the same time, the light on the equipment emerged, and he condensed a huge stone pillar that was more than 10 meters long in his hand, from top to bottom, and suddenly swung it towards Qin Gang and the tree demons in front of him. Qin Gang, they are left to you, Lin Yu shouted, leaned over and pressed one hand on the ground, and a large number of vines rushed out with him as the center, spreading rapidly in all directions. Qin Gang roared, and the savage roar and war barrier opened together, condensing a defensive shield in front of himself and all the tree demons, and went straight up. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge stone pillar that fell from the sky was directly caught by Qin Gang with both hands. He sank his feet, and suddenly lifted the stone pillar, and even lifted the titan at the other end of the stone pillar into the air, and smashed it to the ground, creating a huge deep pit. The 10 tree demons were also extremely brave with the blessing of the 2 skills. The tree vines blocked the stone pillar and smashed it into pieces, and rushed towards the titan again. Quick! Stop them! This time, the king of Jinshan was completely shocked. While giving orders, he gathered the power of rules to stop them. But at this time, a large number of vines rushed out and shot at him from all directions. Your opponent is me! Lin Yu's cold voice exploded above his head. He didn't know when he had appeared above him, holding the offensive and defensive battle blade in his hand, and slashed it down with a knife. The king of Jinshan's face changed drastically, and he raised his hand, and a shield shadow appeared in front of him. At the same time, the sword light swept across and cut the vines into pieces. Boom! Crack! A deafening collision, accompanied by a crisp sound. The defensive skill that King Jinshan was so proud of was actually shattered in one blow, turning into energy and dissipating in the air. King Jinshan was shocked, and he had never expected that the power of a plant system could be so terrifying. You know, his defensive skill can withstand 1.5 times the damage of his own physique, and even this was broken in one blow. How strong is this power? Under attack, he was directly cut open on the chest by the big knife, and a lot of blood splashed out. He didn't dare to think too much, and there was an explosion under his feet, and the whole person pulled back violently. With a wave of his arm, the rain of arrows in the sky condensed, turning into a dark cloud that suddenly fell. Lin Yu frowned slightly. His previous attack had already activated the effect on the offensive and defensive battle blade, exchanging strength with physique. But he still let the opponent escape. He is really worthy of being the old king of 9 pieces of divine fragments. And his strength is indeed strong. If there is no switch between offense and defense, he might not be able to do anything to the other party, unless more than half of the royal family is dispatched. But now, whoosh! Just thinking about it, the sound of breaking through the air was heard. Ling Shi in the back finally made a move, and a large piece of surging leaves turned into a green torrent, directly colliding with the rain of arrows in the sky, making a tinkling sound. Without the interference of the Titan giant, she can finally use all her strength, bursting out with long-range magic skills one by one, successfully blocking the attack of the king of Jinshan. Seeing this opportunity, Lin Yu's feet exploded and rushed straight to the king of Jinshan, taking advantage of the last few seconds of the attack and defense switch effect. The big knife in his hand slashed out horizontally, tearing a space crack in the air. Feeling the terrifying power of this attack, the king of Jinshan did not dare to be careless, and his body sank. A shadow of the god of war holding a sword and shield appeared behind him, with his hands crossed in front of him. Boom! With a loud noise, King Jinshan stepped back several steps, and his sleeves were directly shattered into powder, exposing a pair of arms dyed golden, and a shallow blood mark from the horizontal cut. What a strong defense! Lin Yu looked at the violently trembling blade in his hand, secretly surprised. No wonder the opponent was called the top 10 in the eternal world of defense. He could even withstand his attack head-on. He was definitely the strongest defense among the 10th level he had seen. But he didn't know, at this time, King Jinshan was even more shocked. He only felt numbness in his arms. And his tendons were all broken, as if they were no longer his arms. Even the wound on his chest was completely broken, almost penetrating into his lungs. If he hadn't used the skill to resist just now, I'm afraid he would lose more than just his arms, but even his life. How could there be such a perverted person in the anti-alliance camp? He had never heard of it before. No way. If he continues to fight, he will die here sooner or later. Seeing the Titan giant retreating step by step under the attack of Qin Gang and the Tree Demon, and Lin Yu and Ling Shi's offensive attacking again, the king of Jinshan gritted his teeth. I give up. The 3 words came out clearly from his mouth. Lin Yu was just about to activate the effect of the offensive and defensive belt to exchange his spirit and physique, and then burst out with Ling Shi to take him away in one wave. But he didn't expect that he would react faster and surrender directly when he saw the situation was not good. No wonder he piled up all the defense when he was so afraid of death. And just as the king of Jinshan's voice fell, his whole body was also wrapped in the power of rules. And his injuries recovered quickly, and he was teleported to the stands. The sudden change made everyone stunned, and their faces were full of incredible expressions. The king of Jinshan, who is known as the strongest defense, he actually lost. And he lost so thoroughly, retreating in just a few rounds. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't even dare to believe it was true. But immediately, cheers suddenly broke out in the stands, and the entire 10th level venue was boiling again. As for the Living World and the Realm Alliance, everyone had a gloomy face and stared at Lin Yu on the stage. Even the guy Jinshan lost. This kid is really not simple. What should we do next? Should we let them be so arrogant? The central arena must not be occupied by these outsiders. This time we must beat him down. But even the guy just now failed with such a strong strength. Who else can beat him? As they talked, people from the 2 camps began to feel troubled. With the strength shown by Lin Yu now, he has reached the top 10 level. Especially the terrifying strength of the 2 arms. It is even more shocking. There are probably not many people who can beat him. But if these top masters want to win the quota, they can challenge those with weaker strength. And there is no need to fight with Lin Yu. This also caused a situation where no one came on the stage. And the central arena fell into an embarrassing situation. Let me do it. Finally, after a long time, a voice without any emotion sounded in the team of the Living World. A young man dressed in black, and with 2 translucent daggers on his waist walked out slowly, looking calmly at the arena where Lin Yu was. Seeing him appear, all the people in the Living World suddenly widened their eyes, and stepped aside with fear. Zhong Wu. Why is he here? Zhong Wu. One of the 3 giants of the 10th level of the City of Origin? Didn't he say that he was in seclusion recently to impact the 11th level? How did he suddenly appear here? Haha. This is going to be a good show. It is said that no one has ever survived from his dagger. The stands of the Living World were constantly exclaiming, and all eyes were focused on the cold and arrogant young man, full of fear. And the people of the 2 major camps on the side were also shocked when they heard their conversation. One of the 3 giants of the 10th level of the City of Origin. This title is not light. It can almost represent the peak combat power of the entire Living World. The center stage that has been occupied by Lin Yu for so long is probably going to change hands this time. Chapter 566. You are the first one who can force me to use this move. Lin Yu stood at one end of the ring, looking at Zhong Wu who appeared at the other end. His eyes were surprised. He felt a very dangerous breath from the other party. Just standing there. It seemed as if he was integrated with everything around him. As if he would disappear if he was not careful. This person is very strong. Lin Yu came to a conclusion immediately after just one look. But the other party did not make a move. And he did not intend to make a move. But looked at the other party. You are very strong, Zhong Wu said first. In the next battle, I hope you can give your all. That depends on whether you have the ability. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. He felt an amazing fighting spirit from the other party. The way of upgrading the natives of the living world is different from that of their lords. They strengthen their bodies and upgrade their levels by killing monsters and absorbing magic crystals. The degree of awakening of superpowers is through continuous fighting and tempering. And the potential is stimulated between life and death before there is a chance to awaken to a higher level. In other words, there are bottlenecks in their upgrades. And they cannot be upgraded automatically when the conditions are met. Therefore, the strength displayed is generally stronger than that of the lords of the same level. It seems that this guy wants to use him as a stepping stone to break through the bottleneck. In this case, he must not let the other party get what he wants. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart. It's useless to talk more. Just do it. Once I make a move, you may have no chance. Zhongwu slowly pulled out the translucent dagger from his waist, as if he was explaining some fact. The arrogant tone made Lin Yu frown. But then, he smiled, and laughed very happily. Since you want to try the taste of failure, then I will fulfill your wish. As he said, he slowly raised his arm, and the space in front began to distort. What does he want to do? The people in the stands looked puzzled, and they didn't understand the meaning of Lin Yu's action at all, and looked at each other. But the next second, the space was distorted, and the entire ring suddenly went dark, and a huge monster fell down, shaking the ring violently. At the same time, the hearts of everyone in the stands were shaken, and their eyes suddenly widened. What is that? Arms? How can there be such a large army in this world? At this moment, everyone was shocked, looking at the green vines that appeared on the platform, and the huge vines that almost spread across the entire platform in shock. Such a huge creature. Can it really be summoned by a human? So this is his full strength? What a terrifying aura. He actually has such a perverted army. When he was fighting with the king of the mountain just now, he still hid his strength. Everyone in the stands was shocked, and was completely shocked by the strength displayed by Lin Yu. Especially the king of the mountain, who had just been defeated. His face was even more livid. He actually didn't even have the qualifications to let the other party use his full strength. This was simply a great shame for him. At the same time, he was shocked to the extreme, because the strength displayed by Lin Yu was far beyond his imagination, beyond his understanding of the 10th level lord, and even made him feel a sense of fear. Fortunately, this was just a ring competition. If you meet this person in a war, the consequences are unimaginable. While everyone was talking about it, Zhongwu on the stage finally came back to his senses from the shock, and looked at the huge monster in front of him with a serious face. Observing from such a close distance, the huge size of Qingting is even more terrifying. The heart-pounding sense of oppression came over me, and I felt like I was outside a strange jungle, as if I was about to be swallowed up. Don't you want me to go all out? Only after you defeat her can I use my full strength. Lin Yu stood on a huge vine, looking down at Zhongwu on the edge of the ring. Zhongwu was stunned at first, and then his pupils shrank. Only after defeating this monster can I use my full strength. In other words, this is not even his full strength. At this moment, Zhongwu was extremely shocked. He finally understood what kind of monster he was facing. However, confidence in his own strength made him not retreat immediately, but gradually tighten the dagger in his hand. His eyes pointed directly at Lin Yu. In that case, I will force you to use all your strength. With a low shout, the whole person disappeared instantly, leaving a ripple where he stood. It appears Zhongwu's space ability, the audience exclaimed, and someone immediately recognized Zhongwu's method. When Lin Yu heard this exclamation, his eyes suddenly focused. Space ability? Could it be the ability similar to their lord ability to travel through space? Just thinking, the space behind him suddenly twisted, and Zhongwu, who was supposed to be at the edge of the ring, appeared directly behind him. With a flash of cold light, the dagger slashed across his neck, like a phantom disappearing in the air. So fast! Lin Yu was shocked. This speed of crossing space is faster than the Lord Space Shuttle, and the attack has landed in the blink of an eye. Clang! A collision that shook the eardrums. Zhongwu's attack was blocked by a spiked dagger. The cold-looking Wu Ying appeared behind Lin Yu at some point and blocked the attack for him. The two sides separated as soon as they touched, and fell to the ground from the giant vines. Feeling the vibration from the dagger, Zhongwu was shocked and looked at Wu Ying beside Lin Yu. Another new spirit pet. He had not noticed the existence of this type of soldier just now. How is this possible? As an assassin-type psychic, his perception ability is definitely top-notch. Even in this way, he can't detect the opponent's breath. So there is only one possibility. The opponent's strength is not weaker than his own. Just a spirit pet has strength that is not weaker than his. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhongwu would not believe it. But now that the facts were in front of him, he had to believe it, and gradually put away the last bit of his pride. What followed was a terrifying fighting spirit. His figure flashed, and he rushed out again, fighting with Wu Ying in the vine forest. And a thick bloody fog began to emerge, covering the entire ring in a blink of an eye. Only the moving vines and the figures colliding back and forth inside could be vaguely seen. What's going on? Why is there fog on the field? No. It's not fog. It's the poisonous fog sprayed by that monster. Poisonous fog? Doesn't that mean they have to fight in the poisonous fog? Damn. The vision is completely blocked. And I can't see clearly at all. What's going on inside now? Can anyone see clearly? Everyone on the stage was scratching their heads anxiously. But no matter how anxious they were, the bloody poisonous fog on the ring still blocked most of their vision. Only some people with enhanced vision could vaguely see some of it. Zhong Wu, who was in the vine forest, was getting more and more frightened, because he found that the cactus spirit pet on the opposite side was incredibly fast. The two sides fought back and forth for hundreds of times, but he couldn't find a chance to withdraw and attack Lin Yu. And he was basically stopped every time. And the poisonous fog around him made him feel that his vitality was fading quickly, forcing him to use his spatial ability to isolate the poisonous fog. And then he felt a little better. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion under his feet. The giant vines of tree roots rushed out from the ground, blocking all his retreat routes. Zhong Wu's face sank, and his body instantly turned into nothingness. With a flash of cold light, he cut off all the vines. But the next second, a sharp dagger appeared behind him, as if piercing through the void and piercing out. Tear! The sound of clothes being torn was heard. With a strong intuition, Zhong Wu easily avoided Wu Ying's fatal blow, and the dagger passed through his waist. Is this all your strength? You can't beat me with this alone, Zhong Wu shouted, turned around and hit Wu Ying back, then jumped back lightly, and gradually disappeared in the poisonous fog. You are the first one in the 10th level who can force me to use this move. The words full of echoes echoed throughout the vine forest. Lin Yu looked around in surprise. With his current powerful perception, he couldn't even sense the existence of the other party. It was as if he had completely disappeared. Puff! Suddenly, a muffled sound came. Xin Gang, who was standing next to him, was cut open without any warning. Then, a sense of crisis came. Lin Yu's feet exploded, and his body retreated violently. With a tearing sound, his collar was instantly cut open, and a faint blood mark appeared on his neck. But there was no sign of any attack, as if it appeared out of thin air. What a weird attack! Lin Yu was shocked, and felt that countless invisible blades were passing through the air. He could not see or feel it, which was extremely weird. Is this the strength of one of the 3 giants of the city of origin? Sure enough, he was much stronger than the opponents he had encountered before. Generally, when a 10th level person encounters such a method, let alone resistance, he might not even be able to escape. In just a few breaths, wounds appeared on the vines of the green vine and several royal families. They had to activate their defense skills and look around with a vigilant face. Zhong Wu, who was hiding in the void, sneered in his heart. His ability has almost developed the space power to the extreme, and it is not something that anyone can stop. Seeing that Lin Yu was helpless, he merged into the void again, launched an attack across the space, and prepared to kill Lin Yu. But at this time, several mushrooms of different shapes suddenly appeared in front of his path, growing out of thin air on the ring. There was no time to avoid it, and his ankle lightly touched one of the fiery red mushrooms. Boom! With a loud noise, a mushroom cloud composed of bloody poisonous fog rose in the vine forest. The terrifying air waves swept around, instantly blowing away the poisonous fog in the vine forest, and finally let everyone on the stage see the scene inside clearly. On the ring covered by the vines, a large area of strange mushrooms grew, almost covering the entire ring inside and outside. And in the center of the mushroom cloud was Zhong Wu, who had just been blown out of the void, with a look of astonishment and horror, because he found that a huge, harmless mushroom appeared beside Lin Yu at some point, grinning at him. And below him, there were mushrooms of various colors that almost covered the entire platform. You are the first one in the 10th level who can force me to use this trick. The same words came out of Lin Yu's mouth lightly. Then the rules condensed, and the void space was activated, blocking all of Zhong Wu's displacement abilities. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions continued to sound in the center of the ring, causing the air around to vibrate violently. Zhong Wu, who fell from the sky, was also completely drowned by the explosion. Chapter 567. The conference ends. Look! The poisonous fog has been blown away. The dissipation of the bloody poisonous fog finally made the people in the stands come alive, and they all looked at the central arena intently. Some even directly controlled the flying soldiers and spirit pets to investigate, wanting to know the specific situation of the battle between Lin Yu and Zhong Wu. However, what they saw was a violent explosion and surging mushroom poisonous fog. Red, white, blue, green, and various colors of poisonous fog and dust mixed together, surging wildly in the arena, and loud rumbling sounds echoed in the ears. Indistinctly, you could also see a vague figure constantly flying in the air, being blown into the sky, and then landing, like a piece of rag rising and falling. Schwa! Finally, the space twisted for a while, and a figure suddenly appeared on the stands. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look at the man. It was Zhong Wu, who was teleported from the center stage. What's going on? How did Zhong Wu get teleported out? Fuck. Zhong Wu got teleported out? Doesn't that mean? Lost? Zhong Wu actually lost. What happened just now? The crowd exclaimed, and everyone's face was full of astonishment. Who is Zhong Wu? He is one of the 3 giants of the 10th level of the City of Origin. Even the other 2 dare not easily provoke him with his assassination skills. How could he lose just like that? Zhong Wu. What's going on? A young man who was familiar with Zhong Wu walked out of the crowd and came to Zhong Wu. At this time, Zhong Wu's face was extremely deep and a little dazed, as if he had not recovered from the change just now. When he heard the young man's voice, he looked up and glanced around at the eyes staring at him, frowning slightly. I advise you not to go to that ring. That guy is a monster. After saying that, he walked towards the exit without looking back, and disappeared from everyone's sight in a short while, until they could no longer see him. They finally reacted and were shocked. Monster? Zhong Wu, who thinks highly of himself, actually called the guy a monster. How is this possible? Even the Realm Alliance was in an uproar after receiving the news of Zhong Wu's defeat, and they all looked towards the central ring. However, at this time, Lin Yu had already taken back the other royal families to the origin space, leaving only the green vine on the ring. The twisted giant vine spread around, filled with thick bloody poisonous fog, turning the entire ring into a weird and terrifying blood-red forest, and the specific situation inside could not be seen at all. Everyone in the stands looked at each other in surprise. The exaggerated scene was so scary that even just looking at it from a distance made people feel terrified, let alone going up to challenge. And those top masters, who were planning to go on stage, also gave up the idea and turned to fight for other arenas. There was no way. The means displayed by Lin Yu were too weird. Not to mention the endless emergence of powerful arms. Even a figure like Zhong Wu was defeated so unclearly. Even if they were very confident in their own strength, they were unwilling to provoke Lin Yu easily. After all, there were 100 arenas on the field, and there was no need to fight to the death on the central arena to face such an unpredictable enemy. So soon, the arena where Lin Yu was located became a quiet place that no one dared to provoke, which surprised the emperors of all parties. Brother Long, I didn't expect that there was such a talented young man on your side, an emperor said in surprise. Unlike others, they saw the battle just now clearly, and they knew how Zhong Wu was defeated. They were naturally very surprised by Lin Yu's endless means. Our Wanjia continent is vast and rich in resources, so it's not surprising that there are a few talented young people. The Dragon Emperor smiled calmly, without showing too much expression, but his eyes were always looking at Lin Yu on the stage and Qingting beside him. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, as if he saw something. As for the stands of the anti-alliance camp, Li Ke and others cheered. I knew, brother, you could do it. He really beat the 3 giants. He even lost to people of that level. How strong is Lin Yu now? Jixing has said in great shock. It has only been nearly half a year since Lin Yu upgraded to the 10th level. Even if he had the support of the divine fragments and resources given by Emperor Xingyao when he just upgraded, it was still a bit too exaggerated. Even Emperor Xiangyue on the side couldn't help asking, Xingyao, honestly, did you spend all your family assets to train him? Spend your family assets? Emperor Xingyao looked weird. It seems like he didn't do anything. He just gave the kid a fragment of the godhead, 10 upgrade scrolls, and a piece of land. And then it became like this. He didn't think that this little bit of resources could make a person who had just upgraded to level 10 for half a year soar to this level. If it was possible, he would have emptied his family's wealth long ago. And would he still worry about the people below who didn't have anything to show for it? Of course. Although this was the fact, he continued, I didn't do anything. I just saw that he had good talent. So I gave him some resources. As a result, he turned out to be so promising. Just a little resource? Emperor Xiangyue looked suspicious, obviously not believing Emperor Xingyu's words. But she didn't ask much. After all, everyone has their own secrets. On the other side, on the central arena, as the person involved, Lin Yu didn't expect that the response after defeating Zhong Wu would be so huge, and there was not even one person who came up to challenge him. But it's okay. Anyway, there is not much time left before the end of the conference. Bored, he waited on the arena while watching the battles in other arenas. After most of the day's competition, the people left on the arena were basically those with strengths above 7 pieces of divine fragments. Only a few are occupied by slightly weaker people because of their special abilities. But they are also in danger, and are being challenged by many powerful enemies. The audience on the side is excited and shouting loudly. In this way, amid the thunderous shouts and battles, the sun in the sky gradually sets, and the conference finally comes to an end. Everyone, stop! He gave an order on the trial bench, and beams of light shot up into the sky, enveloping all the arenas. Those who just wanted to go on stage to continue the challenge were immediately isolated outside, missing the last chance, and beat their chests outside. The people who stayed on the stage at last were very excited, and finally grabbed this hard-won precious quota. Lin Yu counted carefully. On the 100 arenas, the living world occupied a total of 46 because of the largest number of local combatants. The anti-alliance camp occupied 35 because of the previous reversal of Emperor Yuo, and because he attracted firepower and gained a great advantage. The remaining 19 were occupied by the Realm Alliance. Although it was not a complete victory, it was good news that they had overwhelmed the Realm Alliance and greatly reduced the number of places they had obtained. And what surprised Lin Yu was that Li Ke, who had obtained the 6th fragment of the Godhead, actually got a place. It seemed that his illusion control had worked in the end. Just thinking about it, more than a dozen emperors on the trial bench stood up and came to the stage, making everyone on the stage feel nervous and look forward to it. According to the regulations, the person who stays on the stage at the end will be qualified to contact the world seed. Now I declare that the conference is over, and all those who have obtained places are preparing to be received. With Qin He's loud shout, the light pillars around the world tree suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire inner city. Whether it was the 6th or 11th level, all the people on the stage were wrapped in an invisible force, slowly rising into the air and flying towards the top of the world tree. Let's go. We go up too. You guys go to the city and wait for my news first, Xing Yao said to Ji Xinghe and others around him. And then he ascended to the sky with Emperor Xiangyue and others, following Lin Yu and others. At their level, they can truly control some rules. The limitations of the living world can't have much impact on them. And they caught up with the ascending team in a blink of an eye. And the people below looked at them with envy. Then, they quickly dispersed, rode on their mounts and left, creating an extremely spectacular scene over the entire inner city. The annual Origin Conference. It finally came to a successful conclusion here. Finally, Lin Yu in the light column took a deep breath, and couldn't help but look up, the top of the world tree getting closer and closer, his heart full of expectations. After such a long journey and battle, he was finally going to see the legendary thing, the seed of the world, a magical thing that can give people the power to control the rules. It's also something that the Guardian clan has been guarding for thousands of years. What will it look like? While thinking, the speed of ascent also gradually increased, accompanied by the great emperors. All those who obtained the quota rose rapidly into the air, passing through the core urban areas on the trunk of the world tree. Under the gaze of the residents in the core urban area, they finally arrived at a magnificent building complex at an altitude of 10,000 meters. These buildings were built on the top of the world tree, supported by a giant suspended magic array, almost covering the entire crown of the world tree. And there was no end in sight. It was like a sky city built in the air. And they were in this city at this time. People came and went around, shouting constantly. All of them were patrol guards guarding the clan, and the younger generation of the clan who were practicing in battle. Everyone, you have been waiting for a long time. Just as everyone was curiously looking around, a middle-aged man with white hair on his temples slowly fell from the sky and came to them with a smile on his face. Looking at his appearance, he was actually 7 points similar to Qin He, but he was much older. He is the current leader of the Guardian clan. Qin Shuntian. And also Qin He's biological father. Emperor Xingyao explained to Lin Yu and Li Ku in a low voice. The two were shocked when they heard this. They felt an aura from each other that was no weaker than that of the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 568 Seed of the World. Under the leadership of Qin Shuntian, the chief of the Guardian clan, everyone quickly entered the Guardian clan, passed through the mansions, and came to the center of the floating city. On the way, the emperors of the anti-alliance camp gathered together, as if they were discussing something. When Emperor Xingyao came back again, his face was full of smiles that he couldn't hide. Boy, guess what I got just now? Xingyao said mysteriously. What? Could it be that? Lin Yu was shocked and his breathing became rapid. Emperor, could it be a fragment of the Godhead? When the emperors were discussing just now, there were obvious signs of debate, and they looked at their 10th level team from time to time, as if they were considering something. So it is very likely that they were deciding the issue of rewards. Hee hee. You got it right. Take it. You deserve it, Xingyao said, and with a wave of his hand, an irregular crystal of colorful glass appeared in front of Lin Yu, instantly attracting the attention of all the lords nearby. Godhead fragment. Lin Yu was overjoyed. It seems that his performance at the conference today made the emperors have to admit his contribution. Looking at the colorful crystal in front of him, Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly took it under the envious eyes of the people around him. Thank you, Emperor. After a thankful word, a prompt sounded in his mind. Do you want to absorb the Godhead fragment? Once absorbed, it cannot be changed. Please decide carefully. Absorb. Lin Yu's mind moved, and he chose to absorb directly. The next second, the crystal in his hand shone generously, bursting with dazzling brilliance, and then flew up and slowly merged into his body. He only felt a huge force surging through his body, causing his various abilities to surge. The fusion was successful, and the attributes of the Godhead fragments changed. Please check it yourself. With a prompt, Lin Yu quickly opened the personal interface and took a look. The fusion of the 8th Godhead fragment directly increased his attributes by 10%. This is just the most basic. The increase in Godhead fragments will also increase his skill power, equipment effects, and military attributes. Most importantly, the range of the origin universe has also increased to 800 kilometers, greatly increasing his space travel distance. Lin Yu calmed down and looked at the expanded origin universe, and found that there were indeed hundreds of new initial galaxies in it. Although they have not yet bred life to provide him with faith, their potential is absolutely unlimited. When all the stars in the sky have bred advanced civilizations, I dare not imagine how much faith power they will provide him at that time. This gave him a vague feeling. The origin space evolution universe does not seem to be something that he should have at this level, and it should not even exist in this Wanjie continent. Coincidence? Or some kind of inevitability? Lin Yu was puzzled, and it really fit the saying. The stronger you are, the more you realize your ignorance. While he was thinking about things, other parts of the team also lit up with colorful halos. There were 4 10th level lords who, like him, also received the Godhead fragments awarded by the emperors. They should be the ones with the best performance during the period. Rewarding 5 Godhead fragments at a time is really generous. It seems that the emperors really value the seeds of each world. Brother Yu, congratulations. You got another new Godhead. At this time, Li Ku came over to congratulate. Lin Yu looked at him and smiled. You also got one. That's right. I can't fall behind Brother Yu too much, Li Ku said with a smug look on his face. Then, the two followed the team forward while chatting about the meeting just now. But he didn't notice that in the other team of the Border Alliance, the lords were looking at them with solemn eyes. That monster actually got another fragment of the Godhead. When he had 7 fragments of the Godhead, his strength was already so abnormal. Now he is afraid that he will be even more terrifying. Don't run into him on the battlefield. Otherwise it will be troublesome. TSK. What's the matter? He can win today. But he just didn't run into those really powerful ones. That's right. With such a high profile, the higher-ups will send the 11th level to get rid of him sooner or later. Several 10th level lords of the Border Alliance said coldly. Their voices were very low and did not reach Lin Yu. The 11th level kings who received the news not far away looked at Lin Yu in the distance with burning eyes, with strange smiles on their faces. It seems that a new 11th level will be born soon. One of the kings said lightly. Yeah. It's been a long time since a new 11th level was promoted. And it's a plant-based god. I just happen to be lacking a plant-based godhood. You make it sound like everyone has it. During the conversation, several people looked at Lin Yu again, each with a dim light in their eyes, as if they were looking at prey. It seems that they have no intention of eliminating Lin Yu. The threat, immediately, because with the strength shown by Lin Yu, it is inevitable to upgrade to the 11th level. They will not let go of such a plant-based godhood that is within their reach. This is the cruel part of the rules of this world. If you observe carefully, you will find that among the 11th level kings of both camps, it is rare to see 1 or 2 complete godhood kings. Those who survived at least have more than 3 godhoods. And each one is powerful. This is the real reason why many 10th level old kings dare not upgrade to the 11th level, and wait until their lifespans are about to end before upgrading. Because the moment you upgrade, you will completely become the prey of those old 11th level kings. Of course, these have nothing to do with Lin Yu for the time being. After all, he still needs 2 fragments to upgrade. Just follow the team all the way forward. It took them nearly half an hour to finally reach a huge tree disc in the center of the floating city, which was heavily guarded and surrounded by the breath of life. "We're here," Qin Shuntian, who was leading the way, reminded them, and the whole team stopped, all looking at the scene in front of them in shock. This tree disc, which could accommodate thousands of people, was actually formed by the crown of the world tree, and was protected by layers of thick defensive magic arrays. The light of the magic array shot up into the sky and sank straight into the vast void above, as if any evil thoughts would be suppressed on the spot by this force. In the center of the tree disc, a tree tusk more than half a person tall grew out, and above it floated a dazzling seed that looked like a treasure in the world, emitting an extremely rich breath of life. Around the seed, the space was pitch black, and there were stars, like a piece of galaxy, circling around the seed. The entire tree disc was a world of its own. The seed of the world. The emperors were shocked, and a gleam of greed suddenly burst out of their eyes. Although it was the first time they saw the seed of the world, they could still recognize it at a glance. It was the divine object that could allow them to gain the power to control the rules of the world. But soon, before they rushed up to snatch it, an old man holding a cane appeared out of thin air beside Qin Shuntian. No! It should be said that the old man had actually been there for a long time. It's just that no one has noticed it. The whole person seemed to be integrated with the world. Even the emperors only noticed his existence after the other party released his breath. So strong. The emperors were shocked and immediately extinguished the idea of snatching the seed of the world, because they were sure that as long as they took action now, they would be suppressed by the old man in an instant. This person. It was the first patriarch of the Guardian clan, Qin Lan. It was also the recognized first person in the realm of the living world. His terrifying strength was infinitely close to the top of this world. Even the Dragon Emperor did not dare to act rashly. Meet the ancestor. Qin Shuntian bowed respectfully to Qin Lan. Qin Lan raised his hand slightly, and looked at everyone present. Since you are all chosen by the world tree, you all have the opportunity to contact the world seed. Come in with me. There was no deterrent word, nor any warning. Just the aura emanating from his body made everyone dare not cross the line. And they could only follow him through the defense array and walk into the tree disc. But if you pay attention, you will find it. At this time, there was a person in the anti-alliance team with an extremely strange face, looking at the world seed in the center of the tree disc with a look of astonishment. Is this the world seed? Lin Yu's expression on his face was very rich, because he found that this so-called world seed was very similar to his original universe. It was also surrounded by galaxies, and had its own space. The only difference was that his sapling had now grown into a towering tree. But what was in front of him was just a seed. And he could feel that there were not many signs of life in the universe around the world seed. It was like a dead zone that was about to come to an end. And it was like a microcosm of the entire living world. Just thinking about it, the team came to the world seed under the leadership of Qin Lan. Before everyone could react, the world seed floating in the air suddenly burst out a dazzling life light, wrapping them all in it. However, when this life light spread out and touched Lin Yu behind the team, it suddenly fluctuated violently. Even the world tree itself began to vibrate. Circles of more intense life breath spread out from the world seed as the center and spread to the entire living world. What's going on? Why is the world tree's reaction so strong this time? Even Qin Lan, who had experienced many years of vicissitudes, was shocked by this sudden change and frowned. The people of the entire Origin City looked up at this miraculous scene, and some even knelt on the ground and worshipped the world tree devoutly. However, The people around the world seed were unaware of this strange phenomenon, because at this moment, they have been enveloped by a force and brought into a mysterious independent space. Chapter 569 Reincarnation is coming. The power beyond the rules. Is this the Lord God's space? In the endless void? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in amazement. Under the magical power of the world tree, they actually appeared again in the mysterious space they saw when they first came to this world. All around was empty. The only light source was the familiar yet unfamiliar statue of the Lord God. Thinking back to the past, the world they were in was suddenly destroyed, and all of them were teleported to this space. And their Lord career officially began, now revisiting the old place. They couldn't help but sigh and wonder in their hearts. Then, a reminder sounded in their minds. Please go to the front of the Lord God statue to receive the blessing. Blessing? Could it be that the world tree personally awarded them the reward? Everyone in the space was shocked, and they went to the statue and began to accept the Lord God's blessing. At this time, Linyu, who was in another space, was completely different from them. He was teleported to a courtyard full of birdsong and flowers. I've been waiting for you for a long time, young man. An old voice sounded in the courtyard. Linyu, who was looking around, was slightly startled and immediately looked in the direction of the voice. He found that on a piece of open space in the middle of the courtyard, a low old tree was swaying gently, as if it had suddenly come alive. The breath of the ancient tree was very strange, and it was 70% similar to the world tree in his original universe. And the breath of life was rich, as if it was surrounded by substance, attracting flowers, birds and butterflies to dance around it. From a distance, it looked like a paradise of ease and contentment. Are you the world tree? Linyu asked tentatively, approaching carefully. Just now, they were still on the top of the world tree. If they could bring him here, it must be the world tree. He was not surprised that the world tree had intelligence. After all, it was the pillar supporting the entire realm, and its life level was much higher than that of ordinary creatures. What surprised him the most was the other party's tone. As if waiting for his arrival? As if to respond to his guess? The incarnation of the world tree continued to speak. Yes. It's me. From the moment you stepped into the world of life, I have sensed your existence. Sensed my existence? Linyu was shocked and stopped walking. Yes. The old voice of the world tree slowly sounded. From you. I can sense a breath from the same source as mine. Although it is still very weak, it contains a very huge law of life. Young man, I want to ask you for a favor. Help? Linyu looked surprised. With your level, you shouldn't need the help of a 10th level lord like me? No. The world tree shook gently. My vitality is almost gone. In less than a year, my lifespan will be exhausted and completely dissipated. Why? Isn't the world tree the pillar of the world? Why is it aging? Linyu had already guessed that the vitality of the world tree was about to run out, so he was not surprised. What surprised him was that the world tree would age. It stands to reason. As the core of the entire world, the world tree would receive the life breath fed back by trillions of creatures below at all times, and its lifespan should be close to infinite. But now it said that it didn't have much time left, which made him a little confused. Indeed, my lifespan should be infinite. As if knowing his inner thoughts, the voice of the world tree came again. But tens of thousands of years ago, I could no longer feel the breath of the creator of this world, and I was completely cut off from the connection. I could only support myself until now by releasing the life force stored in my body. Now, my life is about to come to an end. The words of the world tree contained deep sadness and helplessness. It was like an old man whose life was about to end, sighing about the wasted years. But these words fell into Linyu's ears. But it was like a thunderclap. The creator of this world. Could it be the legendary Lord God? He always thought. The so-called Lord God is actually the incarnation of the will of this world, or the aggregate evolved from the rules of this world. Unexpectedly, his previous guess turned out to be correct. This world is really created just like his original universe. Surprised, Linyu immediately asked, what is the creator of this world like? Is it a human? Or a god? Or some other existence? And what happened 10,000 years ago? A lot of questions came out of his mouth like a string of cannons. And he had too many questions in his heart that needed to be answered. Now he suddenly heard that the world tree might know the inside story of all this. And he immediately asked impatiently. However, what disappointed him was, in response to his question, the world tree just shook slightly. I'm sorry. I can't answer any of your questions. I only know that since the connection with the Creator was broken tens of thousands of years ago, the rules of this world have been out of control. Not only has it attracted some outsiders who do not belong to this world, but it will also reincarnate every 10,000 years. At that time, the power of reincarnation will wipe out all living beings and reproduce again until this world completely disappears. Now, there is less than a year away from the next 10,000 years. The rules are out of control. Reincarnation every 10,000 years, obliterating all living beings. This time, Lin Yu was really shocked. His eyes suddenly widened, full of horror. This is definitely the most important news he has heard in this period of time, even far beyond his imagination, because he knows very well that the this world mentioned by the world tree is not just the world of life, but also includes their 10,000 worlds continent. Although the world of life is different, but in the final analysis, it is just a special realm in the Wanjia continent. If the living world falls into reincarnation, it means that their Wanjia continent will not be able to escape either. Has this world been abandoned by the Lord God? Or has something happened to this Lord God? One question after another kept popping up in Lin Yu's mind, making him look uncertain. But in the end, all of this still points to the most critical question. What should I do to stop this reincarnation? Or how can I get rid of it completely? Lin Yu took a deep breath and asked this crucial question. In the face of life and death, everything else is nothing. Hearing such bad news all of a sudden, everyone was going to be wiped out. How could he still have the energy to pay attention to other things? The world tree seemed to have expected such a reaction from him, and whispered, "This is why I specifically asked you to come here. There is only one way to get rid of reincarnation. That is, every time reincarnation starts, there will be a road leading to the world where the Creator is. And people also call it the road to heaven. The road to heaven is full of dangers. But as long as you pass through it, you can completely get rid of the influence of the rules of this world. You are the only person who has successfully evolved the rules of the world in tens of thousands of years. If you can successfully pass through the road to heaven, I hope you can find the Creator and find a way to get rid of reincarnation. I don't have much time left, and this is all I can say. Before I leave, I will help you one last time." As he said that, without giving Lin Yu a chance to react, a seed shining with the breath of life flew out from the tree, turned into a stream of light, and merged into his body. Lin Yu only felt a shock all over his body, and a reminder sounded in his mind. Congratulations! You have obtained the essence of the world seed, and the origin space has changed. Comprehend new skills. Time law, active control the power of time. When activated, a time field is formed within 1 meter of the body, and the flow rate of time can be changed at will. 10% of the rule power is consumed per second. It is not affected by skills other than the time law. The effect increases with the origin space. Time multiplier, 1. Hearing the prompt, Lin Yu was stunned. Could this skill be the legendary power that transcends the rules of the world? Control time. The same effect as the time and space fairy. Isn't this the power used by the guy with the heart at the top of the ladder? It is not affected by skills other than this one. Doesn't that mean that even the Emperor level can't break this skill? This is too powerful. And the effect will be improved with the origin space. When his origin space multiplies to a certain extent, can it be expanded to 10 meters, 100 meters, or even 1,000 meters? There is also a time multiplier. If it can be increased to more than 10 times, it will be a magical skill. The only flaw is that the consumption is too huge, and it actually requires 10% of the rule power per second. That is to say, it can only last for 10 seconds. Even if various recovery methods are taken into account, it can only increase by 1 or 2 seconds. It seems that this skill can only be used to its maximum effect after the origin space multiplies and grows. Just thinking about it, an invisible force wrapped him up and sent him out of this independent space. And the world tree began to wither faster and became older after infusing Lin Yu with power. But the aura on it is stronger than ever, because the seed of hope has been planted. When it blooms and bears fruit, the meaning of its existence in this world will be realized. Go, young man, go to the wider sky. At the last moment when Lin Yu was teleported away, a stream of light appeared again, bringing a huge stream of information, and merged into his mind. Then the picture flew, and he returned to the tree disk where the seed of the world was located. There were lords and natives of the living world who had just been teleported like him. Each of them had a happy look on their faces, and it was obvious that they had gained a lot in the space. And those emperors looked thoughtful, as if they were comprehending something. But Lin Yu didn't care about these, because at this time, he was already immersed in the last information left to him by the world tree. He finally had a deeper understanding of this living world, and even what happened 10,000 years ago. And his face was gradually covered with shock. Chapter 570: A Brief Fight. The world tree did not leave Lin Yu much information, but it was extremely important to him. It also let him know some secrets behind this world. It was the same as he had guessed before. The cycle of life and death does not refer to 3 independent realms, but 3 stages of the living world. The living world is the first stage. When the world tree completely withers, the entire living world will lose its support and begin to be shrouded by death. All those who are infected with death will mutate into monsters and completely become a dead world. After that, the realm will begin to die. The collapse of the dead world will cause the huge death energy to spread throughout the 10,000 worlds continent in an instant. Wipe out all living beings including the 12th level, and seize the last vitality. Then, relying on this vitality, the lower universe will reproduce again until the next batch of new lords arrive, forming an infinite cycle. In other words, when the reincarnation world appears, it is the time when the end is sung. No one can escape. And the huge energy generated by the fusion of the 10,000 worlds is the switch of this reincarnation. Once the fusion of the 10,000 worlds is completed, the space channel between them and the living world will be completely opened, and the death energy will flow in. At that time, even the emperor-level strongmen will be helpless and can only watch the destruction coming. The only exception was 10,000 years ago. At that time, the 10,000 worlds continent should have undergone a reincarnation and wiped out all living beings. But because of a sudden and shocking war, the demon plane appeared, blocking the fusion of the 10,000 worlds. The energy released by the war also unexpectedly replenished some vitality of the world tree, temporarily interrupting the opening of the reincarnation. And this interruption lasted for 10,000 years. Now the power of rules has gradually recovered. The life of the world tree is about to come to an end, and a new reincarnation is finally coming. However, what puzzled Lin Yu the most was the origin of the war. If he guessed correctly, the 2 sides of the war should be the terrifying existence suppressed under the demon plane, and the master of the 72 demons. A battle can actually change the rules of the entire world, and even prevent the fusion of the world. How powerful is it? And who are they and why are they fighting? Are they fighting for something? The more he knows, the more doubts Lin Yu has in his heart. He also feels that this world is becoming more and more mysterious. There seems to be many things he doesn't know behind it. It always feels that it is not as simple as he thinks. It's like there is an invisible big hand controlling everything. If he wants to break free from it, he can only continue to improve his strength. There is no other way to choose. It seems that I have to hurry up to collect the last 2 pieces of the Godhead after I go back. Lin Yu thought silently, but he didn't know. At this time, Xinlan, the ancestor of the Guardian clan sitting next to the seat of the world, was using his huge perception to explore the people who were teleported on the stage one by one, looking for that breath. Ancestor, have you found that person? Qin Shutian on the side couldn't help asking. No. Xinlan shook his head, his expression revealing helplessness. The level of that power is not lower than the world tree. If it doesn't show up actively, even I can't sense it. Even the ancestor can't sense it? Qin Shutian was really shocked. He knew the ancestor's strength very well, and he had already stepped half a foot into the legendary level. If he couldn't even detect it like this, how high is the level of that power? Is there really someone among these people who has mastered this level of power? Forget it. If we can't find it, then we can't find it. This may be the fate of our Guardian clan. Xinlan sighed, and silently withdrew his perception. At this time, all the people who entered the independent space to receive the blessing were finally teleported out, making the tree disk lively again. I just got a rare troop token. What's a rare token? I got a territory upgrade scroll for level 8. I'm almost there. It gave me enough faith to upgrade to the next level. It can be seen that each of them has gained a lot in the independent space. Some level 10 kings even got a fragment of the Godhead, and their faces flushed with excitement. This trip to the living world, it really didn't come in vain. The only difference is the emperors. I don't know what they got in the space, but they all looked solemn, as if they were thinking about something. Some even frowned. gathered together with worried expressions, and chatted in low voices. Faintly, Lin Yu could also hear words like reincarnation and the road to heaven. Obviously, the emperors have also received news about this. Some of the older ones have an expression of as expected, as if they had known it for a long time. Even the usually rough and heroic Emperor Sheng Yao had a serious look on his face at this moment. He was discussing things with Xiang Yue and several other emperors of the primitive world, and he would look at them from time to time. Anyone could feel the solemn atmosphere. You guys are having a good chat. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded in the crowd. The people who were discussing were startled and looked in the direction of the voice. Behind the Realm Alliance team, a young king suddenly emerged with a lot of evil spirit. His ordinary appearance was also distorted and changed into another look. It was him. Lin Yu was shocked. The figure shrouded in evil spirit was the black-eyed young man who had disappeared for a long time. Feng Yin. He actually changed his appearance and breath through the power of the heart and hid in the team? The emperors of the anti-alliance camp were gloomy. It's that heart. Get rid of it. They had expected this guy to appear here and were always on guard. With a loud shout, a terrifying aura suddenly broke out and poured towards Feng Yin. Ha ha ha. You guys want to stop me? You are so naive. A wild laugh, like a drake, sounded behind Feng Yin. The power of his heart surged wildly, turning into boundless evil spirit and condensing into a huge skull on his head. The dim light of his eye sockets burst out, and he directly defeated the offensive of the emperors. He actually used the heart as a medium to project power into this realm, and the emperors of the Realm Alliance appeared around him in an instant and stopped the emperors of the anti-alliance. World Seed, I finally found you. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the skull head rose directly into the air, and a strong evil spirit burst out, rushing towards the location of the World Seed, trying to take it away directly. You are looking for death by running wild on the territory of our guardian clan. At this moment, a roar sounded. Xin Lan, who was originally sitting next to the World Seed, stood up suddenly, stretched out his arm, and a distorted space appeared in front of the skull head, swallowing up all his evil spirit. Dragon Emperor and his companions followed closely and surrounded them. Then, huge waves of energy rushed up to the sky, forming a blockade formation on the tree disk, covering the skull and the Emperor of the Realm Alliance. No, it's a rule blockade. Retreat quickly. The face of the Realm Alliance Emperor changed. Obviously, he didn't expect that Dragon Emperor and his companions had been prepared and arranged means against them, and he immediately dodged outside. But the next second, the rules in the entire formation were all extracted, depriving them of their connection with the power of rules. Several of the emperors were hit by the attack, vomiting blood and flying backwards. You want to trap me with this little trick? Unexpectedly, at this time, the skull suddenly laughed, and the evil spirit on his body surged wildly. The phantom of the heart and torso appeared at the same time, turning into a stream of light and crashing directly into the edge of the formation. Boom! A deafening explosion set off a violent gust of wind at the top of the entire world tree, blowing away all the people below the 11th level. The blockade array built by dozens of emperors also broke with a sound, and turned into fragments and dissipated in the air. Before they could chase, Motion had already rushed out of the array with the people of the Realm Alliance. This is just a gift for meeting, so I let you live a little longer. The voice gradually faded away and gradually disappeared in the vast void, without any intention of fighting. But think about it. Now the power of the World Seed is almost exhausted. Even if the snatch fails, it will self-destruct in a short time, so there is no need to fight hard. It is in line with their style of doing things all the time. Fortunately, the anti-alliance was well prepared and did not let them succeed. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. It seems that they can't wait to open the road to heaven in advance. One of the emperors whispered, "Do these guys really not care about the lives of their subordinates? You have been dealing with them for more than the first day. Don't you know that they can do anything to achieve their goals? Indeed, they have lost their last bottom line in order to gain more powerful power. If the World Seed is lost, the living world will be destroyed in advance. This is what they least want to see. They must find a way to prevent the reincarnation from starting within this year. Otherwise, even if the road to heaven appears, they are not sure that they can pass it successfully. After all, many people have only been emperors for hundreds or thousands of years, and their strength is not strong enough. It's a pity that they failed to gain the recognition of the World Seed," an emperor said regretfully. If they can gain the recognition of the world seed and comprehend the legendary power, then their chances of surviving in the road to heaven will be greatly improved. And they can't just rob it directly like the Realm Alliance. After all, the strength of Qinlan and the Guardian clan is there. Since you have all been blessed, you can all leave. What just happened obviously made Qinlan a little unhappy, and he immediately issued an order to expel them. Originally, these quotas should have belonged to their world, but they could not ignore the pressure from the Emperor of 10,000 worlds. And finally they could only compete for the quotas in the form of a conference. Now the dust has settled. He has no good face to give. As soon as he raised his hand, the defensive array around the world seed lit up again, forcing the emperors to leave. And those lords, who were blown away by the aftermath, just now also reacted from their fear, and stood up to catch up with them. Lin Yu followed the team, and soon came to the side of Emperor Xingyao, prepared to set off immediately to rush back to the principality. I have been away for so long. I don't know how the principality is developing. It's time to go back. Chapter 571. You are talking about King Xingyu, right? The lords who entered the living world to fight for the world seed came, and went quickly. Originally, the emperors wanted to obtain the power of transcendence through the world seed. But the news that the world tree was exhausted and reincarnation was about to start made them feel like they were struck by lightning. They no longer wanted to stay in the living world, and all rushed back to the 10,000 worlds continent. As for the legend of the road to heaven, in the beginning, only a very small number of emperors, with relatively old qualifications, knew a little bit. Not to mention those newly promoted emperors, who at most heard a few words, and couldn't tell the truth from the false. But now, this news has finally been confirmed, which shocked them, and made them extremely excited. The road to heaven is opened, leading to a higher level world. This is undoubtedly very exciting for them, who have stood at the top of the continent, and spent a long time. Just as the emperors of the Realm Alliance said, they have been bound by the rules of this world for too long. So long that they can't even remember how long they have lived. Now that they suddenly heard the news, naturally many people yearn for it. Of course, there are also some conservatives, who do not have such a fighting spirit as them. The ideas of these people are very simple. Since they can be a great emperor respected by everyone in this world, why risk their lives to start from scratch in a strange world? And it may not be the beautiful world they imagined. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. It can only be said that everyone has their own ambitions. However, one thing is certain. Whether they are conservatives or radicals, they have a common goal. That is to find a way to stop reincarnation. Because once the 10,000 worlds continent is destroyed, they will definitely suffer a backlash. Unless they can successfully pass through the Tontian Road and completely get rid of the rules of this world. Otherwise, stopping reincarnation is their top priority. After all, no one dares to guarantee that they will succeed. If they cannot enter the Tontian Road at that time, the 10,000 worlds continent will face destruction again. No matter how powerful they are, they will be unable to save the situation. This can also be regarded as leaving a way out for themselves. After this trip back, we have to speed up our march. In the void, the Dragon Emperor said to the emperors who were traveling with him. Indeed, those guys in the Realm Alliance have gone crazy in order to enter the road to heaven. We must solve this hidden danger. And solving them will also help us improve our strength. That's right. When the emperors heard about improving their strength, their eyes flashed with brilliance. And they finally reached a rare consensus. And since they can think of this, the Realm Alliance can naturally think of it. After returning this time, I'm afraid there will be another bloody storm. On the other side, after leaving the top of the world tree, Lin Yu soon came to the sky curtain closest to the city of origin under the leadership of Emperor Xingyao and Emperor Xiangyue. Let's go. The space of the living world has begun to be unstable. Let's leave here first, the leading Emperor Xingyao said in a low voice, and took the lead in passing through the sky curtain and disappeared. Before leaving, Lin Yu couldn't help but look back at the old tree with a complicated expression. What did he want to do? But his strength was still too weak. Then, he looked in other directions again. Now most of the lords have begun to rush back, and the rest are staying in the living world to continue looking for their relatives. He didn't know what the situation was like over there, and whether he had found his sister. Although he wanted to go over to help, he still had something important to do. So after hesitating for a moment, he followed the emperor through the sky. Boom! The terrifying pressure appeared again, pressing towards him from all directions. When Lin Yu's vision recovered, He had already reached the top of the ladder he had been away from for a long time. But his strength at this time has been greatly improved. The pressure that almost made him breathless, and could only be barely resisted by bursting out at full force, now has little effect on him. Looking down at the stairs below, he found that many lords were still tirelessly climbing the ladder, or competing for the treasures that were refreshed from time to time on it. No stop. Under the surprised gazes of the lords, he walked down the ladder with Li Keiji Xinghe and others, and came to the grassland below. After saying goodbye to each other, they directly activated the teleportation and teleported back to the Principality of Xingyu. Swish! The teleportation light shot up into the sky in the palace. After going out for a few days, Lin Yu finally returned to the familiar territory smoothly. However, not long after he stood still, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Xue Changui hurried in from outside with a team of guards, looking anxious. "Your Majesty, you are finally back. I was so anxious. What's wrong?" Seeing Xue Changui's anxious look, Lin Yu immediately walked out of the territory in confusion. "I went out to do some things these days. Did something happen in the principality?" "Something big has happened," Xue Changui said hurriedly. "During your absence, the Nanhua Principality suddenly occupied several cities along the Juku River in the south, saying that it was originally their territory. Several 9th-level lords in the principality rushed over to coordinate, but they were all blocked by the king of Nanhua." "Occupied my territory?" Lin Yu frowned slightly. The Nanhua Principality is located at the southern end of the Xingyu Principality, bordering Xingyu and Dahuang. The Juku River is just the border between the two countries. Because of the developed water conservancy, there are many cities with a rating of 8 or above along the coast. The daily tax and faith provided every day can rank among the top in the principality. Lin Yu originally planned to train a few trustworthy 8th-level lords to take care of it in the future. But unexpectedly, the Nanhua Principality took advantage of his absence to directly occupy it. It seems that he has always been low-key, and some people are beginning to ignore him. "You go down first. I take care of this matter." As he said that, he disappeared in a flash. After returning to the Wanjia continent, the space shuttle ability can be used. With his current 8 pieces of divine fragments, he can cross a distance of up to 800 kilometers each time, and it is still very easy to reach the border of the principality. And just as he was rushing to the southern part of the principality, in the palace of the capital of the Nanhua Principality, a guest just happened to arrive. "Hey, Lao Zhou, why do you have time to come to my place today?" King Nanhua, who was listening to someone report something in the courtyard, looked at the other king, who appeared in front of him in surprise. "Nothing. I just came back from the living world, and was going to do something in the Shengyao Empire. I happened to pass by you, so I came to take a look." The king called Lao Zhou smiled, and sat down at the table. "You just came back from the living world?" Nanhua was even more surprised, and immediately stretched out his hand to wave away the servants beside him, and sat up slightly. You know, he had tried his best before, but he could only climb to the 950th floor of the ladder, and he couldn't even enter the gate of the living world. Now that he heard the news of the living world, he naturally became energetic. "Yes, I went there for a walk." Lao Zhou laughed dryly twice, picked up the tea and drank it by himself, with a bitter expression. After the tea was finished, he continued, "You don't know how many strong people appeared in the living world to compete for the world seed this time. There are 100 places, and I was knocked down directly within a few minutes of going up. The competition is too fierce." Obviously, he also experienced the competition for places in the Origin Conference. But he didn't get a place, but was eliminated early. "Even you didn't get a place?" Nanhua said in surprise. He knew Lao Zhou's strength very well. He had 7 pieces of divine fragments, and his own attributes had been strengthened to a very high level. Even so, he couldn't compete for that 1% of the places. You can imagine how fierce the competition is. "What about our realm? Has anyone else grabbed a spot?" he immediately asked. "Our realm?" Old Zhou was slightly stunned, and then his eyes immediately became hot. "Of course there is. You don't know. There is a ruthless person in our realm, who directly suppressed the top masters of the Realm Alliance and the living world. Even a figure of the level of the King of the Mountain in the Eternal Realm couldn't force him to use his full strength. So strong? Even the King of the Mountain was defeated." Nanhua's eyes suddenly widened. He has heard of the name of the King of the Mountain, who can be ranked in the Eternal Realm. Even if he meets him on the battlefield, he has to avoid him. A strong man of this level can't even force the opponent to use his full strength? How is this possible? When did such a powerful king appear in the primitive realm? Why has he never heard of it? Didn't expect it? This is why I rushed to the Shengyao Empire. Old Joe smiled proudly. On the way back, he had already found out the identity of that monster-level figure. When he learned that the other party was actually near his principality, he hurriedly set out to make some connections and get acquainted with him. After all, that person could be upgraded to the 11th level and establish a kingdom at any time. If not now, when else? However, he did not notice. After hearing his words, Nanhua on the side was shocked and his expression became uncertain. Shengyao Empire? You just said Shengyao Empire? His voice was obviously trembling, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. Yes, it is Shengyao Empire. What's the problem? Lao Zhou asked doubtfully. The person you are talking about. Could it be the king of Xingyu Principality under Shengyao Empire? Nanhua swallowed his saliva and stared at Lao Zhou nervously. And the next second, Lao Zhou said something that shocked him. Yes, it's the king of the Holy Principality, who was recently promoted. Strange. How do you know? How could I know? I wish I had known it earlier. Nanhua's face turned green when he heard Lao Zhou's answer. Just at this moment, a private chat message suddenly popped up in front of him. Your Majesty, the king of the Holy Principality has arrived in Juku City and said he wants to see you. Plop. Nanhua slid down from the chair with his eyes wide open. Chapter 572 Gathering. Going deep into the hinterland. On the banks of the Juku River. In the busy Juku City. King Nanhua was terrified, looking at the figure in front of him, who was much younger than him. Sir, are you the king of Xingyu? He asked with a trembling voice. When the Principality of Xingyu was established before, he was not present, so he did not know Linyu. Beside him, Lao Zhou smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that his old friend, who was so wise all his life, would do such a stupid thing. Luckily, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, if the other party took action, it would not be as simple as apologizing. Are you the king of Nanhua? Linyu looked calmly, silently looking at the man in front of him. You are the one who occupied my territory? No. I just... Nanhua stuttered and opened his mouth, and was suddenly questioned by Linyu. Looking a little flustered. He was just impulsive and inconsiderate. Please forgive his mistake. Lao Zhou next to him immediately helped him out. Oh, this is not just a momentary impulse, right? Linyu asked, looking directly at the two. Feeling his gaze, Lao Zhou felt his heart jump, almost jumping out of his throat. The person in front of him was a terrifying existence, who beat all kinds of great gods and crushed the top 10 in all walks of life. Just the faint aura emanating from his body made him feel frightened. If there is no good explanation today, the consequences will be disastrous. He immediately poked Nanhua, who was in a daze, with his elbow. Ah, yes, he is right. Nanhua reacted immediately, gritted his teeth, and said quickly, It is indeed my fault this time. I am willing to cede Tianhe City across the river as compensation. What do you think? Tianhe City? Linyu was slightly surprised. It is an 8th level city like Juku City. This King Nanhua was so willing to give it to him directly. Seeing the other party's sincerity, he smiled again. Since King Nanhua is so generous, I won't be polite. I just hope that this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. The Principality of Nanhua is a subordinate of the neighboring kingdom, although the friction between the principalities will not be controlled. But he is about to upgrade to the 11th level. It is better not to offend a kingdom easily. Of course, I promise that there will never be a second time. King Nanhua secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. In just a few words, he felt the terrifying aura of Linyu. This kind of oppression, even those top kings with 9 godheads on the battlefield have never encountered. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that Lao Zhou arrived in time and gave him advice. Although it was a bit painful to lose a city, as long as he could keep things quiet, it was a blessing in disguise. That's it. After a simple chat and getting familiar with each other, Nanhua and Lao Zhou left in a hurry. He also took his subordinates, who occupied the city, and evacuated, returning the city to the Holy Principality. After everyone left, the leaders of all the forces in Juku City swarmed in and came to Linyu. Meet the king! Meet the king! Shouts rang out in the hall of the city lord mansion. These leaders of various forces were all trembling with fear, and saluted Lin Yu with great excitement. For small people like them, there are not many opportunities to see the king. Now that the king has come to Juka City in person, how dare they neglect it? As soon as they receive the news, they rush from home to pay homage. No need to be polite. Lin Yu glanced at the people below and sat directly on the first seat. In a few days, I will arrange a lord to come and govern here, and you must assist him wholeheartedly. Yes, I will follow the king's order. Responses rang out one after another, and no one dared to disobey. Okay, let's go back. I should go too. After saying that, Lin Yu didn't stay for long. After sending a message to Yin Tianda and the others to explain the situation and let them make arrangements, he disappeared from the spot and rushed back to Huansha City. On the way, he finally had the opportunity to calm down and enter the origin universe. After receiving the energy of the world tree, various things happened, so he never had the opportunity to check the changes in the origin universe. Now that he was free, he naturally had to check it out. Huh? But unexpectedly, when his mind appeared in the origin universe, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. On the world tree in the center of the universe, the number of faith fruits directly increased from the original 300 to 500, hanging on the branches of the world tree and maturing quickly. And some intelligent creatures in the galaxies have begun to establish dynasties, gradually moving from the primitive era to the old civilization era. This is not the point. What surprised Lin Yu the most was that he actually felt the existence of time in the origin universe. Or more precisely, the existence of the law of time. As long as he has a thought, he can change the speed of time in the origin universe at will, which is much better than the speed he can only change by 1 times in the Wanjia continent. However, considering that he only has a partial understanding of the origin universe, he finally did not make any changes at will, but just took a look at the origin interface. Name, World Tree, Origin, Category, Plant System. Level, 10th level, 8/10, Range, 800 kilometers. Talent effect, Constitution plus 16%. Recovery speed plus 16%. Ability, Soul Domain. Race talent. Summoning space. Storage. Time law. Introduction, condensed by souls. It can evolve into a world when it grows to a certain extent. Note, click here to expand the talents of each system. Only 2 pieces of Godhead fragments are missing, and he can be promoted to the 11th level with his current strength. As long as the battle between the 2 camps starts again, there is still a great chance to collect it. Of course, it is not ruled out that the old king on the opposite side will stop him from killing the other kings on the opposite side. Although he is confident that he can easily defeat the Lord with 9 pieces of divine fragments, it will still be a bit tricky if there are several at a time. It doesn't take too many. Just blocking him for a moment is enough to allow a 10th level Lord to teleport away. I don't know when the next war will be, Lin Yu murmured to himself, and closed the interface and exited the origin universe. However, just as he was about to travel through space again, suddenly, there was a loud bang in the distant sky. A magnificent and dazzling light column shot up into the sky and rushed straight into the clouds, causing the entire sky to vibrate violently. This is the vision of the Lord upgrade. Lin Yu was in doubt. This vision was several times more exaggerated than when he upgraded to the 10th level. Even from a long distance, he could feel a palpitating breath. Could it be that someone on the primitive continent broke through the 11th level? Swish. Just as he was thinking, the space next to him suddenly twisted. Jixing had traveled through space and appeared next to him. That direction seems to be in the territory of the Sky Empire. Jixing has said in a deep voice. Sky Empire? Lin Yu's face changed slightly. The Sky Empire is the empire adjacent to the original evil world, and it is also the location of the main city of the border battlefield. Now that the continents of various realms are gradually merging, and the space barrier in the middle has been broken, I am afraid that many people in other realms will know the news that they have given birth to the 11th level Lord. Once the news spreads, the king who has just advanced will definitely be targeted. It should be the old king who is about to die. Jixing aside. Of course, he is very familiar with the dangers of the 11th level. It is not a wise move to advance when the 2 sides are about to fight. But facing the threat of dying, you have to take a risk and fight. After all, people are the most vulnerable in the face of death. No matter how indifferent you are to life and death, when you really face death, the fear that penetrates into the depths of your soul like a maggot is very terrible, and it will definitely greatly activate your desire to survive. While the two were observing this strange phenomenon, the voice of Emperor Xingyao suddenly sounded in the Empire Channel. Everyone, gather at the realm battlefield early tomorrow morning and prepare to launch a general attack. Tomorrow morning? So soon? Lin Yu and Ji Xinghe were both shocked. They had just returned from the living world, and they were in a hurry to launch a general attack. Did something happen? Or was there a reason for the attack? But no matter what the reason was, Lin Yu was very happy. If it were in the past, the only way for him to obtain the fragments of the Godhead was to go to the 10,000 Realms battlefield once every 3 months, or to try his luck in the monster plane. But now it is different. The emergence of the war between the two camps gave all the lords the opportunity to accumulate resources very quickly, and naturally they could not miss it easily. After looking at each other with Ji Xinghe and saying goodbye to each other, he rushed back to Wansha City and made preparations in the territory. And by the way, he found Xue Chonggui and others to arrange things in the principality. In a blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Not long after the day broke, Lin Yu set off directly to the realm battlefield. When he teleported to the war camp, the entire camp was already filled with lords from all realms. Even those who were climbing the ladder came over and talked excitedly in the team, because they received news that this time the emperors planned to completely attack the hinterland of the Realm Alliance and go straight to the nests of the two Ten Realms, the Eternal Realm and the Demon Realm. This is a rare opportunity to kill the opposite lord and obtain a lot of resources. Lin Yu. Here. Seeing Lin Yu appear, Ji Xinghe in the original realm team immediately waved to him. Ji Xinghe's voice was not concealed, and it immediately attracted the attention of other kings on the side, and they looked at Lin Yu with surprise. Is he the Lin Yu who defeated the king of the mountain? It should be correct. Didn't the news say that he was from the primitive realm? It's the primitive realm again. It seems that someone from their team successfully reached the 11th level yesterday? I heard about it too. It is said that it is an old king who is about to die. He is about to die? That's no wonder. The 10th level lords whispered. The news that Lin Yu and the 11th level appeared made the primitive realm the focus of all realms. And they all looked at them. And Lin Yu quickly joined Ji Xinghe and the others and began to learn about the news of this attack. It was not until half an hour later that the emperors finally appeared and came to the sky above the team. Everyone, prepare to teleport, with an order. In the surprised eyes of the lords of all realms, they directly exerted the power of space to build a teleportation array covering the entire war camp. Then the sky-high light lit up, and everyone disappeared instantly. When they appeared again, they had already arrived at a vast plain thousands of kilometers away. And on the opposite side of the plain was the team of the Realm Alliance. Behind them was the passage leading to the heartland of the Realm Alliance. The two armies were facing each other from a distance across the plain. Chapter 573, Block. Light and Dark Attack. You anti-alliance rubbish. You came here so early in the morning. Are you so eager to die? In the center of the battlefield, the 10th level lords of both sides stood high in the sky and faced each other directly when they met. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. We also want to say this to you. You are waiting to die here so early in the morning. Do you think your life is too long? Faced with the ridicule of the Realm Alliance, the king of the anti-alliance side was not to be outdone and directly responded. The entire battlefield stretched for thousands of miles, with the 10th and 11th levels on the left and right sides of the center respectively. The other low-level lords spread outward, forming a long battle line on the endless plain below. As long as the emperors give an order, they will launch the most fierce attack. Before the war started, the kings completely ignored their image and cursed each other, which made the low-level lords below stunned. But think about it. Who has not crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to be able to reach the 10th level? It is not surprising to make a lot of enemies on the way to upgrade. And some of those enemies have even reached the 10th level, which has further intensified the conflict between them. They don't like each other and want to get rid of each other as soon as possible. However, just when the kings of both sides were cursing at each other and pulling hatred, several kings in the Realm Alliance team suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the anti-alliance, and all their faces changed and fell into chaos. It's him. Even he is here. The one who defeated the king of the mountain. The figure was none other than Lin Yu in the anti-alliance team. In the previous meeting of the origin of the living world, many people saw Lin Yu take action with their own eyes, so they naturally recognized him. Seeing him appear in the opposite team, they were immediately terrified, and their eyes were full of fear. Even the anti-alliance side looked at him one after another. both surprised and astonished. I didn't expect him to come too. With him here, our chances of winning the 10th level battlefield should be much greater this time. Indeed, several old kings who had experienced the Origin Conference said in surprise. And the young kings who had never been to the living world were shocked. Who was so powerful that he could make them more likely to win by himself? I'm afraid that the old kings with 9 pieces of divine fragments might not be able to do it. What a pity. Without giving them a chance to think more, a loud shout that resounded throughout the battlefield suddenly exploded in the sky. Everyone listen up. Attack! Charge! Kill! In an instant, the deafening shouts of killing rang out throughout the battlefield. The armies of both sides that were confronting each other turned into 2 black torrents and collided fiercely. There was no nonsense in the 10th level battlefield. With a wave of their hands, tens of thousands of troops appeared and rushed to fight with the other side's troops. The battlefield was full of thunder. What Lin Yu didn't expect was that, as soon as the battle started, 2 lords with 9 pieces of divine fragments led their troops to approach him quickly, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Want to hold me back? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and guessed the other party's plan at once. He wanted to use these 2 guys to hold him back and prevent him from chasing the weaker lords. Come out. It's time for you to go on stage. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and 10 royal troops appeared in front of him. Except for the forest sage. Each royal led a plant army behind him, forming 9 square formations in front of him. These were the 4-leaf clover enhanced troops he spent time building yesterday. A total of 18,000. And the main attributes of each inherited the 4-leaf clover bonus skills, with an additional 40% improvement. The healing troops were mutated from the proliferation grass, and the 2,000 directly quadrupled to 8,000. And the entire team was flying with flower spirits and lantern grass. Attack! Qin Gang, who was in the middle, shouted loudly, and the ancient trees, cacti, and nuts in the 9 teams immediately rushed forward, directly facing the angels and demons that were surrounding them. Thousands of emerald green dragons soared into the sky, and suddenly collided with the flying soldiers on the opposite side in the air, launching a fierce air battle. Hellfire! The white-haired old man of the demon system on the opposite side obviously knew how powerful Lin Yu was, and without any reservation, he immediately launched the group attack skill of the lava demon. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the black and red flames turned into meteors and fire rains that cut through the sky, accompanied by a large piece of holy light condensed by the angel's holy sword, whistling towards the plant army. Wherever it went, all the water vapor evaporated instantly, and the air was shaking violently. Seeing this, Qin Gang immediately roared to the sky, and launched a savage roar, increasing the attributes of all soldiers by 30%. Boom boom boom. The bursting flames exploded in the plant army. Many plants with weaker constitutions were blown away directly, with a large number of burn wounds on their bodies. But soon, Kong Ming in the sky burst into a dazzling brilliance. Light skill activated. The strong light enveloped the surrounding 1 kilometer in the blink of an eye. The lantern grasses flying all over the sky also triggered Kong Ming's thousands of lights talent, activating the copy version of the light skill one after another, covering the plant army and the demon angel army. He never summoned this type of soldiers in the living world. The middle-aged angel man in the back exclaimed, stunned by the terrifying skill range displayed by Kong Ming. He thought that Lin Yu had already used all his strength in the last battle with Zhongwu, but he didn't expect that Lin Yu still had a trump card that he hadn't used. In just a blink of an eye, the Angel Knight leader and the Demon Lord Lava Dog team, who rushed to the front, were rapidly melted under the light of Kong Ming. Without even giving them a chance to heal, they turned into ashes, leaving the battleground empty and thousands of soldiers lost in a blink of an eye. The damage caused by the light skill was converted into healing in equal proportion, healing the plant soldiers in the rear that were burned by the hellfire. The plants that were originally seriously injured and dying immediately became lively again, and together with Lin Yu and several royal families, they bombarded the 2 soldiers. What a terrifying skill effect! The Demon Lord exclaimed in surprise, seeing his own soldiers retreating step by step and falling like wheat. He immediately turned back to look at the Angel Lord. We can't delay any longer. Use that trick. Okay. Feeling the powerful strength of Lin Yu's soldiers, the 2 did not hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of demons and angels flew into the sky, and 2 energies, 1 light and 1 dark, quickly gathered together, forming a huge disc like Tai Chi in the air. Lin Yu was shocked. He could feel a breath that made his heart palpitate in the disc, which even vaguely touched the level of the 11th order. If he was swallowed by Tian Tun, he would probably explode and die. There's something wrong with this move. Come back. With a loud shout, the royals immediately shrank their team, resisting the opponent's attack while retreating to within 1 kilometer of the forest sage. It's useless. No one below the 11th order can stop our move. The Angel Lord laughed loudly, and the momentum of the disc suddenly surged, shattering the surrounding space, shocking the other 10th order lords nearby. Even the 11th order lord, who was fighting hundreds of kilometers away, couldn't help but look over here. Lin Yu just wanted to teleport away, but found that the rules around him were disturbed by a destructive force, and there was no way to break the space. The next second, there was a loud bang. A rotating beam of light intersecting black and white rushed out of the disc and shot towards him, and even the sound was distorted for a moment. Buzz. Lin Yu did not hesitate and immediately asked the forest sage to activate the peace field to protect all the plant soldiers. The spiral light column hit the peace field fiercely, turning into huge energy that dissipated in the air, annihilating the surrounding land. Watching from such a close distance, Lin Yu could feel the terrifying power contained in this attack. If he was hit head-on, he would be seriously injured even if he burst out with all his strength. Not to mention other soldiers, who would definitely be killed instantly. And what was beyond his expectation was, this attack was actually continuous. It lasted for 7 or 8 seconds, and the spiral light column did not show any sign of dissipating, which made him feel depressed. Seeing that the effect of the peace field was about to end, he did not hesitate and immediately asked the forest sage to activate the Light of Life skill. At the same time, Lin Yu's rules burst out, and the Guardian Barrier and the Life Curtain opened at the same time, and huge semicircular light shields covered him and the plants. Boom! Finally, the peace domain dissipated, and the spiral light column fell down with a bang, hitting the light shield hard, and exploded completely in the army of plants. Success? The Angel Lord stood in the air, excitedly looking at Lin Yu, who was submerged by the light and dark energy. No! He's not dead yet. Unexpectedly, the old demon next to him suddenly exclaimed, staring at Lin Yu and the plant soldiers who were still standing there. Although they were all seriously injured, they were still as steady as a mountain, and there was no sign of being killed. It was the effect of the Light of Life. Forcibly retain 1 point of physical fitness within 10 seconds. In the 5th second after the skill was activated, the two people's devastating light and dark attack finally ended, and the protective barrier was broken, and the damage absorbed during the period was directly transformed into a thick shield on Lin Yu and all the soldiers, giving them a solid layer of protection. Group treatment. Lin Yu gave an order and immediately launched a savage roar with the power of rules. Nearly 10,000 flower spirits and lantern grasses flew into the air, and group healing skills were activated one by one, working hard to heal their injuries. Under the blessing of Savage Roar and Life Curtain's double healing, Lin Yu's wounds were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, which shocked the two people on the opposite side and other lords on the side. Such a strong attack. But you actually blocked it? And not even a single soldier was lost. What a perverted defense skill. That attack just now was almost at the 11th level. Is this his strength? At this moment, everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by Lin Yu. The two kings of angels and demons, who were the parties involved, woke up from a dream. No. It's impossible. How could you possibly block this attack? Chapter 574 Infinite Savage Roar. The two lords with 9 pieces of divine fragments jointly launched a light and dark attack, and its power was almost close to the level of the 11th level. But now, it was easily resolved by Lin Yu. Even though the two 10th level lords of angels and demons were determined, they were shocked and retreated. Lin Yu would naturally not miss this opportunity. Deal with him. With an order, the plant army dispersed again, and under the leadership of the royal family, launched a counterattack against the two troops. In a blink of an eye, the demon and angel troops fell in groups, from 30,000 to less than 20,000, especially the 3 groups of war killers, the Green Vine Mushroom Demon King and the Soul Chaser. One tentacle danced wildly, and the bloody country was shrouded. One mushroom was everywhere, and the explosion sounded continuously. The Soul Chaser was the blooming of the Dream Tree, and the dandelion seeds, with a shield to offset the damage once directly spread out with the hell flames, causing the opponent's troops to fall into chaos. The direction they were in charge of was almost a crushing one. and there was no enemy at all. How could it be? The two lords on the opposite side were horrified, looking at the 10 terrifying figures in the plant army. And a storm was set off in their hearts. 10! The abnormal soldiers summoned at the Origin conference before. He actually had 10 in total. That is to say, he had not even used half of his strength before. How could this be possible? In fear, how could they dare to think more? And immediately summon the soldiers, one by one, and set up a defensive formation. We come to help. The 10th level lords of other realm alliances on the side also noticed the situation here. And immediately 2 8-piece god fragments rushed over to help delay the pace of Lin Yu's plant army. Lin Yu frowned. Under this situation, he had no chance to kill the low-level king on the opposite side, let alone obtain new god fragments. But even if he knew this would be the result, he had no way. After all, the strength he had shown before had already made the people of the Realm Alliance feel apprehensive. So they sent these people to stop him. Even those lords with 1 or 2 pieces of divine fragments all stayed away from here and retreated to the second line. They didn't give them any chance to attack. You really think highly of me. Lin Yu felt helpless. Since there was no way to kill the 10th level lord on the opposite side, he would try to weaken the strength of these guys as much as possible. After thinking about it, he didn't hold back and launched attacks one after another. And together with the royal family, he pressed towards the opponent's troops. And the two sides collided fiercely on the battlefield. So strong, he actually blocked 4 10th level lords by himself. And they all had more than 8 pieces of divine fragments. This is too abnormal. The kings of the other anti-alliance camps on the side kept exclaiming. All of them were stunned by Lin Yu's powerful strength. You know, those were 2 8 pieces and 2 9 pieces of divine fragments. They couldn't deal with any of them. But now, the combined forces of the 4 men could only barely resist the attack of Lin Yu's plant army. Who among all the 10th level warriors in the Wanjia continent can do this? The fact that the 4 top fighters were held back greatly boosted the morale of the anti-alliance. Amidst the deafening shouts and roars, the Realm Alliance team was gradually forced back to the entrance of the passage. The battlefield on the 11th level seemed to have won victory after victory, overwhelming the opposing lords. And the corpses of the soldiers piled up like a mountain. Lin Yu collected the corpses while accumulating strength. Finally, half an hour later, the defense line of the Realm Alliance collapsed. Retreat! The other emperor did not hesitate at all and directly issued a retreat order. The huge army turned into a torrent and merged into the space channel behind them, fleeing to the continent where the next realm was located. If Lin Yu remembered correctly, the opposite side should be the ghost world dominated by the undead lords. As long as they pass through the ghost realm again, they can compress the base of the Realm Alliance again, and it is just around the corner to completely defeat them. Chase! At this moment, the voice of the Dragon Emperor also sounded. Unlike in the past, they did not stop to rest after winning, but chose to pursue the victory. And their fighting style was much more radical than before. Charge! Kill them all! The lords naturally knew that this was a rare opportunity. Without hesitation, they led their troops through the space channel in a burst of shouting and killing, and chased into the ghost realm. As described in the rumors, the entire ghost realm was almost shrouded in a gray death aura, and visibility was instantly reduced by half. Wherever they looked, they were full of tombstones and dry bones. There were also a large number of ghosts flying in the sky, and bursts of piercing screams kept coming to their ears. If you enter my ghost realm's territory, stay. The Realm Alliance obviously expected that they would pursue the victory. During the retreat, several great emperors from the ghost world teleported to various corners of the sky. A vast aura burst out, and streaks of death rose into the sky. It actually stirred up the death energy in the entire ghost world, and gathered into hundreds of terrifying gray vortices on their way forward, connecting the sky and the earth. It actually used the entire ghost world to build a large formation to stop their steps. Under the cover of the formation, not only were the emperors dragged down, but the anti-alliance army below was also blocked by a sea of skeletons that suddenly emerged from the ground. Clear these monsters. Above level 10. Go deep into the void and destroy those death vortices. The Dragon Emperor immediately issued various orders, and continued to fight fiercely with the emperors of the Realm Alliance in the void. Obviously, he could not get away for a while. The lords of various realms below received the order, and immediately understood it. They immediately led their troops to start clearing out the skeleton monsters that were madly emerging like a sea, and slowly move forward. Let's go. Let's go destroy those formation bases. The lords above level 10 were naturally not idle. They immediately divided into several directions and shuttled through space to rush to the death vortices. Want to destroy the formation? It's not that easy. The kings of the Realm Alliance hidden in the dead air sneered, and also formed teams, moving towards the anti-alliance, launching harassment and sneak attacks on them. For a while, the fighting continued in the dead air, greatly slowing down the anti-alliance march. Roar! At this moment, earth-shattering roars rang out in every corner of the formation. Around the formation base, terrifying skeleton ghost monsters crawled out from the ground. They were lord monsters above level 10. Lin Yu had just approached one of the formation bases for less than 500 kilometers when he was blocked by an undead bone dragon that was dozens of meters tall and had magic immunity skills. Name, Corpse Dragon King, Lord, Race, Undead. Level, 10th level, SSS level, Skills, Sweeping Claws. Death Dragon Flame. Magic immunity. Twin Corpses. Chaos, all attributes increased by 100%. Introduction, extremely powerful Corpse Lord. Not only powerful, but also immune to magic. It's SSS level. Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter a lord monster of this level here. If it was before, he would probably have to go around if he encountered such a monster. But now it's different. He has enough strength to deal with it. If he is lucky enough to get an SSS level national treasure, it will definitely be a sure win. Go. Surround it. Seeing that there were no other 10th level lords nearby, Lin Yu made a quick decision and immediately issued orders to the army. In a blink of an eye, each team turned around and began to besiege the Corpse Dragon King under the leadership of the royal family. The Corpse Dragon King, who had just emerged from the ground, roared, knocked several ancient tree soldiers away, and suddenly spurted out a piece of death dragon flame from his mouth. "I stop it!" Qin Gang shouted, and the wild roar and war barrier opened together, and went straight to meet it. With a bang, the dragon flame exploded on the barrier, knocking him back several meters away. But it was also because of this. The powerful attack that should have killed a group of ordinary soldiers in an instant was successfully blocked by him, and it dissipated in the air in an instant. The flower spirit behind saw this, and immediately waved his staff to treat him. Then the tree and the dragon fought fiercely in the encirclement. Other royal families and ordinary soldiers provided remote support on the side, and the surging attack instantly submerged the Corpse Dragon King. Even though the Corpse Dragon King had magic immunity skills, and was immune to skill damage, he was still beaten by the countless attacks without any ability to fight back, and gradually multiple wounds appeared on his body. Roar! Suddenly, the Corpse Dragon King roared to the sky. The huge body was illusory, and it split into two, splitting into another bone dragon that looked like it. A total of 2 SSS level lord monsters. It was its 10th level skill. Twin Corpses. As soon as the bone dragon split out, it directly spit out a mouthful of dragon flame, burning the melee soldiers in front of it into ashes. The main body launched a claw attack, sweeping back the Qin Gang blocking in front, and then flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Swoosh! The giant vines of Qingting followed closely, rushed into the sky and entangled its body. Get down! As soon as Qingting's voice sounded, the vines pulled down fiercely. Amid the unwilling roar of the Corpse Dragon King, it was pulled back to the ground and was submerged by the army of plants again. The other clone bone dragon was surrounded by soldiers led by other royal families. A large number of vines emerged, restricting its movements and preventing it from escaping. Seeing that the effect of Savage Roar had passed, Lin Yu immediately gathered the power of rules and launched it again. Then he stepped into the Dragon Flame Zone and triggered the Phantom Walker effect through the attack of the Corpse Dragon King. And a number of phantom clones, exactly like him, appeared. Just right. I can use you to try the effect. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and those split phantoms immediately burst out with the power of rules, launching savage roars one after another. Lin Yu took a look, and as he guessed, every time Savage Roar was launched, the duration of the state would be refreshed to 30 seconds. In other words, as long as he was attacked and the Phantom Walker effect was triggered, Savage Roar could be maintained indefinitely. Although it was a bit self-abuse, the overall improvement of his plant army was immeasurable. Chapter 575 Race Against Time. Roar. An unwilling roar sounded in the surging gray death. In less than 2 minutes, the SSS-level Corpse Dragon King fell to the ground under the attack of the plant army, splashing a large amount of smoke and dust. Killed a 10th-level Lord Monster and gain 100 million magic energy. A cold reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. The next second, the energy in the corpse of the corpse Dragon King gathered and turned into 10 rule fragments and 3 shining treasures. Well done. Lin Yu praised with a smile. He didn't attack just now. Just relying on the blessing of infinite savage roar, he easily killed the SSS level Lord Monster. If this was put before going to the living world, it would be absolutely unimaginable. But now he has done it. The Shadowless Phantom Walker is indeed powerful when combined with other skills. Of course, part of the reason is that he now has 8 pieces of divine fragments. And the attributes of the royal family are not far from those of the SSS level Lord Monster. 10 against 1. It's still easy. After thinking about it, he teleported to the corpse of the corpse Dragon King, put away the 10 pieces of rule fragments, and then looked at the 3 treasures. A 10th level token, a blood-colored crystal, and a square golden jade. National treasure. Lin Yu was shocked and blurted out the word national treasure. Unexpectedly, the first SSS level Lord Monster he killed actually exploded the national treasure. You know, this is the highest SSS level national treasure. Enjoy. He immediately picked up the jade to check the attributes. National treasure, magic immunity. Item level, SSS level. Territory effect, immune to 10% of skill damage. When the total amount of damage absorbed exceeds the mental attribute, you will get a magic shield and be immune to all skill attacks of the current level and below for 5 seconds. National effect, resource regeneration speed plus 94%. Faith acquisition plus 100%. Introduction, a national treasure. It can be used on the country in charge to obtain additional bonuses, and can only be effective on one at a time. What a strong defensive national treasure. Not only does it provide group immunity to 10% of skill damage, it also comes with a triggered magic shield, which is equivalent to having an additional skill. You know, the effect of the national treasure will affect the Lord and all arms at the same time. The 10% damage reduction for all arms greatly increases the survivability of the arms. If he had this national treasure when fighting the 2 guys from the Realm Alliance before, he wouldn't even need to use too many trump cards to easily resist the light and dark combined attack. More importantly, the blessing of the SSS level national treasure on the principality is also very terrifying. And the resource recovery and faith acquisition are almost doubled, which is much better than what he is using now. Is this the effect of the highest level national treasure? It is indeed much stronger than expected. If it is sold, it is estimated that a lot of rule fragments can be sold. Of course, Lin Yu will not be so stupid. After finally getting a top-level treasure that he could use, he naturally had to keep it for himself. He put the things into his personal space, and then looked at the other 2 things. Needless to say, the troop token is a good one for exchanging resources with the King of the Undead. But the last one, the blood-colored crystal, surprised him a little. Name, Dragon Core. Grade, Rare. Usage level, level 10. Effect, permanently increase the power of breath skills by 25%, which can be used by dragon troops of level 10 and below, and cannot be stacked. It turned out to be a prop for troops? Looking at the information in front of him, Lin Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Increasing the power of breath skills by 25%. This effect is a bit too strong. It really deserves to be a rare item of level 10. It's a pity that his only dragon troop is a rare troop. Otherwise he would have to use the mutation ability to mutate an Emerald Green Dragon King and use this prop on it, which would definitely be a huge improvement. Anyway, this item can only be used below level 10. He did not keep it, but directly called the largest Emerald Dragon King and gave it the Dragon Core. May I ask if you want to use the Dragon Core on the Emerald Dragon King? Yes. With a response, the crystal in Lin Yu's hand turned into a red light and merged into the Emerald Dragon King's body. Then he clicked on the attribute interface and took a look. The skill description had indeed changed. Death Breath, active, explodes the power of nature. Spits out a death breath full of destructive energy in a straight line in front of the front, causing 150% spiritual damage to enemies within the range. Originally, the damage ratio of the Emerald Dragon King's death breath was 120%. After absorbing the core, it just reached 150%. Which is also a good improvement. If he can take this opportunity to get a few more dragon cores, he may be able to create a very powerful dragon army. Let's go. Keep moving forward. After getting up and cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Yu collected the plant army and continued to rush towards the formation base. Not long after he left, two sneaky figures slowly emerged from the dead air on the side. Looking at the direction, he disappeared with fear. "Did you see it just now?" one of them said in a trembling voice. "Yeah." The other nodded silently, his voice also trembling. It took more than a minute to get rid of an SSS-level Lord monster. This strength is too abnormal. I'm afraid those with 9 pieces of divine fragments can't do it. More than that, that corpse dragon king has magic immunity skills, and 9 pieces of divine fragments may not be able to win. Fortunately, I have the ability to hide my breath. Otherwise, if that guy finds out, I guess neither of us can escape. We can't stay here anymore. Let's leave first. The two 10th level lords of the Realm Alliance originally wanted to use the dead air to cover up their breath and launch a sneak attack on the anti-alliance people. Unexpected result? I actually encountered a monster like Linyu. Especially when I saw him easily deal with an SSS level Lord monster. I was even more frightened. How dare I stay? I immediately fled out in panic, as if I would be in danger if I stayed for another second. At the same time, in the dead formation shrouded in death, there were sounds of battles, and the roars of lords and soldiers. The armies of both sides guarded the two ends of the formation, and fought fiercely around the formation bases. Linyu just teleported to the vicinity of one of the nearest formation bases, and found that several 11th level lords had gathered here, and were colliding violently in the center. On the side, there were also a large number of 10th level lords, who came, and led the army to launch another attack. Charge! Kill them all back! Quick! Focus on the formation base. Healer! Healer! Come and help! Stop them! The whole scene was in chaos, and shouts continued. The anti-alliance pushed madly towards the huge vortex surrounded by death in the distance. The Realm Alliance continued to block their attacks and interfere with them. It was an offensive and defensive battle around the formation base, and beyond Lin Yu's expectation. In addition to the Realm Alliance people, there were actually many 10th level Lord monsters and a large number of surging undead monsters around the death vortex, all over the sky and the ground. Although the offensive of the anti-alliance camp was swift, it was still blocked by the opposite side, and there was no way to get close to the vortex, let alone destroy it. It's useless. You can't break through here. Hurry up and get back to your realm. Go. Tear all the troops of those guys into pieces. The Realm Alliance held the high ground and frantically attacked the anti-alliance army with the undead monsters. The two sides fought fiercely near the death vortex. With the addition of the monsters, the Realm Alliance turned the offensive, and the attack was extremely fierce, so that they actually had signs of being unable to hold on. This formation set up by the Emperor was really terrifying. Even the monsters could be ordered. However, Linyu did not rush to support immediately. Instead, he restrained his breath, quietly went around to the back of the Realm Alliance, and secretly observed the 10th level lords, who kept coming. Thanks to this chaos, he finally got rid of the entanglement of those annoying guys, and was able to free his hands. Next, it was his hunting time. Linyu's eyes condensed. An ray of brilliance burst out of his eyes. Just at this time, two figures hurried over from a distance. Hurry. It's just in front. Let's go to support. Dare to rush directly into our ghost world. This time we must make sure that the anti-alliance guys will never come back. In the surging death energy, two gray-skinned undead lords kept teleporting, moving quickly towards the battle direction, cursing at the same time. They were not strong. One had only 2 pieces of divine fragments, and the other had 3. Originally, with their strength, they basically hid in the back to support. But now they have the assistance of the Death Chi Array. And this is the rear of the Realm Alliance, where high-level lords may pass by at any time. So they immediately let go of their courage and plan to go to the battlefield to see if they can pick up any loopholes. In just a blink of an eye, the two of them have teleported to the sky above a burial ground, and can already vaguely see the fierce battle in the distance. Be careful. Unexpectedly, at this time, the elemental lord with 3 pieces of divine fragments suddenly changed his face. A defensive shield appeared around him, and the whole person retreated violently. The next second, there was a loud bang. Giant vines rose into the sky, and surrounded another beast lord who didn't react. It's the anti-alliance. How dare you come to the rear of our army? The two people who were separated shouted in shock, tearing open the space, and wanted to escape from here. Void space. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded, just as the beast lord was about to escape into the void. An invisible wave appeared, covering him and interrupting his space shuttle. Then Lin Yu, who was hiding on the side, appeared and surrounded him with the royal family and the plant army. However, it was precisely because of the two people shouting that they finally attracted the attention of the 10th level lords of other realm alliances. Immediately, several old kings with more than 8 pieces of divine fragments came to hear the news. If you dare to come to our rear to attack, you will die. The Beast Lord was not panicked at all. With a wave of his hand, a large number of beast-like soldiers and dragons appeared in front of him. Lingxi, you lead the team to stop them. Lin Yu also knew that time was running out. With an order, Lingxi, Qinggang, and the cannon quickly left the team and led 3 teams to meet the lords who came. Feeling the breath emanating from Lingxi and others, the Beast Lord face suddenly changed. The aura of these soldiers was even more terrifying than those lords with 7 or 8 pieces of divine fragments he had seen. Escape. This was his only thought at this moment. And he finally knew what kind of monster he had encountered. Without hesitation, he let the soldiers block in front of Lin Yu, burst out all his strength, and turned around to escape. However, just as he was about to escape from the range of the void space, red dandelions suddenly appeared in front of him. It was like a blood-red cloud, surrounding him completely, making him feel shocked. Chapter 576. You can't kill me. Boom. A loud noise exploded in the sky. The Beast Lord, who was trying to avoid it, vomited blood and flew out like a rag. With just one blow, he was blown into a bloody mess by the soul-chasing dandelion. But after all, he was a 10th level lord, and basically had life-saving methods. Although he was seriously injured, he still turned over in the air and rushed out of the void space. Then, there was a loud bang, and the void space collapsed, almost burying him in the void. Looking for death, several old kings of the Realm Alliance in the distance saw this scene and shouted in shock, and immediately accelerated to rush over. However, at this moment, a terrifying pressure came. Lingxi and Qinggang appeared with their team, and the King's Majesty suppressed them at once. And even the teleportation was interrupted. Qinggang directly launched a savage roar, entered an explosive state, and rushed towards them, while the cannon was hidden on the side, with the black muzzle pointing at them. These soldiers are not good. It's that guy. At a glance, several old kings recognized Lingxi and Qinggang, and their faces changed. When they looked into the distance again, they found that the Beast Lord had been bitten by a huge man-eating plant's mouth. The rule power that had just condensed was ready to start space shuttle, but was swallowed by the swallowing skill of Tian Tunchen. With a scream, he fell from the air. The difference in strength is too big. The difference between 2 godheads and 8 godheads is 60% of the attribute. If you are more careful, you can use all your means at the beginning, use all your life-saving skills, and escape through space shuttle. But he was careless because of the formation and being behind his own team, which gave Lin Yu an opportunity. Puff! The sound of flesh and blood being pierced rang out. The vines of Qingting and the shadowless dagger appeared almost at the same time, piercing the throat and heart of the Beast Lord, exploding a cloud of blood mist. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 10th level lord and obtained 3.6 billion magic energy. The prompt sounded, and a fragment of the godhead shining with a colorful halo slowly rose into the air, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Lin Yu was overjoyed, and immediately rushed up to take it in his hand, ready to merge directly. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. Boy, put down the fragment of the godhead, and I will leave you with a whole body. A voice like thunder exploded in Lin Yu's ears, shaking the fragment of the godhead in his hand almost out of his hand. Then, the terrifying pressure came, and he was almost pressed to the ground without resistance, and his body sank deeply into the soil. 11th level. Lin Yu was shocked. He never expected that he would attract this level of existence. Only a strong man of this level can make him unable to resist at all, and easily suppress him with just pressure. He raised his head with difficulty, and found that a middle-aged man with a stern face appeared in the sky at some point, looking down at him with indifferent eyes. I was careless. The rear of this realm alliance is indeed not easy to come to. Lin Yu was frightened, resisting the pressure while anxiously thinking about countermeasures. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't resist the opponent's pressure, and could only watch the opponent slowly land and come to him. The gap in strength is too big. You are so brave that you dare to go deep into our rear alone and kill our people. The cold voice came into Lin Yu's ears, making him shudder. The old kings who were blocked by the royal family saw this, and shouted loudly, "My lord! He is one of the strongest 10th level ones on the anti-alliance side. Don't let him go back alive." "Oh! There is this thing?" The man looked at Lin Yu in surprise. A hint of murderous intent gradually emerged from his calm eyes. Not good. Feeling this murderous intent, Lin Yu's face changed wildly. Finally, he stopped holding back, and a wave that did not belong to this world enveloped him. And he actually shook off the opponent's pressure. It was his latest ability, the Law of Time. Lin Yu did not expect that the power of the Law of Time would be so strong that it could even resist the pressure of the 11th level. But he was not in the mood to think about these things now. He just teleported through space and escaped from here, and at the same time recalled all the soldiers back to space. "Huh?" the man exclaimed lightly, with a surprised expression on his face. A 10th level lord could actually break his space blockade and teleport away. With such potential, if he was allowed to rise to the 11th level, what would happen when he grew up? This threat must not be left. After thinking about it, he stretched out his arm, and a devastating force exploded in the direction of Lin Yu's escape. In an instant, the space shattered. Lin Yu, who was in the space channel, vomited blood and flew out. Just one blow almost shattered his internal organs. He didn't dare to stop for a moment, and used his last bit of will to escape through space again. Want to escape? The man's face darkened. If people knew that a 10th level lord had escaped from him, wouldn't he become the laughing stock of all the 11th level lords? Without stopping, he disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he had come to Lin Yu, who was hundreds of kilometers away, and blocked his way. "I said, you can't escape." The cold voice, accompanied by a vast force, instantly blocked all of Lin Yu's ways. Lin Yu, who had just escaped from the space, had no time to think about it. He gritted his teeth, and the forest sage appeared beside him. Buzz. The peace domain spread out, and all attacks within a radius of 1 kilometer were invalid. The attacks that enveloped the opponent's attack also completely dissipated and turned into nothingness in an instant. The man obviously didn't expect that he had such a method, and his movements paused slightly. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu escaped into the void again and fled towards the battlefield. However, just after teleporting hundreds of kilometers away, terrifying wind blades had already cut through the space, spread across the entire world, and shot towards him from all directions. Elemental wind blade cutting. There was no time to summon the forest sage. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and burst out, instantly maxing out his physical attributes. Then he activated all the effects of the 3-piece set of attack and defense conversion, and slammed into the direction where the attack was weakest. Puff! The sound of flesh being cut open rang out. Under the cutting of those wind blades, his proud defense was like a thin layer of paper, and a large number of deep wounds appeared on his body, and the severe pain almost made him faint. But it was also this moment of explosion. He finally succeeded in breaking through the wind blades and came out again. "You can't kill me." He turned his head, his voice trembling, but a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he teleported away and appeared in the sky above the battle between the two armies. "Damn it!" the man cursed inwardly, obviously not expecting Lin Yu to have so many ways to save his life. As they chased and fled, they had unknowingly arrived at the place where the two armies were fighting. Just as he was about to chase, he was immediately spotted by an 11th level lord from the anti-alliance side, who blocked his way. "Hey, isn't this King Lifeng? How come you have grown up and are actually chasing a 10th level lord?" The man obviously knew Lifeng and immediately said his name. Lin Yu, who had fled back to the anti-alliance team, narrowed his eyes and secretly remembered the word Lifeng in his heart. And at the same time, he was extremely grateful. Fortunately, he did not go too deep into the rear of the Realm Alliance. Otherwise, even if he had more ways to save his life, he would not be able to escape from the hands of the 11th level lord. This was also the first time he personally experienced the power of the 11th level. Even if his strength was at the top of the 10th level, when facing an 11th level strongman, he was still like an ant and had no ability to resist at all. Strength. He needs more powerful strength. Lin Yu secretly clenched his fists. The severe pain from his body did not make him lose consciousness, but made him unusually energetic. He took a look at the battle scene below, where there were shouts and killings. Without stopping, he quickly evacuated away from the battlefield while covering his wounds. He did not summon the royal family to protect himself until no one around confirmed that it was safe. He began to treat his injuries on the spot, and took out the fragment of the Godhead that he had just obtained. May I ask if you want to fuse the fragment of the Godhead? Once the fusion is irreversible, please make a careful decision. Fusion. With a response, the fragment of the Godhead in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and gradually merged into his body. Then, a huge amount of energy surged into his body, speeding up the recovery of his injuries. The rule power that was originally consumed by the use of the law of time and various burst skills was also restored a little, and he could finally use the healing skills. The ninth piece, Lin Yu murmured to himself, feeling the increase in strength, his eyes full of joy. Although the process of obtaining this fragment of the Godhead was very thrilling, the result was still good. Next, he only needs the last fragment of the Godhead, and he can prepare to upgrade to the 11th level. But this last fragment is not easy to obtain. On the battlefield, those old kings basically recognize him, and will never let him kill those weak kings so easily. He dare not go to the rear of the Realm Alliance again. Who knows if he will encounter another 11th level strongman? If he is not careful, his life will be lost. Today he is lucky. The other party did not take him. An ant? Seriously? So he was able to escape. He may not be so lucky next time. So it is better to be careful. After thinking about it, he casually opened the personal interface. There are nearly 1,000 rule fragments obtained in the past 2 days, which has improved his basic attributes a lot. With his current strength, even if he does not strengthen to the maximum value, with the extra blessing of Savage Roar and the effect of the attack and defense conversion set, he is not inferior to the top 10th level lords in the 10 realms. What's more, he has 10 royal families with similar attributes to himself. Now there is basically no 10th level lord who can pose a threat to him. Boom! Just thinking about it, a loud noise suddenly came from a distance. Under the fierce attack of the anti-alliance, the large array eyes formed by the gathering of death energy finally began to collapse one after another. It seems that this large array will be broken in a short time, Ling Shi said while performing a healing spell. This time, the Emperor should be determined to attack the hinterland of the Realm Alliance. We have to hurry up to heal our wounds. After saying that, Lin Yu calmed down and began to heal his wounds with all his strength. As time went by, the battle between the two camps gradually reached a white-hot stage. Chapter 577 Monster Invasion. Charge! Kill! The deafening shouts of killing echoed throughout the entire ghost world. After half a day of fighting, the anti-alliance finally destroyed the last death vortex with its numerical advantage. With a loud bang, the formation built by more than a dozen emperors in the ghost world was broken and completely turned into nothingness. The death energy that was originally so dense that it almost blocked the vision also dissipated rapidly and turned into the original light mist. Everywhere you look, there are corpses of soldiers and undead monsters, almost piled up into a mountain. The army of the Realm Alliance hidden in the death energy also appeared. Retreat! The Realm Alliance obviously did not expect the formation to be broken so quickly. At the order of several leading emperors, they immediately abandoned the entrance to the ghost world and hurriedly retreated to the next realm. Chase! Kill them all! Don't let them escape. The anti-alliance side naturally would not miss this opportunity to pursue the victory, and immediately led the army to pursue them relentlessly. They fought fiercely with the Realm Alliance while advancing into the depths of the realm without any intention of stopping. It can be said that this battle is definitely the most persistent battle between the two sides in history. Lin Yu followed the team, walking and stopping, and had countless melees with the Realm Alliance, even from day to night, and then from night to day, until the afternoon of the third day. Finally, through the collective space leap of the great emperors, they caught up with the Realm Alliance and chased them to a huge space channel at the end of the ghost world. At the end of the space channel connecting the sky and the earth, dark peaks were vaguely visible, and many gloomy and terrifying towers and castles were built on the side, reflecting a blood-red color under the shining of a blood moon. In the sky, there were countless figures flying back and forth, densely packed. Even though there were several layers of space barriers, they could feel a strong sense of oppression, which was many times stronger than the ordinary realms. One of the 10 realms, the Demon Realm. After nearly half a year of fighting, they finally came to the heart of the Realm Alliance, and could see the Demon Realm from afar through the space barriers. Even the realms around the Demon Realm were now shrouded in demonic energy, turning into a black sky curtain perpendicular to the outer periphery of the realm, covering the Demon Realm and the surrounding realms. They were also completely isolated from the outside. Boom! With a loud bang, the attacks of several emperors of the anti-alliance fell on the sky curtain, creating a circle of violent ripples. But they could not break the sky curtain, and were instead repelled by a huge force. It's useless. You can't break this layer of protection. Everyone listen. Retreat into the protection range. The emperors of the Realm Alliance shouted, and led the Alliance army directly through the sky curtain and entered the Demon Realm without any obstruction. The pursuit of the anti-alliance had to end here, and all stopped outside the sky. This is a rule-based defense that connects the Demon Realm and all the surrounding realms. It seems that the guys in the Demon Realm have been prepared for it. The Dragon Emperor stood in the void, staring at this barrier with a serious look. There was no choice but to order the team below, all realms. Listen to the order. Stay in place to repair and wait. Pushing into the hinterland of the Realm Alliance was their original plan. Now that the plan has been achieved, there is no need to rush into the Demon Realm. It's just right to take this opportunity to rest first, and it won't be too late to continue the attack after finding a way to break the defense. By the way, you can also help on another battlefield and push the team outside the Eternal Realm. At that time, the battlefields on both sides will attack at the same time. And no matter how tenacious the Realm Alliance is, it will be too busy. Soon, the war camp was directly moved outside the sky under the joint efforts of the emperors, and began to repair. Lin Yu stood in the team with a look of regret. After fighting for several days, he still failed to get the last piece of the Godhead fragment. Sure enough, even in the Realm War, it is not easy to kill the opposite 10th level Lord. Seeing the full retreat of the Realm Alliance, he had to rush back to the war camp with other kings. Have you heard? It seems that someone died on the 11th level side. What Lin Yu didn't expect was that as soon as he returned to the camp, he suddenly heard several kings gathered together and whispered, I heard that too. It seems that the king of the primitive world, who had just upgraded to the 11th level, was killed by 2 11th level sneak attacks from the Realm Alliance. More than 2. I was nearby just now, and saw with my own eyes that 7 or 8 11th levels attacked at the same time. And they succeeded. Hiss. 7 or 8 11th levels attacked at the same time. Isn't this too exaggerated? More than exaggerated. The king was just supporting in the rear at that time. Who would have thought that those 11th levels were so crazy that they dared to launch sneak attacks? And in the end, several of them were seriously injured by the 11th levels on our side, so that the Godhead was saved. Although the kings tried to keep their voices down, Lin Yu, who was walking beside them, could still hear them clearly, and his face suddenly changed. The old king, who had been promoted to the 11th level before in their realm, was dead? And he was killed by 7 or 8 11th level sneak attacks. This news was completely beyond his expectations. Although people of the 10th, 11th, and even 12th levels would die at the beginning of the war, he was still very shocked when it really happened to their original realm. Even Ji Xinghe and others beside him were shocked and surprised. Did it really happen? King Yuehua said in a low voice, with a heavy expression, as if he had expected this to happen. There is no way. People who have just been promoted to the 11th level are so easy to be targeted. They are crazy about wanting to be promoted to the Emperor level. Ji Xinghe followed. It's a pity that the king couldn't escape the disaster in the end. King Liuhua couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yu, who was beside him, was horrified, because the obsession of those 11th level lords for the godhood was far beyond his imagination. The news that the old king had upgraded to the 11th level had just spread a few days ago, and he was immediately targeted by so many 11th level people, who even risked being seriously injured and rushed to their backs to launch a sneak attack. He could almost imagine what kind of danger he would face after he upgraded to the 11th level. No wonder so many old kings with 9 pieces of divine fragments have been reluctant to upgrade. Even if they have the 10th fragment, they still keep it unused. This road to the Emperor level is indeed not something that everyone can take. By the way, Lin Yu. At this time, Ji Xinghe suddenly looked back. With your strength, you should be able to upgrade to the 11th level soon. Right? Are you planning to upgrade directly? As soon as these words came out, several kings under the Shengyao Empire couldn't help but look at Lin Yu. They had heard about the news that Emperor Shengyao wanted to support the Shengyu Principality, so they were not surprised that Lin Yu could touch the threshold of the 11th level so quickly. What they care about most is whether Lin Yu will be upgraded to the 11th level in the near future, or whether he dares to upgrade. After all, even if Emperor Shengyao can protect him for a while, he can't protect him forever. The new lord, who has just been promoted to the 11th level, will definitely be targeted by the old lords. In addition, this kind of thing has happened now, which makes people panic and dare not act rashly. Let's see what happens. Lin Yu laughed dryly. To be honest, if it was before, he would definitely answer yes without hesitation. But it's different now, especially after hearing the news of the old king's death. He knew that the 11th level was not as simple as he imagined. As the level closest to the Emperor level, the intensity of its competition environment is absolutely unimaginable, because as long as they take another step, they can truly stand at the top of the realm and become a ruler. It's difficult for the newly promoted 11th level lord to gain a foothold. Lin Yu wants to accumulate more strength and then rise. But this world has not left him much time. Other kings don't know the news that reincarnation is about to start. But he knows. So he had to improve his strength as much as possible. Even if he faced various dangers, he could only rush forward. It seems, I have to make more preparations. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart. After saying goodbye to the kings, he returned to the territory through cross-border teleportation. He replaced the SSS-level magic immune secret treasure he had obtained before, and then went to the World Tree to use mutation ability to replenish the soldiers lost in the battle in the past few days. While considering the next plan, there is no doubt, upgrading to the 11th level is imperative, because only in this way can he have the qualifications to become an emperor. But before that, he still has to make some preparations. The most important of them is the rule fragments. As long as he accumulates enough rule fragments before upgrading, he can directly strengthen the attributes to a very high level after upgrading. In addition to the complete godhead he obtained before, he can have extremely strong strength at once. As long as he does not encounter more than 5 complete godheads of the 11th level, there should not be many problems. Even if they encounter it, with the various life-saving skills of the royal family and the law of time, there is no problem in escaping. Especially the law of time. It has such power at the 10th level. It will definitely become stronger after it reaches the 11th level. It can also be regarded as an unexpected means of life-saving. After thinking this through, Lin Yu immediately had a direction. No longer wasting time, he calmed down and began to mutate the troops. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Due to the obstruction of the sky curtain, the anti-alliance camp had to temporarily stop fighting and repair, waiting for the emperors to successfully break through the sky curtain. During this period, on the other side, the battlefield led by the Holy Emperor also received a series of good news. Finally, this morning, it advanced to the outside of the Eternal Realm and was also blocked by a defensive sky curtain. And it was very strange. From beginning to end, the existence suppressed under the monster plane did not appear, as if it disappeared out of thin air, which made Lin Yu a little confused. But before he could doubt for long, he was interrupted by a prompt sound that resounded throughout the entire Wanjia continent. Lords, please note that a large number of dimensional spaces have appeared at the boundary of the realm. Lords and monsters are invading in full force. Please go immediately to stop the invasion and destroy the space gate. Killing monsters or destroying the space gate will get you various generous upgrade rewards, depending on the level of the space gate. This invasion will have a large number of powerful monsters, and the risk factor is extremely high. So please be careful. Chapter 578 Amazing Harvest. The sudden reminder was accompanied by a loud noise. At the junction of the 10,000 Worlds continent and the monster plane, huge space channels suddenly cracked open. A large number of terrifying monsters emerged from them. Even on the ground, there were cracks like abysses, and monsters continued to emerge from them, spreading rapidly towards the major realms. Lord-level monsters, which are rarely seen at ordinary times, can be seen everywhere, and began to wreak havoc at the junction, like a plague spreading. When Lin Yu followed other kings to the border between the primitive realm and the monster plane, the entire central area had been occupied by monsters, and it was dark everywhere. They should all be monsters nurtured by the chaotic void outside the 10,000 Worlds continent. I didn't expect there would be so many. An old king who had seen a lot said in surprise. Outside the 10,000 Worlds continent is the endless chaotic void, and the monsters were infected and evolved by the chaotic breath, and they were almost everywhere in the chaos. Therefore, there are often some monsters that cross the space barrier and break into the Wanjia continent by chance. But that is only a small part. But now, the space barrier is directly opened, forming a secondary space connected to the Wanjia continent, allowing those monsters to rush in frantically. Moreover, because these monsters are born in the chaotic void. Their levels are generally above a level. An SSS level is everywhere. If the space is not destroyed in time, it may cause disasters. However, so many Lord monsters. Isn't it an opportunity for them? Especially the system prompt also said that destroying the secondary space can get rewards, which is a rare opportunity. It can almost be said that it is a rare large-scale task after the cancellation of the Wanjia battlefield. Especially Lin Yu. He can absorb the energy of the Lord monster by killing it, which is used to speed up the reproduction of the origin universe and increase the number of faith fruits on the world tree. And killing the Lord monster itself also drops rule fragments. It is definitely a good time for him to accumulate a large number of rule fragments. Swish. Just thinking. The space on the edge suddenly twisted. And the two emperors Tianqiong and Chanfeng, who were responsible for guarding the boundary, appeared. The transmission of the border main city has been reopened. Everyone can directly teleport to the main city to clear the monsters. A loud voice came from the mouth of Emperor Tianqiong. The king's eyes lit up when they heard it. The border main city is not far from here. If those low-level lords can also be teleported here, it will save them a lot of effort in clearing low-level monsters. Then, Emperor Chanfeng said in a calm voice, these dimensional spaces are different from space cracks. They already have the prototype of independent spaces. If you want to destroy them, you must go deep into them and destroy the core of the space. These spaces have more than one entrance on our side, and they are also connected to other boundaries. You must be careful when you go in. After speaking, he disappeared from the spot with Emperor Tianqiong and continued to explore in the depths. Lin Yu in the crowd was shocked by the words he left behind. These spaces are actually connected to other realms? If so, then there will probably be another chaotic battle next. After all, people from the Realm Alliance can also enter them. And these secondary spaces are like copies of lords and monsters. Only by going deep into them and destroying the core can you get the reward certified by the system. This is a battle that tests the overall strength of all Lord's troops. Lin Yu secretly clenched his fists. This is his chance to accumulate a large number of rule fragments and accelerate the reproduction of the origin universe. I don't know how to distinguish these large and small space gates. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but look at those space gates. As if to respond to his doubts, a series of information interfaces suddenly appeared in front of him, marking the levels of all those space gates, from level 6 to level 12. The closer to the center of the intersection, the higher the level. Several of them near the center were actually space gates representing the 10th level, and a large number of 10th level Lord monsters emerged from them. Let's go. Let's get rid of those high-level monsters outside first. Immediately, a king fell to the ground and began to summon soldiers to clear out the monsters. There were too many monsters outside the space gate. If they were not eliminated, there was no way to rush in. Impossible that the lords of other realms should also be rushing to clear them. And they must rush in before them. Let's help too. Some weak kings did not plan to enter the space, but chose to stay outside to kill the lord monsters that rushed out. After Lin Yu sent a message in the principality channel, he chose a direction where no one was and fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the plant army to his side. Roar. When the 10th level monsters that rushed out of the space gate found them, they roared and turned around and rushed towards them. At a glance, there were 2 A-level, 2 S-level, and 1 SS-level Lord monsters. So many Lord monsters appeared at the same time, which was absolutely unimaginable in the past. And it also made Lin Yu excited. Be careful. There are a lot of Lord monsters this time, he said to several royal families. It's just a Lord monster. Master, just leave it to us. Tunchen, who usually boasted the most, immediately replied. Then the 9 royal families except the forest sage brought their own teams and greeted the group of monsters rushing over from all directions. Haha. Last time there were only 1 or 2 lord monsters, and it was hard to tell who was better. This time, let's see who kills more, Tunchen said arrogantly. Cannon, let's compete. This time I will convince you all. Mushroom Demon King, he. Then I won't give in to my brothers and sisters. Qingting, you little girl is quite arrogant. Wuing, no one can be faster than me in terms of speed. Qi Gang, today I will also accompany you to be childish for a while. Before the fight started, the royals started their daily bickering. Only the calmest Lingxi and the lonely Zuihan did not speak, shaking their heads and looking at them. The floating Kongming led the lantern grass team to follow them silently, ready to provide support at any time. In a blink of an eye, Led by the royals, the plant army collided fiercely with the 5 lord monsters and fought fiercely outside the space gate. The current royals are basically able to fight SS-level lord monsters alone. Except for the SS-level rock giant. There is basically no threat to them. Seeing the rock giant being blocked by Qin Gang's savage roar, and the surrounding area falling into a melee, Lin Yu was free, and could not help but look towards the direction of the Yuansha realm next to him. Because of the fusion of the realms, there is basically no barrier between their original realm and the Yuansha realm. From a distance, you can even see many kings of the Yuansha realm appearing at the boundary of the realm, also clearing out monsters. Their target is the same as theirs. The 10th level space gates near the central area. Speed up. We must not let those guys from the Yuansha realm get ahead. Other kings also discovered this situation, and their faces suddenly became gloomy. The hatred between them and the Yuansha realm will not disappear just because they belong to the same alliance. After all, those guys sent people to sneak into their realm in the past, trying to destroy their foundation. If it weren't for the sudden rise of the realm alliance, they would have fought with the Yuansha realm a long time ago. Why do they have to wait until now? Now that the enemies meet, they are naturally jealous. And the atmosphere at the junction of the entire realm has become tense. Quickly deal with these monsters, and we must enter the space before the primitive realm. Several kings of the primitive realm shouted in a deep voice, and the troops turned into a tide, fighting with the roaring monsters. Some even directly started to burst out and speed up the advancement. No. Look over there. Suddenly, a cry came from the team of the primitive realm. A king pointed to a corner of the primitive realm with a shocked face. Others looked in the direction he pointed and found that in the team of the primitive realm, a figure had unknowingly advanced to a position less than 2 kilometers from the space gate. The cleared space behind him was filled with corpses of lord monsters. In less than half an hour, more than a dozen lord monsters had been killed. What a fast speed. These are all lord monsters above level A. How did he do it? Oh no. He's going to get there first. There were constant exclamations in the primitive realm, and they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. And their expressions changed at the same time. Needless to say, the one who could advance so fast was naturally Lin Yu, who had the support of the royal army. Just when Yuan Sheiji and others were stunned, another S-level lord monster fell under the attack of the royal family, killed a 10th level lord monster, and gained 100 million magic energy. A reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. On the fallen lord monster's body, dazzling lights also lit up one after another, and 8 rule fragments gradually came into view. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Yes, the treasure explosion rate of these lord monsters from outside the chaos domain was surprisingly low. He killed so many, but only got an A-level national treasure and a few unused low-level resources. However, there was no shortage of rule fragments, which were dropped according to the level. More than 10 lord monsters directly provided him with more than 140 rule fragments, which almost equaled the harvest of his origin space for half a day. Even the number of faith fruit embryos on the world tree increased from 500 to 516. Almost one more embryo was added for every lord monster killed. You know, it was only half an hour. This increase was far beyond his expectations, and he couldn't help but get excited. If he continued at this pace, it wouldn't take long for him to accumulate a large number of rule fragments and lay a solid foundation for upgrading to the 11th level. Ah! Just thinking about it. Another unwilling roar sounded. An SS-level octopus monster fell under the fight of the royal family and the soldiers, and finally completely opened the passage to one of the space gates. Chapter 579 Ambush by the One-Eyed Tribe. The 7th level hunting team is short of a group attacker. Come and hunt the Lord Monster together. 8th level Angel System Auxiliary Treatment. All A-level holy relics and secret treasures. Take away those who need it. Are there any new 6th level players who want to go to the periphery to pick up leaks together? 9th level Space Gate Assault Team. All SSS level holy relics and secret treasures come to the defense system. Report combat power to join the team. In less than an hour, outside the gate of the Angel Wing in the main city of the original border, a large number of lords from various countries have gathered, shouting loudly there. Originally, due to the faction war and the fusion of all worlds, the main city has gradually been deserted, and not many people come to fight against the original evil world. But the appearance of the monster invasion and the reopening of the transmission have made the main city of the border rejuvenated and become a place second only to the war camp in terms of liveliness. Everywhere you look, There are figures coming and going. Some rode on land mounts on the plains, while others rode on flying mounts to the sky. They all hurried to the junction of the realm and the monster plane, wanting to seize the monster resources as soon as possible. Some even formed an assault team directly to compete for the reward of destroying the space gate. This also caused a large number of disputes began to appear at the junction of the original world and the original evil world, and shadows of fighting could be seen everywhere. At this time, near the center of the monster invasion, after more than half an hour of fighting, Lin Yu finally led his plant army to open up the passage, and plunged into the twisted space gate under the anxious gaze of other kings. Swish! The light lit up. When Lin Yu stood still again and regained his sight, he had come to a barren land filled with gray breath. Wherever he looked, there were all ferocious monsters running, black and connected, accompanied by roars and roars, making the whole land shake violently. Behind him was an illusory twisted space, which was connected to the space gate he had just passed through, and he could vaguely see the scenery of the primitive world on the opposite side. Roar! Before he could see more, the running Lord monsters found them, roared, and rushed towards them with a large group of 10th level monsters. Among them, there were even 2 SSS level multi-headed poisonous dragons, and their aura was extremely terrifying. Stop them! Lin Yu didn't dare to think too much, and immediately asked the royal family to lead the troops to meet them. After a series of loud bangs, the group of ferocious monsters was blocked by the defense line formed by the ancient tree troops. Then the Qing gang roared wildly, pushing them all back and fighting fiercely in the beast tide. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu finally saw the general picture of this world. It was a space that had just been formed not long ago and was very unstable. He even vaguely saw the shadow of the realm from this space. Although it is still a prototype, it has the signs of the alternation of the sun and the moon, and the interaction of the 4 seasons. As long as you perceive it carefully, you can feel it, which makes him shocked. Could it be that these spaces are not as simple as monster spaces? Instead, new realms are being formed, ready to replace the Wanjia continent where they are about to reincarnate. No wonder he has such a guess. He has been in Wanjia continent for nearly 3 years, and has never encountered such a large-scale monster invasion, which almost affects all realms. But after Wanjia continent began to merge, various major events occurred frequently. First, the monster plane collapsed. Then the living world was unsealed. And then the monster invasion today. These major events added up. But it is not as simple as a system activity task, but more like the self-rescue of the rules of Wanjia continent, using the situation of the task to let them destroy these realms that are about to be formed. Lin Yu knew that this guess was very outrageous, but at the moment, he could only guess these. Thinking of this, he did not waste any more time, and began to launch attacks to support the battle of the royal family, slowly advancing into the space. At the same time, next to several entrances at the other end of the space, the light came on, and several teams composed of top 10 level lords appeared, looking at the space in front of them vigilantly. It seems that we are the first to come in. This time we must destroy the core of the space before them and get the reward. With our speed, no one can be faster than us. We have taken the reward for destroying the space. Hurry up and set off. Others are expected to come in soon. We must find the core of the space quickly. Since it is the core, it should be in the center of this world. As they said, several people couldn't help but look into the depths of the space, the area shrouded by gray aura. But the next second, their faces suddenly changed. Not good. It's a Lord monster. A group of SSS level Lord monsters are rushing over. Compared to Lin Yu, these people's luck was obviously not that good. As soon as they passed through the space gate, more than a dozen huge Lord monsters suddenly targeted them from a distance. And more than half of them were SSS level. Lord monsters are not a big deal if they are few in number. But once they increase in number, it is not just a resource. It is a catastrophe. Several people obviously did not expect that there would be so many Lord monsters in this subspace. And the level of chaos infection was so terrifying. They dared not think too much, and immediately summoned the troops, set up a defensive formation, and went straight to meet the group of fierce monsters, and fought a bloody battle at the entrance. The entrances in other directions also encountered similar situations. As soon as they entered the space, they encountered huge obstacles and suffered heavy losses. Even Lin Yu's situation was not much better. They encountered the impact of the Lord Monster group less than 1 kilometer after advancing. Qing gang, Stop the two one-eyed monsters over there. Cannon. Kill the one-eyed priest first. Qing Tung. Hold back those one-eyed cavalrymen. Wu Ying. Accompanied by Lin Yu's orders, the royals used all their means to desperately resist the impact of a tribe of one-eyed giants in front of them. That's right. It's a tribe. Lin Yu never expected that when he walked to the foot of a barren mountain, he was ambushed by a group of monsters. Different from ordinary monsters. Humanoid monsters such as the Cyclops have very high intelligence. It can be seen from the Cyclops army that is besieging them. They not only have cavalry charging in front, but also one-eyed priests assisting in the rear, and powerful one-eyed monsters. And the number is close to 30,000, among which there are 5 SSS-level Lord Monsters, plus a bunch of Lord Monsters of other levels, which caught his plant army off guard. Master, the effect of the savage roar is about to disappear. At this time, Qing Gang, who was fighting a Lord-level one-eyed demon in front, turned around and shouted. Lin Yu did not dare to hesitate, and launched the Phantom Walker. Under the range attack of the one-eyed priest's poisonous rain, he split into phantom clones, directly launched the savage roar, and continued the burst state. Then, he and these phantom clones burst out the power of rules together, and countless vines soared into the sky, entangled on the ground into a huge green python, and threw it fiercely at the one-eyed cavalry captain who was rushing forward. Unexpectedly, the one-eyed priest elder in the back suddenly uttered a series of incomprehensible spells, and at the same time raised the scepter in his hand, bursting out a circle of blood-red light. Roar. In an instant, the eyes of all the Cyclops turned red, and the attack became more and more fierce. They actually knocked away the vine python and blasted the ancient tree army in front away. Even the killing illusion attached to the soul-chasing dandelion seeds could not affect them, as if they had suddenly gone crazy. This is the innate bloodthirsty skill of the Cyclops clan, which can greatly improve the combat power. The sacrificial elder must be eliminated first, Ling Shi said while attacking. Hearing this, Lin Yu looked at the sacrificial elder behind the Cyclops army. That was one of the 5 SSS-level Lord Monsters. With its blessing, the combat power of the entire Cyclops army was terrifying, coupled with the attacks of other Lord Monsters. Even if his plant physique was strong, he felt that he was about to collapse. Wu Ying, leave it to you. Without thinking too much, he immediately shouted to Wu Ying, who was moving left and right in the Cyclops army in front. At the same time, he moved his mind and asked the phantom clone around him to activate the void space to clear the buff status of all Cyclops in the range. Just now, he and Kong Ming had already used the void space, so they couldn't use it again in a short time. But the clone was not affected. Seeing that the burst state of the one-eyed army was cleared again, Wu Ying immediately understood it in his mind, turned into a residual image, and disappeared into the air, making the attacks of the one-eyed cavalrymen who besieged him miss. Cannon, you go to support Wu Ying. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately shouted to the cannon in the distance. Although he now has 9 pieces of divine fragments, and the royal strength is close to the SSS level, it is still very difficult to kill alone in a short time. So he had to withdraw the cannon to double insurance. And he filled the position of the cannon to block the one-eyed cavalryman who broke through the defense line. Bang! After an unknown period of time, a violent explosion was heard. The fatal sniper of the cannon penetrated the stars, turned into a red residual image, passed through the Cyclops army, and went straight to the rear. At the same time, Wu Ying, who had sneaked behind the priest elder, suddenly jumped up, and used the instant shadow and shadow kill at the same time, teleporting behind the priest elder, and suddenly fell with double attacks that ignored defense. Feeling the threat of death, the wrinkled face of the one-eyed priest elder suddenly changed, and he immediately inserted the scepter into the ground, and a wall of earth rushed out, trying to force back the attack of Wu Ying and the cannon. Boom! The flames exploded on the earth wall, paused for a moment, and then directly penetrated through. At the same time, a cold light flashed, and between the flames and the cold light, 2 groups of blood mist exploded on the head of the priest elder, and a shrill scream came. Kill the 10th level Lord Monster and gain 100 million magic energy. As the prompt sounded in his mind, Lin Yu, who was in the army of plants, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without the blessing of the priest elder, the remaining Cyclops army no longer posed any threat to him. What surprised Lin Yu was that, the moment the one-eyed priest fell, a treasure chest shining with golden light suddenly appeared in the tent behind him. Chapter 580 Blank Rare Token. Treasure Chest. After seeing the contents in the tent of the one-eyed priest elder, Lin Yu was immediately excited. Since the incident in the monster plane, he hadn't seen a treasure chest for a long time. The appearance of a treasure chest also means that there is a high probability of getting good things or rare treasures. There is no time to waste. So he immediately gathered the team and began to wipe out the Cyclops army and the remaining Lord monsters. Without the blessing of the priest elder, the strength of those Lord monsters can almost be said to be greatly reduced. The two SSS level one-eyed monsters that could block his attack before were finally broken through the defense by the wooden thorns that exploded on the ground and were directly repelled. Good opportunity, Lin Yu shouted, and Qing Gang, who was at the front, rushed forward immediately, and the disaster sword bamboo chopped out, and a sharp sword energy tore the entire thigh of one of the one-eyed monsters, causing it to fall to the ground. The Mushroom Demon King in the back seized the opportunity and turned his spearhead with the mushroom army, throwing handfuls of mushrooms at the one-eyed monster. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion rang in the ears, shaking the air violently. With the blessing of double the explosive power, the severely injured one-eyed monster finally died with an unwilling howl, killed a 10th level Lord monster, and gained 100 million magic energy. The moment the prompt sounded in his mind, Lin Yu also moved quickly. The attack and defense belt effect was activated, exchanging the spirit and physique. Then, together with several newly copied phantom clones, the power of rules burst out, condensing several huge phantoms of the man-eating plant in front, biting the remaining one-eyed monster that was seriously injured by Ling Shi. With a sudden pull, it was torn into pieces, and blood was spilt. Killed a 10th level Lord monster, and gained 100 million magic energy. After 2 consecutive reminders, the 5 SSS level Lord monsters finally successfully eliminated 3, which suddenly reduced the pressure on the plants. The remaining 2 SSS level, and 7 or 8 A level, and S level monsters were no longer enough to threaten them. In the end, they were also severely damaged by the crazy attack of the green vines that burst out in blood and frenzy, and were overwhelmed by the swarming army of plants. The remaining more than 10,000 Cyclops were leaderless and suddenly lost their fighting spirit. They threw away their armor and fled in all directions, and the originally fierce offensive was instantly resolved. Okay, don't chase them, Lin Yu shouted to the plants that were chasing them out. The number of high-level Lord monsters in this monster space was beyond his imagination. Running around would only attract more SSS-level Lord monsters. It's okay if there are less than 5. At least they can burst out and kill a few in a second, and then slowly kill the rest. But once there are more than 5, plus the harassment of other SS-level and S-level Lord monsters, it will not be so easy to deal with. Especially the skills of those Lord monsters are very powerful. Many of them have group-enhancing skills, or instant burst capabilities, which are not much weaker than his wild roar. He just used all his skills, so it is safer to wait until he recovers a little before moving forward. Master, a total of 130 rule fragments have been collected. Nothing else. Just as he was thinking, Wing, who was the fastest, had already come to him with the rule fragments looted from the corpses of the Lord monsters. Lin Yu took the fragments and was overjoyed. Although the battle just now lost hundreds of ordinary soldiers, the harvest was very amazing. These rule fragments plus the previous ones are almost 300 pieces, which is caught up with the accumulation of his origin universe in half a day. If the kings outside who have not yet entered heard this news, they would probably rush into the monster space like crazy. This is simply a great opportunity to quickly improve their strength. It seems that we must advance to a deeper place before those people rush in large numbers. Time was running out. After collecting the rule fragments, Lin Yu immediately led the team to the tent of the Cyclops priest and slowly opened the golden treasure chest. Swish! The moment the treasure chest was opened, a dazzling light shone, almost dyeing the entire interior of the tent golden. When the light gradually faded, the 3 things lying quietly in the treasure chest also came into Lin Yu's eyes. A scroll, a golden soldier token, and a golden blank token. That's right. It was a blank token without any pattern engraved. The other token was okay. Lin Yu could tell at a glance that it was a rare Cyclops token. It was indeed so when he picked it up. Soldier token, Cyclops cavalry, humanoid, soldier grade, rare. Soldier level, level 10. Introduction, after using it, you can unlock the rare humanoid soldier Cyclops cavalry. Requirements, level 10 territory, 50 million mana. Rule fragments x5. The strength and defense of the Cyclops cavalry are much higher than those of ordinary humanoid cavalry. Conservative estimates suggest that it should be able to exchange for 50 rule fragments. It was equivalent to killing 5 SSS-level Lord monsters, which was a big gain. After putting it away, Linyu looked at the blank token shining with golden light and slowly picked it up. Soldier token. Blank certificate, none, item grade, rare. Item level, level 10. Introduction. Designated for ordinary soldiers to use. Permanently increase the basic potential of this type of soldiers to the rare level. Usage requirements. Level 10 territory. 500 million mana. Rule fragments x50. There is even such a thing? Linyu was stunned, his eyes full of shock. The basic potential of ordinary soldiers is increased to the rare level, which means that the basic attributes of the designated soldier type can reach the same level as the rare soldier type. Note: it is a designated type, not a single soldier. In other words, he can improve the basic attributes of an entire branch of soldiers. This is absolutely terrifying, because there is a 2,000-3,000 point difference in attributes between common troops and rare troops. The overall improvement is simply a qualitative leap. It just so happens that he has always felt that the defense of the ancient tree troops is not enough. As the main defense force of his plant army, the ancient tree troops have inherited the physical protection inherited from the four-leaf clover mutation and increased their physical fitness by 40%. But they are still a bit stretched when facing the Lord monsters. If it can be improved a little more, the survival rate of his team will be much higher. After thinking about it, then try to use this token. The token is activated successfully. Please specify the type of troops. It works! Linyu was overjoyed and immediately selected the ancient tree branch. The next second, the blank token in his hand turned into a stream of light and merged into his body, heading straight for the world tree in the origin space. Congratulations! The transformation is successful, and the attributes of all troops in the tree spirit branch have changed. Please check it yourself. Hearing the successful prompt, Linyu quickly clicked on the attributes of the two different ancient trees next to him. Name: Ancient Tree Venerable, Normal. Name: Natural Venerable, Normal, as expected. The attributes of these two arms belonging to the tree spirit branch have been strengthened, directly reaching the level of rare arms, with the blessing of various skills and divine attributes. The upper limit of physical fitness has reached nearly 130,000, almost comparable to the D-level Lord monster. You should know that he has more than 5,000 such arms. In the state of Wild Roar, there is no problem in resisting an SSS-level attack. It is really worth it that he just lost so many arms. And this improvement alone is completely worth the trip. The only thing that makes Linyu a little regretful: Qin Gang is defined as a royal family, and the basic potential is higher than the rare level, so it has not been blessed. But he is not greedy. Closes the interface and continues to look at the last thing: the golden scroll. Name: Skill Scroll. Territory: Quality: Rare. Level: Level 10. Introduction: after using, you can comprehend the territory skill, Group Bloodthirst, which can be cast through the power of rules, and can be used by humanoid and humanoid systems. Group Bloodthirst: active concentrate the power of rules. Ignite the blood of all friendly parties. Increase all attributes by 15%, and be immune to mental control effects. Lasting 25 seconds. It turned out to be the signature skill of the one-eyed priest elder. Seeing the information interface in front of him, Linyu couldn't help but be surprised. Territory skills, like his mutation ability, can be used directly as long as you learn it. It is an additional skill unique to the Lord. This thing is a rare thing. Although the effect is not as good as Qin Gang's Savage Roar, it is an extremely rare additional burst method. Linyu can even imagine that if he sells this scroll, it will cause many humanoid and humanoid kings to scramble for it. Selling 300 or 400 rule fragments is not a problem at all, and it may even be more. Good stuff. Linyu couldn't help but exclaim. A treasure chest not only improved his strength, but also gave him such a precious item, which was far beyond his expectations. It made him look forward to the next exploration. He didn't waste any more time. After checking everything and resting on the spot, he continued to move forward with the plant army to find the whereabouts of the core of the space. Not long after he left, the kings outside the space finally received the news that there were a large number of lord monsters and top treasures in the space, and they rushed into the space gate frantically. In a blink of an eye, the entire monster space became lively. Kings from all walks of life formed teams and began to slowly advance into the space. And melees could be seen everywhere. Chapter 581 Black Long Sword. Cry. A long and terrifying roar sounded in the monster space. An SSS-level red-feathered golden eagle fell from the sky under the siege of Lin Yu and the plant army. Killed a 10th-level Lord Monster and gained 100 million magic energy. Okay, let's recover first. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Yu shouted to the royal family. Then he came to the body of the red-feathered golden eagle and collected the 10 pieces of rule fragments that exploded into the space. This is the 30th SSS-level Lord Monster he has killed along the way. And there are countless other levels. The rule fragments have accumulated to more than 1,000 pieces. It's much faster than expected. At this speed, it will be no problem for him to accumulate enough rule fragments to upgrade to the 11th level in a short time. After a simple repair and recovery on the spot, he continued to move forward with the plant army and went deeper into the space. At the same time, in all directions of the monster space, compared to Lin Yu's ease and comfort, the situation of other 10th level lords was not so good. Facing the endless stream of high-level lord monsters, they were almost in chaos, and fighting figures could be seen everywhere. Quick! There is another SS-level centaur rushing over there. Stop it quickly. We can't hold on here. Another person to support. What about the burst? Don't save the group burst. Hurry up. Hold on. Get rid of these 2 SS level, and you will win. Shouts and roars continue to sound at various entrances to the monster plane. Even those lords with 7 or 8 pieces of divine fragments could only resist the attack of the Lord Monster group with difficulty. The old king with 9 pieces of divine fragments was in a slightly better situation. But he was also dragged down by a large number of Lord Monsters above S level. And his progress was slow. In the end, they had to form a team to fight together. And then, they barely stabilized the situation. However, they did not intend to evacuate the space, because the monster resources here are really too huge. It is simply what they have seen in their lives. Lord Monsters can be found everywhere. As long as one is killed, they can get the income equivalent to several days of their principality. Only a fool would give up such a rare opportunity. This also caused more and more kings to spontaneously form teams and constantly compete for monster resources in the space. And conflicts and struggles in various circles became more frequent. Master. A basin with a large number of Lord Monsters gathered in front was found. Deep in the space, Lin Yu, who was exploring with the plant army, was interrupted by Kong Ming's voice. A large number of Lord Monsters? Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately let an Emerald Dragon King fly forward. Sure enough, he found that in a huge basin 3 kilometers away, there were a large number of undead skeletons and resentful soul monsters wandering. The number was so large that there were nearly 50,000. Among them, there were also huge figures, nearly 500 in number. It was a 10th level Lord Monster, the Skeleton General. Let's go and take a look first. Lin Yu was excited and immediately led the team to speed up and approach. 500 Lord Monsters are equivalent to several thousand rule fragments. If they can be eaten, it will definitely be a huge sum of money. Although it is very difficult to deal with so many Lord Monsters, Lin Yu does not want to miss such a golden opportunity. He just hopes that the chaos level of those Lord Monsters is not high. Not long after, the plant army came to the top of the basin in a mighty manner, hiding behind a row of protrusions on the edge, and began to observe the situation inside the basin. It was not until then that Lin Yu finally found out the specific information of those skeleton generals. Name, Skeleton General, Lord, Race, Undead. Level, 10th level, S level. Skills, Heavy Slash. Undead Summoning. War Roar. Undead Commander. Chaos, all attributes increased by 80%. Introduction. The commander of the undead monsters has the ability to command ordinary undead, and can greatly improve the strength of the undead around him. S level? Lin Yu frowned slightly. This is higher than he thought. 500 Lord Monsters with 180,000 attributes are no joke. Then, he looked elsewhere. He was suddenly attracted by something in the center of the basin. He saw that in the place where the skeleton monsters were most densely packed, there was a black long sword inserted. Within 100 meters, almost all of the area was shrouded by the death aura emitted from the long sword. And even the ground was corroded into black. Faintly, you can also see a breath of death hovering above the basin. slowly gathering around the long sword, making the dark clouds in the sky hover with it. This sword? It's not simple. Lin Yu's eyes gradually narrowed, thinking about how to get the sword. The number of lord monsters inside was too large. Even if he had 10 powerful royal families, he was not sure that he could deal with so many at once. And there might even be heavy losses. But if we slowly lure them out and kill them one by one, it would be a waste of time. By then, I'm afraid that many kings from other realms will come and snatch resources. Although he is not afraid. Once there are too many people, it will always be a bit troublesome. After all, those who dare to enter here are not weak. It seems that this is the only way. Qingtang. Lin Yu turned around and looked at Qingtang, who had already gathered the vines by devouring the corpses just collected. Are you sure you can get rid of more than half of the monsters? Along the way, he collected more than 10,000 corpses of 10th level monsters in total. Just in case, unexpectedly, they would be used so soon. Master, you underestimate me too much. If I swallow them all, I can dismantle all these skeletons, Qingtang said very confidently. As the strongest war machine under Lin Yu, she is absolutely qualified to say such words. 10,000 corpses are enough to make her attributes break through 200,000. We are still here. We will help you. It will be no problem to deal with these monsters, the Mushroom Demon King said immediately. The other royal families looked eager to try. Lin Yu thought for a while and said, Okay, Qingtang will be responsible for the main attack, and you will be responsible for support. If the situation is not right, just retreat directly and don't fight. After that, he took a deep breath and pointed his eyes directly at the black sword in the center of the basin. Go! With an order, tens of thousands of corpses were thrown into the air by him. And at the same time, he activated the power of rules and launched a savage roar. Then, with a sound of breaking through the air, the vines of Qingtang soared into the sky, piercing through the corpses one by one, and sucked all the flesh and blood on them. In a blink of an eye, a strange red light began to emerge from her body, and the already extremely powerful aura began to rise continuously. The undead army in the basin discovered the movement here, and suddenly the nether fires ignited one by one, and the black eye sockets looked over in unison. However, before they could launch an attack, the giant octopus-like vines of Qingtang had already spread rapidly into the basin. Swimming wildly, boom, with a loud noise, countless vines rushed out of the ground, smashing a large number of skeleton monsters in front into pieces. The plant army followed closely behind, and rushed into the basin under the leadership of other royal families. Everywhere you look, there are twisted and entangled weird plants, almost covering the entire basin. Roar! Finally, the skeleton generals in the basin reacted. With a roar, all the undead monsters turned into a white torrent, and collided fiercely with Lin Yu's plant army. The lord-level skeleton generals, holding heavy swords, madly slashed at the ancient tree soldiers who rushed to the front. Defense! With a loud shout from Qin Gang, all the ancient tree masters launched a war wall together, and condensed a defensive shield in front of them. The natural masters retreated to the back, and summoned tree monsters in groups to share the damage for them. Then a series of loud bangs came. The ancient tree legion's forward momentum stopped, and the skeleton general's attack was successfully blocked. Seeing this, the long-range soldiers in the rear immediately took action. Exploding mushrooms and vines flew. Pea bullets and dandelion seeds were all over the field, and they bombarded the rushing skeleton monsters. In the sky, there were also Green Dragon Legion and Lantern Grass passing by, launching air strikes. Just as the skeleton generals holding giant swords wanted to fight back, countless giant vines appeared at their feet and entangled them. Ah ha ha ha. Die! All of you go to hell. The green vine in the bloody frenzy state has completely fallen into madness. Laughing sharply, swinging the vines wildly, smashing the skeleton generals to the ground one by one, making a loud and violent impact. Kill the 10th level Lord Monster and gain 100 million magic energy. Kill the 10th level Lord Monster and gain 100 million magic energy. Kill the 10th level Lord Monster and gain 100 million magic energy. In just one encounter, 3 skeleton generals died under her attack. Their nether fire dissipated, their bones shattered, and their death was extremely tragic. Even though Lin Yu knew Qingtang's strength very well, he was still shocked. You have to know that these are all S-level Lord monsters, with a total of 180,000 physical fitness, and they were all killed in 1 second. You can imagine how terrifying Qing Tung is in a bloody frenzy. After all, 180,000 physical fitness does not only represent blood volume. It does not mean that an attack of more than 180,000 can kill it in 1 second. It also represents defense. Even an attack of 200,000 can only cause 20,000 damage. Just a few crazy hits, and they were killed in 1 second. It really is worth the tens of thousands of corpses he collected so hard. Full speed. Without any more nonsense. He asked the Banshee Vine beside him to use vines to collect the exploded rule fragments and treasures. And then directly issued an attack order. Then, under the attack of Qingtung crazy vines, the skeleton monsters fell in groups. The prompts in Lin Yu's mind kept ringing. Finally, after more than 2 minutes, nearly half of the skeleton generals and skeleton monsters were killed. Tunchen. Count down Qingtung. Seeing that Qingtung bloody frenzy effect began to fade, Lin Yu immediately asked Tunchen, who was leading the piranha core to devour the skeletons, to cast the end countdown skill on her. The next second, an ancient clock appeared behind Qingtung. With a dang sound, the time was rewound to 1 minute ago, and the bloody frenzy effect was reversed again. There is more than 1 minute left. Everyone work harder. Lin Yu's end countdown had just been used, so he had to rush forward and deliberately let the ordinary skeleton's attacks fall on him. Good luck. As soon as the skeleton archer's arrow touched his arm, it triggered the Phantom Walker's 50% dodge effect, splitting into a phantom clone that looked exactly like him. Then the clone's rule power condensed, and it launched a savage roar again, continuing the burst state. In this way, they fought and advanced all the way, and finally solved most of the monsters, and successfully came to the vicinity of the Black Long Sword. Chapter 582 News from the Space Corps. Get rid of the remaining monsters first. After arriving at the center of the basin, Lin Yu did not immediately touch the long sword, but led the plant army to wander around the center to get rid of the remaining undead monsters. When the last skeleton general fell, the bloody frenzy of the green vine also completely subsided. Looking at the broken bones all around, Lin Yu sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he had enough corpses. Otherwise, he might not be able to get rid of all the monsters at once. After thinking about it, he casually opened the Origin universe and took a look, and was instantly shocked by the scene in front of him. Before setting off, there were only 500 faith fruits on his world tree. Now, after killing hundreds of Lord monsters, it has skyrocketed to 1,000, which has doubled, and the rule fragments he obtained from killing monsters have accumulated to more than 5,000 pieces. But what surprised him most was the law of time, the effect of which has actually improved slightly. Time law. Active control the power of time. When activated, a time domain is formed within a range of 1.1 meters around the body. The speed of time can be changed at will. 10% of the power of rules is consumed per second. It is not affected by skills other than the time law. The effect increases with the origin space. Time multiplier, 1.1 times. 1.1 times the time speed is a qualitative leap compared to the previous 1 times. Because 1 times the speed is the original speed, and will not cause any changes. But it is different after exceeding 1 times. Lin Yu picked up a stone and threw it into the air, letting it fall freely. Then his eyes focused, and with a hum, an invisible wave spread out with him as the center, wrapping the stone inside. The stone, which was still in free fall, suddenly slowed down a little, although it was not very obvious. Lin Yu's perception could still clearly perceive that the speed had indeed slowed down by about 10%. Then he thought about it, and reversed the time speed to accelerate. The speed of the stone's fall suddenly increased, and it fell to the ground with a bang. He also immediately put away the time law. In just 3 seconds, he consumed 30% of the power of rules. However, Lin Yu was still very happy, because in this way, his time law could finally be integrated into the battle. Activating it at the critical moment can still avoid a lot of fatal damage. Let's go. Let's go see the sword first. Seeing that the soldiers had dealt with all the monsters, he didn't waste any more time, and took a few royals to approach the Black Long Sword. And the closer he got, the more he felt the extraordinariness of this sword. There was a faint sense of oppression that made his heart palpitate, as if something was suppressed underneath. When he came to a position less than 10 meters away from the long sword, an information interface also appeared in front of him. Undead sword, special undead sword condensed by the air of death. One of the 10 original powers. Destroy all powers. and you can find the location of the Space Core. Space Core. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to get news about the Space Core in this way. One of the 10 original powers. In other words, as long as 10 things like this long sword are destroyed, the core of the space can be found? No wonder he has been going deep without finding any trace of the core of the space. It turns out that it is hidden. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and grasped the hilt of the sword, and suddenly pulled it up. Clang! With a metallic clang, the long sword was pulled out very easily. The next second, with a loud bang, the entire basin, and even the entire monster space, began to vibrate violently. A black gas representing the power of death rose into the sky and sank straight into the chaotic void above the space. What's going on? What is that light? Is there a treasure chest or something like that? Let's go and take a look. The lords in various directions of the monster space were all shocked by this sudden strange phenomenon. After reacting, they immediately changed direction and gathered towards the basin where Lin Yu was. Lin Yu, the person involved, was startled by the deathly aura rising into the sky, and hurriedly retreated to the edge of the basin with the plants. Looking at the dark sword in his hand again, it had become dim, as if it had lost its original power. However, the next second, the sword suddenly burst into a dazzling light. In his surprised eyes, it quickly dissipated and gradually condensed into pieces of rule fragments, the number of which was huge, enough to be thousands. Lin Yu looked at the rule fragments floating in front of him, and was very surprised, and quickly put them all away. In a blink of an eye, his number of rule fragments soared to more than 6,000 pieces. He couldn't help but be surprised. So this is the reward for destroying the 10 original powers? You can get so many rule fragments with just a pull. If people knew about it, it would probably attract a lot of kings to fight for it. After all, not everyone can be like him, with such a magical existence as the Origin universe, and can obtain so many rule fragments every day. This treasure alone is equivalent to a 4,000-point attribute improvement. It is enough to drive many kings crazy. After thinking about it, he immediately said to the plants around him, "Let's go. Let's leave here first. Such a big commotion will definitely attract many lords. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to leave here first." After saying that, he immediately led the plant army to leave the basin and continue to explore deeper. Then not long after, several teams composed of 10th level lords appeared above the basin, looking at the scene in front of them with a look of shock. This is a lot of monster corpses. Are those all corpses of lord level skeleton generals? All lord level? What on earth happened? Those who can come to such a deep position are basically knowledgeable, and they can see the original bodies of the corpses in the basin at a glance. Hundreds of lord level monsters all died here. What kind of monster could be so horrible? Just as they were shocked, more and more people began to rush over from all directions, all stunned by the scene before them. Not long after that, the news of the Space Core spread quickly, and the lords finally learned how to find the core. Of course, these have nothing to do with Lin Yu for the time being. At this time, he had come several kilometers away, continuing to hunt down the lord monsters he encountered along the way and accumulating rule fragments. What surprised him was that, after the number of faith fruits on the world tree reached 1,000, the speed of increase in number suddenly slowed down a lot, and only one lord monster was killed after killing more than a dozen lord monsters. Has it reached a bottleneck? Lin Yu looked surprised. It seemed that the Origin universe had reached the bottleneck of reproduction. If you want to continue to increase, you may have to upgrade to the 11th level and continue to expand the scope of the Origin universe. Or the original universe itself undergoes some kind of qualitative change, such as absorbing the complete godhead before. Or it reproduces to a certain node and undergoes a drastic change. These are things that can only be encountered by chance. However, the output of 1,000 fruits per day has exceeded his expectations, so he doesn't feel disappointed. As long as he works harder and kills more lord monsters during this monster invasion, he should be able to accumulate a lot of rule fragments. Master, there are many monsters 10 kilometers away, and there are many lord level ones. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. The Mushroom Demon King rode the Emerald Dragon King back to the team and shouted loudly, "Many lord level ones?" Lin Yu was delighted to hear this. Could it be the same place as the basin? Let's go and take a look first. Without hesitation, he immediately led the plant army to speed up and hurried towards the direction explored by the Mushroom Demon King. At this time, in another direction not far from here, 5 10th level lords of the original evil world also led their troops, and continued to advance towards this side. Are you sure those monsters are just ahead? A man asked. We have sent troops to investigate. They are in the lava zone a few kilometers away. Another man replied immediately. Okay. Let's go over and take a look. If the chaos level is not high, we will occupy that place first. If we can eat all the hundreds of lord monsters, it will be thousands of rule fragments. We must not let others get ahead. What are you waiting for? Speed up, several people said excitedly, and immediately ordered the troops to eliminate the monsters in front, and speed up in the direction of the investigation. Soon, they came to a red land covered with lava. At a glance, it was almost a sea of red fire, with lava constantly surging in the cracks. And from time to time, it would spray out pillars of fire that would rise to the sky, turning into countless sparks that splashed around. When the sparks landed, they immediately turned into 10th level explosive imps, wandering around on the lava land. Then some of the explosive imps merged with each other and became the leader level Flame Lord, who kept raining meteors and fire. Then the Flame Lord merged again and finally became a huge lava demon, dragging a red chain and walking back and forth beside a rolling magma pool in the depths, as if guarding something. Several people were shocked, but were attracted by a floating fiery red bead in the magma pool, and their eyes suddenly glared. Treasure? It must be the key to the Space Core. They just sent me a message saying so. It means that as long as you get that thing, you can find the location of the Space Core? That's right. Then why are you still talking so much? Lure the monster out and kill it first. When they heard that it was something related to the Space Core, the other people immediately became anxious and immediately summoned their troops to start clearing the monsters and getting the flame bead in the magma pool. Because they are not stupid. Such a crucial thing is likely to hide some extra rewards or treasures, and they must get it before others. No. It seems someone is coming over there. Unexpectedly. At this time, the king in charge of reconnaissance in the team suddenly shouted, interrupting their actions. Several people were startled and looked in the other direction of the lava zone. Sure enough, they saw a large group of strange plants approaching them. Chapter 583 Combat Power Explosion. Is there anyone? Lin Yu, who had just arrived at the periphery of the lava zone, paused. He looked at the 5 people from the Yuansha realm in the distance, and the huge army of nearly 100,000 soldiers around them in great surprise. He thought he had arrived fast enough, but he didn't expect that there were people who were faster than him. It seems that the opponent is quite strong, or they are lucky not to encounter any lord monsters along the way. Friend, we arrived here first. How about giving it to us? The middle-aged man who led the opposite side stepped forward and shouted to Lin Yu. His voice was very polite, and he did not despise Lin Yu because he was alone. But the 2 people next to him were not happy when they heard what he said. Why are you so polite to him? He is just one person. Just let him go. Why so much nonsense? Their strength is not weak, except for the leading man who has 9 pieces of divine fragments. The others all have 8 pieces of divine fragments. The overall strength is also top-notch in all realms. Even if they met those teams with 2 9 pieces of divine fragments, they would not be much weaker. Not to mention that Lin Yu is just one person. What do you know? The man turned around and scolded them in a low voice. It must be not easy to come to such a deep place alone. It is better not to cause trouble if you can, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Indeed, although I can't sense his specific strength, he gives me a very dangerous feeling. It is better to be careful. Another person responded in a low voice. At this time, Lin Yu had recalled several of his iconic royal soldiers to the space, leaving only Ling Shi hiding beside him. But out of caution, they still spoke out to test Lin Yu first, hoping that Lin Yu would retreat. After all, they have an absolute advantage in numbers, and being so polite is already very good. Unfortunately, they miscalculated this time. Hearing that they let him leave, Lin Yu frowned immediately. What if you arrive first? There is no first-come first-served rule in this place. Right, he said calmly, while secretly looking at the 5 people. 1 humanoid, 2 beasts, 1 demon, and 1 elemental. They have offense, defense, and healing, which is a relatively comprehensive combination. In addition, the number of troops is 5 times that of his, so it is still a bit tricky to fight. But he will not leave just because of the other party's words. After all, such a huge monster resource is not easy to come across. especially after seeing the flame beads in the lava pool in the distance and the flames all over the ground. A confident smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. The 5 people from the original evil world did not notice the change in his expression. Seeing that he was unwilling to leave, including the leading man, their faces sank. "So you don't want to leave?" the man said coldly. His tone was no longer as polite as before. The reason why Lin Yu was allowed to leave first was just because he didn't want to waste time on fearless battles. But now Lin Yu is unwilling to leave and wants to snatch this precious resource treasure land from them, which naturally touches their interests. 5 against 1. Do you really think you are afraid? Gradually, a trace of murderous intent emerged in the eyes of the 5 people. After secretly looking at each other, the troops around them slowly spread outward under their control and surrounded Lin Yu's plant army. Do it! In the face of interests. There is no need for too many words. With a loud shout, nearly 100,000 troops roared together and launched a fierce attack on Lin Yu. Looking at the dark and surging team like a tide, Lin Yu's face condensed, and he immediately waved his hand. With a rumble, Qingting's huge body and other royal families were all summoned, setting off a terrifying hurricane outside the lava zone. The 5 people from the original evil world who were about to give orders changed their expressions and finally recognized Lin Yu's troops. It's him! The one who defeated the king of the mountain. Damn it! How could it be him? So what? He is just one person. Can he still be the opponent of the 5 of us? That's right. Come together and get rid of him. After recognizing Lin Yu's identity, they were just shocked and did not retreat at all. At the command, the crystal blue tiger king at the front roared, increasing the speed of all the soldiers. The humanoid cavalry on both sides raised their shields and spears and formed a charging battle formation. In an instant, all the soldiers were wrapped in a layer of golden light, and their momentum was raised to an extremely exaggerated level, causing the entire ground to shake violently. Kong Ming! Unexpectedly, Lin Yu's calm voice suddenly sounded. Kong Ming and the plant army led the lantern grass soldiers to fly into the air, and the absolute domain was activated. An invisible wave spread and directly covered a range of several kilometers. As soon as those humanoid and beast-type soldiers rushed into the domain, the gained status on their bodies instantly dissipated, and their momentum quickly waned. Line up! Then, Qin Gang shouted. He led the Ancient Tree Legion to build a row of defensive walls in front, and went straight to meet them. Bang! 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 The violent collision sound kept echoing in the ears. The cavalry and the crystal blue tiger king, who were originally coming with great momentum, were shaken away, and their forward momentum suddenly stopped. Some were even directly split in half by the disaster sword bamboo in Qin Gang's hand, and died on the spot. It actually blocked it. The people in the original evil world were shocked. They opened so many burst skills, and their number was 5 times that of Lin Yu. But they couldn't even break through the defense line of his frontline soldiers. How terrifying is the defense of these plant soldiers? Quick! Use curses and armor breaking. Immediately, the leading man shouted loudly to the demon system, and the 2 beast system lords next to him. The demon system's attack has the attribute of weakening curses, and the beast system's attack has the attribute of armor breaking. No matter how high your defense is, you can never withstand these 2 powerful combinations. Soon, the claws of the beasts in the front lit up with a cold light, as if tearing through space, and fiercely pounced on Lin Yu's ancient tree soldiers. The long-range demons in the back directly launched the demon fire, turning into black streams of light and sweeping forward, exploding in the army of plants. The scattered flames splashed everywhere, attached to the bodies of the plant soldiers, and burned wildly. However, what they didn't expect was, this series of weakening attacks did not successfully break the defense line of the plants, but instead made those plants light up a magic shield, blocking the remaining damage. It was the effect of the SSS-level national treasure, magic immunity. When receiving damage equivalent to the spiritual attribute, all skill attacks are immune for 5 seconds. Even the demon fire that has a restraining effect on the plant system is isolated by the shield, and cannot cause any damage to Lin Yu's plants. In addition, Lin Yu's equipment has the characteristic of reducing the effect of abnormal status, so he is even more fearless. Go ahead. Don't leave any alive. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with coldness, and he gave orders directly to the royal family around him. And at the same time he roared wildly, causing all the plants to suddenly rise in momentum. The royal family, who received the order, no longer held back, and led 9 teams to spread out from 9 directions, and began to slaughter the enemy's troops. Bang! Sparks exploded, and the cannon fired deadly sniper shots. With an unparalleled momentum, it instantly killed all the troops within a straight line of 1 kilometer in front. The Mushroom Demon King was even more simple and brutal. Towards that station, the poisonous gas spread outward, and a large number of mushrooms began to grow within a radius of 1 kilometer. Then, with a loud bang, groups of troops were blown away. Not to mention the other royal families. Wherever they went, they were like bulldozers, crushing all the way, and the ordinary troops behind them followed closely, finishing off the enemy crazily. The whole scene was in chaos. Even if the water element in the back tried desperately to heal them, no army could stop them, and they were all killed on the spot. This is the huge gap between ordinary army and royal attributes. How could it be? The 5 people in the original evil world were shocked, watching their own team being defeated. With a full 5-fold difference in numbers, they still lost so thoroughly. Are those army types all monsters? Don't hide. Attack! Seeing that their own army was in disarray, the leading man shouted loudly, bursting out the power of rules directly, condensing sword lights in the air, turning into a golden torrent, and shooting towards Qin Gang, who was rushing in the front. The other 4 lords also took action, and one by one, long-range skills flew out of their hands and attacked other royal families. Be careful, Ling Shi in the air reminded loudly, and dodged the sacrificial magic circle of the opposite demon lord. Unlike those army types, these lords are all real 8 pieces of divine fragments. And basically they are old lords, whose attributes have been strengthened to almost full values. If they were hit by their attacks, they would probably be seriously injured. Only Qin Gang could withstand it with his abnormal defense. As expected, 5 lords attacked at the same time, and 5 times the number of soldiers besieged them. Under the full outbreak, the royals finally felt the pressure and were gradually forced back. Ordinary plants also began to suffer casualties. It seems that it is still a bit difficult to deal with so many top lords at once. The main reason is that the number of soldiers is too different. In the absence of enough corpses, a few royals alone cannot completely make up for this gap. However, Lin Yu had expected this a long time ago and was not too surprised. He just smiled strangely, and slowly stepped onto the lava ground next to him, and walked into it with the flames on the ground. This level of flame will not cause too much damage to him, but the continuous burning can be a great help to him, which is why he is confident that he can deal with these 5 lords at once. What does he want to do? Soon, several people from the original evil world noticed Lin Yu's unusual movements and could not help but secretly become alert. However, the next second, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. After Lin Yu walked into the lava zone, his body suddenly became trance and split into a phantom that looked exactly like him. Then he and the phantom flashed again, and split into 2 phantoms again. In this way, 1 split into 2, 2 split into 4, and 4 split into 8. Under the continuous burning of the lava zone, the effect of the Phantom Walker was constantly triggered, splitting into copies of Lin Yu. And these copies inherited all his abilities. Not good. Retreat quickly. Finally, the leading man noticed something was wrong, and immediately shouted in surprise, and hurriedly retreated with his troops. Want to leave? Too late, Lin Yu sneered, and those phantom clones burst out the power of rules one after another. In a loud bang, countless vines soared into the sky, building a thick vine cage around the few people. The other phantoms teleported forward, activated the void space, and blocked their teleportation ability. In the blink of an eye, more and more clones appeared around Lin Yu. Although it could only last for 10 seconds, it still increased exponentially, and soon reached hundreds. Hundreds of phantoms with strength reaching the level of 9 pieces of divine fragments finally completely detonated Lin Yu's peak combat power. Since you are all here, let's stay. Chapter 584 Unexpected Gains. Accompanied by Lin Yu's loud shout, hundreds of phantom clones burst out the power of rules almost at the same time. Amidst the violent vibration, countless twisted plants rose from the ground. It actually transformed the entire periphery of the lava zone into a strange forest. The vines inside were entangled and thorns were everywhere, directly killing tens of thousands of soldiers and blocking the retreat of the 5 people in the original evil world. The people in the original evil world were shocked. They really couldn't understand why Lin Yu had such a terrifying ability. They didn't dare to hold back anymore, and all kinds of bottom-line methods were used. Especially the leading man with 9 pieces of divine fragments. Seeing the surging and violent vines attacking again, he gritted his teeth, immediately took out a golden scroll, and tore it open directly. Boom! The vast golden light fell from the sky, turning into a shadow of the god of war, and landing on the man. This is a powerful scroll that he has been treasured for decades. It can gain the ability like the possession of the dwarf god of war in a short time. However, the effect is weaker, and it can only forcibly increase the strength by half a level, and be immune to all negative states. Originally, he planned to use it to save his life when he was chased after upgrading to the 11th level. But he didn't expect that he would be forced out in such a place. Although he was unwilling, he still exploded all the rule power in his body. As soon as he raised his arm, the sword light flashed all over the sky, and the offensive of the other 4 people intersected with one place, and collided fiercely with the vast attack of Lin Yu's phantom clone, and suddenly exploded in the air, causing the entire space to collapse instantly. The terrifying power turned into an endless air wave that swept around, shaking the ground to crack, lava surging, and huge pillars of fire shot up into the sky. It was like a world catastrophe. Lin Yu's void space was also shattered and lost its blocking effect. In the center of the explosion, the 5 people from the original evil world vomited blood and flew out. The life-saving effects of the equipment on the leading man and the demon lord were triggered. One of them recovered to his full state in an instant, and the other had a blood shield on his body, and he resisted the terrifying power that was almost comparable to the 11th level. The other 3 were not so lucky. The life-saving means were directly defeated by the powerful attack, and a large number of vines and thorns rushed out, entangled their bloody bodies from all directions. Go! The 2 looked at each other, and there was no way to take care of them. Taking advantage of the moment when the void space was broken, they cut through the space and escaped into the void, disappearing in an instant. Puff! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The 3 people who lost the ability to resist suddenly exploded countless wooden thorns in their bodies, turning into a ball of blood mist in the air, and they didn't even have time to scream. Kill the 10th level lord of the other plane, and get 6.7 billion magic energy. Kill the 10th level lord of the other plane, and get 11.5 billion magic energy. Kill the 10th level lord of the other plane, and get 8 billion magic energy. 3 cold voices sounded in Lin Yu's mind. 3 10th level lords with 8 pieces of divine fragments were killed on the spot. Lin Yu panted, looking at the 3 blood mists in the distance and the place where the 2 people fled. His chest rose and fell violently. In order to keep the guys on the opposite side, he almost did not hold back and used all the power of rules in his body. He did not expect that the opponent's life-saving means were so strong that he could withstand the joint attack of him and hundreds of phantom clones. He really deserved to be an old king who had been in the business for many years. However, the result still surprised him and even excited him, because in his expectation, the opponent's strength was not weak, and there must be many ways to escape. It was very good to kill 1 or 2 unexpectedly. Unexpectedly, he succeeded in killing 3 in the end. This was also thanks to the unique environment here, which allowed him to maximize the effect of his phantom walker skills. Looking at the 3 colorful divine fragments slowly emerging in the blood mist, he did not hesitate, and teleported in the air, trembling and collecting all the fragments. After so many battles and efforts, he finally gathered all the conditions for upgrading to the 11th level, and his excitement was beyond words. Now he could upgrade to the 11th level at any time as long as he wants. It is only 1 step away from the highest point of the continent, the Emperor level. Of course, he will not be so stupid to go back and upgrade immediately, especially after the previous experience of the old king of the 11th level. He deeply understands the cruelty of the 11th level, so before that, he must accumulate more rule fragments. Otherwise, if he rashly upgrades without sufficient strength, he will only become the upgrade food of other 11th levels. First, repair it here and prepare to clean up the monsters here. After collecting the fragments of the godhead, Lin Yu immediately teleported back to the team and began to recover in time. There was so much noise here just now, and I don't know if it will attract more people, so it is better to quickly clean up the monsters here, get the flame bead and leave. On the other side, in a wasteland thousands of kilometers away, the 2 people from the original evil world who teleported and escaped shuttled through space and appeared here. After confirming that Lin Yu did not chase him, he finally stopped and sat down behind a huge rock, leaning against the rock and breathing heavily. I miscalculated. I didn't expect his strength to be so strong, the man said with lingering fear. I'm afraid that the three of Lao Wu are in danger. The eyes of the demon lord were full of fear. Rumor has it that the guy has 10 very powerful soldiers under his command. Now it seems that his strength is the most terrifying. We all underestimated him. Then what should we do? Should we report this matter? Of course. Killing 3 of us 10th level people. How can this matter be so easily let go? Especially since he is from the original world. We can't let him grow like this. Now Lin Yu's name is in the limelight among the 10th level people in various circles. And many people know his identity. Not to mention the original evil world, which is the mortal enemy of the original world. Lin Yu's information has been thoroughly investigated. And even the specific location of his principality has not been missed. That guy's strength is no longer something we can deal with. Let's report it after we go back this time. I think those 11th level people will definitely be very interested. A strange light gradually flashed in the man's eyes. Indeed. The demon lord nodded in agreement. With 3 pieces of divine fragments at a time. With that guy's ability, he will definitely not be relegated to the 10th level. As long as he dares to rise to the 11th level. That will be his death. That's right. Let him jump around for a while. With that, the 2 got up again and rushed towards the direction of the space entrance, disappearing in the vast void in a blink of an eye. At this time, Lin Yu in the lava zone has also used the Phantom Walker skill to clear all the monsters in the lava area together with the plant army, and came to the side of the magma pool in a mighty manner. Qing Tung, I leave it to you, Lin Yu said to Qing Tung beside him. The flame bead was in the center of the magma pool. With his current mental strength, he could not control objects from such a distance. So he could only let Qing Tung, who had a high physique and long arms, do it. Qing Tung did not hesitate when he heard it. A vine rushed out immediately, swept over the surging magma, and rolled the flame bead over. The next second, with a bang, the entire magma pool began to surge wildly. Even the ground around it cracked into huge cracks, rushing out countless magma and flames, turning the entire lava zone into a sea of fire in an instant. Then, a red heat wave rushed up into the sky and sank straight into the sky. In a blink of an eye, the sky was full of red clouds, forming a spectacular scene in the monster space, echoing the black light column on the other side of the basin. 2 of the 10 original powers have now been released, which immediately made the lords in the space restless again. Quick! It's over there. Go and have a look. I've already sensed that power. We must grab the treasure this time. Shouts, accompanied by increasingly powerful auras, approached rapidly from a distance. Lin Yu, who was stunned by the scene in front of him, came back to his senses. Let's go. Leave here first. After saying that, he recalled all the troops and disappeared from the spot with a teleport. After several moves, he finally got rid of the Lord's detection and came to the sky thousands of miles away. It was not until then that he took out the flame bead he had just obtained and checked its information. Demon Pronucleus, Special Pronucleus condensed by demon power. One of the 10 forces. Destroying all forces can find the location of the core of space. Another 10 forces. The previous Sword of the Dead was the death force of the undead. And this flame bead is the demon pronucleus of the demon system. It seems that the 10 forces are the forces represented by the 10 major arms and races, and are also the most primitive forces at the beginning of the birth of the realm. I wonder if the plant force will have any additional effect on him. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart. Unexpectedly, at this time, the world tree in his origin universe suddenly reacted, while the demon nucleus in his hand had not yet dissipated into rule fragments. A suction force suddenly came, and it directly sucked the demon nucleus into the origin universe, turning into a stream of light and merging into the world tree. Lin Yu was stunned. He didn't come back to his senses from this sudden change for a while. Fuck. Finally, he reacted and burst out a swear word. He quickly calmed down and entered the origin universe. But there was no trace of the demon nucleus, which made him suddenly suspicious. He remembered that the first time this happened was when he mistakenly put the complete plant godhead into the origin universe last time, and the chaos secret treasure was swallowed up together. Could it be that the value of these forces is comparable to the complete godhood and the chaos secret treasure? Shocked, Lin Yu immediately carefully checked the changes in the origin universe, and finally found something that surprised him. The time law skill has become stronger again. Time law, active form a time field within a range of 1.2 meters around the body, which can change the flow rate of time at will. Consume 10% of the rule power per second, and is not affected by skills other than the time law. The effect increases with the origin space. And the time multiplier, 1.2 times. Chapter 585 Chaos Secret Treasure reappears. After absorbing the demonic force, the time speed of the law of time actually increased from 1.1 times to 1.2 times. Lin Yu looked at the skill interface in front of him with great surprise. You know, he killed hundreds and thousands of Lord monsters, and it only increased by 0.1 times. Now absorbing one force can directly achieve the same effect. Doesn't it mean that if he gets a few more forces, he can increase the time speed to twice? The double time speed is absolutely terrifying. It is equivalent to having twice the reaction speed of others, whether it is used for attack or escape. It is an extremely powerful means. The most important thing is, if it can be increased to more than twice, his confidence in upgrading to the 11th level will be much stronger. Especially, this is a power beyond the rules, which will not be affected by the rules of this world at all. It is definitely one of his biggest trump cards at present. It seems that I have to hurry up and get the force of other systems. Lin Yu looked at the interface in front of him with a solemn expression. This power at the beginning of the birth of the realm is obviously of great benefit to his origin universe, so it is naturally not easy to miss. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the plant army and continued to explore and advance in other directions, looking for news about other forces, while solving the Lord monsters along the way and accumulating rule fragments. When he cleared the Lord monsters in the lava zone just now, he obtained a total of 4,000 rule fragments. Adding the previous 6,000, he finally successfully broke through the 10,000 mark, which is equivalent to 40,000 attributes. Lin Yu estimated, when he accumulates 150,000 rule fragments, he should be able to start upgrading to the 11th level. Although this goal seems far away, the appearance of this monster invasion has given him hope of achieving it in a short time. In addition, his current origin space can produce 1,000 faith fruits every day, which can be achieved after working hard for a period of time. Having made up his mind, he immediately sped up and led the plant army to explore around in the monster space. And just as he was fighting with the Lord monsters along the way, the news of the death of 3 old kings in Yuansha realm came from someone's mouth, like a hurricane, sweeping every corner of the entire monster space in an instant. What did you say? 3 kings died in Yuansha realm, and they were all old kings with 8 pieces of divine fragments. This is too exaggerated. Who is so perverted that he can kill 3 old kings at once? Could it be that the 11th level lord ran in? In an instant, the lords of all realms were shocked by the news. You know, that was an old king with 8 pieces of divine fragments. An existence that many new kings have to look up to. He died just like that. And 3 of them died at once? When they first heard the news, many people didn't believe it. But when some people got the specific news from the lords of Yuansha realm, they had to believe that it was true. And the lords of all realms were in an uproar. But unfortunately, for the whole process of the incident, the people of Yuansha realm basically kept their mouths shut and didn't tell them what caused it. Some people thought they had encountered a group of SSS level lord monsters. Some thought it was done by an 11th level lord. In short, there were all kinds of speculations, which made them more vigilant when exploring, fearing that they would be the next to encounter danger. But soon, this atmosphere was broken by 2 pillars of light rising into the sky, following the demonic force in the lava zone. 2 more forces were found, turning into a surge of power and rushing straight into the sky. The magnificent scene immediately changed the faces of the kings of various realms, who were discussing. 2 more treasures have been found. What a fast speed! Including the previous 2. 4 have been found. And now there are only 6 left. Quick! Go find the remaining treasures. Don't let others get ahead. Every place where the force is located will have treasures to suppress it. And it will also be accompanied by a large number of Lord Monster resources. This is no secret. In a hurry, the kings of various realms no longer had the heart to discuss the affairs of the original evil world. And the teams immediately accelerated their speed and advanced into the depths of space. In a blink of an eye, the entire monster space began to become restless again. Massive battles can be seen everywhere, and the lords are all fighting for the lord monsters that are emerging one by one. In a forest deep in the space, Lin Yu stood on a pile of plant monster corpses, looking up at the white light column in the distance, frowning slightly. Of the 2 light columns that just appeared, one of the green ones came from him, which is also the source of the plant force. As for the other one, it should be that someone discovered the source of other forces and successfully obtained the treasure that suppressed it. It seems that it is impossible to take all the 10 forces for himself. He can only try his best to find the remaining forces before other lords, and get as many as he can. After thinking about it, he retracted his gaze and looked at the green sapling wrapped in the breath of life in his hand. Life seedling, special as seedling condensed by the power of life. One of the 10 original forces. Destroy all the forces, and you can find the location of the core of the space. This seedling is one of the 10 original forces. It is also the plant force he wants to find the most. Seeing that the breath above began to dissipate gradually, Lin Yu did not hesitate and immediately put the seedling into the origin space. The next second, the sapling seemed to be attracted and turned directly into a stream of light and merged into the world tree. Then, the world tree lit up with a strong life glow, and it seemed that the breath was much more condensed. Lin Yu quickly opened the skill interface and took a look. What surprised him was that the effect of absorbing the plant force was twice that of the demon force. And the flow rate of the law of time suddenly increased from 1.2 times to 1.4 times, which can almost be regarded as a qualitative leap. It seems that the effect of absorbing the force of this system is much better than that of other systems. And Lin Yu can clearly feel that after absorbing the 10 forces, the rule power flowing in his origin universe has become stronger than before, although there was no substantial impact. But he had a feeling that the rules in the origin universe were gradually improving and constantly evolving towards a mature universe. As for the end of the evolution, Lin Yu didn't know, because even if it was an emperor, he had never heard of anyone's origin space having such a change, let alone breeding a universe galaxy. Let's go. Let's go to other places to have a look. Lin Yu didn't think much about it. After a simple repair and treatment, he took the plant army out of the forest and continued to explore other places to find traces of the 10 forces. Not long after, the entire huge team gradually disappeared in the depths of space. Time passed quickly. Just as Lin Yu was looking for the 10 major forces, the 10th level lords of other realms also began to advance into the depths of space, and the friction between the teams became more and more frequent, especially after the lords of the Anti-Alliance and the lords of the Realm Alliance met. They fought for monster resources, and melees were everywhere. In less than half a day, 5 of the remaining 6 forces were found, and several large-scale battles were triggered. Lin Yu was lucky. Before the lords of various realms arrived, he took the beast force in advance, and then grabbed the mechanical force in the melee, successfully increasing the time flow rate of the time law to 1.6 times, which was a huge harvest. At this time, he was teleporting in the air, rushing to the lake area at the other end of the space, because the last force appeared there. Hurry up. The last treasure is just ahead. I heard that if you get that treasure, you can get 1,000 rule fragments. You must get it this time. Full speed. Anxious shouts rang out in various places in the monster space. All the lords who received the news rushed to the direction of the last series of force without stopping. However, they were still a step late. Just when Lin Yu teleported to the lake less than 1,000 miles away, a beam of light suddenly appeared in front of him and sank straight into the clouds. After half a day of exploration and scrambling, the 10 major forces were finally found, and 10 dazzling rays of light burst out in the monster space. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered in the space. Thunder roared, and the whole world began to shake violently. Then the 10 rays of light connected with each other, forming a giant magic array in the air that covered most of the space. A vertical beam of light descended from the sky, landing on the dangerous place in the center of the space where a large number of SSS-level Lord monsters were entrenched, which also shocked all the lords. Roar! Unexpectedly, at this time, a shocking roar resounded throughout the space. Before the lords of all walks of life could react, a surging air wave swept in from the inside of the space, blowing them and the soldiers around them away. The terrifying power suddenly shocked all the lords' faces. 11th level. This breath has reached the level of the 11th level. Could it be that the Space Corps mentioned in the task? As if to answer their doubts, a series of prompts sounded at this time. Lords, please note that the Space Corps of this space has appeared. Please go to the target location, kill the Guardian of the Space Corps, and destroy the core. Participants in the task can obtain 500 rule fragments after completing the task. Those who destroy the core can obtain a random Chaos Secret Treasure. Chaos Secret Treasure. Hearing the prompt in their minds, all the lords were stunned for a moment, and even thought they had heard it wrong. What is the Chaos Secret Treasure? It is a treasure born in chaos and possessing supreme power. Even those old kings who have lived for hundreds of years have only heard of it, but have never seen it, because this kind of thing is too illusory for them. But even so, it still does not affect their yearning and desire for the Chaos Secret Treasure. Not to mention Lin Yu. As someone who has obtained the Chaos Secret Treasure, he knows very well how powerful the Chaos Secret Treasure is. For example, his original universe was finally formed after absorbing a complete plant-based godhead with the Chaos Secret Treasure as a guide. This gave him the capital to quickly gain a foothold in the 10th level, and even comprehended the powerful ability of the Law of Time. He must get the Chaos Secret Treasure rewarded by this task. Chapter 586 Horrible Original Beast. The appearance of the Chaos Secret Treasure reward almost detonated all the lords in the secondary space. In just 1 hour, many powerful teams followed the guidance of the strange phenomena of heaven and earth and advanced to a gray area deep in the space. This is a strange space that has not yet been fully formed. Looking around, there are scattered space fragments everywhere, as if the whole world has been shattered into countless lenses. And outside the gray area, there are all kinds of huge SSS-level Lord monsters wandering around, black and connected. And there is no end in sight. As soon as I approached, a strong power immediately rushed over, making people dare not get close. But as time went by, however, more and more 10th-level lords gathered from all directions, and they were all deeply stunned by the spectacular scene in front of them. Look! What is that? Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the crowd. The lords of all walks of life, who were shocked by the scene in front of them, couldn't help but look into the depths of the broken space. And their eyes widened. In the magnificent light column that was constructed by the 10 forces and connected the heaven and earth, a huge figure stood proudly. Human head, dragon body, bone spurs, giant mechanical arms, light and dark wings, elemental shield. It was a terrifying beast that combined the characteristics of the 10 races. Let alone these lords. Even Lin Yu, who had just arrived, was completely shocked by the beast covered by the 10 forces. And his eyes were full of horror, because just by taking a look, he felt a breath from the beast that made him palpitate, and his blood and chi in his body surged. Then, an information interface popped up in front of him. Name: Chaos Primordial Beast Guardian. Race: unknown. Level: unknown. Strength: 410,000. Constitution: 410,000. Agility: 410,000. Spirit: 410,000. Skills: Primal Power. Ancestor of 10,000 beasts. Chaos Incarnation. Heart of Space. Introduction: evolved from the 10 forces. The primordial beast born in chaos. Its strength will continue to increase with the increase of space, and it has the terrifying ability to control the 10 forces. After death, the 10 forces will completely dissipate, and the space will be destroyed. 410,000 attributes. Lin Yu looked at the information interface in front of him with a shocked face, and was shocked by the long string of numbers on it. No wonder the task would give such an exaggerated reward. He finally understood it now. This attribute alone is enough to kill most of the 10th level in seconds. Even if he was at full burst, his constitution attribute barely crossed 300,000. This is still the case of maintaining a savage roar through the Phantom Walker. As for those strengthening skills that only last for a few seconds, although they can make him burst out stronger combat power in a short period of time, it is simply a pipe dream to kill a monster with 410,000 attributes in a few seconds. Unless he has enough corpses. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but look at the endless monsters around the broken space, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Not to mention, he seemed to have found a possibility to kill this chaos beast. Everyone. At this time, a shout sounded. In the Lord team, an old king with a strong momentum stood up. I think you have all seen that if you want to complete the task, you must kill this monster. So I suggest that everyone put aside your prejudices for the time being. First clear all the monsters around, and then work together to kill the Chaos Beast. What do you think? The attributes of the Chaos Beast are really too terrifying. Almost twice the top 10 levels. And it is basically impossible to kill it alone. The only way is to gather the power of lords from all walks of life and attack it together, so that there is hope of success. The others were naturally aware of this. In order to complete the task and get the reward, someone immediately stood up to respond. I agree with this proposal. Let's work together to complete the task first. As for who gets the reward in the end, it depends on their ability and luck. I agree too. Anyway, let's get rid of this monster first. Then why are you wasting time? Let's get started. After finishing this, we have to go to the next space. In this case, we will be responsible for the monsters in this area. In the shouting, the lords of all realms did not waste any more time. They spread out and began to organize the cleanup of the monsters around the broken space. Especially those lord monsters. They must not be left behind. After all, they are about to face a monster with extremely terrifying strength. And they must not be affected by other things. Don't say it. With the joint efforts of the lords of all realms, the efficiency is still very fast. In just a few minutes, many lord monsters have been killed and slowly move towards the location of the Chaos Original Beast. Let's go. We go too. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't stop and led the army of plants to one of the corners, approaching the group of monsters wandering back and forth in front. When the monsters found them, they roared and rushed towards them. Then, like a chain reaction, more and more monsters were attracted by the movement here, and quickly gathered here, finally turning into a surging tide, and collided fiercely with the army of plants. Get rid of those lord monsters first. Lin Yu looked at the several SSS-level lord monsters that followed in the monster group and said loudly to the royal family. At the same time, the savage roar was launched, attacking the lord monsters while collecting the flesh and blood corpses. The royal family was not slow. Spontaneously divided into several groups, went straight to the lord monsters, and fought with them. Other ordinary plants bombarded wildly on the side to support the battle. In this way, fighting and advancing all the way, Lin Yu soon collected 30,000 corpses of 10th level monsters, and the teams from all walks of life finally got rid of all the monsters, advancing to the surroundings of the Chaos Original Beast, and surrounding the light column where it was. Is this the ultimate goal of the mission? A king swallowed his saliva and looked at the huge monster that was 100 meters tall and sleeping in the light column with its eyes closed. Under close observation, they could feel the terrifying aura of the Chaos Beast, which almost made them breathless. Are you all ready? An old king with high prestige from the 10 realms asked in a low voice, and his eyes could not help but scan the crowd. The kings of all realms looked stern, and immediately asked the troops to take an offensive posture in front. And the atmosphere in the entire broken space was extremely tense. Do it! Accompanied by the old king's loud shout, attacks emerged from all directions and shot towards the Chaos Beast. The sleeping Chaos Beast was suddenly awakened by the explosive energy, and its huge eyes suddenly opened. Roar! The earth-shattering roar sounded again. The terrifying might exploded into air waves, shattering the attacks that fell on it. And then it waved its wings of light and darkness, slowly rising into the air in a violent gust of wind. Shoot it down. Don't let it fly into the sky. The king shouted loudly, and control skills appeared one after another, shooting at the Chaos Beast again. The flying soldiers flying all over the sky instantly surrounded it, and launched a fierce attack on it. For a moment, fire exploded in the sky and energy surged. The dense attacks completely submerged the Chaos Beast, causing the entire sky to shake violently. But unexpectedly, at this time, the Chaos Beast suddenly swung its tail, turning the surrounding flying soldiers into blood mist, and directly broke through the attacks of all the lords. Flying at high speed, it was about to fly out of their attack range. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Countless vines soared into the sky and entangled the Chaos Beast's feet. Pull it down! Lin Yu and the team shouted, and launched a savage roar. The Qingting and the Banshee Vine Legion finally succeeded in grabbing the Chaos Beast and pulling it to the ground. With a loud bang, the entire ground shook violently. The huge body of the Chaos Beast smashed into the ground, directly smashing a huge deep pit, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out in all directions. The other kings looked at Lin Yu and the soldiers around him in shock, and immediately recognized his identity, and their faces suddenly changed. But they also knew that now was not the time to think about other things. After coming back to their senses, they quickly gave orders to the soldiers around them. Attack! Restrict its movements. Quick! Hurry up and use abnormality. And start to explode. With shouts, the Realm Alliance and the Anti-Alliance team split into two sides, and tens of millions of attacks once again submerged the Chaos Beast, and continued to explode on it. The scene was as spectacular as a large-scale war. However, the huge gap in attributes cannot be made up by the large number. All abnormal states and skill effects are invalid. Most of the attacks of the kings and soldiers fell on the Chaos Beast, only leaving a shallow scratch. And even its defense could not be broken. Only a few powerful old kings could barely cause some minor injuries. Less than half a minute after the attack, the Chaos Beast in the deep pit roared, and a terrifying cold air suddenly exploded from it, sweeping around. Not good. Retreat quickly. The king's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly led their soldiers to evacuate quickly. But there were still thousands of slow soldiers who did not have time to evacuate, and were instantly frozen by the cold air, shattered into countless ice cubes, and scattered on the ground. They could not even resist a single attack. What a terrifying attack! The kings looked at the scene in front of them with lingering fear, and their hearts were full of shock. The Chaos Beast who controlled the 10 forces could use the abilities of any system, and the one just now was the elemental system's ice-sealing 1,000-mile skill. Fortunately, they dodged quickly. Otherwise they would be either dead or disabled if they were hit, which made them more careful. Continue the attack. At the command, the troops surrounded the Chaos Beast again and launched a fierce attack on it, not giving it a chance to take off. The Chaos Beast roared continuously, beating the troops into pulp, and skills with completely different attributes burst out from it. In a short while, the corpses around it piled up into a mountain, and blood flowed into a river. The king's troops were fearless and filled the gaps one after another, using the human wave tactics to slowly consume its physical strength. Bang! At this moment, sparks exploded. A stream of fiery red light penetrated the void, swept out violently, and exploded a blood mist on the chest of the Chaos Beast. Ah! The Chaos Beast howled in pain, and finally a wound appeared on its chest, and blood gushed out continuously. Broken defense. Good opportunity. Hurry up. Attack its wound. The kings were in high spirits, and they turned their spears and launched a fierce attack on the wound. The cannon that had just launched the attack quickly retreated back to the team and came to the side of Lin Yu, who looked surprised. The cannon's powerful attack only caused such a small amount of damage. This defense was a little too scary. Be careful. It's coming towards us. Suddenly, Ling Shi in the sky shouted, and Lin Yu's expression suddenly changed again. Chapter 587, A Strike Through the Stars. Roar! The angry roar exploded in the mouth of the Chaos Beast. The fatal sniper of the cannon actually completely enraged it, and it directly broke through the encirclement of the soldiers around it and rushed over here. This sudden change immediately shocked Lin Yu. There was no time to change the team's formation. The huge body of the Chaos Beast suddenly jumped into the sky, making his head dark. Peaceful field. Without any hesitation, he immediately asked the forest sage to activate the life-saving skill. An invisible wave burst out, covering the entire plant army. Boom! The Chaos Beast fell into the team with a bang. Although the blast did not cause any damage to the plants, it still shook them away, leaving the center of the team empty in an instant. It's nothing? What skill is that? It seems to be group invincibility. Looking at Lin Yu and those plant soldiers who were unharmed, the kings of all realms showed shocked expressions one by one. Group invincibility. Even the angel system, which is known as the strongest auxiliary, does not have this skill. How can the plant system have it? However, they did not have the opportunity to think about it. Lin Yu had already reorganized the team and summoned all the soldiers around him, no longer holding back. He took out all the more than 30,000 corpses he had just collected and piled them in front of Qingting. Qingting, leave it to you. The reason why he did not absorb these corpses himself was because his body and will could not withstand such a huge energy infusion at one time. The energy contained in more than 30,000 10th level monster corpses is still very terrifying. Only a huge body like Qingting can consume this power and exert the full effect of bloody frenzy. Leave it to me. Qingting did not say much nonsense, and the vines moved quickly and inserted into the pile of corpses. Then, in the shocked eyes of the kings, the corpse like a hill withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a blink of an eye, the blood and flesh were drained, leaving only a pile of dry bones. The weird scene immediately made their backs cold and frightened. However, the old kings also reacted quickly and gave orders to the troops again. Go! Continue to attack. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of troops turned around again and surrounded the Chaos Beast. The Chaos Beast roared, and while the peace domain dissipated, it once again targeted Lin Yu in the plant army, opened its mouth, and a flame ray shot at him. Your opponent is me. But at this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. Countless giant vines rushed out of the ground and built a solid wall in front of Lin Yu. With a bang, the flame ray exploded, and the vine was burned into 2 pieces. Then, relying on the strong self-recovery ability of the green vine, it grew out again. It actually blocked it. How is it possible? The other kings on the side widened their eyes and looked at the green vine beside Lin Yu as if they were looking at a monster. You know, that is an attack with 410,000 attributes. If it were anyone present, they would not have been able to take it head-on. But Qingting did it easily. Is this his true strength? The kings who recognized Lin Yu's identity were shocked, and their expressions became more and more solemn. Because if this continued, the final reward of the mission might be taken away by Lin Yu. And then, they would all be empty-handed. How could they dare to hold back? They all burst out their best means. And with a fierce momentum, they led the troops to surround the Chaos Beast and launched another round of fierce attacks on it. For a moment, dense attacks poured out like a tide, drowning the Chaos Beast again. And Qingting, whose attributes skyrocketed, took on the main output. A large number of vines rushed out and quickly entangled the Chaos Beast's body. And the blood and poison mist surged crazily, covering it. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu stepped into the flames that had just been splashed by the flame ray, triggering the phantom clone and continuing the savage roar state. Then, together with other royal families and the plant army, they launched an attack on the restricted Chaos Beast, pressing directly against its vital points. The Chaos Beast roared angrily, constantly breaking free from the vines of the green vines, and gradually large and small wounds appeared on its body, which inspired the kings to attack more vigorously. Roar! Suddenly, the Chaos Beast roared to the sky. A vast and boundless power erupted with it as the center, rushing straight into the sky. Kings from all walks of life were alert, and they were ready to defend and escape at any time. However, what they expected was the imagined big-scale explosion did not appear. The Chaos Beast just roared, broke free from the vines, and rushed through the army of soldiers. After a while, it was surrounded by soldiers again, as if nothing had happened. What's going on? Didn't it just activate its skills? Is it just bluffing? The kings looked at each other, their hearts slowly falling. But unexpectedly, at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar. Countless monsters appeared on the horizon in all directions, and quickly surrounded them. The number was so huge that it almost covered the whole sky and the earth, like a dark cloud covering the sky. The black mass was connected into one piece, causing the entire secondary space to vibrate violently. No! It's the monster in the space. All the monsters in the space have been summoned by it, the crowd exclaimed, and finally realized what was going on. And their faces turned pale in an instant. The monsters in the entire space, including those Lord monsters, added up to more than 1 million, not to mention all of them working together. Even if they were given twice the number of people, they might not be able to stop such a terrifying beast tide. What's more, there is an even more terrifying Chaos Original Beast on the side. Damn! What kind of mission difficulty is this? Is this a mission that a 10th level Lord can complete? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and deal with the original beasts. And send some troops out to block those monsters. Quick! Otherwise we will all die here. At this moment, the kings finally deeply felt the difficulty of this mission, and also fully felt the malice from the system. No wonder the Chaos Secret Treasure was used as a reward. Just with this difficulty, if only a few people came to do the mission, they would not know how many times they would die. Now there is only one way to survive. That is to deal with the Chaos Original Beasts before the monster tide overwhelms them. Otherwise, even if they have the means of teleportation, they may not be able to escape from such a large-scale 10th level beast tide. What's more, it has come to this point. How can they be willing to give up the mission and leave? Attack with all their strength. With a loud shout, all the kings immediately burst out all their strength and attacked the Chaos Original Beasts fiercely. And some troops were dispersed by them to meet the monster beasts rushing over directly to delay time for them. Qing Gang Zuohan Kongming. You take 2 teams to support. The others continue to attack. Lin Yu and the team also gave orders to the royal family around him. Then he stretched out his arm, and the piles of soldiers' corpses around him exploded, turning into bloody breath and merging into his body, activating the bloody frenzy state. And his attributes suddenly soared to more than 350,000. This attribute is more than 3 times his basic attribute, making him feel that his body is about to burst. and his heart is full of murderous intent. However, the situation is urgent, and he can't care so much. He directly activated the hardening skill of the Nut Soldier, and his physical fitness soared by 57% again, and finally successfully broke through the 400,000 level. This is definitely the highest limit he can reach at present. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the effect of the attack and defense conversion suit, exchanging the mental attribute with the physical fitness. In an instant, there was a buzzing sound in his mind, and he felt unprecedented emptiness. Ching Tung! With a loud shout. Ching Tung understood it without too many words. With a loud rumble, a large number of vines suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the Chaos Beast's feet, instantly binding it. The next second, Lin Yu's rule power exploded, and a pea-like shadow appeared behind him, with a huge cannon barrel pointing directly at the Chaos Beast. At this moment, the Chaos Beast, which had burst into flames and burned the vines to ashes, seemed to feel the threat of death, and the feathers on its black and white wings suddenly exploded. With a roar, it broke through the encirclement of the troops and the obstruction of the green vines, unfolded its shield and pounced on Lin Yu, trying to interrupt his spell casting. However, it was still a step too late. Boom! Sparks exploded, and a stream of flames that destroyed the world shot out from the muzzle behind Lin Yu. This blow seemed to penetrate the stars, and the world was annihilated. The terrifying power instantly shattered the large void behind Lin Yu, and blasted straight into the body of the oncoming Chaos Beast, penetrating through its body. The defensive shield on its body also turned directly into nothingness. Ah! The Chaos Beast howled miserably, its voice breaking the sky, and its forward momentum stopped. Lin Yu was even more miserable, being blown away by the huge recoil force for 100 meters, and fell to the ground. His bone shattered, and his flesh and blood all over his body. So strong. The other kings were horrified, looking at the terrifying crack that stretched for several miles behind the Chaos Beast and the huge wound on the Chaos Beast. For a moment, they were all stunned. But soon, they found that the Chaos Beast's breath was dissipating, and there was a tendency to fall down, and their hearts were shocked. Attack quickly! It's about to collapse. The Chaos Secret Treasure is mine. Get out of the way. It should be mine. Attack with all your strength. Shouts came from the mouths of the kings. In the face of the temptation of the Chaos Secret Treasure, they had no time to care about anything else, and they all jumped up, using powerful attacks like they were free, and fiercely focused on the Chaos Beast. After being beaten by tens of millions of soldiers and lords for so long, the Chaos Beast's aura had already weakened a lot. Now it suffered a series of heavy blows, which finally made it quickly wither, and no longer as fierce and brutal as before. It roared angrily, dragged its seriously injured body, and beat a large number of soldiers in front of it into a pulp. Looking shaky, this made the kings even more excited, and they couldn't help but approach it. However, Lin Yu, who had difficulty getting up, relied on his strong spiritual attributes to detect the abnormality of its energy, and immediately asked the royal family to lead the team to retreat back. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The Chaos Beast, which was already at the end of its strength, suddenly emerged from a terrifying gray fog, wrapping its huge body. Oh no! It's the Chaos Aura! It's its big skill! Retreat quickly! The king who was attacking frantically suddenly changed his face, and was shocked by this sudden change, and retreated again and again. Because the gray aura emerging from the Chaos Beast at this time is exactly the Chaos Aura that all lords call Death Aura. Chapter 588 The Last Fight. The appearance of the Chaos Aura instantly disintegrated the king's offensive, and they all teleported away with a look of horror. However, their reaction was fast, and the Chaos Beast was even faster. Just as they tore open the space, there was a loud bang behind them. Boom! The terrifying Chaos Aura exploded with the beast as the center, sweeping towards them. In a blink of an eye, dozens of slow kings and nearly half of the soldiers were submerged by the Chaos Aura, which was madly infused into their bodies, like a resentful spirit. No! Don't! Save me! I don't want to die! The kings opened their eyes and struggled desperately. But under the infusion of the Chaos Aura, their eyes gradually became gray, and the amplitude of their struggle became smaller and smaller. Finally, they flashed a fierce light in their eyes, roared, and looked at the kings who had successfully escaped. They were directly infected by the Chaos Aura and transformed into emotionless monsters. All the king's pupils trembled, and a storm rose in their hearts. In just a few seconds, dozens of 10th level lords and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were infected and turned into monsters. This chaos aura is too terrifying. Even Lin Yu, who was the first to escape from the chaos aura, was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. The 10th level lords, who were still alive, just now turned into zombies in the blink of an eye. The impact of this scene was even 100 times stronger than seeing the 11th level monsters. He couldn't help but feel scared. If he hadn't reacted in time and recalled the soldiers and fled immediately, he would have turned into a monster without consciousness. He didn't expect it at all. Before the Chaos Original Beast died, it could actually burst out such a terrifying ability. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were all infected and turned into monsters. And there was an army of monsters rushing behind them. In a flash, they fell into the most desperate situation, experiencing the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. What made them even more desperate was, after forcing back their siege, the Chaos Beast immediately freed its hands, and a holy light and breath of life fell, covering it. The injuries on its body were also slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Healing skills. This monster can actually use healing skills. The kings were shocked, and their faces were full of horror. This is no longer a task that can be completed by the 10th level. If you continue, you will only die in vain. I don't want this broken reward. Run away. Seeing the kings and soldiers, who were infected into monsters surrounding them, the monster army behind them roared and broke through their remaining defense line of soldiers. Some kings suddenly lost their fighting spirit, and hurriedly tore open the space and fled with the remaining team. Seeing this, the other kings knew that the situation was over. Although they were unwilling, they did not dare to stay any longer and fled the scene one after another. In the blink of an eye, the entire field was empty, leaving only Lin Yu and a small number of kings who were hesitating whether to leave. It seems that we have to fight. Lin Yu silently looked at the figures fleeing around him, his eyes more solemn than ever. Now a minute has passed. Even if this monster can use the end countdown skill, it can't recover to the time before it was severely damaged. Finally got the chance to obtain the Chaos Secret Treasure, and hurt this monster so badly. How could he give up so easily? Looking at the soldiers and monster corpses covering the ground at the other end of the battlefield, his face sank. Qingting, help me hold it back. Lingxi, you help me block those monsters. It only takes half a minute. After saying that, he teleported directly to the sea of blood and corpses at the other end of the battlefield. Leave it to us. At this time, Qingting's bloody frenzy state only lasted about half a minute, and it had begun to show signs of fading. But she still rushed towards the Chaos Beast without hesitation. The other royal families led the plant army to spread out, forming a circle of defense barriers around to resist the monster army and the monsters that had just been infected by the chaos aura. The whole field was in chaos. The plant army and the monster tide were fighting fiercely on the field, and the sound of breaking through the air and explosions kept coming to my ears. The chaos beast that was interrupted roared and pounced on the plant army, but was entangled by the green vine and collided with her fiercely. What does he want to do? Isn't he afraid of death? Everyone has run away. What's the point of attacking again? Don't worry about him. Let's leave here quickly. The few kings who stayed behind looked at the plant army that suddenly attacked with astonishment, seeing that the chaos beast was violent again and the terrifying aura swept around. They finally didn't dare to stay any longer and teleported away. All of a sudden, Lin Yu was the only one left on the field. But it's better this way. With no one to disturb him, he can concentrate on dealing with the chaos beast. After thinking about it, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hands, and the sea of blood and corpses below exploded, turning into a torrent of blood that gathered towards him from all directions and merged into his body. Boom! As the blood entered his body, Lin Yu only felt a roar in his mind. His body, which was already about to reach its limit, was once again filled with a more violent energy, making his eyes red and his whole body trembling violently. Behind him, a bloody incarnation as high as 1,000 feet gradually rose up, standing proudly between heaven and earth. Finally, this energy reached its limit, and cracks began to appear on his body. The bright red blood continued to explode, splashing out of his body, and the last trace of reason in his eyes was completely submerged. Die! With a roar that seemed to come from the 9 nether hell, the void under his feet shattered, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and shot towards the Chaos original beast. At the same time, all skills were activated, activating the effects of the offensive and defensive battle blade in his hand, and the offensive and defensive battle boots under his feet. Exchanging strength, agility and physique, and bloodlight burst out from the broadsword. The Chaos Beast, which was fighting fiercely with the Green Vine, only felt a murderous intent to destroy the world locking it, and immediately broke through the entanglement of the Green Vine and roared at Lin Yu, as if it felt the threat of death. The next second, the 10 forces burst out on it at the same time, turning into 10 huge phantoms standing behind it. Then, these 10 forces converged and condensed into an unparalleled energy, colliding fiercely with Lin Yu in the air. Boom! The entire secondary space shook violently, and the violent energy exploded between the two, turning into a terrifying air wave that swept out, blasting the plant army and the monster tide that were fighting for hundreds of miles. The ordinary soldiers and monsters at the center of the explosion were instantly turned into ashes, and were blasted to pieces without leaving any residue. Even the lords of various realms who were fleeing were so shocked that they turned back to look at the destructive void deep into space that looked like a black hole. Their eyes widened. Just one blow. The entire central area of the secondary space was completely shattered, turning into nothingness, destroying everything within the range. Lin Yu stood in the void, holding the half-broken attack and defense blade in his hand, his body covered in blood, like a bloody man. In front of him was the Chaos Beast that was split in half, and a shining crystal floating in the air. Space Core, the core of the secondary space, condensed by the 10 major forces. The core is destroyed, and the secondary space collapses. Finally, looking at the information in front of him, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The previous blow almost exhausted all the energy in his body, and his internal organs were shattered. In the end, he relied on the life-saving effect of the Frost Spirit wristband to resist it. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. Otherwise he could only escape with his troops. Without hesitation, he swung the sword in his hand, and it swept through the core of the space with a sharp force, smashing it into pieces. Congratulations! You have completed the Destroy Space mission, and you will be rewarded with a random Chaos secret treasure. The reward has been distributed to the personal space. Please check it yourself. As the core of the space was broken, a prompt immediately sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Then, all the kings who had participated in the battle before also heard the prompt of the completion of the mission in their minds, which made them come back to their senses from the shock, and their expressions suddenly changed. What's going on? How did the mission suddenly complete? Did someone succeed in killing the Chaos Beast? Someone killed the Chaos Beast. How is it possible? They have all experienced the horror of the Chaos Beast. So many 10th level lords besieged it, but only severely damaged it. Now almost all the lords have fled. But you said that someone killed the Chaos Beast. How can they believe it? You know, they have confirmed before that the strength of this space cannot support the entry of the 11th level. In other words, the one who killed the Chaos Beast was a 10th level lord. In shock, someone immediately wanted to rush over to investigate the situation and see who was so terrifying. However, the next second, another reminder sounded. Lords, please note that the secondary space is about to break due to the destruction of the space core. Please leave as soon as possible. Lords, please note that the secondary space is about to break due to the destruction of the space core. Please leave as soon as possible. Lords, please note. The reminder sounded 3 times in a row, and the lords turned pale immediately, because this space is in the chaotic void. Once the space collapses, the chaotic aura outside will definitely rush in crazily. At that time, none of them will be able to escape, and they will all become half-dead humanoid monsters. How dare they stay? In a panic shout, they immediately teleported away and continued to flee towards the entrance of the space. And Lin Yu, who was in the deepest part of the space, also heard this reminder. There was no time to check the mission rewards. After simply treating the wounds and collecting the corpse of the Chaos Beast, he dragged his seriously injured body to recall the remaining troops and rushed out of the space. Fortunately, although most of his ordinary troops were lost in the previous attack, all the royal family members were fine, which finally made him feel relieved. He left Lingxi and Kongming to help treat the wounds, and then took them away in a hurry. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Yu let out a light exclamation. Not far from the center of the explosion, there were actually several pieces of divine fragments shining with colorful light. Could it be left behind by the lords, who were infected by the chaotic aura before? Lin Yu's eyes flashed, and he immediately teleported over to collect the fragments of the divine fragments. After a careful count, there were as many as 5 pieces. It was simply a fortune from heaven. However, he did not look for other infected lords. Regardless of whether he could win with his now seriously injured body, the space around him was collapsing at an accelerated rate, and the chaotic aura that kept pouring in made him dare not stay here for long. Let's go. Let's leave here first, he said to Ling Shi and Kong Ming beside him, and teleported away with them again. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the void that was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 589 Mutation escalates again. Look! That 10th order space gate is beginning to collapse. At the boundary of the realm, a cry of surprise rang out among the crowd. A group of 10th order lords, who were besieging and killing the lord monsters outside, looked at the depths of the monster invasion, and soon discovered the abnormality of the space gate. One of the 10th order space gates suddenly began to collapse rapidly, and the surrounding space began to vibrate violently. It actually collapsed. Did someone successfully destroy the core of the space? Isn't this too fast? The lords who stayed outside were basically weak, and didn't want to take risks easily. So the understanding of the secondary space was only heard from the lords, who came out of it. Now seeing the space gate, they were naturally very shocked. And as they exclaimed, the space gate collapsed and shrank rapidly, and figures rushed out of it, and escaped from the space that was about to be destroyed. Lin Yu was a little slower, because he was in the center of the space. But at the last moment, he rushed out of the space gate and came outside. The next second, there was a loud bang. The space gate turned into nothingness in an instant, and disappeared into the chaotic void. The 10th level lords waiting outside saw this, and hurried over to ask about the news of the secondary space and the mission. When they learned that the final target of the mission was a terrifying monster, with a strength close to the 11th level, the lords of all walks of life were in an uproar and exclaimed, "A monster close to the 11th level. The difficulty of this mission is too exaggerated." Right? What? Dozens of kings died. The monster was killed when everyone ran away. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that it was done by the remaining few people? A few people killed an 11th level monster? When Lin Yu killed the Chaos Original Beast, there was no one else present. So many lords guessed that it was done by the group of old kings who stayed behind. However, they didn't notice it. While they were discussing, an old king in the corner was still in shock, his eyes full of horror. He was one of the last few people to leave, as the Lord said. Unlike the others, he knew exactly what happened in the depths of space. It wasn't a few people who killed the monster together, but one person. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the scene he saw before escaping. The man with blood gushing into the sky, leading the plant army to fight the Chaos Beast alone. Although he didn't see the final result. But if you really want to say who killed the Chaos Beast, it must be that person. A 10th level lord can actually burst out with strength comparable to the 11th level. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't even dare to believe it was true. At the same time, he was very fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't provoke that monster. Otherwise, even if he had 9 pieces of divine fragments, he might not be able to get away unscathed. Forget it. I'd better not get involved in this matter. The old king shook his head secretly, and gave up the idea of making this matter public. After all, it would not do him any good. So there was no need to spread the news at the risk of offending that monster. He looked at the space gate that had disappeared behind him, and did not stop, but disappeared from the spot with a teleport. And not long after he left, Lin Yu, who was seriously injured, also left the crowd and took his troops to a deserted corner to heal his wounds, and sorted out the harvest this time. It must be said that his harvest this time was really amazing. It can even be said that it was the biggest harvest since he became a lord. Not only did he get 30,000 rule fragments, but he also got the corpse of the Chaos Original Beast condensed by the 10 original forces. But what excited him the most were the 8 pieces of Godhead fragments, and the Chaos Secret Treasure reward for completing the task. Excluding the one needed to upgrade to the 11th level, he still had 7 pieces of Godhead fragments left. This was definitely an unimaginable and amazing wealth. If it were spread out, it would definitely cause an uproar among the 10th level lords. As for the Chaos Secret Treasure, it goes without saying that its value is even far greater than the fragments of the Godhead. It is definitely a treasure that countless high-level lords want to get. Before, because he was only concerned with escaping from the space, he had no chance to check it. Now that he has successfully escaped, Lin Yu did not hesitate any longer. After confirming that there was no one around, he opened his personal space with expectation and trepidation. Why trepidation? Because he did not forget the precedent of the Chaos secret treasure being swallowed by the origin space last time. Now that he has finally gotten another one with great effort, he naturally does not want the same thing to happen again. Although he knows that even if it happens, it will be of great benefit to him. He still hopes to have a treasure that can directly improve his own strength, so that he will not be in vain for working so hard. If it were before, he would not dare to do such an impulsive thing. But now it is different. He only has half a year left. If he doesn't do his best to improve his strength, he will be doomed. Since he will die sooner or later, he might as well try his best to survive. He can't care about so much anymore. After thinking about it, he calmed down and began to search in the origin space. When he saw something covered by gray aura in the corner, he breathed a sigh of relief and took it out carefully. Then, a golden scroll appeared in his hand. Scroll? Lin Yu looked at the scroll in front of him with the texture of golden laid tin foil, which was slowly rotating in the air. He only felt a faint chaotic aura emerging from it, but it didn't affect him at all. But Lin Yu didn't care about these. When he saw the pattern engraved on the side of the scroll, he suddenly became mentally shocked and his expression became uncertain. He had seen this pattern before. It was exactly the same as the skill upgrade scroll he had obtained in the Wanjia battlefield before. And the workmanship was more refined. The patterns were more complex, and even faintly revealed a breath that made his heart palpitate. Gurgle. Lin Yu couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and checked the scroll information very nervously. But he didn't realize that his arms were already shaking slightly. Then, an information interface popped up. Name, Skill Upgrade Scroll. Grade, God Level. Introduction, a top-level secret treasure born in chaos. It has the power to change the rules of all things in the world, and can forcibly upgrade the designated territory or military skills, ignoring all upgrade restrictions. After the silence, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Skill Upgrade Scroll. It's really a skill upgrade scroll. And it's a scroll that ignores all restrictions and is designated for upgrades. Even though Lin Yu was determined, his breathing gradually became extremely rapid, and the arm holding the scroll was shaking even more violently. He had inquired about it before. The skill upgrade scroll obtained in the Wanjia battlefield can only upgrade the same skill once at most. I thought his mutation ability had reached its peak, and there was no possibility of getting stronger. But unexpectedly, there was such a treasure in the Chaos secret treasure. Directly break through the restrictions of the rules, and forcibly improve the skill level. Now he finally understands why those people are so eager for the Chaos secret treasure. The fact that it is not affected by the rules is enough to drive countless people crazy. Let's go back to the territory first. Lin Yu took a deep breath and said to Ling Shikongming, who was responsible for alerting the surroundings. Now it has been almost a day since the monster invasion. Even if he enters other 10th order secondary spaces, it is estimated that he will not be able to catch up with the killing of the Chaos original beast. What's more, he is now seriously injured and most of his troops have been lost. He can't fight in a short time. In addition, he is carrying a treasure, so he dare not run around. He still understands the principle of greed. So without hesitation, he disappeared from the spot with a teleportation and appeared in the main city of the border hundreds of kilometers away. Then he teleported back to the principality through the teleportation array of the main city. As soon as he returned to the territory, he immediately took the scroll he had just obtained and hurried to the world tree. Full of expectations. Mutation was his earliest ability, and it has been with him since the novice period until now. And it has also laid the foundation for his rise. It can be said that without this ability, there would be no Lin Yu today, let alone the Holy Principality today. So such a precious scroll is naturally used to improve this ability. And there is no need to hesitate about this. I wonder what the mutation ability will look like after the second upgrade. Lin Yu was full of expectations, holding his breath and slowly opening the scroll in his hand. Do you want to use Skill Upgrade Scroll God Level? Use. Please select the territory skill or the troop skill to be upgraded. Upgrade Double Mutation. With Lin Yu's two responses, the scroll in his hand immediately burst into a dazzling golden light, covering him and the world tree. The spectacular scene immediately shocked the people inside and outside the Huansha city and stopped and looked in the direction of the palace. Even Wei Gang, who was patrolling in the city, came with a team of guards to maintain law and order around. Congratulations. The skill, double mutation, has been successfully upgraded and changed to multiple mutations. For details, please check the personal skill interface. When the light faded, a prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind, which shocked him. He immediately opened the personal interface to check, and found that the name of the mutation on the skill bar had indeed changed. Multiple mutations, active consume resources to mutate the summoned unit, and mutate it into a random summoned unit with higher potential. You can specify to retain one original skill and one attribute, and there is a very small probability that the retained skill will mutate. Ah? That's it? Looking at the skill introduction in front of him, Lin Yu's mind was full of question marks. This seems to be no different from the previous double mutation. Is there something wrong with the upgrade? In his imagination, the mutation ability after the upgrade should at least be able to retain 2 skills and attributes, or the probability of skill mutation is greatly increased, or even add some additional effects. Unexpectedly, except for the name, there seemed to be no changes, which made him a little disappointed. Wait! Suddenly, Lin Yu found something wrong. His eyes fell on the middle of the skill introduction, and his pupils gradually dilated. Chapter 590 New Level. The potential level is increased by 1 level. Lin Yu's eyes were immediately attracted by these words on the skill introduction. If he remembered correctly, the mutation ability before the upgrade should be mutate into a random unit of the same level. But after the upgrade, it turned out to be potential increased by 1 level. Potential level. It's not about the level of the troops. It's about the suffixes such as common, rare, and royal. The higher the potential level, the higher the upper limit of the average attribute. For example, the average attribute upper limit of the 10th level common troops is 40,000, rare 45,000, and royal is 100,000. The potential level is increased by 1 level. Does it mean that the mutation ability after the upgrade can mutate into a higher level troop? Thinking of this, Lin Yu's heart beat uncontrollably. Immediately summon an ordinary level Banshee Vine in the territory and use mutation on it. Mutating a 10th level common troop requires 2.5 million mana and rule fragment X1. Do you want to mutate? The familiar prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. But he was stunned. Mutation troops actually need to consume rule fragments? He remembered that he had only needed mana before, and never asked for other resources. Could it be a change after the skill upgrade? Mutation. He chose mutation immediately without hesitation. After all, 1 rule fragment was nothing to him. Please choose to keep the attributes and skills. All random. As the voice fell, the Banshee Vine entangled with vines in front of him was wrapped in a piece of light, and the body began to change rapidly. After a while, it turned into a 10th level soul-devouring flower, inheriting the vine roots and barbs of the Banshee Vine, and looked much more ferocious. However, the size of this soul-devouring flower seemed to be a circle larger than other ordinary man-eating flower troops, and the momentum was also much stronger. Could his guess be right? In excitement, Lin Yu quickly clicked on the attribute interface of the soul-devouring flower in front of him. Name, soul-devouring flower, rare, skills, toxic whip, devour, corrosive acid, deprivation, dandelion tree, grow a dandelion tree at a designated location, spreading dandelion seeds around at 2 times the speed, lasting 10 seconds. Introduction, the king of flowers, can devour everything and deprive it of all its energy. Rare. The piranha plant troop has actually become a rare level. Looking at the interface in front of him, Lin Yu was shocked. The average attribute of ordinary piranha plant troop was originally only about 40,000. And the seed diffusion speed of the 10th level skill dandelion tree was 1 times. But after the mutation was successful, not only did the average attribute soar to more than 45,000, but even the skill effect was increased from 1 times to 2 times. This may not be a big deal for the 10th level, but it made Lin Yu extremely excited, because in this way, all his troop types can be upgraded to the rare level. Nearly 20,000 troop types. This upgrade is absolutely terrifying. At least it can make him invincible in group battles. After the excitement, his eyes fell on the piranha plant in front of him again, and a bolder idea suddenly came to his mind. Since ordinary soldiers can mutate into rare soldiers, what about rare soldiers? What will happen if they are used for mutation? The moment this idea came to mind, Lin Yu's heart suddenly jumped, and his expression became uncertain. Hesitantly, he came to the piranha plant that was adapting to its new body, and tried to activate his ability to mutate it. The mutation failed, and he could not use his ability on the mutated soldiers again. Sure enough, it didn't work. Lin Yu sighed, and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. But immediately, his expression paused. It's impossible to mutate the mutated soldiers again? What does it mean? Does it mean that the soldiers who have not mutated can? At this moment, he seemed to have discovered a new continent, and immediately summoned an emerald dragon mother flying above the world tree, and came to it with trepidation. After taking a deep breath, he activated the mutation ability again. Mutating a rare rank 10 soldier requires 2.5 million mana and 10 rule fragments. Do you want to continue? It's possible. Lin Yu was shocked by the sudden prompt. Without hesitation, he immediately replied, mutation? Please choose to keep the attributes and skills. All random. At this moment, he didn't care about keeping or not, and directly chose the fastest option. The next second, a dazzling light lit up, wrapping the huge body of the Emerald Dragon Mother, and its appearance also changed rapidly under the wrapping of this light, gradually turning into a flower spirit flying in the air. But the life breath of this flower spirit is more intense, even far beyond the level of ordinary rare soldiers, and there is a circle of green halo around it. Even in those small eyes, there is a little more agility than other flower spirits. Although it is not as full of life as Lingxi, it is different from the others. Lin Yu couldn't wait to call it to his side. And then, he was stunned by the interface that appeared in front of him. Name, Elf Elder, Legend, Race, Plant. Level, 10th level. Skills, Super Regeneration. Breath of Nature. Thorn Wrap. Healing Light. Life Grace when healing. It will add a grace state to the treated object, causing an additional continuous healing of 25% of the treatment amount within 10 seconds, which can be stacked. Introduction. The Elf Messenger has a strong affinity for nature and is good at group healing. It belongs to the same branch as the Goblin Elder. Legendary Troops. What level is this? There is a new level after Rare. Lin Yu was shocked and astonished, because it was the first time he had seen troops of this level. But what shocked him the most was the attribute of the Flower Spirit, which soared to 60,000. And he remembered that the effect of this 10th level skill was only 10% before, but now it has increased to 25%. He almost thought he had seen it wrong. But no matter how he looked at it, the word legend behind the Flower Spirit's name was still extremely eye-catching. After the common and rare, the legendary appeared, and the attributes would continue to improve. Doesn't that mean, if it continues to improve, it will reach the level of the royal family? Or, the royal family is actually a certain level after that? Lin Yu's thoughts were flying, and he forced himself to suppress the trembling in his heart and calm himself down. Then he thought of something, suddenly closed the interface, and ran to the arms tower at the edge of the territory, clicked on the interface, and pulled it to the top, and found the 10th level classification. No! Lin Yu looked at the interface in front of him in surprise. After the legendary arms mutated, the arms tower did not record it. In other words, this is a level that is not within the control range of the rules? Is it something from that world? Lin Yu couldn't help but guess. Beyond the 10,000 worlds, there is a wider world, and it is not surprising that higher level things appear. Although this is just a legend that has been passed down for thousands of years, this is the only explanation that can explain everything in front of him. But why would something that doesn't belong to this world appear here? Lin Yu was puzzled. In the end, he could only attribute all the reasons to the Chaos Secret Treasure, a treasure that transcends the rules. After all, in practical terms, the Chaos Secret Treasure does not belong to the 10,000 worlds, but was born in the Chaos Void outside the 10,000 worlds. I wonder what level will be after Legend. A thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Since Rare can be upgraded to Legend, Legend should also be able to be upgraded to a higher level. However, it is a pity that the mutation ability after the upgrade cannot be used again on the mutated soldiers. Otherwise, he must come up with a more powerful soldier. But even so, he was still very excited, because the attributes and skill strength of the legendary soldiers are far beyond the ordinary and rare soldiers. The attributes can reach 120,000 in the normal divine blessing state. If the Savage Roar is turned on, it will be nearly 160,000, which is equivalent to a B-level Lord monster. A full 19,000 B-level Lord monsters. This is definitely a very terrifying force, even when facing an old lord with 9 pieces of divine fragments. The royal family doesn't need to take action. they can beat them to death. Which lord dares to confront so many lord monsters outside? It is estimated that you can't find one in the entire world. You can say that. This mutation ability upgrade really brought a qualitative leap to Lin Yu's strength, allowing him to finally upgrade to the 11th level. The only problem now is the consumption of mutation. It's okay if you can't repeat the mutation. If the mutation goes wrong, you can just send it back and recruit it again. But this rule fragment is not okay. It takes 10 rule fragments to mutate a legendary soldier. And 19,000 soldiers add up to 190,000. Even if he sells it, he won't have that much. What's more, he has to save the rule fragments until he upgrades to the 11th level to enhance the attributes. So he can't consume a lot. So after thinking it over and over again, he decided to create 1,000 legendary soldiers first, and use the rare level of Weird Willow as the mutation embryo. In this way, the mutated soldiers can also be automatically upgraded along with the territory, and will not be wasted after he upgrades to the 11th level. As for the magic energy, Lin Yu looked at the number of more than 400 billion accumulated on the resource interface and smiled. With the daily tax revenue of the principality, and the killing of so many 10th level lords, he is basically not short of magic energy now. So he just needs to create as much as possible. After thinking about it, he returned to the world tree and began to summon rare soldiers for mutation. As the sky gradually darkened, the lords gradually returned to the principality empire, and the chat channel gradually became lively. Haha. So cool. I've earned 20 million mana and 3 treasures today. I really hope this monster invasion can last a little longer. I've got a lot of good stuff. 2. The emperors have already started to build a defense line at the border, and it's estimated that it will continue for a long time. And the space gates are the same. After they are destroyed, new ones pop up soon. You can't beat them all. I heard that the task at the 10th level is to kill a monster with 350,000 attributes. And the reward is a piece of divine fragment. I wonder if it's true. Fuck. 350,000? This attribute is too abnormal. Chapter 591 Upgrade Preparation. 350,000 attributes? Reward Godhead Fragments? Lin Yu looked at the discussion on the chat channel with a puzzled look on his face. The Chaos Original Beast they faced before had 410,000 attributes. And the reward was not Godhead Fragments, but a higher level Chaos Secret Treasure. It seems so. The difficulty and reward of the tasks in each secondary space are different. Although 350,000 attributes are a bit difficult, with the strength of those old kings, plus the group fight of lords from all walks of life, they should still be able to successfully kill it. And not like they did before. The loss was heavy. However, the reward of Godhead Fragments is not enough for him now. And it is not enough to attract him to compete with so many 10th level lords. After watching the chats of the lords for a while, he closed the interface and continued to mutate the arms. The mutation was successful, and the potential level of the arms was improved. The current arms, Deep Blue Dream, accompanied by a prompt. An attribute interface also appeared in front of him. Name, Blue Dream, Legendary, Race, Plant. Level, 10th level, increased with territory, skills, spiritual absorption. Deep Blue Illusion, based on thorns. Constructs an illusion within a range of 1 kilometer. Confusing visual perception. The effect depends on the opponent's spirit. Mental disturbance, sends out a mental shock, reducing the mental attributes of enemies within the range by 50%. Lasting 10 seconds. Mental storm explodes all energy, causing continuous mental destruction to surrounding enemies, with damage of 100% mental attributes. Blood Rose, enemy affected by the Deep Blue Illusion will have a blood rose mark on its body every 10 seconds, reducing mental attributes by 2%, which can be stacked. Introduction, a rose plant that is very good at mental attacks, which can create illusions within the body. The attacks are extremely strange. The longer you stay in the illusion, the deeper you will fall and cannot extricate yourself. The legendary Blue Dream has become much more powerful. In particular, it has inherited the spirit absorption skill of the Weird Willow, and has a strong ability to interfere with the enemy's spirit. When combined with the two, the strength is even better. Or so to say. After upgrading to legendary soldiers and strengthening their attributes, the skill effects of these common rare soldiers have been greatly exerted. With 160,000 physical strength in the Savage Roar state, even if it encounters an attack with 300,000 attributes, it will only cause 140,000 damage at most. It can still keep 20,000 physical strength hanging, and will not be killed in one hit. With his current soldier healing ability, it can be completely healed in a short time. In other words, legendary soldiers have the capital to fight against lords of the same level, and are no longer weak chickens that can be killed in seconds at will. It's a pity that he is short of resources. Otherwise he must build a legendary army. It seems that I have to continue collecting rule fragments tomorrow, Lin Yu murmured to himself, then calmed down and continued to mutate soldiers. It took him more than half an hour to recruit 1,000 legendary soldiers. Then he used magic energy to recruit soldiers to fill the remaining vacancies, and then got up to rest in the bedroom, and finally ended this busy day. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Lin Yu brought the corpse of the Chaos Beast to the underground furnace of the Dwarf King's capital, and found Magnu, who was forging iron in the forge room. He wanted him to help identify the quality of the corpse. What he didn't expect was, after seeing the corpse of the Chaos Beast, Magnu's eyes suddenly widened. Damn! Where did you get this corpse? As he said that, he immediately threw down the hammer and ran over, constantly checking around the corpse, as if looking at a rare treasure. Aren't there monsters invading over the border? I got it in those secondary spaces, Lin Yu explained. How is it? Can it be made into 11th level equipment? 10th level equipment cannot be effective against 11th level equipment, so he no longer needs to make 10th level equipment. After reaching the 11th level, his attack and defense suits and Frost Spirit suits will also be retired gloriously, and he must make 11th level equipment. After all, one more piece of equipment will give him one more life-saving ability. Are you sure you want to use it to make equipment? McGunn did not answer Lin Yu's question, but asked back, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Yu was puzzled. It's a big problem. McGunn looked like he was blowing his beard and staring. I can feel that this corpse contains the power of the origin of the world, although it is still very weak. It is an excellent material for making 12th level equipment. You actually want to use it to make 11th level equipment? So this corpse is so valuable? Lin Yu was also shocked when he heard this. He thought that the materials on this corpse would be good enough to make 1 or 2 11th level equipment, but he didn't expect that even 12th level equipment could be made. It was beyond his expectations. But after hesitating for a moment, he made a decision. Let's make 11th level equipment. 12th level equipment is still too far for me, and I can't use it even if I make it. Although he knew that making 12th level equipment was the best choice. But the most urgent thing was to do everything possible to improve his strength, so that he could survive in the 11th level. 12th level equipment was not something he should consider now. Are you sure? Maghan looked at him suspiciously. Seeing the serious expression on his face, he could only shrug helplessly. Well, anyway, even if you want to make 12th level equipment, no one can help you now. Even you can't? Lin Yu was surprised. Of course. Do you think 12th level equipment is cabbage? Only when I reach the 11th level, and the blessing of the God of War suit can I barely make it. And no one in the entire continent can do it except me. Magan's words contained a strong sense of pride. It was the pride of the dwarf heritage, and the pride of his forging level. Lin Yu was secretly surprised, and finally realized the preciousness of the 12th level equipment. In this way, he didn't have to consider such illusory things. Since you have decided, leave the body, and come to me in half a month. Half a month? Okay. Lin Yu nodded gently. Half a month was shorter than he expected. After all, this is 11th level equipment, which is not so easy to make. I heard that those 11th level forgers of the human race would take at least a month to make an 11th level equipment. And after making it, the energy consumption is huge, and it is almost impossible to make a second piece within half a year. Although Magna had the blessing of the God of War suit, it should not be much better. It seems that this time he will bleed again. However, in order to improve his strength, he can only bite the bullet. No more time wasted. After talking to Magnu about the equipment requirements and other requirements, Lin Yu left the Dwarf Kingdom directly, and returned to the Holy Principality. After briefly explaining the matter to Shui Changui, he went to the border of the realm through teleportation, and continued to enter those 10th level secondary spaces to hunt Lord monsters, try to collect rule fragments, and look for the 10 forces. With the addition of the 1,000 legendary soldiers, his plant army was even more powerful. Under the leadership of the royal family, they pushed forward all the way and ran to the place with the most Lord monsters. Except for the SSS level, basically no Lord monsters can stop their steps, and they all turned into pieces of rule fragments in the end. In this way, They went back and forth between the principality and the border every day. Until the 10th day, Lin Yu finally saved enough rule fragments for the plan, and even had a lot of surplus, reaching an astonishing level of 210,000 pieces. But unfortunately, in these 10 days, I haven't heard of any space rewarding chaos secret treasures. There are no super difficult monsters with 410,000 attributes. So Lin Yu didn't compete with so many people for a piece of Godhead fragment, because there is no guarantee that he can grab it, and it wastes a lot of time. Finally, he simply concentrated on retreating and slaughtering Lord monsters crazily. Only then did he finally obtain so many rule fragments. Even the speed of time that can be controlled by the law of time has increased to 2.5 times. Making a qualitative leap. Seeing that the 1-year period is approaching, he stopped hunting and returned to the territory with the huge resources obtained during this period. It's time to upgrade. Lin Yu sat under the world tree. His expression was extremely solemn, and began to count the preparations he had made for upgrading to the 11th level during this period. First of all, the most important thing is naturally the complete godhood obtained on the ladder, and the 210,000 rule fragments, as a guarantee for his rapid improvement in strength after the upgrade. Then, there is the law of time obtained in the journey to the living world. This power beyond the rules is definitely an important means for him to fight against the 11th level lord. Another one is the mutation ability that has just been upgraded. The newly unlocked legendary troops, plus the 11 royal families, can at least make him not much inferior to those old kings in the group battle of troops. And he does not have to face the danger of being beaten by a group. Finally, the 11th level equipment that Magan helped to build is almost completed. As for the level of the royal family, he was even less worried, because there is no territory core after the 10th level. The upgrade of the troops only requires magic power and rule fragments, and the territory can be upgraded when the level is reached. Of course, the upgrade price is definitely not cheap. Otherwise, he would not have to work so hard to collect rule fragments. Now that everything is ready, he can finally start upgrading to the 11th level. It would be a lie to say that he is not nervous, but more of it is excitement. After taking a deep breath, he called up the territory interface, took a look at the upgrade conditions that have been met, and clicked on the upgrade option. All the resources required for upgrading to the 11th level have been collected. Do you want to upgrade the territory? The long-lost reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. After a pause, he finally uttered a slightly trembling response. Upgrade. As the voice fell, boom! A vast breath of life, like the sea, rushed into the sky, turning into a green beam of light that rushed straight into the sky. Then, the huge life force, with the world tree as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions, transforming into circles of green ripples that swept across the entire territory of the Holy Blessing Principality. Chapter 592, 11th level. Holy Blessing Kingdom. Look! What is that? The vision caused by Lin Yu's upgrade immediately attracted the attention of the entire primordial realm and other surrounding realms. Even the lords, who were participating in the monster invasion and killing monsters, turned their heads. This is the upgrade vision. It seems that someone is upgrading to the 11th level. Look in this direction. It's in the primordial realm. Why is it the primordial realm again? Didn't one appear before? Someone has been upgraded to the 11th level so quickly. Exclamations arose in all realms, especially those 11th level lords, whose eyes flashed with brilliance and showed strange expressions. As for the high-level people in the primordial realm, they looked at each other and rushed directly to the direction of the vision. Shen Yao. This direction looks like it's in your empire. The Emperor Tianqiong, who is responsible for guarding the border, said to the Emperor Xingyao beside him. In my empire? The Emperor Xingyao was slightly stunned, and couldn't help looking at the green light column that shot up into the sky. It was indeed in his Xingyao empire. When he sensed the majestic breath of life contained in it, his expression suddenly changed. Damn! It's that kid! I go back and take a look. I leave this to Brother Tianqiong. After throwing down a sentence, he directly shuttled through space and rushed back to the Shengyao Empire. The Emperor Tianqiong looked at the direction he left and the life radiance, and was extremely solemn. Then he retracted his gaze and said to the 11th level guards around him, "You keep an eye on everything, and never let people from other realms come in. I will notify other emperors immediately." Understood. After responding, the few people immediately disappeared from the spot and went to the edge of the realm to keep watch. The birth of the 11th level lord will inevitably attract the attention of many realms, and people will be sent to inquire about the news. After all, everyone hopes that the number of emperors in their own realm can become more. Although the 10,000 worlds have now completely merged, the long-standing opposition relationship is not something that can be eliminated just by saying so. Not to mention that there is a completely hostile realm alliance on the other side that is eyeing them covetously. According to the agreement, the emperor level cannot attack the lords below. I hope they can abide by the agreement. The Sky Emperor murmured in a low voice, and then disappeared from the spot, and went to various places to inform other emperors. The news that the primitive realm once again gave birth to an 11th level lord was like a hurricane, sweeping across the surrounding realms in an instant and spreading to the entire 10,000 worlds continent. Soon, people from various realms began to rush to the primitive realm, wanting to find out the news of this newly promoted 11th level lord. However, Lin Yu, who was in the Holy Blessing Principality, had already anticipated all this, so he was not panicked and was still upgrading with peace of mind. When the life light on the world tree enveloped the entire Holy Blessing Principality, a vast force surged through his body, making his momentum continue to rise. Together with the world trees in the territory and the origin universe, they are also growing rapidly, with branches and leaves spreading out like a big umbrella, almost covering most of the capital, and bursts of life are surging wildly. It's the king! The king is upgrading. It's really in the direction of the capital. Fuck. So our principality is going to become a kingdom? The Holy Kingdom. Now we are all old lords in a kingdom. Upgraded to a kingdom. I wonder if a few principality kings will be promoted. Looking forward to it. Compared with the undercurrents in the outside world, the entire Holy Principality is jubilant, and everyone is excitedly discussing this matter. The lords of other principalities around are both envious and regretful. If I had known this, I should have moved the territory to the Holy Principality. I didn't expect that in just over half a year. This Holy King has been promoted to the 11th level and established a kingdom. The status is simply a world of difference. Those 9th rank lords, who had long moved to the Holy Blessing Principality, must be grinning from ear to ear. Right? After all, when a kingdom is born, it usually supports the 9th rank lords, who are trustworthy under its command to establish a principality. That is to say, now, there will be several 10th rank lords born from the 9th rank lords in the Holy Blessing Principality, which makes people jealous just thinking about it. At this time, Lin Yu's upgrade is finally coming to an end. With a boom, the life breath in the entire territory suddenly exploded, turning into countless light spots falling from the sky. Then the people in Huasha City found that, after coming into contact with those light spots, all their serious illnesses and wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even those old men who had half a foot in the ground were rejuvenated and became much younger. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu in the territory was shocked. I only felt that the 10 pieces of divine fragments in my body were rapidly fused, and finally fused into a complete crystal, bursting out with a terrifying life breath. Then prompt sounded in his mind one after another. Congratulations. The territory has been successfully upgraded, and the current level is level 11. Personal basic attributes have been improved. The upper limit of the number of arms has been increased. The upper limit of the level of arms has been increased. The upper limit of buildings has been unlocked, and the function of the godhood has changed. The origin space has been improved, and various abilities have changed. The level has reached the requirements, and the kingdom system has been unlocked, and the principality has been officially promoted to a kingdom. The territory has increased, and this function can be used to establish subordinate countries and develop the kingdom. Obtain the title demigod. Please go and check it out yourself. Boom! As the prompt sound fell, the entire Holy Blessing Principality suddenly began to shake violently. The place that originally bordered the surrounding imperial principalities suddenly collapsed and cracked, and expanded rapidly. It actually built mountains and rivers around the Holy Blessing Principality, expanding its territory tenfold, together with the entire continental area of the original world. It also showed a small increase, squeezing towards the space on the other side of the original evil world. This is... Lin Yu opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of shock. He had seen this scene once before. That is, when Emperor Xingyao was promoted to the Emperor level, the space of the original world also experienced a large-scale increase. Lin Yu never expected that after upgrading to a kingdom, the system would directly reward him with a new piece of land. He was a little worried about not having land to cultivate the principality before. But it turned out that he was overthinking. The scope of the realm is determined by the number of high-level lords in the realm. After being surprised, he immediately calmed down and began to check the changes in the territory after the upgrade, especially the changes in the Godhead, which is what he is most concerned about. After all, it is a complete plant Godhead synthesized from 10 fragments. So there will definitely be some changes. And the prompt just now also said that the function of the Godhead has changed. Obviously, the function of the complete Godhead is different from that of the fragments, which makes him look forward to it. He took a deep breath and directly called out the Godhead interface. Name, Godhead, Plant, Level, 11th level, 1/10, Feature 1, Attributes of Lords and Soldiers are increased by 10%. Feature 2, the upper limit of soldier recruitment is increased by 10%. Feature 3, unlock the power of rules. And you can use all the skills of existing soldiers. The power depends on personal attributes and skill effects. Feature 4, unlock the power of space. And you can freely shuttle through space and fly. The range depends on the coverage of the original space. Feature 5, unlock the personal attribute panel. Feature 6, increase the damage to the plant system by 10%. And reduce the damage from the plant system by 10%. It is applicable to lords and all soldiers. Introduction. The plant system Godhead contains a huge amount of rule power. It is a must for lords above the 11th level to upgrade. Sure enough, the complete plant system Godhead has undergone a very big change in attributes. The skill power bonus of the third characteristic disappeared and became based on the lord attributes and skill effects, which is a big weakening. But the sixth characteristic was added, which increased the damage to the plant system by 10% and reduced the damage from the plant system by 10%. Could it be that each complete Godhead of a system will have similar effects? For example, does the Angel Godhead increase the Angel attack by plus 10% and defense by plus 10%? Although it is only 10%, it is absolutely terrifying for the 11th level, and it may even affect the outcome of a battle, because the effect of the Godhead also applies to his own troops. Once he encounters an opponent with a plant Godhead, if he does not have the Godhead of the opponent's race, it will be a great disadvantage. But in other words, those lords who do not have the plant Godhead will also be weakened invisibly when facing him. Of course, the premise is that he must have the Godhead of the opponent's race. In this way, the value of the complete Godhead that can be designated in his personal space is simply immeasurable, and he must carefully consider which race to change to. Thinking of this, Lin Yu closed the interface and clicked on the personal attributes with great expectation. Name, Lin Yu, Lord, Race, Human. Level, 11th level, 1/10, Basic skills, multiple mutations. Power of rules. Space shuttle. Rule transformation. Time law, forms a time field within 12.5 meters around the body. Changes the flow of time. Consumes 10% of the power of rules per second. Is not affected by skills other than the time law. The effect increases with the origin space. The maximum time multiplier, 3.5 times, power of Godhead, all attributes plus 10%. Racial talent, Constitution plus 20%. Recovery speed plus 20%. Introduction, Lord attribute interface. Records the specific strength and skills of the Lord, and can be unlocked by the 10th level Lord. A full 500,000 attributes. Although Lin Yu had heard about the attributes of the 11th level, he was still extremely shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Thinking of his 9 pieces of Godhead fragments at the 10th level, he tried his best to kill a monster with 410,000 attributes. It is enough to show how difficult it is to cross the gap between the 10th and 11th levels. Sure enough, the stories in novels about the protagonists being able to challenge opponents of higher levels are all lies. But what surprised him was that, after reaching level 11, the bonus of racial talent was directly increased to 20%. Although the increase was not as exaggerated as before level 10, it still greatly improved his survivability. The other thing is the law of time. The range was increased by 10 meters, and even the speed of time was increased by 1 time. More than 3 times the speed of time, unless the agility of those level 11 lords is more than 3 times his. Otherwise, this is definitely a magical skill to escape and save lives. Chapter 593, The Origin Universe Mutation. The changes in the godhood and personal attributes were beyond Lin Yu's imagination, which surprised him greatly. After a long time, he calmed down and clicked on the territory interface to check. As he knew, If the 11th level wants to become an emperor, it is necessary to collect 10 series of godhood. In addition, 500 billion magic power and 5 million rule fragments are needed. This resource is simply scary. Among so many resources, only magic power is easier to obtain. But it also requires emptying his old bottom. Especially after the upgrade. He now only has about 300 billion left. And he has to keep it to build the 11th level legendary soldiers. In addition, the mutation of the 11th royal family requires a lot of resources, which makes it feel a bit out of pocket. It seems that I have to cultivate a few principalities as soon as possible. Looking at the interface in front of him, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. As long as there are enough principalities below, the magic power and faith he obtains every day will definitely increase greatly. Especially now that his land area has increased tenfold. The resources he should have obtained should be at least tenfold. Having made up his mind, he did not waste any more time and continued to check the changes in the origin space at a faster speed. Name, World Tree, Origin, Category, Plant System. Level, 11th level, 1/10, Range, 10,000 kilometers. Talent effect, Constitution plus 20%. Recovery speed plus 20%. Abilities, Soul Domain. Race Talent. Summoning Space. Storage. Shimi Space. Space Channel, can construct a space channel within the coverage of the origin space. And continuously consume the power of rules. Introduction, condensed by souls. It can evolve into a world when it grows to a certain extent. Note, click here to expand the talents of each system. The range of the 11th level origin space has skyrocketed to 10,000 kilometers, almost spanning 2 or 3 holy blessing principalities before the upgrade. And he has also comprehended a skill called Space Channel. No wonder when King Shenyao was not an emperor, he could easily grab him with a space channel. It turned out to be because of this ability. But now it is different. Things change over time. After such a long time, it is finally his turn to catch others. For some reason, Lin Yu actually felt proud. Then he calmed down and entered the origin universe, but was stunned by the scene in front of him. The origin universe has expanded tenfold, and the number of galaxies has skyrocketed to an extremely exaggerated level, forming a series of gorgeous galaxies in this dark void. Under the world tree in the center of the universe, a vibrant green land was born, which was covered by the semicircular light curtain spread from the top of the world tree and separated from the thousands of galaxies outside. It looks like a miniature continent, forming a high-dimensional space in the center of the universe. However, this continent has not yet bred life, and there are only 10 royal families and plant soldiers wandering around in it. This is not the most shocking thing for Lin Yu. What shocked him the most was that on the branches of the world tree, in addition to the faith fruits that skyrocketed to 2,000, there was also a crystal shining with colorful light. That's right. It was actually a genuine fragment of the Godhead. It just hung quietly on the branches of the world tree, and was particularly conspicuous among a large number of faith fruits. On the world tree, a fragment of the Godhead actually grew. Even though Lin Yu had seen a lot of storms, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Immediately came to the fragment of the Godhead, whose light was still very weak, and checked the information. Fragment of the Godhead, unformed a crystal condensed by the power of rules. It will only be born in a world with relatively complete rules. It takes a long time to nurture, and can only be used after peeling off. It is indeed a fragment of the Godhead. Lin Yu looked at the information interface in front of him in shock. Although it was only an unformed fragment of the Godhead, it was exactly the same as the fragment of the Godhead they had merged. It made him even more confused. What level of existence is this origin universe? It can even condense fragments of the Godhead. If other lords knew about it, it would probably cause an uproar in the entire Wanjia continent. But at the same time, it also made him very excited. Because this way, he has another means to quickly cultivate confidence. I just don't know how long it will take for this fragment of the Godhead to take shape. It seems that I have to pay more attention to it in the future. After carefully observing the semi-finished fragment of the Godhead for a while, Lin Yu finally exited the origin universe and tried to calm his excitement. Then he looked at the newly obtained title of Demigod. Demigod, title Kingdom Faith Acquisition plus 50%. Can be effective at the same time as other titles. Not bad. This title plus the Hegemon certificate and the national treasure is equivalent to 2.5 times the speed of faith acquisition. According to the principality's tenfold faith of 200,000 per day, that is 500,000 faith, which is equivalent to 50 rule fragments. Of course, The premise is that he must have at least 9 principalities under him. After going around in circles, he returned to supporting the principality. After this matter is over, I will quickly convene the National Assembly to summon all the 9th level lords and several confidants in the principality. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart. And at this moment, the space not far from him suddenly cracked. Boy! It turns out that you are upgrading to the 11th level. Before the people arrived, the voice of Emperor Xingyao was heard. Then, in a flash, the powerful Emperor Xingyao appeared in Lin Yu's territory. Why are you here? Emperor? Lin Yu hurried forward to greet him. Do you think I can't come? You didn't notify me first about such a big thing as upgrading to the 11th level. Emperor Xingyao glared at him fiercely. Then the huge perception swept over. And when he detected the breath in Lin Yu's body, he finally put on a smile on his face. Not bad. Although it was a bit hasty. But it shouldn't be a big problem. Not a big problem? What do you mean? Lin Yu asked in confusion. Nothing. Weren't you preparing to upgrade to the 11th level before? So I used some tricks to get you a divine power of other systems. I was going to give it to you when you upgraded. But you upgraded without saying anything. Do you know that many people are watching? Emperor Xingyao said very unhappily. He is an experienced person, so he is very clear about the dangers of the newly promoted 11th level. Generally, when the emperors have people to be trained to upgrade to the 11th level, they will provide a certain degree of resources to help them get through the most difficult initial stage. As the person with the most hope of becoming an emperor under his command, Lin Yu naturally has to be strongly supported to prevent him from dying in a few days. Divine power of other systems? When Lin Yu heard his words, his heart was also shocked, and he immediately became excited. Here, it's specially prepared for you. Emperor Xingyao said nothing nonsense and threw an exquisite jade box to Lin Yu. There is a rule in the realm that the emperor cannot attack the lords below at will. Otherwise they will be jointly attacked. I spent a lot of effort to get this. So don't die. Although he said this, Lin Yu could hear the concern contained in it. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, put away the jade box, and bowed deeply to Emperor Xingyao. Thank you, Emperor. This divine nature is really important to him. Not only can it greatly improve his strength, but it can also increase his chances of surviving the siege of other 11th level lords. And he also knows that it is not easy for the Emperor to get this divine nature, because the divine nature is the key to the road to the Emperor level. The Emperors certainly do not want other realms to get it, so as to give birth to new Emperors. So thousands of years ago, an agreement was made that the Emperor could not attack the lords below. Otherwise they would be jointly attacked by all the Emperors. This is what Lin Yu heard from those old lords recently. It can be said, Emperor Xingyao was one of the people who cared about him the most after he came to the primitive continent. Not only did he save him so many times, but he also gave him so many resources. Although Lin Yu didn't say it, he had already regarded Emperor Xingyao as an elder in his heart and respected him very much. So this bow was absolutely necessary. Okay. It's not a big deal. Emperor Xingyao waved his hand casually, looking at Lin Yu, who was paying respect to him as an elder, and a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. You just upgraded, and there are still many things to do. I won't affect you. I will help you drive away those guys who want to come and bother you. Just get familiar with the new level in the next few days. As he said that, he didn't give Lin Yu a chance to react, and disappeared in a teleportation, until he could no longer feel his breath. Lin Yu slowly straightened up. He took a deep breath, and immediately turned to the world tree, took out the jade box just now, and opened it carefully. The next second, a dazzling rainbow light lit up, and at the same time, a dark red light was mixed in, and a godhead that looked like a treasure in the world gradually came into view. Demon Godhead. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised. What he wanted most now was the elemental and demon godheads with fire attack capabilities, and the beast godhead with armor-breaking talent. These are races that are more targeted at his plant system. It seems that the Emperor should have considered this point, so he specially got him a demon godhead. Without thinking too much, he immediately took out the designated godhead that he had obtained on the ladder before and activated it directly. Do you want to use complete godhead, designated? Yes. Please select the designated race. Elemental system. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and said, the reason for choosing the elemental system is not only because the flames of the elemental system are more restrained against plants, but also for another reason. The 11th level lord who chased him in the realm battlefield, the Fierce Wind King. He is an elemental system. As soon as he finished speaking, the designated godhead in his hand suddenly burst into a burst of colorful light, gradually stained with a layer of 5 elements, and floated quietly in front of him together with the demon godhead. Then, with a thought, the 2 godheads turned into flowing light and merged into his body. Chapter 594 Above the Royal Family. Boom! The huge power poured into the body and instantly flowed through Lin Yu's limbs and bones. The huge energy contained in the 2 divine bodies constantly impacted all parts of the body, and also made Lin Yu's various abilities increase rapidly. The terrifying aura swept across the entire capital, shocking all the citizens and merchants to stop and look towards the direction of the palace with a look of horror. It must be the aura of the 11th level. Your Majesty has risen to the 11th level. Outside the palace, Yu Daonan, who was standing with Xue Chonggui and other ministers, said in surprise, 11th level? So our Shengyu Principality is going to be promoted to a kingdom. Xue Chonggui and other ministers were surprised and happy, and their breathing became a little rapid. That's a kingdom. An existence more noble than a principality. They didn't expect that in their lifetime. They could actually see Huangsha City rise step by step to become a kingdom. Even though Xue Chonggui was an old man, he couldn't help but feel like crying. Even his hands, which were leaning on the rattan cane, were shaking uncontrollably. Others looked at each other excitedly, and almost cheered loudly. At this time, Lin Yu in the territory finally completed the fusion of the 2 godheads. The bonuses of the godheads soared to 30%, and the attributes soared directly. Then Lin Yu looked at the 2 godheads that had just been fused, and it was exactly as he had guessed before. The demon godhead increases the damage and defense against demons by 10%. The element godhead increases the damage and defense against elements by 10%. And the value is fixed, and will not increase with the increase in the number of godheads. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal for 10 godheads to double the damage and defense. It took nearly half an hour for Lin Yu to sort out all the 11th level things. After confirming that there was no omission, he summoned all the royal family members to the territory. Now that all conditions for upgrading the troops have been met, it is time to upgrade the royal family. Lingxi, you go first, Lin Yu said to Lingxi in the air. Okay. Lingxi nodded slightly, and slowly descended in a breath of life. Lin Yu clicked on her attribute interface, and found the upgrade option. Upgrading the troops to level 11 requires 250 million magic energy, and 1,000 rule fragments. Do you want to continue? 1,000 rule fragments. Acceptable. Lin Yu did not hesitate, and directly chose to confirm. The next second, the light lit up. Lingxi's momentum began to rise continuously. Other royal families gathered around and stared at her changes intently. Unlike the Great Realm leap from level 9 to level 10, the upgrade from level 10 to level 11 can only be regarded as a small realm upgrade. Even so, Lingxi's changes are still obvious. Not only did the 10 little fairies around her body become much more solid, but even the rattan with staff in her hand turned into an exquisite scepter inlaid with emerald gems, with the luxurious clothes and golden crown made of flowers and plants. She looks majestic. The only thing that remains unchanged is her body size. After all, she is a fairy family, and the royal family is only slightly larger than ordinary fairies. But it is also good. When fighting, her body movements are lighter and not easy to be attacked. When the light fades, a new attribute interface also appears in front of Lin Yu. Name, Fairy Queen Lingxi, Royal Family. The 11th level Lingxi's attributes also soared to nearly 500,000. And her strength has been greatly improved. However, her name has not changed. Obviously, Fairy Queen is the highest level she can reach now. Lin Yu pulled the interface to the skill bar and found that the skill effect is still the same as before, without much change. If you want to continue to strengthen the skill effect, you probably have to increase the potential level, such as from rare to legendary. The higher the potential level, the stronger the skill effect. This is the conclusion he came to after countless experiments before. And it is also the reason why the royal family's skills are so much stronger than ordinary soldiers. I wonder if the royal family can continue to improve their potential level? Lin Yu couldn't help thinking in his heart. Then he looked at Lingxi and tried to use the mutation ability on her. Mutation failed. The Lord level is not enough, and the resources required for mutation are lacking. Mutation failed? It's not impossible to mutate? Lin Yu's heart was shocked, and his eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the royal family really has the next level? It's just because his level is not enough, and he lacks the resources needed for mutation. At this moment, Lin Yu seemed to have made a major discovery, and his expression kept changing, and finally turned into a strong excitement. But soon, he calmed down. According to the prompt, it was because of the insufficient level and lack of mutation resources. Based on his understanding of the system, it didn't even specify what level was needed and what materials were missing. I'm afraid that even the 12th level might not be able to do it. It's too early for him to be happy now. After concentrating his mind, he continued to recruit other royal families and upgraded them one by one. After all the royal families were upgraded to the 11th level, he also took out the remaining 200,000 rule fragments and absorbed them all directly. After the rule fragments were absorbed, a total of 800,000 points of enhanced attributes were obtained, and the designated attributes could be freely selected for enhancement. Through the connection of the origin universe, Lin Yu had learned that as long as the soldiers were integrated with the rules of the origin universe, they would immediately obtain the attributes equivalent to the rule fragments he absorbed. So there was no need to worry that the 11th royal family would not be able to enjoy the attribute improvement. He took a deep breath and opened the personal interface to enhance the physical attribute to the maximum value. The remaining 300,000 was evenly distributed to agility and spirit, which greatly improved his various attributes. A full 1.5 million physical fitness. Lin Yu never thought that he would be able to reach such a high attribute one day. A monster of the level of the Chaos Original Beast was not even worthy of being scraped. Of course, Lin Yu also knew that it was not the time to be complacent. According to the information he has learned, among the existing 11th level lords in the 10,000 worlds, almost 90% have more than 3 godheads, because those with fewer godheads and weaker strength have died, and they have lived for at least hundreds or thousands of years, and their attributes have basically been strengthened to the maximum value. In other words, his full value physique cannot be used as an advantage, let alone the conventional skills that everyone has. With the blessing of Savage Roar, his attributes can be increased by 30%, plus the 20% physique of racial talent. He has 5 godheads. In other words, he can almost withstand the attack of 8 godheads, but the difference in attack ability is huge. Except for the burst skills of the cannon and wooing, it is basically impossible to cause damage to the opponent. So what he can do now is to hide, and hide until the attack attribute is strengthened to the maximum value, so that he can challenge those old lords. And his advantage is the huge potential brought by the origin universe and the royal family. The longer the time, the greater his advantage. Lin Yu has a clear mind and soon has a direction. Then he clicked on the interface of the cannon and took a look. Name, Blasting Peking Cannon, Royal Family, Skills, Obsession. P Shooting. 100 Steps Through the Willows. Deadly Sniper. Space Compression. Rule Conversion. Attributes can be improved by absorbing rule fragments. Precision Strike. Any enemy within the range can be accurately locked and hit at its weakness. Introduction. The King of Peas has extremely terrifying long-range strike capabilities. When the level reaches a certain level, the enemy's head can be taken from 1,000 miles away. After absorbing the rule fragments, the average attribute of all royal families has increased by 200,000, basically reaching more than 900,000. This is still a bit insufficient for those 11th level lords, and they must continue to strengthen. Right. Suddenly, Lin Yu slapped his forehead and took out the remaining 7 pieces of Godhead fragments from his personal space. Since his original universe can condense Godhead fragments, why doesn't he sell some of them to other kings in exchange for rule fragments? At the price of Godhead fragments, it should be no problem to sell tens of thousands of rule fragments, not to mention strengthening all attributes to the maximum value. At least agility and spirit should be full, so that you will not fall behind in escaping and attacking. As for strength attributes, at most you can just not rush up for close combat for the time being. Okay, let's do it. After finding a way to deal with it, Lin Yu felt much more relaxed. He immediately came to the World Tree and prepared to complete the last important thing, the 11th royal family. And the skill he wanted to choose to use as an embryo this time was the 10th level skill of the Cactus Soldier, Phantom Walker. The effect of the Phantom Walker of the ordinary cactus is not as abnormal as the Shadowless of the royal family, with only a 10% triggering probability and 80% of the main body attributes. But there is no doubt that this skill is still very powerful, and after the soldier is promoted to the royal family, the skill effect will also become stronger. This skill is definitely an extremely terrifying killer when it is used on the royal family. This is also what Lin Yu had planned long ago. Considering that the mutation ability cannot be repeated now, and rule fragments need to be consumed each time, the 10th level ordinary soldier is just right. He could still afford 2.5 million mana and 1 rule for each mutation. Do it when you think of it. Immediately open the recruitment interface. Consume 250 million mana to directly recruit 100 cactus soldiers. Chapter 595 Dragon's Fury. Overlord of the Sky. Mutating a rank 10 common soldier requires 2.5 million mana and 1 rule fragment. Do you want to continue? Continue. Please choose to keep the attributes and skills. Random attributes. Keep Phantom Walker. Mutation successful. Current soldier, Ancient Tree Venerable. Continue mutation. Lin Yu's voice kept ringing in the territory, and the cactus soldiers in front of him also kept changing under the cover of rays of light, mutating into various rare soldiers. Then Lin Yu was surprised to find that, among the rare soldiers with improved potential, in addition to the soldiers that were originally rare, some were actually upgraded from ordinary soldiers to rare levels. For example, the Ancient Tree Venerable in front of him at this time should have been ordinary, but after the mutation ability, the potential was directly upgraded to the rare level, and some skill effects were also increased from the original 100% to about 110%. The same is true for other soldiers, and the attributes and skill effects are basically increased by 10%. Lin Yu understood this as an improvement in the level of life. However, rare soldiers are no longer of much use to him, so he just studied and observed for a while, and continued to mutate the remaining cacti. It takes 2.5 million mana and 1 rule fragment to mutate a rank 10 ordinary soldier. Do you want to continue? Mutation. Please choose to keep the attributes and skills. Random attributes. Keep the Phantom Walker. As rays of light lit up in the territory, the number of cactus soldiers in front of Lin Yu became fewer and fewer. After mutating 100, no royal family appeared. Send them back and recruit 100 more for mutation. In this way, he mutated for more than 2,000 times. When he was about to use up all his rule fragments, a different prompt finally sounded. Mutation was successful, triggering the hidden effect, awakening the royal bloodline. Current soldier, Emerald Dragon King. Green Dragon Royal Family? Lin Yu was stunned. He never expected that the 11th royal family would be this soldier. You should know that the 10 royal families in front of you are all mutated from ordinary soldiers. But this Emerald Dragon King is a real rare soldier. And now it can also mutate into a royal family. Is it because of the upgraded mutation ability? Unfortunately, before he had a chance to think about it, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the Emerald Dragon King in front of him. Roar. The high-pitched dragon roar turned into a terrifying might, instantly sweeping across the entire capital, spreading towards the Gobi Desert and mountains outside the capital, shaking the entire sky violently. Within 100 miles, whether it was a monster or a mount pet, they all lay on the ground and trembled, not daring to move, as if welcoming the arrival of the superior. This dragon might lasted for nearly half a minute before it finally dissipated, leaving the terrified cultivators on the street, let alone them. Even Lin Yu himself was shocked by the appearance of the new royal family. It really deserves to be the dragon family standing at the top of the food chain, which is different from other soldiers. When the golden light completely dissipated, revealing a huge creature that was almost twice the size of an ordinary green dragon, Lin Yu immediately stepped forward. Meet the master. The majestic and loud voice of the Emerald Dragon King sounded, and the huge head prostrated on the ground, respectfully saluting Lin Yu. The green dragon army in the sky also landed one after another, and came behind the Dragon King to express their submission. No need for the ceremony. Lin Yu raised his hand slightly, and his eyes fell on the Dragon King. In addition to being larger than other green dragons, there is an extra flesh crown on the top of the head, which looks majestic. Since you are a dragon, I will call you Qianlong. Lin Yu thought for a while and said, Thank you for the name, Master. Qianlong responded loudly. Then, Lin Yu took him to the hero pool and transformed him into a hero soldier. Then he spent resources to upgrade to the 11th level, and couldn't wait to open his attribute interface to check it out. Name, Emerald Dragon King Land Dragon, Royal Family, Skills, Phantom Walker, 50% chance to dodge attack when attacked, and generate a phantom that inherits all the attributes and skills of the original body, lasting 10 seconds. Super regeneration when injured. Restore 10% of physical strength per second. Dragon Assault, burst the power of nature. All friendly dragons are 50% faster. And the first attack has a knockback effect, lasting 30 seconds. Sky Overlord, all friendly dragons have 20% more power. And the damage to flying enemies is increased by 50%. Destructive Dragon Breath, spray a powerful breath that devours life in a straight line in front, causing 150% of the spiritual attribute damage to the enemy. Rule Conversion, attributes can be improved by absorbing rule fragments. Dragon's Fury, for each friendly dragon that dies, all attributes are increased by 5%. Up to 10 layers, lasting 10 seconds. Introduction, the Green Dragon clan that controls the power of life, together with the Emerald Dragon Mother, is known as the Guardian of the World Tree. What a perverted skill. Lin Yu is shocked by the interface in front of him. The 4 skills and exclusive talents of the Latent Dragon are almost all enhanced versions of ordinary green dragons, all of which have become Legion-linked skills related to the Dragon clan. Especially the Air Overlord. Not only does it enhance the power of all dragons, but it also has extremely terrifying suppression capabilities against flying arms. It really deserves its name as the Air Overlord. Not to mention the Dragon's Rage talent. The attribute soared by 50% in the full effect state, which is more powerful than the Wild Roar, allowing him to see the hope of defeating those 11th level lords. And because of the connection with the Origin universe, the Latent Dragon also received the attribute bonus of absorbing rule fragments, and the total attribute was close to 700,000. It is also the second royal family with 2 full attributes besides Qin Gang. It's this Phantom Walker skill that doesn't seem to match the flying arms? Lin Yu frowned slightly, but unexpectedly. At this time, the Mushroom Demon King, whose body size was dozens of times smaller than Qianlong, suddenly ran over. Big guy, I rely on you to take me to the sky from now on. As he said that, he hit Qianlong's ankle with his little fist, which just triggered the effect of Phantom Walker and generated a giant dragon phantom next to him. When the phantom disappeared after 10 seconds, something unexpected happened to Lin Yu. The phantom let out a high-pitched dragon roar, and then a red light suddenly appeared on Qianlong's body, and his momentum suddenly increased, and all attributes increased by 5%. The Phantom of Phantom Walker. It can actually trigger the effect of Dragon's Wrath. Lin Yu was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that the disappearance of the phantom would also be considered a death effect. It was really a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. In this way, as long as he continues to be attacked and the effect of Phantom Walker is triggered, Qianlong will become more and more courageous, just filling the gap in his physical attack and aerial combat. Okay, let's get familiar with them first. Lin Yu smiled with satisfaction and said to Qianlong, then click on the recruitment interface. Recruit 100 Weird Willow soldiers, and use the last 1000 rule fragments to mutate legendary soldiers. It takes 25 million mana and 10 rule fragments to mutate the 11th level rare soldiers. Do you want to continue? It's expensive. The expression on Lin Yu's face disappeared instantly, and he chose to continue directly. Please choose to keep the attributes and skills all random. As the voice fell, a piece of light wrapped around the weird willow in front of him, and the body began to mutate rapidly. After a while, a prompt sounded. The mutation was successful, and the potential level of the soldiers was improved. The current soldier, Emerald Dragon King. Huh? Lin Yu exclaimed and looked at the newly mutated soldiers. It turned out to be a legendary Emerald Dragon King, with attributes and skill effects that were about 10% higher than those of the rare level, reaching nearly 600,000. It seems that his guess was correct. The upgraded mutation ability can indeed mutate into the advanced form of ordinary and rare soldiers. That is, the potential of the legendary level. So, if he gets a legendary troop in the future, won't he be able to mutate into a troop with higher potential? This mutation ability seems to be much stronger than he imagined. Lin Yu thought silently while continuing to mutate troop. As long as it is a combat troop that can be used, he will keep all of them and incorporate them into the teams led by various royal families, especially the Green Dragon troop, which is one of the troop types he most desires now. Of course, the more the better. What Lin Yu didn't know was, while he was trying to mutate troop types, all the information about him had been presented to the 11th level lords of various realms. In less than half a day, almost all the 11th level lords knew his basic information and gathered together to discuss. What do you think? In the original evil realm, an 11th level lord asked in a low voice. We are still short of many plant godheads, so we can't easily miss this opportunity. Another person followed. Indeed, plant godheads haven't appeared in the realms for a long time. But the problem is that we are still allies on the surface. So how should we proceed? And the news I received said that the new lord is highly regarded by Emperor Xingyao. And now he is estimated to have 2 godheads. Don't worry. Just 2 godheads. It won't make any waves. Even if we don't take action at that time. The Realm Alliance will definitely find an opportunity to take action. Do we want to miss this opportunity in vain? You seem to be just 1 planet godhead away from taking that step. Right? As they said this, everyone present looked at an old man sitting on the edge. The old man's aura was extremely strong. Stronger than any lord present. If you feel it carefully, you can feel the breath of 9 godheads on his body. Cough, cough. The old man coughed hard a few times. And his calm eyes slowly raised. This godhead. I must get it. After saying that, he ignored the reactions of others, and directly tore open the space to teleport away. The remaining few people looked at each other, frowning, wondering what they were thinking. Similar scenes also occurred in various realms at this time. Many 11th level lords started to move and collect more information about Lin Yu. The whole world was about to be in turmoil. Even those low-level lords could feel the solemn atmosphere. There were countless pairs of eyes staring at the original world, watching their every move. Chapter 596. Today is different from the past. When Lin Yu mutated 100 legendary soldiers, it was already past noon. Because he used all the rule fragments to strengthen the attributes, he could only create so many legendary soldiers for the time being, including the previous batch of legendary soldiers that were upgraded to the 11th level with the territory. There were a total of 1,100. Among them, there were basically all the conventional combat soldiers, such as ancient trees, vines, flower spirits, piranhas, mushrooms, dandelions, green dragons, peas, cacti, lantern grass, sunflowers, nuts, and deep blue roses. And the attributes were all around 600,000, which was much stronger than ordinary and rare soldiers. But this number was still too far for the 11th level 25,000 soldiers. When he met those old 11th level lords, he was afraid that he would be in danger of being beaten up. Although ordinary soldiers were not a big threat to him, it was still a bit too much to be besieged by more than 20,000 11th level soldiers at the same time. Even if each soldier was scratched, he could be killed. What's more, he is facing more than just an 11th level lord. Forget it. Let's stay in the realm. Lin Yu can't go out of the primitive realm for the time being, because you can tell what the situation is outside with your toes. I guess many people are waiting for him to show up. How can he go out without preparing a big gift? After thinking about it, he got up and sat down. Then he opened the Kingdom channel, thought about it, and sent a voice message. Lin Yu, King, all lords above the 9th level, and those in charge of local tax management at the 8th level will come to the capital tomorrow morning. There are important things to announce. The Kingdom channel was silent for a moment, and then it exploded immediately. Fuck. It's the king. The king has spoken. Wow. I've been here for so long, and I finally see the king in person. All high-level lords are gathering. Is something big going to happen? Need I say? Isn't upgrading the kingdom a big deal? Is it about establishing a principality? It shouldn't be that soon? The lords on the channel were talking and shouting. Messages were floating around like they were free. They were all guessing the purpose of Lin Yu's summoning of high-level lords, which made the entire Kingdom channel extremely lively. And just at this moment, a series of prompts suddenly sounded, interrupting all the lords' discussions. Lords, please note that the content of this monthly settlement reward has been announced. The Kingdom will award rewards according to the strength ranking at the end of the month in 5 days. Please go to the Kingdom ranking interface for details. What's going on? Why are the monthly rewards announced so early this month? Are there any new changes? Of course there will be changes. After all, we are a kingdom now. Oh! Last month we rewarded a lot of mana. Will it be double this time? Hearing the prompt in their minds, the lords were puzzled and subconsciously opened the kingdom ranking to check. But when they saw the monthly rewards marked on it, they were all shocked. 9th level. Number 1, Godhead Fragment X1. Number 2 to 5, Level 1 Upgrade Resources Level 8. Number 1 to 3, Level 1 Upgrade Resources. Number 3 to 10, Half-Level Upgrade Resources Level 7. Number 1 to 10, Level 1 Upgrade Resources. Number 11 to 100, Half-Level Upgrade Resources Level 6. Number 1 to 100, Level 1 Upgrade Resources. Number 101 to 1000, Half-level upgrade resources. Is this not blurry? Quick! Someone come and wake me up. Let me see if I am dreaming. Wow! You actually rewarded the resources for upgrading to the first level directly. You can get a half-level upgrade reward for entering the top 1000? Godhead Fragment. Is the 9th level list serious? It's really a Godhead Fragment. In an instant, the entire Kingdom channel was completely blown up. And a flood of news emerged crazily, almost reaching a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. As long as you are on the list, you can get half a level, or even a level of upgrade resources. Is there any more crazy reward in the world? I am afraid that those empires may not be able to do such an exaggerated degree, especially after seeing the 4 big words Divine Fragment at the top of the 9th level. They were even more shocked. What is a Divine Fragment? It is the symbol of the 10th level, the symbol of the principality. As long as you can get it, you can be promoted to the 10th level and successfully enter the level that all lords dream of. Now it is directly used to reward the person who ranks first in the 9th level. This is simply unimaginable. Not to mention those 9th level lords, who are hunting monsters at the border. As soon as I received the news, I hurried back to the kingdom to confirm the truth of the matter. When I learned that it was true, all the 9th level lords went crazy and were extremely excited. Soon, this news spread to other principalities through the Empire channel, and immediately caused an uproar. You actually use the fragments of the Godhead as rewards? And a whole level of upgrade resources? This is too exaggerated. Fuck. I will apply to move to the Holy Kingdom right now. And me. Count me in. The entire empire was in an uproar, and everyone followed the pot. The kings of the principalities were also shocked. They did not expect that Lin Yu would make such a big move just after upgrading the kingdom. Where did he get so many resources? Such a huge amount of resources. I am afraid that other 11th level old kings may not be able to take it out at once. Not to mention using it as a monthly reward in the kingdom. Unfortunately, no matter how they discussed it, Lin Yu had already closed the interface at this time and went to the territory to do other things. It was not until the afternoon. He took the remaining pieces of the Godhead fragments into the portal and teleported to the long-lost Holy Land. At this time, the Holy Land is no longer as prosperous as it was before because of the changes in the monster plane. However, it is the center of the continent after all. Walking on the street, you can still see pedestrians coming and going, and shouting. Many practitioners and lords who don't like fighting gather here, open shops, do business, and even see 10th level lords passing by from time to time. According to his memory, Lin Yu quickly came to the system auction house set up in the center of the city. Put 3 of the Godhead fragments on it. Set it to trade only rule fragments, and use the auction method for 3 days. As for the remaining 4 pieces, he kept them temporarily and prepared to use them to train his subordinates to establish the principality. For the gaps in other Godhead fragments, he could only wait for the output of the origin universe. According to his observations in the past half-day, it should not take many days to form a piece. After doing this, he used magic energy to buy some low-level resources for backup, and then teleported away and rushed back to the kingdom. And not long after he left, just then, 2 rank 10 kings walked into the auction house together, opened the trading interface, and planned to buy something inside. Huh? Suddenly, one of the kings noticed the new items on the product list and froze in place. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. Lao Yu, come and see! His voice trembled, and he waved desperately at his companions beside him. What's wrong? You're so startled. This is not like you. Lao Hu. Is someone selling Godhood fragments here? The king called Lao Yu said with a full of sarcasm, and walked over to take a look at the auction interface in front of Lao Hu. As a result, his expression froze on his face, and then his eyes immediately widened. Fuck. An undisguised swear word burst out, spreading throughout the entire auction house hall, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. Then not long after, the news that 3 pieces of Godhead fragments appeared in the Holy Domain auction house was like a hurricane, sweeping across the principalities on the primitive continent in an instant, causing a great uproar among the principalities. Someone was actually auctioning Godhead fragments in the Holy Domain auction house, and 3 pieces were auctioned at a time. Such shocking news, not to mention the kings of the principalities. Even some of the 11th level kings rushed to the Holy Domain. There was no way. Godhead fragments were too precious. Many people kept them for themselves or simply absorbed them. But they had never seen anyone sell them directly, which was simply a waste of natural resources. They were also shocked. Who was so arrogant that he actually took out 3 pieces of Godhead fragments for auction? Could it be a certain emperor in the realm? Could it be him? In the palace of the great wilderness principality, Ji Xinghe looked at the news in front of him with doubts. And a figure immediately appeared in his mind. Not long ago, the Holy Kingdom had just heard that Lin Yu was using Godhead fragments as rewards. And now it was heard that someone was auctioning Godhead fragments in the Holy Land. These 2 things happened too coincidentally. Thinking of this, Ji Xinghe immediately closed the message interface, tore open the space, and disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Lin Yu was studying the 11th level arms in the arms tower. And suddenly a report came from outside. Your Majesty, the King of Dahuang wants to see you. Ji Xinghe? Why did he come here? Lin Yu raised his head in confusion, arranged the last research task casually, and walked out of the arms tower directly. Let him wait in the main hall. The main hall of the palace was where he usually discussed state affairs with the ministers below. Ji Xinghe had taken good care of him at the beginning, so he naturally couldn't neglect him. After a simple preparation, he teleported to the main hall and happened to meet Ji Xinghe, who was walking from outside. Ji Xinghe, who was still looking around, saw him appear, and immediately stepped forward to salute. Stop! Don't use this on me. Lin Yu raised his hand, and an invisible force dragged Ji Xinghe to stop his action. You are in a different position now, so you still have to be polite. Ji Xinghe smiled awkwardly and slowly straightened up. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, thinking back then, Lin Yu was just an inconspicuous little lord in his principality. The result was unexpected. In just over 3 years, he has stood in a higher position than him, and has become an existence that even he has to look up to. It is really sad. Just tell me what you want to see me for. Lin Yu said straight to the point. I came here just to ask. Do you have any extra fragments of the Godhead? I want to buy one from you. Ji Xinghe said with embarrassment. With his capital, he certainly can't compete with other old kings for the 3 fragments of the Godhead in the Holy Land. But he didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he came to ask with the mentality of giving it a try. Chapter 597 Establishment of a Subordinate Principality. Want to buy Godhead from me? Lin Yu's eyes moved, and he looked at Ji Xinghe in surprise. Yes. You know, Yun Shuang is also going to be promoted to the 10th level recently. If there is only 1 fragment of Godhead, I am afraid she will be in danger. Ji Xinghe sighed, probably because of talking about his daughter. He changed his previous restraint and became worried, with worry in his eyes. So that's it. She is also going to be promoted to the 10th level? Lin Yu suddenly realized, and a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. No wonder Ji Xinghe came to him in person. It turned out to be for this matter. Calculating the time, Ji Yunshuang should indeed complete the path of the saint. After all, there have been frequent wars recently, and there have been monster invasions, which are all good times to accumulate a lot of resources. In addition to Ji Xinghe's constant training and assistance, there should be no problem in completing the path of the saint. Ji Xinghe really worried about his daughter. However, since it was a fragment of the Godhead prepared for Ji Yunshuang, he would not refuse it. After thinking for a while, he said, I can sell you one for 5,000 rule fragments. 5,000. Ji Xinghe was shocked and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. It's not because it's too expensive, but because it's too cheap. A 10th level lord needs 50,000 rule fragments to enhance the attributes to the maximum value. So the value of a fragment of the Godhead that can improve the attributes by 10% must be higher than 1/10 of this number. That is, 5,000 rule fragments. But the reality is that the value of a fragment of the Godhead is often much higher. It is absolutely impossible to get it without 10,000 or 20,000. It will be even more expensive if you encounter those who are in urgent need of fragments of the Godhead. After all, fragments of the Godhead are things that are in short supply, and it is difficult to buy them even if you have money. The fact that Lin Yu can offer 5,000 is basically a free gift. The most important thing is that he actually has extra Godhead fragments. Ji Xinghe was shocked and asked excitedly, Are you really going to sell it to me at this price? Is it too expensive? Lin Yu asked. No. Not expensive at all. I just happened to collect a lot of rule fragments during the monster invasion recently. 5,000 is still affordable. Ji Xinghe said hurriedly. At this moment, he didn't know that Lin Yu gave him such a low price because of his nostalgia. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he made a wise choice at the beginning. Although it was just a small favor, He at least helped Lin Yu a lot in his growth. Now in just over 3 years, he has gained far more than he expected. This deal is worth it. That's it. After the two talked about Ji Yunshuang and the establishment of the principality in the main hall, Ji Xinghe took the godhead fragments he got from Lin Yu and left in a hurry. Lin Yu also got 5,000 rule fragments from him, which solved his urgent need. Next, he just needed to wait for the 3 godhead fragments to be auctioned successfully. Originally, Lin Yu wanted to exchange all the godheads for rule fragments to improve his strength, but considering that he had to establish a principality and find someone to help manage the newly expanded territory, he finally kept 3 pieces, adding the piece in the origin universe. There are a total of 4 pieces. It should be enough to establish 4 principalities first. After thinking about it, he summoned Xue Changui and other ministers to discuss the next division of territory. In a blink of an eye, one night passed. When the sun rose on the horizon and the sunlight fell through the Gobi Desert to Huangsha City, the lords and high-ranking officials in the Holy Kingdom all arrived on magic airships or mounts and gathered on the platform of the flying dock. As soon as they landed, the lords who knew each other began to greet each other. "Hey, isn't this the lord of Juka City? You are so far from the capital, and you can come here so early? It's you, Old Wang. I heard that you were transferred to Juka City a few days ago. It's a very lucrative territory. Have you been doing well recently?" "Uh-huh. Not bad. Thanks to His Majesty the King for taking care of such an important city. I received His Majesty's edict and rushed here before dawn. At least I made it." The 8th level lord called Old Wang was transferred to Juka City a few days ago. He is also an old man in the kingdom of Xingyu, so he is in charge of the local taxes in that area, which makes other lords envious. After all, Juka City is built on the Juka River and adjacent to other principalities. Water transportation and cross-border trade are both very rich. Many high-level lords are vying to move there. But in the end, Old Wang got the advantage. No wonder their words sound a little sour. At the other end of the platform, more than 29th rank lords of the kingdom also gathered together, talking in low voices. "I wonder why the king suddenly summoned us. It should be just a routine congress, right? After all, there are many things to rearrange after the kingdom was promoted to a new kingdom. I think it is probably related to the new land. Is it going to establish a principality?" When these words came out, the 9th level lords were all shocked. But at the same time, they couldn't help looking forward to it. The territory has expanded tenfold, so it must be necessary to establish a principality to assist in the administration. Otherwise, the kingdom would not be able to mobilize so many people at once for such a large territory. In other words, this congress may really be to discuss this matter. Immediately, the 9th level lords looked at the 3 figures in the lead. Yanwu, Yin Tiange and Bai Hai Tang. "Don't look at me. I don't know the purpose of this congress either." Yanwu shrugged. "We are actually the same as you. We just received the news," Yin Tiange said immediately. Everyone was puzzled when they heard this. "Didn't you 3 have a life and death friendship with the king? You don't even know about this?" Yanwu and the other 2 belonged to the same novice area as His Majesty the King. It is no secret that they once had a life and death friendship. They thought they would know something, but the result surprised them greatly. "What about Brother Wei and Brother Ming? Your Muyuan City and Shuangye City are the closest to the capital, and they were cultivated by the king himself. They should know something, right?" Then, the lords looked at Wei Jun and Meng Qing'an on the side. At this time, the two, with the support of Lin Yu's large amount of resources, have become 9th level lords like Yanwu and others, responsible for governing the areas around the capital. They can be said to be important ministers of the country. However, what they didn't expect was, when they heard their questions, Wei Jun and Meng Qing'an also shook their heads helplessly, saying that they didn't know. It seems that they can only know after the congress begins. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." At this moment, an old voice sounded, interrupting everyone's discussion. Xue Changui appeared with an elite team and came to the flying dock. Behind him, rows of twisted plants followed closely, and then a gust of wind swept, and huge plant dragons roared past. 11th level. Everyone was shocked. All of them were shocked by the terrifying plants. Even if any of these soldiers were sent out, they could directly destroy them all. Where have they ever seen such a big welcoming scene? They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. And they all looked at those soldiers with horror. In the end, Yanwu and others who often came to the capital to do business, and were familiar with Xue Changui spoke first. General Manager Shui. Why did the king summon us this time? Yin Tiange asked in a low voice. This? You will know when you see His Majesty later. Please follow me. Lords. His Majesty has been waiting in the hall for a long time. Shui Changui didn't say much, but made a gesture of invitation. The lords looked at each other, but they could only bite the bullet and follow the plant team. Under the leadership of Shui Changui, they rode their flying mounts to the city. Not long after, the whole team entered the palace and came to the meeting hall. At a glance, they saw Lin Yu leaning on the throne to check the kingdom interface. After feeling the terrifying momentum that enveloped the entire hall, the lords held their breath and slowly walked into the hall. Oh, you are all here. At this time, Lin Yu noticed them and closed the interface in front of him. Sit down. I just want to discuss something with you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone did not dare to stay, and immediately came to the tables and chairs that had been set up on both sides of the hall under the leadership of the attendants and sat down. After everyone sat down, Yin Wu finally couldn't help asking, what is the king summoning us for this time? Hearing this, the other lords immediately looked at Lin Yu intently. It's not a big deal. Lin Yu smiled. I think you all know that there is a large area of vacant land around the kingdom. I plan to build 10 duchies. So I tell you first. 10 duchies. The lords were shocked and all showed shocked expressions. You know, a duchy can't be built just by saying it. Even if there are territories, there must be lords who can reach the 10th level. Otherwise all the territories will be wasted. Just like the former Shengyao kingdom. It took nearly 3 years to gather 10 duchies. The most important key is that the Saints Road mission is too difficult. And there are not many 9th level lords who can complete it. No wonder they were so shocked when they heard that Lin Yu was going to build 10 duchies. But unexpectedly, at this time, Lin Yu suddenly changed the subject. Yanwu, Yin Tiange, by Hai Tang, you have been helping me with my affairs since the establishment of the principality. And you are the people I trust the most. If I ask you to help me with 3 of the principalities, can you do it? Help me with the principalities? What do you mean? Yanwu and the other 2 were secretly shocked, and immediately stood up and looked at Lin Yu, their faces full of confusion. But the next second, including them, the eyes of all the lords in the entire hall suddenly widened, because at some point, 3 crystals shining with colorful light suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's hands, just floating quietly in front of him. The shape kept changing, and everyone's heart was beating wildly. Fragments of the Godhead. Those were actually 3 fragments of the Godhead. The lords stood up suddenly, looking at the fragments of the Godhead in front of Lin Yu with great shock, and almost their eyes were directly popped out. Chapter 598 Equipment Manufacturing Progress. Are these fragments of the Godhead for us? With a gurgle, Yanwu and Yin Tiange couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Even Bai Hai Tang, who was always cold, was extremely moved, and looked at the colorful crystal in front of Lin Yu with trembling eyes. Only when you reach the 9th level, you will know how difficult it is to complete the path of the saint. Ordinary lords, without the support of amazing opportunities and a lot of resources, simply can't complete it. Now they see 3 fragments of the Godhead in front of them. How can they not be shocked? Not to mention the other lords. Their eyes are full of undisguised desire. How about it? Can you help me manage the principality? Lin Yu asked again. And it also woke up the 3 people. Yes. Let alone 1. I can manage 3. Yanwu said quickly. Me too. Yin Tiange said immediately. No problem for me. Bai Hai Tang said lightly. Without exception, the 3 people's eyes were full of determination. The other lords on the side cast envious eyes. With these 3 pieces of divine fragments, they can be promoted to the 10th level in one fell swoop and establish their own principality. This is definitely what countless lords dream of. They didn't expect it to be realized so easily, which made them envious and excited at the same time, because the king just said that he wanted to establish 10 principalities. In addition to these 3 confidants who had been with the king through thick and thin, there are still 7 positions. Even if Wei Jun and Meng Qinan, the 2 subordinates who have always worked beside the king, and the monthly ranking first reward are counted, there are still 4 positions. This opportunity is undoubtedly huge for them. They have never been so grateful for their original decision as now. And they are grateful that they have stayed in the principality and did not move their territory. If those lords who moved away heard this news, they would probably regret it so much. Right? They actually missed such a great opportunity for promotion in vain. Fortunately, they had a keen eye and saw at a glance that His Majesty the King was not an ordinary person. So they finally chose to stay. Thinking of this, the 9th level lords were immediately proud. And Lin Yu's next words also gave them a reassurance. In this case, these 3 pieces of divine fragments will be kept for you first. These resources are for you to use to complete the path of the saint, so that you can have 2 pieces of divine fragments at a time after upgrading. As he said, he put away the fragments of the divine fragments. Then he waved his hand, and 3 resource balls appeared out of thin air, slowly floating in front of Yanwu and the other 2. This is a resource storage prop made of a magic tower. Seeing that it was good, Lin Yu made a few of them, each containing 3 copies of resources that were enough for them to pass the path of the saint. Thank you, King! The 3 were very excited and quickly took the resource ball, and then checked the resources stored in it. This was incredible, and the 3 of them stood still, their faces full of shock. There were not many things in the resource ball. Only 3. Magic power, faith fruit, origin crystal. But the amount of these resources completely shocked them. After careful counting, there were 50 faith fruits, each of which could be exchanged for 10,000 faith points. That is, 500,000 faith, which just reached the maximum value of the 9th level. What shocked them even more was the origin crystal, increasing the range of the origin space by 1 kilometer. There were 200 pieces of extremely rare top-level crystals, which was equivalent to 20 times the initial range of the 9th level. Counting various bonuses, it is completely possible to strengthen the attributes of them and the arms to nearly 50,000. And killing the F-level 10th level leader demon is no longer a problem. Completing the path of the saint is even easier. Such a huge amount of resources. I am afraid that even those old-fashioned 11th level may not be able to take it out. But it was handed over to them like this? And it was 3 at a time. At this moment, the 3 Yanwu were shocked. It is completely unimaginable why Lin Yu, who has just been promoted to the 11th level, has so many resources. If this is set out, it will probably cause an uproar. But at the same time, he was extremely excited, because in this way, they can complete the saint's path that many people dream of, and get 2 pieces of divine fragments at once, which greatly improves their strength. How about it? Taking these resources into account, are you sure you can complete the saint's path before the monthly settlement? At this time, Lin Yu's voice sounded again. After the monthly settlement, it is the day to recruit new lords, and he must establish 3 principalities first. And yesterday, he also opened up the right to settle in the new territory. And a large number of people and large and small forces have begun to pour into it, and develop and build on the various territories he has divided. After all, for many people, the emergence of a new territory symbolizes various opportunities, which will naturally attract many people to come in and want to be the first to share this piece of cake. Therefore, establishing local order is his top priority. Don't worry. With these resources, I can complete it today. Not to mention 5 days, Yanwu said very confidently. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar in the hall. Complete the path of the saint in 1 day? What exactly is in those 3 resource balls? What a pity. Without waiting for them to discuss, Lin Yu continued, okay. Then I wait for your news. After that, he looked at Wei Jun and Meng Qingyan on the other side. You 2 are the same. You have been working under me for so long. Are you interested in helping me manage the principality? Bang! With a muffled sound, Meng Qingyan's knee hit the corner of the table and stood up from his seat with an excited face. I am willing to serve your majesty. As he said, he immediately straightened up. His face flushed. The other lords on the side were envious and all looked at him. They had all heard about Meng Qingyan's deeds. As a person who came at the same time as His Majesty the King, his talent is not outstanding, nor is his scheming, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is mediocre. But such a person, who should have been cannon fodder on the battlefield, with his cautious character and a pair of eyes that can read people, has established a good relationship with His Majesty the King from the beginning, and finally got to his current position. It is really sad to say. This may be where he is better than others. Then, Wei Jun on the side also slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Yu. Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty will send you. At this time, Wei Jun was no longer the ignorant boy who was just recruited by Lin Yu. He became more mature and experienced. Just a wave of his eyes. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and did not show it. Okay. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. and then waved his hand. And two resource balls, like the previous one, slowly floated in front of him. These origin crystals were dropped by the Lord monsters he killed a lot some time ago. And some were exchanged for faith fruits at the sanctuary auction house. He spent nearly 4,000 faith fruits. Just enough for 5 people. 4,000 rule fragments can be exchanged for 5 godhood fragments, which is much cheaper than buying godhood fragments directly. The only pity is that his faith fruit inventory is not much, and there are not many origin crystals in the auction house. Otherwise, he can help more people complete the Path of Saints. So after thinking about it, he said to the remaining lords, "You don't have to be envious. Next, I will give a godhood fragment to the first person on the 9th level combat power list every once in a while. The remaining 5 places will be selected from here. You are all old people who have followed me for so long, and you have worked hard for so long. I hope you won't let me down. Give out a godhood fragment every once in a while." All the lords were shocked and immediately became ecstatic. I thought that establishing 5 principalities at once was the limit, but I didn't expect that there would be additional godhood fragments as rewards. Excited, the lords' faces flushed, and they wanted to run back and work hard to improve their strength. After all, there are only more than 29th level lords in the kingdom now, apart from the 5 places that have just been confirmed. There are less than 20 left, a 1/4 probability. This is definitely a great opportunity for them. Okay, let's talk about the principality first, and then talk about other things. After explaining the principality, Lin Yu didn't say any more nonsense, and the topic shifted to the various affairs of the kingdom, and began to give out tasks one by one. That's it. It lasted until noon, and the congress finally ended smoothly. After the lord said goodbye to Lin Yu, they all left the palace and hurried back to their respective territories, especially Yenwu and others who obtained resources. They were even more eager to ride on their flying mounts and leave, ready to go back to work on the road of the saint. That eager look immediately caused the people near the palace to talk about it. I thought something big had happened. After they all left, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It took 2 days to deal with all the trivial matters in the kingdom. What he had to do next was to wait for them to complete the saint's path, establish the principality, and then recruit a group of new lords. When the kingdom was on the right track, he could harvest more resources and concentrate on improving his strength. Thinking of this, he took a look at the situation in the origin space. After a night of nourishment, the light of the fragment of the Godhead on the world tree became more condensed. At this speed, it should be fully formed in less than 5 days, just in time for the monthly reward distribution. Let's go and see the equipment first, Lin Yu thought silently, calculating the time. There are only 3 days left before the date agreed by Magan and him. It happened that he was free now, so he could go to the Dwarf Kingdom to see the progress of his equipment. 11th level equipment is very scarce. Basically, those old 11th level lords only have 1 or 2 pieces, because there are too few people who can forge them. Therefore, the upgrade of this equipment is very important to him. At least it can greatly improve his strength. Without hesitation, he disappeared from the spot with a teleportation. Chapter 599 Armor of Creation. Bang! 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 The heavy knocking sound echoed in the underground furnace of the Dwarf Kingdom. Lin Yu walked through the passages and soon came to the forging room where Magnu was, just in time to see him knocking the edge of an armor with the hammer of the God of War. His expression was serious and solemn, and he didn't even notice him coming in. It was obvious that it took a lot of effort to create 11th level equipment, so Lin Yu didn't make a sound to disturb him, but quietly came to sit down next to him, used the power of rules to isolate the heat around him, and waited patiently. It is said that creating equipment is very boring and tedious, and it is impossible to persist without true love. Lin Yu finally saw it with his own eyes today. For a whole half day, Magnu had been immersed in the equipment creation, swinging the hammer, pouring, shaping, and swinging the hammer again, repeating several actions countless times. Finally, when it was completely dark, the war god's suit on Magnus suddenly lit up, and his aura suddenly surged. Then, a huge and scorching rule power emerged from him and poured into the black armor in front of him, causing the armor to emit a loud clanging sound. It actually floated slowly from the forging table, bursting out a dazzling light of various colors. Lin Yu recognized this light. It was the 10 forces of chaos primordial. When the light faded, the armor fell back to the forging table, and the black surface was also stained with a layer of light dark gold texture. and the aura gradually converged. Have you been waiting for a long time? Until then, Magnu, who was immersed in the equipment forging, finally put down the war god hammer and looked at him. Lin Yu immediately stood up and came to the forging table, staring at the armor in surprise. Has it been built? As you can see, the process went much more smoothly than expected. So it was built 3 days ahead of schedule, McGunn said proudly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His face was slightly pale. His steps were a little shaky, and he looked very weak. Even with the blessing of the God of War suit, it was a very exhausting thing for him to build 11th level equipment. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately stepped forward and cast several healing spells on him. When the huge life breath enveloped him, his face finally eased a little. You have reached the 11th level? Feeling the breath of Lin Yu, Megan asked in surprise. Yes, I just upgraded a few days ago. I didn't notify you because I was afraid of disturbing you. Are you surprised? Lin Yu smiled slightly. After being surpassed by Megan for so long, he finally caught up, which made him feel like he had regained his face. McGurn knew what he was thinking, and immediately said unhappily, you can be complacent. Wait until I reach level 11, and see how you can catch up. The God of War suit has a level +1 attribute, so when he reaches level 11, his strength will directly reach level 12, and he will officially become the 4th emperor among the indigenous people. At that time, he can catch up even if he doesn't want to. However, McGurn didn't stay on this topic, but pointed to the black armor with convergent light. Let's see if the equipment is suitable first. I used the 10 most core parts of the corpse to make it, and integrated the 10 forces, and finally succeeded in making it. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yu thanked him and took the armor. The equipment was very heavy in his hand. As soon as he touched it, he immediately felt the 10 forces surging wildly on it, and even his rule power was almost sucked in. But these 10 different forces were perfectly integrated into this equipment at this time, complementing each other, without any signs of collapse. It is enough to see how powerful Magan's crafting methods are. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the interface to check the equipment attributes. Equipment name, Creation Armor. Equipment level, 11th level. Feature 1, for each series of Divine Power, the damage received is reduced by 2%. Feature 2, for each series of Divine Power, the effect of abnormal control status is reduced by 10%. Feature 3, for each series of Divine Power, the recovery speed of rule power is increased by 10%. Feature, Aura. The equipment effect is effective for all arms. Feature, unique after wearing this equipment. All other equipment is invalid. Introduction. Armor made of the 10 major forces of creation. The effect will continue to increase as the user controls the number of forces. So powerful. Lin Yu looked at the equipment attributes in front of him in shock. The 3 attributes, damage reduction, control immunity, and recovery, are all the attributes he needs most now, and they will be multiplied with the number of divine powers. In the full godhood state, he is directly immune to all abnormalities and controls. The recovery speed of the power of rules doubles, and he can also reduce damage by 20%. Any attribute he takes out is extremely terrifying in the 11th level, let alone putting all 3 together. You should know that when he was in the 10th level, the Holy Spirit Stone reduced abnormalities by 25%, which was already very abnormal. What shocked Lin Yu even more was the last Halo feature. The equipment effect is effective for all arms. Is this the equipment created by the 10 forces? It's outrageous. Under this abnormal attribute, the last feature of War only can be almost ignored. How is it? I followed your idea and tried to make it into a defensive equipment. Are you satisfied with it? Maghan asked at the right time. Satisfied? Very satisfied. Lin Yu nodded heavily. Delighted? The effect of this equipment is much better than I thought. The first 2 features can be said to have greatly improved his ability to save his life, so that he will not be too passive when facing those 11th level lords. The third feature of the rule power recovery has extended the duration of the time law and his long-term combat ability. It is definitely one of the effects he needs most at present. Hee. As long as you are satisfied. This is my confident work. Maghan grabbed his beard and looked proud. This creation armor consumed a lot of his energy, and he was naturally very happy to get Lin Yu's affirmation. After he finished speaking, his spirit, which had been tense for more than 10 days, finally relaxed, and his feet swayed. Lin Yu's face changed, and he immediately came over to hold him. Are you okay? Nothing. Maghan raised his hand slightly, and stood up again. It's just that the consumption is a bit large. Just rest for a few days. You've worked really hard this time, Lin Yu said gratefully. Although Mag Hen has the blessing of the God of War suit, his strength has reached the level of 11th level. But he is only 10th level after all. And it is not as easy as it seems to be to create 11th level equipment. This time, he really owes a huge favor. What do you mean by hard work? Don't forget my enhanced food and beer. 1 million caddies is not enough to exchange for this equipment. Okay. I give you as much as you want. Okay? Lin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even in this situation, he was still thinking about his food and beer. This guy really loves alcohol. Seeing that he looked weak, he didn't say anything more. After sending him back to the palace to rest, he hurriedly said goodbye and left, rushing back to the territory with new equipment. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Just as Lin Yu was sitting in the hall discussing the new territory planning with the ministers, the news that Yanwu and others had completed the path of the saint finally came back. Without exception, all 5 people successfully condensed the fragments of the Godhead. For this reason, Lin Yu also took the time to hold the founding ceremony for them respectively, and divided the 5 richest lands around the Holy Kingdom to them, and named them Yanwu Principality, Intian Principality, Haitang Principality, Dawei Principality, Shuangye Principality. The news that the Holy Kingdom established 5 subordinate principalities at the same time also spread throughout the original continent, causing an uproar again. 5 duchies were established at once? What a big deal. How can the Holy Blessing King have so many resources to support his subordinates? He just upgraded to the 11th level. Shouldn't he use the resources to improve his strength? 5 10th level duchies were promoted at once. I guess those 9th level duchies who moved out of the Holy Blessing Kingdom before must be crying to death. Haha. Lords from various countries were talking about it. Some were shocked. Some were confused. And some were gloating. The Holy Blessing Kingdom became the focus of the entire primitive world. The news even spread outside, causing those 11th level duchies, who had been secretly trying to find out the news, to frown. Especially the people in the original evil world. Their faces were even more gloomy. Humph. I want to see how long he will hide before he is willing to come out. Do you really think it's okay to hide in the realm? Don't worry. I have found a way to force him out. In each realm, there are basically several emperors guarding it. Even if they are given 100 courage, they dare not easily step into the primitive realm. But this time is different. Several 11th level lords of the original evil world all sneered, as if they had found a way to force Lin Yu to leave the realm. A devil's claw was quietly reaching out to the Holy Kingdom. On the other side, Lin Yu, who was unaware of this, had just finished the founding ceremony of the 5 principalities, and was on his way to the Holy Land. Because today was the day when the auction of the divine fragments ended. Soon, he came to the Holy Land auction house. He walked through the crowd to the counter, and clicked on the transaction interface to check. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Yu uttered a light huh and looked at the transaction amount in front of him in surprise. 3 pieces of divine fragments were sold for 90,000 rule fragments. That is, each piece was sold for an average of 30,000. Are these guys crazy? Lin Yu was shocked. He found that he had underestimated the Lord's demand for divine fragments. 90,000 rule fragments, which was nearly 50% more than the 60,000 he expected. Even if the 5% handling fee was deducted, there were still 85,500 yuan. This is much higher than trading it with other kings alone. Counting the more than 4,000 yuan he has accumulated in the past 2 days, it is not a problem to strengthen this second attribute to the maximum value. Without thinking too much, he immediately extracted all the rule fragments, and then left the auction house and rushed back to the territory. But unexpectedly, when he returned to the territory, he suddenly sensed a familiar figure walking back and forth in the hall, and seemed very anxious. This person was none other than Sidu Jian, who had not seen him for a long time after parting on the ladder. Chapter 600, Face the Original Evil Realm. Lin Yu. I finally waited for you. Seeing Lin Yu appear in the hall, Sidu Jian, who was pacing back and forth in the hall, was shocked and hurried to meet him. From his face, Lin Yu could see eagerness and panic, and a little hesitation. What happened? Lin Yu asked directly. Long before entering the hall, the servants waiting outside the hall had explained the whole story to him, saying that Situ Jian had been waiting here for more than 2 hours. It was obvious that something big had happened. As expected, hearing his inquiry, Situ Jian immediately said hurriedly, it was Yen Lai. Yen Lai's sister was captured by the people of the original evil realm. He ran over and fought hard, but was severely injured. The other side also specifically asked you to go alone before they would let her go. Yen Lai's sister? Lin Yu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yen Lai to actually find his sister in the living world. But immediately, his eyes narrowed. Yen Lai was severely injured, and he was specifically asked to go there in person. Even a fool could see that such a simple game was specifically aimed at him, and it was related to those 11th level lords without thinking. Situ Jian obviously understood that this was a game, and his face was full of guilt. Originally, Yen Lai said not to tell Lin Yu before he left, but he couldn't just stand by and watch his friend die. And there was no other way. Sorry. I've already asked my father, but he didn't want to help, so I can only come to you, he said unwillingly. At the same time, he lowered his head, clenched his fists tightly, and it was a deep sense of powerlessness. Have you gone to your father? Lin Yu frowned when he heard this. You know, although Situ Jian didn't say it, he was a person with a strong self-esteem. Even if he was to die, he was unwilling to surrender to Emperor Changfeng, and even broke off the father-son relationship. But now, he has abandoned his dignity for his friend Yen Lai and grumbled to ask Emperor Changfeng for help, which shows how determined he is. At the same time, Lin Yu could also feel his contradiction and hesitation at this time. He obviously didn't want to drag him into the water, but there was really no other way. You don't have to apologize. I should apologize for involving you in this matter. Besides, Yen Lai is not only your friend, but also my friend, Lin Yu said very seriously. If you really count it, this matter is still caused by him. Yen Lai and the others were involved only because they were related to him. He didn't want to implicate him even in this situation. How could he have any reason not to save such a friend? It seems that I have stayed in the realm for too long, and they can't wait any longer. Lin Yu's face was gloomy, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The murderous intent spread out and instantly enveloped the entire hall, which startled Situ Jian, who was blaming himself, and raised his head suddenly. Are you really going to save him? This is obviously a trap for you. Why don't you think of another way? It's okay. I know what to do. Lin Yu raised his hand to interrupt Situ Jian's words. Don't they want me to go alone? Then I go meet them. Tell me the location. Today. Even if he doesn't leave the realm. There is no way. Fortunately, he has made countless preparations for this day, and his strength is no longer comparable to the newly promoted 11th level lord. It's just the right opportunity to let those who are eyeing him know that he, Lin Yu, is not so easy to mess with. Soon, he learned from Situ Jian the specific location where Yen Lai and his sister were trapped. After settling Situ Jian, he brought the newly obtained rule fragments to the world tree and started to absorb them directly. The absorption was successful, and 358,200 attributes were obtained. Please go to the personal space to choose to strengthen the attributes. More than 89,000 and nearly 90,000 rule fragments gave him more than 350,000 attributes at once. Open the personal interface and strengthen the spirit attribute by 350,000 points, which just reaches the full value of 1 million attributes. The remaining 8,200 points are all used to strengthen agility. In a blink of an eye, his whole spirit is like being cleansed, becoming transparent, and even his reaction speed has become much faster. 1.5 million physical fitness, plus 1.3 million spirit. It has been less than 5 days since the upgrade to level 11, and these two attributes have been successfully strengthened to the full value. It is not to say that there will be no successors, but it is definitely unprecedented, let alone the other conventional strengthening skills that everyone has. Only counting his additional royal skill Savage Roar, the basic attribute is increased by 30%. That is a full 1.8 million physical fitness and 1.6 million spirit. It is almost catching up with the 1.9 million attributes of 9 full godhoods, in addition to the 6% damage reduction attached to the creation armor he just got. It is basically impossible to break his defense without using big skills below 8 godhoods. With a spiritual strength of 1.6 million, it is not impossible to kill lords below 5 godheads. In addition, the basic attributes of all royal soldiers were increased by 90,000 again, reaching 740,000. With the 4 bonuses of 30% godhead, 10% spirit tide, 20% race talent, and 30% savage roar, the physical fitness can reach about 1.4 million. Not to mention how much threat it can cause to the high-level 11th level lords. But at least it is equivalent to a lord with 4 godheads. And 11 lords with 4 godheads. Even if attacked by 9 pieces of godhead, it will not be killed instantly. Moreover, the damage reduction effect of the creation armor is also useful for soldiers, which greatly improves their survivability. In addition to the 1,500 legendary soldiers that just mutated a few days ago, and 10,000 ordinary soldiers summoned by magic energy. This is all Lin Yu's current combat power. Originally, he wanted to create more ordinary soldiers to fill the number, but the magic energy and rule fragments have been basically used up, so he can only directly recruit 10,000. But it's not a big problem. If the quantity is not enough, make up for it with quality. Okay, it's time to meet them. After making all the preparations, Lin Yu slowly stood up with a serious look. Then he slowly walked into the teleportation gate on the side, and teleported directly to the border main city. Shwa! The light flashed. Lin Yu had already arrived at the teleportation square of the main city. At this time, half a month had passed since the monster invasion began. But on the teleportation square, people were still coming and going. There were constant shouts in my ears, and many lords were recruiting teammates in the square, and setting up stalls to sell various treasures obtained in the monster invasion. In the sky, there were large groups of flying mounts flying, coming and going, which was very spectacular. However, Lin Yu just glanced around and disappeared instantly, teleported to the position provided by Situjian, and soon entered the territory of Yuansha realm. On the other side, in a small town on the border of Yuansha realm, the 5 11th level lords of Yuansha realm gathered together and sat in a luxurious conference hall. "Do you think that guy will take the bait?" said one of the younger lords. "Sometimes, the simpler the trick, the easier it is to succeed." Another middle-aged man spoke up. "Indeed, it's not a disadvantage for us anyway. It's better to try than to wait. What if that guy really comes? Yes, if we wait like this, I'm afraid that people from other realms will take action in advance. The 5 11th level lords present are not all of the original evil realm, but without exception, all of them lack plant godhead. Especially the old man who is called Wuya in the lead, who only needs 1 plant godhead to successfully enter the emperor level. As for the other 4 people, except for the young lord who spoke first, who has 4 godheads, the rest all have more than 5 godheads. It can be said that the lineup is extremely luxurious. Any 11th level lord who encounters it will basically choose to retreat. Here it comes. Suddenly, the old woman sitting in the corner opened her eyes and looked towards the direction of the original realm. The others were all shocked when they heard this. After careful feeling, they found that a strong breath was approaching and soon arrived above the wasteland outside the city where they were. "It's not the breath of our realm. It's that guy coming." The 5 people in the hall stood up suddenly, their faces full of excitement. They didn't expect that Lin Yu would actually risk his life for 2 low-level lords, who were not even as good as ants. There was no need for too much words, and he immediately disappeared from the spot with a teleportation. When he appeared again, he had arrived on the wasteland outside the city, and happened to meet Lin Yu, who had just arrived. Lin Yu, who was flying, also stopped and looked at the 5 people in front of him calmly. "You are the ones who captured my friend?" he asked directly, without any fear of the number of the other party. "Boy, you..." The middle-aged man of the demon system was about to speak, but suddenly noticed a bloody figure imprisoned in space beside Lin Yu. When they felt the breath from the original evil world on the figure, the faces of the 5 people all changed, because that person was one of the 10th level lords with 9 pieces of divine fragments in the original evil world. "If you don't want him to die, let my friend go." Lin Yu's cold voice sounded, watching them silently. He caught this 10th level lord on the way. It was also thanks to these guys' dereliction of duty that no one guarded the border of the original evil world, so he succeeded so easily. "Save me." The 10th level lord stretched out his hand tremblingly, and a hoarse voice came out of his throat. But he was trapped by the power of space and couldn't move. "Boy, do you know you are playing with fire?" the middle-aged man said with a gloomy face. "Playing with fire? Didn't you ask me to come?" Lin Yu smiled slightly, raised his arm, and with a puff sound, a huge wooden thorn instantly pierced the thigh of the 10th level lord, exploding a large ball of blood. "Ah!" the 10th level lord screamed, and his breath became much weaker. "Boy, you dare!" The middle-aged man roared and wanted to take action, but was immediately stopped by the Wuya king next to him. "Go. Let him go. Compared to 2 people who are not even as good as ants, A lord close to the 11th level is obviously more valuable. Anyway, their goal has been achieved. There is no need to lose a high-level lord for this. At the same time, several people were secretly shocked in their hearts. They didn't expect that the newly promoted 11th level king of the primitive world would be so cruel. He would take action directly without saying a word. He might become a huge threat to them in the future. In this way, it is even more impossible to keep him.